Chapter 1. Mom, why is that tall brother standing there motionless? It's so strange. Amidst the cacophony of noise and the murmurs of passers-by, Xia Yu blinked awake, only to find himself surrounded by a throng of people, all pointing and whispering about him. Is this Japanese? No, I was just at home watching the latest episode of Detective Conan, wasn't I? Could it be that I've crossed over? But isn't that something that only happens in novels? Yet, the roller coaster whizzing by and the towering Ferris wheel served as stark reminders that he was not in his home, but rather in a bustling amusement park. As more and more people turned their gaze toward him, Xia Yu quickly snapped back to reality and dashed toward the nearest restroom. Indeed, I have truly crossed over, he mused as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, seeing a face reminiscent of his past life, yet distinctly different. The man's features were chiseled, with sharp brows and eyes that sparkled like stars. His clean-cut short hair framed a height just over 6 feet, with a physique sculpted like a statue. Undoubtedly, he was a handsome gentleman, but this also brought a hint of unshakable melancholy to Xia Yu's expression. Why did this sudden crossing over occur? In this unfamiliar place, he had no inkling of what kind of world it was, nor whether it harbored any extraordinary powers. How could he possibly feel at ease? Ding! The popularity system is now binding. Please do not resist, or the binding will fail, and you will bear all consequences. Binding successful. It is my pleasure to serve you, host. A system? It seems this must be my golden finger. Let's start by discussing your functionalities, shall we? Xia Yu inquired, gazing at the system panel before him. This system is a popularity system. As long as the host accumulates a sufficiently high popularity value, he can exchange it for desired goods in the system store. Surprisingly straightforward. Then how is this so-called popularity value obtained? Xia Yu continued to probe. The world you have crossed into is that of Detective Conan. The plot of this world will be disseminated in another realm in anime form. As long as the host performs well within the storyline to enhance his popularity in that world, he will earn corresponding popularity points. What? Are you kidding me? I've crossed into that perilous world of Conan, where kidnappings occur every 3 days and explosions every week. This place is fraught with danger. Murder and arson are practically the norm. Later on, there are even instances of Jin unleashing armed helicopters to fire upon Tokyo Tower. For someone like me, a mere bystander, not only is it impossible to gain popularity points by intervening in the plot, but I might also find myself caught in the crossfire of some explosion-related incident. Fear not, host. Given your circumstances, this system has prepared a newcomer gift pack. Would you like to open it now? That's fantastic, system. I adore you. Open it now. The gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the skills: proficiency in Japanese, mastery of combat, expertise in coffee brewing, and 1,000 popularity points. Upon receiving these gifts, a warm sensation coursed through Xia Yu's body. He could distinctly feel the difference from before. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could now easily defeat 20 versions of his former self. Moreover, his mind brimmed with knowledge about Japanese and coffee brewing, as if he had always possessed these skills, with not a hint of incongruity. Indeed, when it comes to systems, quality is guaranteed. Now, open the system store. I wish to see what treasures await. The system store is now open. Mastery of firearms, 5,000 popularity points. Mastery of criminal investigation, 2,000 popularity points. Mastery of hacking, 4,000 popularity points. Mastery of medical knowledge, 3,000 popularity points. As expected, these are all items I cannot afford at present. This means that if I establish a compelling persona before the audience, I will be better positioned to capture their attention. Eventually, as I accrue sufficient popularity points, I will secure my standing in this world. After all, this world is not solely governed by the organization known as the Black Organization. One need only look next door to Kid's territory, where there lies a zoo. Who knows what other factions may exist here? Even if I possess great strength, it is unfeasible to confront these organizations alone. By the way, system, why do I not possess the memories of the person whose body I have inhabited? Typically, one inherits the original host's memories upon crossing over, right? Host, your body is a completely new entity crafted from your original form after your crossover. You may understand it as a beautified version of your original body. Moreover, since you currently lack an identity in this world, the system has created a new identity for you, which you may view at your leisure. Remarkable system. You never cease to amaze me. Let me take a look. Name, Xia Yu. Age, 24. Residence, 3 Chom, Mihua Town. After the untimely death of his parents under mysterious circumstances, he inherited their estate and has lived alone ever since. After graduating from university, he opened a CAF in Tokyo. Surprisingly well-crafted, yet I lack any memories of this so-called university. What if I inadvertently expose myself? Rest assured, as long as you speak and act in accordance with your new identity, those around you will accept your narrative as truth. Once you accumulate enough popularity points, you can further refine your persona to enhance its specificity, thus facilitating the acquisition of more popularity points. I see, that's a relief. But system, which point in the storyline am I currently situated? Knowing the exact timeline is crucial for strategizing how to earn popularity points effectively. You are currently within the timeline of the first episode of Detective Conan, the very day Shinichi Kudo is transformed into a child. It is advisable for the host to create a presence before the protagonist to leave an impression on the audience, thereby facilitating better integration into the main cast later on. So, it is the roller coaster murder case, the inception of my journey. That simplifies matters. Once Jin administers the drug to Kudo Shinichi and Conan awakens, I shall feign discovering him, make my appearance, and then discreetly depart. As my appearances increase, the audience will begin to speculate whether my initial encounter with Conan was merely coincidental, thereby crafting a more enigmatic persona. The plan is in motion. Now, let us commence a grand performance that belongs to us. Beneath the clear azure sky, sunlight streamed through sparse clouds, casting a golden hue as if nature itself were showcasing its artistry. Xia Yu strolled through the amusement park, meticulously observing the crowd in hopes of locating Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran. Yet his efforts bore no fruit. However, he remained undeterred after all. Once the roller coaster murder case unfolded, a swarm of police would inevitably arrive, and he could simply follow them to the scene. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the air. Instantly, a multitude of people surged toward the source of the commotion. It was evident that a case had already transpired. Without hesitation, Xia Yu made his way toward the roller coaster, eager to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. After all, experiencing it on-site is vastly different from watching it on television. Upon arriving at the scene, he found a sizable crowd had already gathered. Amidst the clamor, a few individuals stood out, appearing markedly different from the surrounding throng. Among them, 2 men clad in black trench coats and black fedoras seemed conspicuously out of place. One of them wore sunglasses and a round black hat, his physique robust, while the other had long silver hair, partially obscured by his hat and bangs. The chilling aura around them deterred bystanders from approaching. These two must be gin and vodka, exuding an aura of undeniable intimidation. And over there are Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran, unmistakably so. That figure is simply too conspicuous to overlook. Yet, reality diverges from anime. The characters seem far more tangible in real life. For instance, in the anime, one might perceive Kudo Shinichi's assessment of Jin's intense killing intent, yet such a sensation is challenging to grasp through mere animation. In reality, if Jin were to stand beside you, you would instinctively feel a shiver run down your spine. Lost in thought, Xia Yu inadvertently glanced in Jin's direction. Suddenly, Jin seemed to sense something, turning his head toward Xia Yu. "What is it, brother? Did you notice something?" Vodka inquired, noticing Jin's sudden shift in focus. "Nothing," Jin replied, his expression impassive. "That was a close call. Almost discovered. How is this possible? I stand so far away, and yet you can still perceive me. Is this not akin to cheating? No. Perhaps even cheating doesn't compare to your level of abnormality. Indeed, without absolute strength, one cannot confront Jin otherwise. One might not even comprehend how one meets their end. Thus, host, you must devise ways to earn popularity points, for that will grant you the confidence to stand against the black organization. You are indeed correct, system. At present, I remain rather feeble. Before I grow stronger, I shall focus on developing in a more prudent manner. As Akikawa Yu engaged in conversation with the system, Kudo Shinichi had already deduced the identity of the culprit. After elucidating how the hook and rope were employed to sever the victim's head, he proceeded to the classic confession sequence characterized by tears, hanging, and remorse. Once the case was resolved, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Kudo Shinichi walked alongside Muri Ran, the echoes of the girl's sobs resonating around them. Alas, please cease your weeping. You truly are quite composed. I have little choice. I have become accustomed to such scenes during my regular investigations, having witnessed far graver horrors. How disappointing. You ought to acclimatize yourself quickly. Such occurrences will be frequent henceforth. Certainly not. With that, the girl continued to cover her face and weep softly. Hood, hood, hood. Suddenly, a heavy and rapid sound of footsteps approached, and a figure clad in a black trench coat dashed past Kudo Shinichi. Forgive me. Ran, please return home first. I shall catch up with you shortly, Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, sprinting in the direction of vodka. As the plot unfolded, Ran's shoelace fortuitously snapped at that moment, and observing Kudo Shinichi's retreating figure, an unsettling sensation welled up from within her. Meanwhile, Jin, having knocked Kudo Shinichi unconscious, contemplated how to dispose of him. I sincerely apologize, brother, it was my negligence. You had best ensure this is not repeated, Jin replied with a fierce countenance directed at vodka. Ultimately, Kudo Shinichi, in accordance with the original narrative, was administered APTX 4869, his physique diminishing to that of an elementary school student. Now, it is my turn to make an appearance. Stepping forward, I gazed upon the now diminutive Kudo Shinichi. Even though I knew precisely what was to transpire, witnessing it firsthand was still a shocking experience. After all, to witness a person transform from a high school student into an elementary school student is beyond belief. Not a soul would accept it without witnessing it themselves. Little one, awaken, little one. In a daze, Kudo Shinichi gradually opened his eyes. Are you all right, young child? What happened to your head? Do you require my assistance? However, upon realizing the diminutive state of his own body, a tumultuous wave of emotions surged within him. How is this possible? My body. Staring at his own small hands and feet, Kudo Shinichi frantically recalled the events that had transpired. It must have been the medication they administered that caused my body to transform into this state. I shall have to seek assistance from Dr. Agasa. Yet, moving in this form proves to be exceedingly difficult. What am I to do? Gazing at Akikawa Yu before him, Kudo Shinichi formulated a plan. Dear older brother, I have become separated from my parents. Would you kindly assist me in locating them? Indeed, Kudo Shinichi intended to enlist the aid of Akikawa Yu to return him home, thereby avoiding drawing attention from those around them. Of course, Akikawa Yu replied, taking Kudo Shinichi's hand and leading him towards the Lost Person Center. However, at that moment, Kudo Shinichi completely overlooked the fact that his attire was conspicuously unsuitable for his age. Yet, Akikawa Yu did not inquire about it, instead behaving like a caring older brother as he guided him along. Perhaps the transformation had dulled his wits as well. Ultimately, after an unfruitful search, upon learning that Akikawa Yu's home was also in Mihua, he fabricated a tale that his parents might have returned home ahead of him and requested that Akikawa Yu escort him back. Initially, he thought Akikawa Yu might be skeptical, but to his surprise, he readily agreed, which brought him a sense of relief. Eventually, after escorting Kudo Shinichi back to Dr. Agasa's residence, Akikawa Yu returned to his own home. However, in a twist of fate, his home was located directly across from the Kudo residence. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing his address. At this moment, in a parallel world, Blue Star. First, woohoo, a new series begins. I have heard that this is a mystery series, and the protagonist is a mere elementary student. Indeed, the people of the island nation seem to revel in tales of high school or elementary students saving the world. A century since the last apocalypse. They told me to cry, yet I laughed. After a long absence, the apocalypse. As the familiar opening theme began to play, the well-known plot commenced. Wow, Is this Kudo Shinichi truly the protagonist? He appears rather handsome. By the way, is that horn on the female lead's head merely decorative or real? If it is genuine, that would be quite absurd. But wasn't the protagonist supposed to be an elementary school student? This clearly looks like a high school student. What a case of false advertising. As the storyline progressed to the roller coaster case, the audience's reactions escalated dramatically. Goodness, does the first episode really delve this deeply? I am intrigued. That said, is such a method of committing crimes truly feasible in reality? My dear companions, I shall soon venture forth to test this out. Await my tidings. Goodness gracious, my dear fellow, do not act impulsively. Has no one noticed those two gentlemen clad in black? Their demeanor is quite impressive. I am particularly fond of such an AI, or do not entertain any illusions, my friends. Generally, those who adorn themselves in such fashion are not of the virtuous sort. Just moments ago, the protagonist mentioned that these two individuals have undoubtedly committed murder. Regardless, beauty is justice. Under the barrage of comments from the audience, the plot began to reach its zenith. When Shinichi Kudo was administered a substance that caused his body to shrink, even those viewers who were previously calmly watching the show started to fidget. Goodness, this is not scientifically plausible. Is this a plot that could be conceived by a human mind? It cannot even adhere to basic scientific logic. I cast it aside. So the elementary school detective mentioned in the preview refers to this. I had thought it was genuinely a case solved by a child, which would be utterly outrageous. Soon after, as the progress bar approached its conclusion, our protagonist, Asakawa Yu, made his entrance. My word, is every character in this series so aesthetically pleasing? Even a mere passerby is strikingly handsome. Oh, this young man is quite the sight. Too bad he is merely a bystander, and I wonder if we shall see him again. You cannot dismiss the possibility that this bystander might also play a pivotal role in the plot. For instance, perhaps this young man is pursuing those two men in black and happens to cross paths with the shrunken protagonist, subsequently concealing himself beside the protagonist to guide and protect him. Lo and behold, a seer, perhaps? Congratulations, host, for capturing the audience's attention and acquiring 50 popularity points. I have garnered popularity points, which implies that in another realm, the anime detective Conan has commenced broadcasting. Since the last occasion when I returned Conan, Asakawa Yu had not proactively engaged with him again. Logically, to swiftly accumulate popularity points, one should actively participate in cases. However, upon deeper reflection, Asakawa Yu abandoned this notion. The rationale is simple. He wishes to cultivate an aura of mystery. If he frequently appears before the protagonist, such an image cannot be established. In recent days, Asakawa Yu has been preoccupied with his own affairs, such as arranging his residence and preparing his safe for reopening. It is worth mentioning that, since his house is situated opposite that of Dr. Agasa, coupled with his intentional yet casual visits to Dr. Agasa and his expressed admiration for the doctor's inventions, their relationship has blossomed into friendship. Nonetheless, it must be said that he is genuinely intrigued by Dr. Agasa's inventions. The shoes that can kick satellites into oblivion are particularly enticing. As per usual, after purchasing the necessary supplies for the store the next day, Asakawa Yu returned home. However, while checking the mailbox at his doorstep, he discovered a letter neatly placed inside. Strange, I do not recall knowing anyone in Tokyo. Where could this letter possibly have come from? Asakawa Yu pondered aloud while standing at his door. Upon entering his abode, he slowly opened the envelope that on the next full moon night, shadows will vanish once more on Moonshadow Island. Please investigate the reason. Masao Kiichi, what on earth? Is this not the infamous Moonshadow Island case from Detective Conan? It also marks the beginning of Conan's transformation, shifting from merely relishing the thrill of deduction to becoming a true detective. And it is one of the cases that left the audience with a sense of regret. However, what relevance does this have to me? I am merely an ordinary CAF owner, not a detective. Why would this letter be sent to me without cause? Yet, it is unlikely to have been sent in error, especially since the enclosed sum of 500,000 yen is no counterfeit. System, what is the meaning of this? Confounded, Asakawa Yu began to inquire within his mind. Host, during the creation of your identity, I arranged for you to be a university graduate, and you are a close friend of the original work's antagonist, Ase Narumi. Therefore, it is inferred that Ase Narumi hopes someone can prevent him from committing a crime, which is why he sent this letter to you, hoping that as a friend, you could intervene. I see now, This serendipitously aligns with my earlier thoughts on how to naturally appear beside Conan to earn popularity points. Is this not a perfect opportunity? After a brief contemplation, a flawless plan began to blossom in his mind. A few days later, aboard a small ferry heading to Moonshadow Island, oh dear, how can one compel another to undertake a task, were it not for the fact that I have already transferred the commission fee? I would not be setting foot on any island. Muri Kagoro grumbled. Father, do not say such things. A leisurely visit to an Izu island sounds quite delightful, does it not, Conan? Indeed, indeed. Conan nodded slightly. Look over there. It seems there is another person. Upon hearing this, both individuals turned to the direction pointed out by Rand. That person is... it is Asakawa Naizen. Suddenly, upon hearing this, Asakawa Yu slowly turned his head. Conan, what a coincidence. Are you also headed to Moonshadow Island? Conan, who is this? Rand inquired, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar Asakawa Yu. Yes, Rand Nichin, this is Mr. Asakawa, who recently moved next door to Dr. Agasa. Hello. I am Asakawa Yu. I look forward to your guidance. Greetings, I am Muri Rand, and this is my father, Muri Kagoro. The two introduced themselves politely. You are the renowned detective, Muri Kagoro. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Asakawa Yu's face displayed a look of admiration, as if he held Muri Kagoro in high esteem. Indeed, that is I, the famous detective Muri Kagoro. Upon hearing someone recognize him, Kagoro could not help but laugh heartily and patted Asakawa Yu on the shoulder, as if to say, young man, you are quite perceptive. His fondness for Asakawa Yu soaring. Asakawa Naizen, are you also headed to Moonshadow Island? Ignoring the self-absorbed Kagoro, Conan inquired of Asakawa Yu. Indeed, I am here, due to a letter I received. Look, it is this one. Asakawa Yu produced the letter. This is... The expressions of the others suddenly shifted upon seeing the letter. Uncle, does this letter not resemble ours? Conan asked Kagoro while examining the correspondence. Indeed, by the way, could it be that Mr. Asakawa is a detective? With such a question in mind, Kagoro turned to Asakawa. No, I am merely an ordinary CF owner. Noting the group's confusion, Asakawa Yu replied leisurely while displaying a puzzled expression, as if to convey, I too am unsure of the circumstances. It is precisely for this reason that I am here to uncover the truth on this island that I see. Then it seems the true meaning of this letter can only be discerned upon reaching Moonshadow Island. Conan murmured. As time passed, the ferry finally arrived at their destination. The group disembarked, setting foot on Moonshadow Island. Very well, let us first locate the client. While I handle the case, you may explore the area. As for you, Mr. Asakawa, if you wish, you may accompany us, Muri Kagoro stated. Without hesitation, Asakawa chose to join the others. Soon, the group arrived at the island's registry office. Masao Kichi cannot be found. How peculiar, the staff muttered while perusing the resident register. Please, do search thoroughly. I possess a letter he sent to me. Muri Kagoro exclaimed incredulously. There is indeed no record here. I am also new to this island, and am not well acquainted with many matters. The staff replied apologetically. What is happening? A middle-aged man approached the staff inquiringly. Director, this gentleman has come to the island at the behest of the residents, and they mentioned a person named Masao Kichi. Masao Keiichi. The director gasped, his expression changing dramatically, and the nearby islanders began to murmur amongst themselves upon hearing the name. No, it cannot be. He passed away over a decade ago, the director declared, fear etched into his features. Through the director's explanation, the group learned that Masao Kichi was a pianist on the island. However, this pianist suddenly confined himself, along with his wife and daughter, within their home 12 years ago, setting fire to the house, while he continuously played Clair de Lune amidst the flames until his demise. How outrageous! It turns out this is a letter from the deceased. A truly despicable prank, exclaimed Kagoro Muri, as he prepared to crumple the letter. I beg to differ, Mr. Muri. After all, who would be extravagant enough to orchestrate such a hoax for a sum of 500,000 yen? Akikawa Hain, who was aware of the plot, offered his thoughts to Kagoro Muri. Indeed, perhaps it was a close friend of Keiji Aso who requested that we investigate matters concerning him, added Rand Muri from the side. HM, you make a valid point. Let us proceed with the investigation, Muri responded. And so, the group began their search for the community center, passing by a clinic on the island. They encountered a strikingly beautiful doctor radiating an air of intelligence. Excuse me, could you kindly direct us to the community center? Rand inquired. stopping the doctor as she was about to return to the clinic. The community center? Just turn at the next corner and walk straight until you reach the end. The doctor replied with a warm smile. Suddenly, the doctor's eyes sparkled with a unique light, as if she had spotted something extraordinary. Wait, you're Akikawa, aren't you? It's really you. It's been so long. The doctor exclaimed joyfully, grasping Akikawa Hain's hand in excitement. Who are you? Akasumi. What a coincidence to encounter you here. That I heard that after graduation, no one knew where you were working, and it turns out you've come to this island. What is happening here? Kagoro Mori asked, voicing the group's shared confusion at the unexpected scene before them. Oh, my apologies. Actually, Akikawa and I are classmates from Mihua University, but I decided to work on this island after graduation, while he chose to open a CAF in Tokyo. You see, this island is quite different from Tokyo. The air is so fresh, and it's incredibly peaceful. The doctor was speaking when a car with a loudspeaker drove by. Shimizu Masato, please cast your vote for Shimizu Masato. The vehicle blared as it passed by the still-stunned doctor. The atmosphere became quite awkward. The doctor's expression stiffened for a moment before she explained. But this is an unusual occurrence, as the village chief's election is about to take place. She then began to introduce the candidates for the village chief, sensing the situation was becoming precarious. Kagoro Mori hurriedly interjected. Excuse me, miss, but we're not particularly interested in the island's village chief election. I see. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Akasumi Narumi, the doctor on the island. Akasumi Narumi said somewhat bashfully. Well then, Dr. Narumi, we shall take our leave for now. Eager to reach the community center, Kagoro Mori did not engage in further small talk with Akasumi Narumi and suggested they depart. If you're heading to the community center, you might encounter the 3 individuals I mentioned earlier. There will be a memorial service for the former village chief, Mr. Kamayama, this evening at the center. Akasumi Narumi informed them. After expressing their gratitude, Conan and the others set off. Well then, Narumi, let us catch up later, Akikawa Hain remarked, joining Muri's group. Alone, Akasumi Narumi gazed into the distance at the retreating figures. Lost in her thoughts. Honestly, how long must we wait? Kagoro Mori said impatiently inside the community center. While the group was idly waiting, Conan discovered a door. Upon opening it, he found an old piano inside. Without hesitation, Conan stepped into the room. You shouldn't tea. Conan ran caution from behind. Seeing this, Kagoro Mori also entered, looking through the window to see a vast ocean beyond. However, while Conan and Ran were discussing the piano in the room, Mr. Hirata, who had previously attended to them, rushed in, exclaiming in terror, No, don't touch that. That piano is the one Mr. Aso played on the day of his death. What's the big deal? What curse could possibly be associated with it? Kagoro Mori asked, perplexed. It was only after Mr. Hirata's explanation that they learned the former village chief, Kamayama, had met his end in a similar manner at the piano, while the haunting melody of Clair de Lune echoed in the background. Nevertheless, Conan paid little heed to the warnings and opened the piano to begin playing. A melody slowly emanating from it. It seems no different from any other piano, Conan mused, puzzled. Bang. In any case, please wait outside until the memorial service concludes. Mr. Hirata hastily shut the door and ushered everyone out. While they waited, they encountered Dr. Narumi once more, accompanied by another individual, Shimizu Masato, who was also a candidate for village chief. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dr. Narumi and Shimizu Masato entered to attend the memorial service, while Akikawa and the others remained outside. Mr. Mori, I plan to explore the island a bit, so please excuse me for a moment, Akikawa Hain said, as if struck by an idea, before walking away slowly. Once out of sight, Akikawa Hain quickly turned and made his way toward the back of the community center. That he recalled that something was hidden beneath the piano in the original storyline. Returning to the piano room, Akikawa Hain purposefully headed straight for the piano, using the faint light from his phone to search. Soon, he discovered a hidden compartment at the bottom of the piano, uncovering remnants of heroin powder within. Suddenly, Akikawa Hain heard footsteps approaching from outside. After hastily tidying up the scene, he escaped through the window, while Conan and the others were waiting. A familiar melody began to play from the piano room, Clair de Lune. Oh no. However, when Conan and the others arrived at the scene, they found only the already lifeless Kawashima and a tape recorder still playing Clair de Lune. After a brief examination of the body, Akisumi Narumi informed Kaguro Muri of the conclusion that the victim had likely drowned. I believe Dr. Narumi's assessment is accurate. Look, that coat on the sea must belong to Uncle Kawashima, from the door leading to the ocean to the piano. There are clear drag marks on the ground, and Uncle Kawashima's back is also smeared with mud and sand. Furthermore, both the door and windows of this room were locked, and the tape of Claire de Lune was silent for the first few minutes. Thus, the perpetrator must have taken Uncle Kawashima to the seaside to drown him during the memorial service, then dragged the body back to this room and locked the door. Am I right? Uncle? After deducing the scenario, Conan naturally shifted the blame onto Kaguro Maurite that even possible. When I first watched, I found it strange that the Muri family didn't suspect Conan was Shinichi Kudo. Now that I've seen the scene, I'm even more inclined to critique it. Don't you all feel any sense of incongruity? Akikawa Haines silently scoffed. The subsequent events unfolded as originally scripted. Rand brought in the old policeman, and after a round of questioning, Muri requested everyone to wait for the police to arrive the next day to give statements, before leading Conan, Rand, and the returning Akikawa Haines away. Under the tranquil night sky, the moonlight poured down like water, filling the earth with serenity and peace. Akikawa Haines walked alongside Conan and the others through the moonlit streets, observing the deep in thought Conan, and felt a playful urge to tease him. However, today, Conan truly showcased his brilliance. That deduction astonished even me. It seems Conan is far from an ordinary elementary school student, Akikawa Haines mused. These are all insights that Big Brother Shinichi taught me. After I grow up, I want to become a detective just like Big Brother Shinichi, Conan responded, breaking into a cold sweat, fearing his secret might be exposed, and hurriedly explained that I see. It appears you indeed have the potential to become a detective. Conan, now, I would like to inquire, what do you believe a detective is like? Observing Conan's demeanor, Asakawa Yu suddenly conceived an idea, one that could elevate his own popularity. A detective is one who meticulously pieces together various clues and sees through myriad tactics to ultimately uncover the perpetrator. The exhilarating sensation of uncovering the truth through intricate leads and compelling the criminal to confess is truly remarkable, Conan exclaimed with enthusiasm. From this perspective, it appears you do not fully comprehend what it means to be a detective. Hearing Conan's thoughts, Asakawa Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually turning serious. Indeed, unveiling the truth is the essence of a detective's calling. Yet as a detective, to force the murderer into a corner through reasoning and then to watch them take their own life is hardly distinguishable from the criminal's actions. As Conan stood, stunned by Asakawa Yu's words, the latter chose not to elaborate further and swiftly made his way toward Muri and his companion, leaving Conan behind, silent and contemplative. Mr. Muri, what are your thoughts on today's case? Asakawa Yu inquired. Well, I currently have no leads, but since the murderer has committed their crime, I, Muri Kaguro, will undoubtedly apprehend them. Rest assured, Muri Kaguro replied confidently that I naturally believe in your abilities. However, I suspect this case is far from over. Asakawa Yu provocatively asserted, dropping a bombshell. Consider this. The letter we received mentioned, on this Moonshadow Island, shadows will disappear. I interpret this shadow as representing being enveloped by light, with the light referring to moonlight. Furthermore, 12 years ago, Mr. Asauka, and 2 years prior, Mr. Kiyama, played a melody before their untimely deaths, namely, Moonlight. The letter indicates the shadows are beginning to vanish, which leads me to believe the murderer will continue their spree. Asakawa Yu's reasoning was impeccable, leaving even Conan with no counterarguments. What did you say? Are you suggesting that the murderer may continue their crimes? Muri Kaguro furrowed his brow, swiftly heading toward the community center. My apologies, Asakawa-kun. Please look after Ran and the others. Muri shouted as he ran. Wait, uncle. I want to go too, Conan exclaimed, following closely behind. Ultimately, the group returned to the community center. By the way, why did you all follow me? Muri Kaguro asked the three before him. His gaze wearied. Isn't it because of Conan? All right. Since that's the case, let us all stay together for the night. After all, there is strength in numbers, Asakawa Yu interjected diplomatically. Soon after, they encountered Miss Narumi, who brought supper for everyone. As they dined and conversed, a sudden commotion outside startled them. Who is it? Conan dashed to the window and leaped outside in pursuit. Don't run. Asakawa Yu and Ran could only wait inside, feeling helpless as they watched the two flee. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a while since we've had a proper chat, hasn't it, Narumi? Asakawa, you broke the silence. Indeed, ever since graduation, we have all gone our separate ways, Narumi replied. Asakawa, you must have a girlfriend by now. After all, the number of admirers you had in college was quite astounding. Not at all. I remain single. The only girl I can converse with is probably Yu Bao, and we must add Miss Ran to that list. The thought of still being a male crossed his mind, although he kept it to himself. Did you really have such popularity in college, Asakawa-sensei? Ran chimed in. Of course, with his handsome appearance, gentle demeanor, and that ever-pleasant personality. He was pursued by countless girls in the university. Yet, this fellow never seemed to take a liking to anyone. Narumi teased. That you're not, by any chance, gay? Are you? Hey now, I cannot let that go unheard. Laughter ensued, and after a while, Conan and Muri Kagoro returned to the community center empty-handed. Following their decision to take turns keeping watch, the group gradually drifted into slumber. Muri-kun, wake up. Hearing the voice, Muri Kagoro squinted and slowly opened his eyes. Appearing dazed and disoriented. Is that you, Officer Magyar? Oh, right. If you're searching for the sheet music of Moonlight, Mr. Asakawa just handed it to me. Also, we need to conduct inquiries at the community hall. You should come along. Officer Magyar said, leading Muri outside. As evening fell at 6 o'clock, the interrogation continued. While everyone awaited further developments, a horrifying sound of piano music echoed from the upstairs room. It was unmistakably Moonlight. Upon hearing the music, they rushed upstairs, but it was too late. All that awaited them was the cold corpse of Mr. Kuroiwa. Gazing at this terrifying scene, a shadow of dread fell upon them all. Damn it. Who is the perpetrator? Conan pounded the wall, his expression growing somber as he internally screamed in frustration. Meanwhile, Asakawa Yu, who had been quietly observing, merely smiled lightly, shifting his gaze toward a particular individual before quickly averting his eyes. Once Dr. Narumi completed the autopsy, the group fell into a state of investigation and contemplation. This cipher, if one knows the trick, is quite simple. Conan's words ignited a spark of hope within them, akin to a match striking a barrel of oil. After explaining how to utilize the English alphabet and musical notation to deduce the cipher, the man named Nishimoto erupted into manic laughter, his eyes filled with profound terror. It's him. That guy. Asauka Keiji, he's not dead. Yet, after the elderly officer clarified that Asauka Keiji must surely be deceased, the group learned that he had left behind some sheet music prior to his death. Then hurry up and fetch it. Both Magyar and Muri shouted in unison. Yes, the old officer promptly dashed outside. Wait, officer. I'll go with you, Conan exclaimed, sprinting after him. It's all right. Ran. I'll keep an eye on Conan. Ah, thank you, Asakawa-sensei. After exchanging words, Asakawa swiftly followed. On the way, Conan engaged the elderly officer in conversation about Asauka Keiji and Mr. Kuroiwa, while Asakawa Yu listened quietly. Arriving at the warehouse, the elderly officer searched diligently while Conan sat bored on a chair. As he glanced at Asakawa Yu, an inexplicable feeling stirred within him, sensing that this gentle and refined gentleman might possess some critical clues. Thus, he inquired, Asakawa, what are your thoughts on this case? Why are you suddenly asking for my opinion? Has this kid discovered something? Nevertheless, Asakawa decided to offer a subtle hint, providing the still maturing Conan with a small insight. Actually, this case is not as complex as you might think. Asakawa Yu said slowly. What? Are you implying you already know who the murderer is? That's impossible. I've seen you not investigate anything. How could you possibly identify the culprit before I do? Could it be that Asako and I? You already know who the murderer is? Conan's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, yet he maintained a facade of innocence. If I were to say yes, what then? Then we could apprehend the murderer. Conan exclaimed passionately. You wouldn't want to see a killer roam free, would you? Is that so? How can you be certain those who were killed were truly innocent? Even so, that does not justify the murderer's actions. Evildoers should be turned over to the law for punishment. What if even the law cannot bring them to justice? As far as I know, in this country, every year there are those who evade legal repercussions through wealth. Wealthy individuals often escape the consequences of their crimes through monetary means. What then should you do? You must have heard the saying, when justice is not served, pure vengeance becomes the only justice. Even a noble one, does it not? The words of Asakawa Yu struck Conan's heart like colossal waves crashing against the rocks, leaving him in a state of profound shock. unable to regain his composure. Nevertheless, he resolved to uncover the identity of the murderer and ensure that justice would be served. After much contemplation, Conan presented his answer. Yet, his voice, faint and trembling, lacked the conviction needed to persuade others. Just as silence enveloped the two, Rand rushed in, breathless, from outside. Upon learning that everyone believed the murder case had reached its conclusion and had returned home, Conan felt a surge of anxiety and promptly raced back to the community center. Little did they know, the seeds of vengeance were quietly germinating in that very piano room. Quick, open the warehouse, Conan urged the elderly officer outside the warehouse door. That moment, it seemed he heard a series of sounds emanating from the piano room. Did you hear that noise? Conan inquired of the group. When met with silence, he dashed into the room. Upon entering, he spotted a shadow standing by the window, and as soon as the figure noticed Conan, they fled through the broken window. Wait, just as Conan prepared to pursue, he stumbled over a person lying on the ground. It was Mr. Morikawa. At that instant, Conan heard a piercing scream from the adjacent room, and he hurried in that direction. Upon arrival, he found Rand sitting on the floor, frightened, alongside the lifeless body of Mr. Nishimoto. Subsequently, after the arrival of Officer Magyar and the investigation that revealed the hidden farewell note within the scattered sheet music, the group contemplated declaring the case a suicide and closing it. However, Conan, armed with compelling reasoning, convinced them that the true murderer remained at large. After the elderly officer located the sheet music of Xia Yu, and Conan discovered a hidden compartment beneath the piano, the case was on the verge of reaching its resolution. Just as Conan intended to incapacitate Kaguro Mori to solve the mystery, Asakawa Yu emerged slowly from the shadows. It seems, Conan, that you have found your answer, he interrupted, observing Conan's recently raised arm. His statement was not framed as a question, but rather presented as a mundane fact. Do you recall what I told you? Conan, it appears you still have not truly grasped the significance of those words. Now, it is time to bring this to a close. Uncle Mori, could you please gather everyone together? I have discovered the identity of the murderer. Asakawa Yu addressed Kaguro Mori. What did you say? You know who the murderer is. Mori exclaimed that he wanted to say more, but upon seeing Asakawa's cold and serious gaze, he realized that this young man was far from ordinary. I understand. Mori decided to trust this young man after a brief moment. What did you say? You know who the murderer is. Very well. Let's assemble everyone in the hall of the community center. In no time, everyone had gathered. What's going on? Didn't you say you knew who the murderer was? Then hurry up and reveal them. Rei Kuroiwa shouted in frustration. Please, calm down, Ms. Kuroiwa. Indeed, I have uncovered the entire truth of this case. Came the voice from the staircase, breaking the silence and discontent among the crowd. You must be Mr. Asakawa. You claim to know who the murderer is. Please explain. Officer Magyar skillfully posed the question. First, I suspect that the person who incapacitated Mr. Morikawa in the piano room is you. Mr. Hirata, am I correct? Asakawa stated confidently. The evidence lies in your left hand, which was injured when you broke the window. Am I right? Moreover, while accompanying Conan and the elderly officer to retrieve the warehouse key, I overheard you, officer, mention that you frequently met secretly with Kawashima at the community center at night. Hence, I inferred that you two were engaged in some illicit dealings. That I took the opportunity to inspect the piano room when no one was around and, as expected, found remnants of heroin powder beneath the piano, items related to your transaction. Thus, this case stems from a dispute arising from heroin trafficking. Officer Magyar informed the now kneeling Hirata. No, officer, Mr. Hirata has no connection to the 3 murder cases. What do you mean? So there is indeed another murderer. Then who could it be? In truth, upon learning all of this, I felt immense sorrow that I could never come to terms with the fact that this painful yet pitiful reality exists. I speak the truth, Narumi Ase, or should I refer to you as Keiichi Asu? Asakawa's words struck the hearts of the assembled crowd like a heavy hammer. This can't be. This isn't real, is it? Dr. Ase? Rand urgently questioned. However, as Asakawa elucidated the murder methods and motives, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Yet, when they came to their senses, Dr. Ase had already vanished without a trace. The murderer has disappeared? What? Hurry and find him. Now, Officer Magyar shouted at the officers. Meanwhile, Conan, who had quietly listened to Asakawa's deductions, began to harbor a sense of admiration for him, contemplating where Dr. Ase might have gone. Suddenly, a thought struck Conan, and he dashed off in a particular direction. Only Asakawa remained in the scene, gazing deeply into the distance, lost in contemplation. Hiss! In a house engulfed in flames, Keiichi Isu sat alone at the piano, playing his father's favorite piece, Clair de Lune. It is all over, father. Not yet. This isn't finished. Look, your father's sheet music says. Keiichi, you must live well on your own. Conan appeared before Keiichi, holding the sheet music. It is too late, Conan. Once I began to take lives. It was already too late, for my hands are stained with blood. With that, Keiichi seized Conan and, with a forceful motion, hurled him out of the window. Crash! The window shattered, and Conan stood up, intent on rushing back in to save him. Only to be yanked back by Rand. You can't go in there, Conan. Let go of me. Conan protested, struggling to break free. Just then, the sound of the piano resonated from within, expressing gratitude to Conan and the others, while also symbolizing a release from fate. My goodness, the plot of Moonlight Island is simply outstanding. Dr. Ase was indeed a tragic figure, so impressive. My Yu brother is so cool. I knew he couldn't just be a passerby. Sometimes gentle, sometimes a cold, reasoning god. I adore him. By the way, why is the progress bar still so long? I don't remember the ending theme being this lengthy. Wait, everyone, don't leave just yet. There's an after-credit scene. You'll regret it if you miss it. The cruise ship sailed across the azure sea, the gentle sea breeze and bright sunshine, creating a picturesque scene that invigorated the spirit. Conan and his companions boarded the return cruise. Sister Ran, have you seen Brother Asakawa? I can't find him anywhere. Conan expressed his concern. You mean Mr. Asakawa? He mentioned he had some matters to attend to and would stay on Moonlight Island for a while. So he won't be returning with us. That makes sense. After all, Dr. Ase was his friend. Now that Dr. Ase has passed away, he may wish to stay behind to mourn him, Ran explained to Conan, conveying her own sorrow for Dr. Ase. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room, but before the occupant could respond, a man pushed the door open unceremoniously. You're awake. Why did you save me? The occupant refrained from answering, instead posing a question. You ask me why, because I believe you still hold value to me. Is that a satisfactory answer? The man in black replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor without a hint of anger at being questioned. I find I can no longer comprehend you. Asakawa, which version of you is the true one? This present you or the memory of you I hold? Indeed, the individuals currently engaged in conversation are none other than the seemingly deceased Mei Seiji, who should have perished in the flames, and Asakawa Yu, who remains on the island unknown. They have not died. Cursed screenwriter, you owe me my tears. Hearing Dr. Seiji's words, it appears that Asakawa Yu may also be a formidable character. It goes without saying, anyone capable of rescuing someone from such a tremendous fire, emerging unscathed, cannot possibly be an ordinary person. Never mind, I do not wish to ponder this further. I merely wish to convey that I have successfully avenged my father and his companions. For me, the meaning of life has already vanished. Thus, you may have saved me in vain. Seiji lay upon the bed, his face ashen as he spoke to Asakawa Yu. Humph, the meaning of life? Utterly ridiculous. Each day, countless individuals utter such sentiments. Does the inability to find meaning in existence render one unworthy of living? Does being deemed worthless by others strip one of their rights? What nonsense! You claim to have lost the meaning of life. Then allow me to bestow significance upon you. Join me, Seiji. Your medical skills afford you greater opportunities to assist others. That I am currently waging war against a powerful criminal organization and to eradicate it. I require all resources at my disposal, and I shall employ any means necessary. Seiji absorbed Asakawa Yu's declarations and the implications therein. Her mind threatened to combust. However, she grasped one undeniable truth. Asakawa Yu's act of saving her was not born of pity, but rather of her remaining value. Very well. As long as you answer one question, I will then decide whether to join you. After considerable contemplation, Mei Seiji spoke, having reached her internal resolution. Of course, ask away. Suppose one day you find yourself in opposition to that organization. If eliminating them would result in the deaths of many, yet sparing them would save innocent lives, what would you choose? Seiji inhaled deeply, articulating her query in one breath. Intriguing. A variation of the trolley problem, I presume. Let me be candid. I am a selfish individual. As long as my friends and family are not involved, I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Even if it may harm the interests of others, this world is not merely black and white, but rather a sophisticated shade of gray, where possessing a flexible moral compass allows for a more liberated existence. After this impassioned discourse, Asakawa Yu turned his gaze upon Mei Seiji, patiently awaiting her response. The world is not merely black and white. Ha, very well, I agree to join you. May our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may our partnership be rewarding. With that, the two extended their hands, clasping them firmly together. No. The revelations contained in this Easter egg are overwhelming. My mind can scarcely keep up. This implies that Asakawa Yu is indeed a significant character in the plot. The criminal organization previously mentioned cannot possibly be the one responsible for shrinking Kudo Shinichi, can it? Goodness, it is quite possible. This would explain why Asakawa has never regarded Conan as merely a child, as he must have known from the outset that Conan is Kudo Shinichi. That makes sense. It clarifies why he explicitly instructed Conan to consider the emotions of the murderer, yet still proceeded to solve the case, ultimately forcing Dr. Seiji to take her own life. This was all for his own advancement. Ah, truly, you are a sage of the forum. Your reasoning is impeccable. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 1,000. The system has unlocked the community module and real-time commentary features. After facilitating Mei Seiji's departure from Tsukikage Island and orchestrating her identity change to settle in Tokyo, Asakawa Yu returned to his home in Tokyo. Upon arrival, he received a notification from the system. Please elucidate the functions of these new features, system. Asakawa Yu mentally addressed the system. The community module, as the name suggests, allows the host to access the official community of the anime Detective Conan. Engaging in discussions regarding the plot and characters with other players, the commentary feature enables a real-time live stream of the host's actions within the plot, allowing the host to observe various audience reactions through the commentary. Ah, I see. With these two features, I can better strategize and accumulate popularity points. Let us explore the community, then. However, upon entering the community and witnessing the audience's comments about himself, Asakawa Yu was left in a state of shock. Wait, I merely considered Mei Seiji to be of some utility and contemplated whether I could persuade her. How did this devolve into various conspiracy theories? Furthermore, how could you all deduce that I am aware of Conan's true identity? Is the issue with me or with you? There are limits to how much one can cheat. As Asakawa Yu pondered the implications of the system upgrades, a flurry of comments began to flood his screen. Yay! It's here. After a week of waiting, the update has finally arrived. From the preview, it appears that this episode features Ran going on a date with someone. What? Kudo Shinichi has unwittingly donned a bright green hat. So, this is the real-time commentary feature. It seems rather entertaining. Yet, as he read the comments, it dawned on him that this episode likely marks the first appearance of Hayu Kuroda. Wait, the title of that episode was something like The Coffee Shop Murder Case. Oh no. Does that mean Conan will be filming an episode in my shop? After all, the commentary was flying in front of him, indicating that this episode was unfolding right before his eyes. Really, Conan? I did mention that I came for a date. Why are you still following me? Hearing that familiar voice, he was certain. It was undoubtedly Conan and the others. Mr. Asakawa, long time no see. Is this establishment yours? Ran exclaimed, astonished upon seeing Asakawa Yu serving customers behind the counter. Indeed, it has been a while, Miss Ran. Yes, this shop is mine. What would you like to drink? My treat. Concealing his inner musings, Asakawa Yu replied with a smile. No, I'm here to meet someone. Just a coffee will suffice. Thank you. Ren quickly responded. It's him, the man we were with on Tsukikage Island. I never expected this to be a shop. This provides an opportunity for me to investigate this man gradually. After all, the deductive abilities he displayed on Tsukikage Island and the invaluable insights he shared all indicate that he is no ordinary individual. Conan thought to himself. What? Asakawa Yu is appearing in this episode, which suggests that it may not be as straightforward as anticipated. There might be a significant twist at the end. I concur. His presence indicates that unexpected developments may arise. Indeed, this man is shrouded in mystery, and the officials have yet to clarify his role. As Asakawa Yu observed the discussions surrounding him, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yes, let it unfold this way. The more you speculate, the higher my popularity points will soar. Subsequently, to coax Conan into returning home, Ran reluctantly opted to purchase a cake from a nearby shop as a means of persuasion. Ding ding ding. Welcome, ma'am. Are you alone? Please proceed to the counter. The the server welcomed. Yet the woman disregarded him, striding directly toward the interior. Point one coffee. Did you not understand when I said I wanted a coffee? She shouted angrily at the server. All right, the deceased is definitely her. I wager a bag of spicy strips. Indeed, in such scenarios, it is typically either the victim or the culprit. Impressive. Indeed, in Asakawa Yu's memory, this woman was the victim, and her method involved using bandages to secure a knife, killing the individual, and disposing of the body in the restroom. Later extracting the knife with the bandages. Soon after, four more individuals entered the shop. The scholarly Ko Yuichi, who claimed to have injured his finger, the ostentatious Wakuji Jairu, and the commanding presence of Hayu Kuroda, who is also Conan's mother-in-law. Here we go, the classic four-choice scenario. Oh wow, I can definitely get behind that lawyer. She is so cool. Conan looks incredibly adorable like this. Well, it's nearly time, when that woman inquires about the restroom. I plan to intervene to prevent the case from unfolding. After all, no matter how one puts it, a murder occurring in one's own establishment is bound to have some impact on business. However, upon reflection, I decided to abandon such thoughts. After all, my CAF was merely a venture for amusement. If I were truly intent on making money, I could easily amass wealth that would take a lifetime for the average person to earn. Given my systematic approach, as for your assertion that the victim was a human life? Huh. He would simply respond, what does that concern me? I have no acquaintance with her and bear no obligation to save her. I am unbound by any ties to this world. Yet, I could seize this opportunity to enhance my rapport with both Hayu and Officer Muri, which would facilitate my entrance into the protagonist's circle. A piercing scream erupted from the restroom, and Asakawa Yu knew that the woman had likely been murdered. It had begun. The specialty of Mihua, was it? I wonder if we will see our dear Asakawa-kun solve the case again. Just thinking of that last dashing image. How could my husband be so handsome? Don't think about it upstairs. Right now, Asakawa Yu is lying beside me, watching along. Before long, the police arrived, led by our familiar Officer Muri, followed by a swarm of investigators commencing their inquiries. After a thorough investigation and analysis, Officer Muri surmised that the perpetrator had fled the restroom. Therefore, he prepared to send his subordinates to inquire about the situation outside. But Conan, upon observing, disagreed. Wait a moment, Officer Muri. I believe the culprit has not escaped. Just as Conan was about to interject, Asakawa Yu interrupted him. It had started. The man was about to begin his deduction. Haha, watching Conan flounder is oddly amusing. Indeed, although Uncle Muri is absent, we still have this individual capable of reasoning, right? With his involvement, this case should be resolved swiftly, Conan muttered to himself, perhaps unconsciously recognizing that Asakawa Yu's deductive skills were not far inferior to his own. You are? I recall now, you are Mr. Asakawa who assisted in the case on Tsukikage Island, correct? I truly appreciate your help last time. But why are you here? Officer Muri regarded Asakawa Yu with a friendly demeanor. After all, it is possible that they might meet frequently in the future, and it would be beneficial to engage with a young man capable of aiding the police in solving cases. Perhaps he could even become a younger brother figure. With this in mind, Officer Muri's attitude became even more amiable. Is it just my impression? Or does it seem like Officer Muri is being overly friendly? No. Wait, I remember that in the anime, Officer Muri has a wife. That should be. No, I mustn't think about that. It is more important to focus on the matter at hand. In fact, Officer Muri, I am the owner of this establishment. And my reasoning for believing the culprit remains inside the CAF is quite straightforward. Just take a look at the restroom window. The window? What is peculiar about it? Officer Muri asked, perplexed by Asakawa Yu's pointed gesture. I believe the CAF owner is correct. A proud and confident voice chimed in from behind. You. I didn't expect you to have already become a police chief. After an explanation from Hayu, Officer Muri comprehended that the culprit was indeed still within the CAF. Among those who had just used the restroom. It seems this lawyer is quite formidable. I surmise he is also an important character in the main storyline. Right on, brother. I think the same. Asakawa Yu. My Asakawa. I don't know. I hope that upstairs individual hasn't lost his mind. Actually, Officer Muri, I have already deduced the identity of the culprit, just as Officer Muri was about to have the suspect's attempt to open the restroom door. Asakawa Yu's words reignited the previously calm atmosphere. Not possible, right? You must be cheating. I haven't even begun my investigation, and you already know? You came in less than 10 minutes ago, didn't you? Who would believe you haven't cheated? Conan could no longer remain seated upon hearing this. mentally berating the situation. That expression, akin to having been fed something distasteful, elicited laughter from the online audience. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Conan's expression. He looks as if he's just been fed something foul. Ha 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 ha. It seems Conan is genuinely astonished this time. The last time on Sukakage Island, it was merely a matter of information disparity, but this time it truly reveals abilities. However, it appears Asakawa Yu's prowess far surpasses Conan's. Indeed, none of these deeply calculating individuals are simple characters. Ah, my husband is amazing. Observing Conan's expression, if given the chance, at that moment. Asakawa Yu would have liked to say to him, isn't it just a matter of having a head start? Practice more if you can't handle the heat. If you can't lose gracefully, then don't play. Is that so, Mr. Asakawa? Then who is the culprit? The familiar dialogue resurfaced that it's quite simple. You should examine the weapon. The bloodstains only reach the handle and then cease. Doesn't that seem strange? Why does it stop precisely there? The reason is that the perpetrator tied the knife to a rope, stabbed the victim, and then disposed of the body from the restroom above. Afterward, they merely pulled the knife back out using the rope. Therefore, the culprit is the person, Mr. Tin, who could not pass through above the restroom. It is you. You have no evidence. You mean to say I lack evidence, correct? Would you dare remove the bandages from your hands for all to see? I suspect there are still bloodstains from when you committed the murder. Asakawa Yu interrupted his speech, playing his final trump card. Curse you, get away from me. Tin roared as he charged towards the exit. As he observed Asakawa Yu standing unfazed, believing he had instilled fear, he began to gloat inwardly. In an instant, Asakawa Yu placed his left foot firmly on the ground, stepped forward with his right foot, wedged his left shoulder under Ten's armpit, and swiftly grasped Ten's wrist with his left hand, executing a flawless shoulder throw. The culprit soared through the air, completing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Apologies, it happens that I have practiced a bit of martial arts. Asakawa Yu looked down at Ten, his eyes still squinted with a smile, though this smile now bore a hint of menace. Remarkable, this fellow possesses not only sharp deductive abilities, but also impressive combat skills. Surely, he is a true hexagonal warrior. Who is the protagonist here? Is this series not titled The Great Detective Asakawa? Oh, how wonderful. Once again, I owe you, my dear Asakawa. Officer Muri patted Asakawa Yu's shoulder, finding him increasingly likable. So, I am now your younger brother, am I? No wonder you are who you are, Officer Muri. Not at all, Officer Muri. After all, this is my CAF, and resolving this matter promptly benefits everyone, doesn't it? This way, your police force can return home sooner. Listen to that. This is what I call a good younger brother. You even care about our police force. Unlike Kudo and Muri. Now, I declare that Asakawa, my dear brother, you will henceforth occupy the top spot on my list of younger brothers. Officer Muri mused internally. Thank you very much, Mr. Asakawa. I would have been in danger without your assistance. Hayu, who had remained silent on the sidelines, approached. Not at all, Miss Hayu. I believe that even if I had not intervened, you would have had the capability to subdue the culprit, correct? Oh, do you know me? We only met for the first time today, didn't we? Upon hearing Asakawa Yu's words, Hayu's interest was piqued. As the undefeated queen of the legal realm and the wife of the great detective Murikagaru. I have certainly heard a thing or two. Moreover, I would say that I consider Mr. Muri and Miss Rand to be friends as well. Asakawa Yu's seemingly ordinary words ignited a powder keg of ripples among Conan and the online spectators. Wait, does that mean she is actually Conan's mother-in-law? I have inherited the legacy of the illustrious Wei Wu, and being a wife is not out of the question. So, does that mean Rand came to see her mother today? But why doesn't their family live together? Ah, that explains why I felt I had seen her somewhere before. She is indeed Rand's mother. At that moment, Conan's mind was racing with a cacophony of thoughts, as if 1,000 wild horses were charging through. What had he been worrying about all day? Here is my business card. If you encounter any legal issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. As she spoke, Feiingly handed the business card in her hand to Asakawa Yu. Subsequently, after Officer Moku led the criminal away, the store fell into a profound silence. Indeed, considering that a murder had just transpired here, it was hardly surprising that, despite the resilience of the people of Mihua, no customers would be entering anytime soon. Now, let us examine today's spoils. Let me see. Name: Asakawa Yu. Current usable popularity points: 9346. Skills acquired: proficiency in Japanese, mastery of combat, expertise in coffee brewing. Very well, it is now time to allocate points. In the later stages, if one cannot wield a firearm, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. Excellent. I shall first exchange for firearm proficiency. Ding. Exchange successful. Firearm proficiency has been granted. In an instant, Asakawa Yu felt an influx of memories regarding the use of firearms flooding his mind. Now, even Akai Shuichi would find it difficult to match him in a duel. With 4,346 points of popularity remaining, let me see what else I can acquire. Passive skill. Endurance enhancement requires 4,000 popularity points. System. What is this endurance enhancement? Gazing at the skill he had encountered for the first time in the system shop, Asakawa Yu could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. This skill is a passive ability, meaning that as the host engages in combat with adversaries, the longer the duration, the skill will enhance based on the host's current weaknesses, allowing the host to possess combat capabilities comparable to that of the enemy for a short duration. This skill strengthens progressively with the length of combat. Goodness, this is a divine skill. As long as I do not perish, the longer I endure, the stronger I become, potentially reaching a point of equal footing with my foes. This skill is truly remarkable for the early stages when I have yet to fully develop. However, the drawback is evident once my abilities surpass those of my opponents in the later stages. This skill will become futile, but that is a concern for another time. For now, I shall proceed with the exchange, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Exchange successful. Skill. Endurance enhancement has been granted. All right, the delightful shopping spree has come to an end. I wonder how long I must wait for my next opportunity to exchange. That I sincerely apologize, sir. But please take a number and wait until your number is called before proceeding with your transaction. A few days later, upon entering the bank, Asakawa Yu caught sight of Muri Kagoro in an embarrassing predicament. It seems I must queue to complete my business, correct? Muri Kagoro scratched his head awkwardly. Hello, Mr. Muri. What a coincidence. Are you here for banking matters as well? Upon seeing Muri and his companions, Asakawa Yu approached to greet them politely. Asakawa, it has been a while since our encounter on Tsukikage Island. Do you also reside in Mihua? Upon seeing a familiar face, Muri Kagoro seized the opportunity to chat, alleviating his earlier embarrassment. No. I feel like I've been seeing you more frequently lately, and each time some incident seems to occur. Could it be that you were cursed? No. I am a detective. I must believe in science. Conan silently scoffed within. At that moment, Asakawa Yu was unaware of Conan's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly retorted, Really? How dare you? A grim reaper in the guise of a schoolboy. Speak of me so. Surely you know who brings forth these cases. Here it comes, and the title is quite sensational, isn't it? 1 billion. That is merely 1 billion yen. Converted, it is not much that I doubt I could earn that in 3 lifetimes. As he observed the barrage of comments, Asakawa Yu knew he had once again captured the audience's attention. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to the counter. Hello, I would like to. I deeply apologize, dear customer, but I am currently quite busy. Please allow me to finish. The flustered young lady interjected. I see. No problem. I will seek assistance from another bank employee. Asakawa Yu understood. Asakawa-san, do you know Miss Ayami? At that moment, Conan, standing nearby, suddenly inquired. So that young lady's name is Ayami. This is my first time meeting her. Is there an issue? No, it's just that it's rather peculiar. Ayami is usually quite amiable, yet Conan began, but was interrupted by Asakawa. Perhaps she has urgent matters to attend to. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it. Nonetheless, I think I shall step outside for some fresh air. With that, Conan exited the bank without looking back. Asakawa Yu took a number and continued to wait in line, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. Hirota Ayami, originally known as Mayano Akemi, a member of the black organization's Outer Circle. In the original story, the FBI's Asakai Shuichi infiltrated the organization under the guise of Mayano Akemi's boyfriend. However, after his identity was revealed, he fled, leaving Mayano Akemi alone within the organization, putting her status in jeopardy. Had it not been for her continued value, Jin would have eliminated her long ago. It seems the time has come for Mayano Akemi to attempt the robbery of 1 billion yen, indicating that the moment for Mayano Shiho's escape from the organization draws nearer. If I am to contend with the organization, Mayano Shiho's strength is indispensable, yet gaining her trust is no simple task. However, if I can rescue Mayano Akemi, the situation would change dramatically. While complete trust may be unattainable, she would undoubtedly be unable to refuse assistance in the future. Thus, the pressing concern lies in how to save Mayano Akemi before Jin. After reaching this conclusion, Asakawa Yu sighed to, "Oh no. Oh no, the bank's cash truck has been robbed." Just as Asakawa Yu was about to stand, Sonoko hurried back into the bank, shouting anxiously as she ran. Haha, truly a human alarm. What else could we do? The robbers are armed. Are you suggesting that Sonoko throw her headband at them? Instantly, chaos erupted in the bank's main hall. The bank president rushed out of his office upon hearing the commotion, quickly calling the police and inquiring about the details of the loss, anxiously awaiting their arrival. What did you say? The amount stolen is 1 billion. Mori exclaimed upon hearing the figure while conversing with Officer Moku. Indeed, as that money was intended for distribution from the main branch to the various branches. Officer Moku turned to Conan for specific details, as he was the first eyewitness to the scene and had pursued the robbers. Yet, Asakawa Yu had no intention of intervening. He stood there waiting for the opportunity to engage in a private conversation with Mayano Akemi. Miss Hirota, where were you during such a critical moment? The bank president was now sternly reprimanding Hirota Ayami. I apologize. I was on break for lunch. Honestly, what are these young girls thinking these days? Do you have any idea what time it is? The president continued his tirade. Minutes later, he stormed off in a huff. After tidying her belongings, Mayano Akemi exited through the bank's back door. As she walked down the street, Mayano Akemi's mood was somewhat somber. Although she suspected that Jin was likely deceiving her, she had no choice but to comply for the sake of her sister. Madam, you appear to be troubled. If you do not mind, I could lend a listening ear. This person, oh, it's the polite customer from earlier. However, involving ordinary folks in organizational matters is absolutely out of the question. I apologize, but I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. As she glanced at Asakawa Yu, Mayano Akemi hastily made her exit. What matters could be so urgent? I believe we could discuss this over coffee at my CAF, including the matter of that 1 billion yen. Asakawa Yu blocked her path, presenting a piece of crucial information that Mayano Akemi could not afford to ignore. Boom! A thunderclap resounded in Mayano Akemi's mind, and the atmosphere turned serious in an instant. Who exactly are you? As she spoke, Mayano Akemi discreetly reached for the gun hidden in her bag, a weapon she kept for self-defense. Who I am is of no concern to you. Merely understand that I come with good intentions. If you wish to know more, then follow me. Having spoken, Asakawa Yu took his leave without a backward glance. Confident that Mayano Akemi would follow suit as anticipated, Mayano Akemi clenched her fists, pondered for a moment, and, with a resigned release of her grip, gritted her teeth and pursued him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Asakawa Yu, an unremarkable owner of a coffee shop, as you can see, within the confines of the CAF. Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi sat facing each other in the ensuing silence. It was Asakawa Yu who first shattered the tranquility. I find it hard to believe that an ordinary coffee shop owner would possess knowledge of our affairs. Mayano Akemi retorted without mercy, remaining on guard against this enigmatic man. The conversation had strayed. Let me clarify. I possess a means to assist you sisters in extricating yourselves from the organization. However, this necessitates your cooperation in staging a performance. How am I to believe your words hold any truth? Faced with Mayano Akemi's unwavering skepticism, Asakawa Yu felt a flicker of helplessness within, yet he was also reassured. After all, if Mayano Akemi were to accept him without hesitation, he would have to reconsider the merit of rescuing her. A naive mindset in a future comrade could prove perilous. What? Do you possess another option? Are you still pinning your hopes on your ex-boyfriend from the FBI coming to your rescue? Spare me the jest. If he were capable of such, he would not have abandoned you upon the revelation of his identity. How is this possible? How does he know such things? Asakawa Yu's words undoubtedly stirred a tempest within Mayano Akemi's mind. Then what am I to do? I have done all I can. I understand that Jin and the others are merely deceiving me. Yet all I desire is to lead a normal life with my sister after we part ways with the organization. Thus, even if it is a mere illusion of a miracle, I wish to take that gamble, rather than remaining in an organization where death could strike at any moment. What wrong have I committed? Mayano Akemi broke down in tears, her sorrow cascading down her cheeks. No, you are not at fault. Perhaps I cannot fully grasp the weight of the pressure and pain you endured. I am a person who values utility. As long as you remain of use to me, I shall exhaust every effort to protect you. Conversely, when I deem you devoid of value, I will not hesitate to discard you. Now, make your choice. Will you reject me, proceeding as planned to meet Jin and perish at his hand, leaving your sister to navigate this world alone? Or will you choose to trust me, becoming a weapon in my fight against the organization. Should you agree, I promise to ensure your escape from this organization, allowing you to truly bask in the sunlight. If Conan and the others were to witness Xia Yu now, they might feel an unfamiliar sensation. His countenance was stern, his gaze resolute and piercing, exuding an invisible pressure and confidence, rendering Jin seemingly insignificant in his presence. Were an ordinary person to stand before him, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, to Mayano Akemi in that moment, he appeared remarkably reliable. Very well, I shall accept your terms, provided you can genuinely extricate my sister and me from the organization. I would even willingly sell my soul to the devil. Ultimately, Mayano Akemi made her decision. Then, let us cooperate joyously. In an instant, Xia Yu resumed his usual demeanor, appearing harmless once more. Had Mayano Akemi not just witnessed the preceding scene, she would have struggled to discern his true nature. The following morning, Xia Yu, freshly risen, turned on the television, casually consuming breakfast while listening to the news about yesterday's bank heist. We bring you the latest updates on the robbery at the Surya Bank. According to police reports, the latest movements of the robbers have been tracked. However, as they prepared to execute an arrest, they discovered that the perpetrator had been murdered in their own home. Xia Yu donned a black coat hanging by the wall. Yet, the police found a lipstick left at the scene, which, upon investigation, matched the shade of lipstick found on the robber's mask. Consequently, the police speculated that the robbers had turned on each other due to disputes over their spoils. Once Xia Yu had gathered all necessary items, he switched off the television and ventured outside, mounting a motorcycle of unknown origin, heading towards the stage he had meticulously prepared for Jin's performance. At that very moment, on the other side, Mayano Akemi gazed at the unconscious Conan, determination flickering in her eyes. She took the items Xia Yu had entrusted to her and drove towards the agreed-upon location. Jin, I am coming. Where are you? In front of the deserted warehouse, Mayano Akemi shouted. Thank you for your efforts, Mayano Akemi. In an instant, two figures emerged from the shadows. Jin and Vodka. Very well, you may hand over the money now. The money is not in my possession. I have hidden it elsewhere. Where is my sister? Where is she? Did you not promise that if I completed this task, you would allow us to leave the organization? Upon hearing this, Jin smiled and slowly raised the gun in his hand. I am afraid your sister is among the organization's elite. We cannot simply let her go. If you kill me, you shall never discover the whereabouts of the money. Mayano Akemi attempted to threaten Jin. Haha. We have our methods for that. Well then, farewell, Mayano Akemi. Bang. A gunshot echoed through the warehouse, and Mayano Akemi fell to the ground, the area rapidly soaking in blood. Boss, we found it, Vodka exclaimed, retrieving the safe key from Mayano Akemi. Excellent. Our finely honed sense of crisis from numerous battles alerted Jin to an impending danger, prompting him to instinctively dodge aside. Bang! A gunshot rang out. And although Jin was swift, he did not completely evade. The bullet grazed his right hand. Seeing Vodka's predicament, Jin's anger flared. Despite his usual harsh demeanor towards Vodka, he recognized him as one of the few loyal subordinates left in a sea of traitors. This thought fueled Jin's rage further, yet he remained composed. After all, losing one's cool in battle is a grave error. Who on earth are you? Bang, bang, bang. While questioning, Jin fired several shots in Xia Yu's direction. Haha, indeed. How could the illustrious Jin possibly know a mere nobody like me? Nevertheless, my original task was to protect the woman lying on the ground, now that she has been killed by you. My mission has failed. However, if I can bring back your head, it should suffice to redeem my failure. By the way, it is of no consequence to inform you that I hail from Cairo. You may refer to my organization's code name as Kuga. As a Kikawa, you contemplated how to make Jin suffer a bit. He responded with a chuckle, dismissing Jin as nothing more than an unknown pawn, merely organizing code names that were utterly inconsequential. Jin, while mocking, was also pondering whether he had encountered any similar organizations associated with such code names. Just as Jin was deep in thought, a smoke bomb landed at his feet. Alarm bells rang in Jin's mind, prompting him to instinctively empty his magazine towards the direction where Akikawa Yu had concealed himself, yet there was no immediate reaction from the opposite side. At that moment, Jin's honed combat instincts, forged through years of perilous encounters, compelled him to instinctively evade backward. However, it was too late. Akikawa Yu had already closed the distance, delivering a swift kick to Jin's abdomen. With a muffled grunt, Jin staggered back. Vodka, witnessing his brother's injury, hastily raised his weapon. only to be sharply observed by Akikawa Yu. In an instant, Akikawa aimed and fired at Vodka's arm. Pain surged through Vodka's entire arm, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Yet, Akikawa Yu did not relent. He aimed to deliver several shots to Vodka's feet. Unfortunately, his firearm was devoid of ammunition. At this juncture, Jin, having recovered momentarily, lunged forward with a lethal punch aimed directly at Akikawa's vital points. However, Akikawa had been focused solely on Jin, and with a cold expression, he deftly sidestepped Jin's strike. Using the momentum to drive his knee into Jin's outstretched arm, the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed. Yet Jin did not retreat. Instead, he grimaced in pain and retaliated with a kick to Akikawa's chest, both men grunting as they staggered back. In that very moment, the sound of sirens grew increasingly pronounced. "Are they here? Brother, this is bad. The police are coming." Vodka, his hand stained with blood, stood up with a tense tone directed at Jin. Vodka, we need to retreat." Akikawa Yu, standing elegantly, spoke in a calm manner to the swiftly departing Jin and Vodka. It seems our game time has come to an end. Until next time, I trust we shall meet again." His expression, juxtaposed with the menacing mask he wore, sent chills down the spine, with a fierce glare directed at the still-standing Akikawa Yu. Jin felt his agitation rise once more. It was clear that had the police not been imminent, he would have pressed on, determined to eliminate Akikawa Yu. Ultimately, Jin drove away in his beloved car, with Vodka, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, slumped in the passenger seat. Watching as the duo departed, Akikawa Yu did not hesitate to scoop up the fallen Mayano Akemi and swiftly exit the scene, leaving behind only the key to a safe containing 1 billion yen. Thud, thud. In a dimly lit underground base, a blonde beauty in high heels strode forward briskly. Her somber expression and hurried pace indicated that her mood was far from pleasant. "Bang. Jin, is everything you wrote in this report true? Do you understand what this means?" The blonde woman slammed the report onto the table, directing her inquiry at Jin, who sat smoking at the desk. "Vermouth, if you wish to die right now, I can oblige." Jin's expression darkened more than ever. With extensive combat experience, nearly unmatched reaction speed, and the backing of an organization they had never even heard of, it was indeed unsettling. "According to your account, that man's mission was to protect the woman, Mayano Akemi. This gives us ample reason to suspect that they have indeed allied with the FBI. What concerns Vermouth even more is the opposing force's strength, which rivals Jin's OWN.it is known that while Jin is labeled a madman within the organization, his prowess is undeniably formidable. The fact that even Jin came close to being captured by this individual is inconceivable. Now, with Mayano Akemi deceased, whether the FBI has collaborated with them remains uncertain. Just you wait. As long as they remain active in this world, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Once I find you, I will ensure you wish for neither life nor death." Jin's demeanor was frigid, his palpable murderous intent unmasked. "Very well. I shall investigate as well. After all, the mere thought of such an organization lurking beneath our noses is utterly chilling." At this moment, Akikawa Yu, who was escaping with Mayano Akemi, was blissfully unaware that he had been marked for elimination by the organization. "Damn it. Who is cursing me?" she muttered. "Forget it. I should first arrange for this person's recovery once they awaken. Honestly, how can an employee require their boss's personal attention? Just wait until you wake. I will surely exploit you. Speaking of which, why hasn't he woken yet?" A strange voice echoed. Where is this? How would I know? Am I the doctor, or are you? Could it be that I am already dead? Yet, this is the first time I've seen someone with such injuries still alive. That I'm sorry, Shiho. I can no longer be by your side. Sister Dada, I see you are awake. Stop pretending. You are fine now. The voice grew clearer. Upon hearing this, Mayano Akemi finally realized she was not dead. Slowly opening her eyes, she discovered two men gazing at her. One was Akikawa Yu, the man who had previously brokered their deal, while the other was a stranger. As the surroundings came into sharper focus, and the figure standing before her confirmed her survival, she understood that this man had indeed fulfilled his promise, rescuing her from the mire of the organization. Now that you're awake, we can discuss the next steps, Akikawa Yu stated flatly. For the next few days, you will recuperate here under Dr. Naru's care and learn how to disguise yourself. Indeed, after saving Masaru Naru's, Akikawa had arranged for him to assume a new identity and establish a private clinic in Tokyo, serving as a small stronghold. Having Mayano Akemi recuperate here was undoubtedly the best choice. But my sister, Mayano Akemi, she began, only to be interrupted by Akikawa. You need not worry about this matter. In a few days, I will bring your sister to your side safely. Hearing these words, Mayano Akemi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because this man had truly saved her, that she now placed her trust in him so readily. Well then, I shall take my leave. Naruse, I will leave the rest to you. With that, Akikawa Yu departed without looking back. Understood, understood. Honestly, you, the boss, are quite idle. Turning to Mayano Akemi, Naruse continued, in the coming days, I will teach you everything I can, but how much you learn depends on you. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the original plotline. As a reward, you received 2,000 popularity points, and this segment will be produced as a special episode to be aired in a parallel world. Finally, the heavens had not forsaken those who persevered. After all the hard work, it seemed there was some merit to his efforts. This time, he could truly say he had invested heavily. Initially, he contemplated how to rescue Mayano Akemi in front of Jin, but ultimately abandoned that idea. The reason was simple. It was exceedingly difficult. Setting aside the question of whether he could save her under Jin's watchful eyes, even if he succeeded, the subsequent arrangements would pose a significant challenge. If Mayano Akemi survived, Jin would undoubtedly continue searching for her until her death unfolded before him. As Akikawa Yu pondered effective solutions, he stumbled upon a valuable item in the system store, the death-feigning blood pack. This item was immensely powerful. When carried, it would rupture upon receiving a fatal blow, releasing a simulated blood flow, thus negating the lethal injury and inducing a state of suspended animation, rendering the holder indistinguishable from a corpse. At this point, one might question, if that's the case, why not wait until Jin leaves and then rescue Mayano Akemi? Why engage in a confrontation with Jin at all? At first, Asakawa Yu also held a similar thought. But upon further reflection, he realized that he had yet to engage in a genuine confrontation since arriving in this world, and was unaware of the extent of his own abilities. Thus, the idea of challenging Jin began to take root in his mind, especially with the skill of prolonged enhancement at his disposal. Even if he were to falter initially, as time stretched on, he could potentially reach a level comparable to Jin's, thereby delaying until the police arrived. Moreover, he had fabricated a non-existent organization, which he assumed must now be causing Jin and his associates considerable distress. While this endeavor might not instantly elevate his popularity, he firmly believed that once this particular narrative unfolded, it would yield greater returns, what one might call fishing with a long line for a grand catch. From there, his course of action became rather straightforward. First, he would gain the trust of Mayano Shio, becoming a significant ally in her struggle against the organization, and subsequently, he would focus on bolstering his own strength. As for Conan, what concern was that of his? Were it not for the necessity of enlisting his help to bolster his popularity, Asakawa Yu would have little inclination to involve himself, especially considering the grim reality of death that seemed to follow him wherever he went. By the way, all he knew was that Mayano Shiho had fled after the death of her sister, Mayano Akemi, but the precise timing eluded him, as the anime had not made it explicitly clear. It seemed he would have to keep watch in the vicinity for a while. Asakawa Yu murmured to himself. Before long, thunder rumbled, and torrents of rain began to pour down, the heavy downpour descending from the heavens as the sky darkened ominously. What a sudden downpour, he exclaimed. However, he recalled that it had also rained the day Mayano Shiho had escaped. Could it be mere coincidence? With that thought in mind, Asakawa Yu quickened his pace toward home. Upon reaching the street outside his house, he spotted a small girl in an ill-fitting white lab coat collapsed on the ground, alongside Dr. Agasa, who appeared at a loss for what to do. He couldn't help but admire the efficacy of his own words. Dr. Agasa, what are you doing out here in such heavy rain? Asakawa Yu inquired. Turning at the sound of his voice, Dr. Agasa looked at Asakawa Yu as if he were a beacon of hope. Hastily responding, Mr. Asakawa, thank goodness, when I returned, I found this child alone on the street. She seems to be burning with fever, and I can't locate her parents. I don't know what to do, given the circumstances. We should take her home, Asakawa Yu suggested. It's still pouring, and we wouldn't want any further complications. In response to Dr. Agasa's concern, Asakawa Yu provided the most prudent answer, knowing that even if he had not appeared, Dr. Agasa would have taken her home regardless. Very well, let's carry her to my house, he stated. After which, Dr. Agasa handed his umbrella to Asakawa Yu and lifted the unconscious Mayano Shio, hurriedly making their way inside. Oh, Mr. Asakawa, could you please purchase some clothes for children? I've been living alone, and I don't have anything suitable for her to wear. Of course, but please, just call me by my name, Dr. Agasa. Addressing me as Mr. feels a bit too formal. Asakawa Yu readily agreed, responding to Dr. Agasa. Ah, I see. Thank you, Yu, he replied. Not a problem, I'll return shortly, Asakawa Yu assured him. With that, he stepped out to buy clothes. However, while the two were conversing outside, Mayano Shiho had quietly opened her eyes within the room. Creak. The door to Dr. Agasa's house swung open. Doctor, I'm back. I didn't know what size the child wore, so I bought a variety of options, Asakawa Yu announced cheerfully, holding up several bags of clothing while smiling at Dr. Agasa. Oh dear, you really shouldn't have gone to such expense, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, almost forgetting to mention, by the way, Yu, that child is actually a distant relative of mine that I didn't recognize her at first because it had been so long since we last met. She has just awakened and explained that she came to find me because her parents are working abroad. It seems Mayano Shiho should now be called Hybera AI, he added, having already awakened and disclosed her identity to Dr. Agasa. Seeing Dr. Agasa struggling to maintain his story, Asakawa Yu interjected, I see. Then I won't intrude any further. I'll visit again in a few days once the child feels better. For now, let her rest. After handing the bags of clothing to Dr. Agasa, Asakawa Yu turned and walked back toward his own home. Bang! The door to Dr. Agasa's house closed behind him, and the atmosphere around them grew quiet once more. Who was that person just now? A cool voice inquired from behind. What are you doing up? You need to rest. You're still burning with fever, Dr. Agasa urged as he looked at the now standing Hybera AI, who was trying to hold herself upright. Who was that person? The questioning voice persisted. That was Mr. Asakawa, who lives next door. He helped me bring you here, and he even bought you these clothes, Dr. Agasa explained. That person is dangerous, even though he hides it well. I can still sense it. Though faint, he definitely carries the scent of that organization. I cannot be mistaken. Hybera AI insisted anxiously. You mean to say that Mr. Asakawa might be one of your organization's members? No, that cannot be. Although I don't know him well yet, I genuinely believe he is not the type to trample over human lives, Dr. Agasa asserted firmly. But, all right. What you need now is rest, since you've decided to hide here. You must listen to me, okay? I understand, Hybera AI replied, choosing not to argue further. Although the elderly gentleman before her appeared somewhat displeased, she recognized that it was all for her own good, not wishing to squander his kindness. She washed up and changed into the clothes Asakawa Yu had bought for her, ultimately drifting into a deep slumber. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, as clear as jade, with a resplendent sun shining down upon the blue canvas, and a solitary white cloud floating like a sail upon the azure sea. On this day, Asakawa Yu arrived at his SAF early, ready to commence another day of business. It was a weekday. The number of patrons was fewer than usual. While he idly polished the cup in his hands, a group of elementary school students burst into his view. It's Conan. What brings you here? Have you come to help me boost my sales with your friends? Asakawa Yu teased Conan as was his custom. Here comes the handsome Asakawa again. I need to recharge my handsome energy. Not again. Every time Asakawa Yu appears, the case ends in an unclear manner. Surely, it won't be the same this time. Indeed, every time this man shows up, the case becomes increasingly complex, just like the last episode's billion-yen robbery. After the last episode, the official channel had been inundated with complaints. As Conan approached, the barrage of comments intensified. We're not here to play. We're investigating a case. The trio behind Conan protested simultaneously. You must be Conan's friends, correct? Asakawa Yu inquired gently, like a kind elder brother. That's right. My name is Yoshida Ayumi. This is Kojima Genta, and this is Muramatsu Mitsuhiko. We are the Junior Detective League. They introduced themselves in succession, striking a pose they deemed impressive. Haha. Very well, little detectives. What would you like to investigate with me? Faced with a group of children seemingly engaged in role play, he remained as gentle as ever. I'm in tears. Asakawa's charm is as captivating as ever. Upstairs, please cease your over-exaggeration. Asakawa Yu sighed at the increasingly absurd comments. Quietly ignoring them. It seemed Hybera I had regained her composure. Tonight would likely be the moment she confessed to Conan. Observing the quiet Hybera AI in the corner, Asakawa Yu contemplated. Actually, we wanted to ask if you've seen a woman wearing sunglasses and dressed in all black come into your shop. Conan inquired. No. If such a person had visited my CAF, I would surely recall some details. Therefore, I can confidently say that no one fitting that description has been here. I apologize for the intrusion. Akashikawa and I, we shall take our leave now. Upon hearing Akashikawayu's response, Conan immediately dismissed the notion of lingering here, for he was well aware that Akashikawayu had no reason to deceive him. Well, do visit me next time you have the chance. I shall treat you all to coffee, Akashikawayu remarked with a smile, subsequently waving goodbye to Conan and his companions. If his intuition served him correctly. It seemed that Hybera AI had been observing him intently, her entire demeanor taut with tension since entering the shop. This made no sense. Surely there was nothing about him that would draw her attention, save for perhaps his previous altercation with Jin. Could it be that such trivial matters could be sensed? Truly, she was like a human radar. Even with my extraordinary abilities, I cannot match her prowess. The conversation had veered off course. If memory served, the antagonist in this narrative was a counterfeiter known as Silver Fox, TSK. It was evident that the group would ultimately face no peril, yet a twinge of unease lingered. For given the nature of their adventures, deviations in the storyline were entirely plausible. Never mind. With that thought, Akashikawa donned his black overcoat hanging on the rack, hung up the closed sign, and slowly made his way to the street. Under the relentless search efforts of Conan and his companions, the arcade, department store, and alleyways along the street had been thoroughly interrogated, yet no leads emerged. Just as the group decided to take a breather, Ayumi suddenly expressed her desire to purchase some water from a convenience store, prompting everyone to enter the establishment together. Coincidentally, Conan spotted a peculiar man wearing a hat, whose act of purchasing cigarettes with a 1,000 yen bill piqued Conan's suspicion. Upon closer inspection of the bill snatched from the cashier, Conan realized it was counterfeit. The individual who had just bought the cigarettes was likely the very person who had abducted his classmate's brother. Coming to his senses, Conan hurried outside, with the detective boys trailing closely behind. Ultimately, after a series of twists and turns, Conan and his group, with assistance from a real estate agency owner, uncovered the hideout of the criminals located adjacent to the police station. We have made our intentions abundantly clear. Someone within the newspaper office next door is manufacturing counterfeit currency. At the police station entrance, the detective boys were attempting to convey the situation to the officers. However, regardless of their explanations, the two policemen merely regarded them as jesters. Ha ha ha. It appears you children have been watching too many gangster movies. They guffawed. It was unreasonable to expect the police to take seriously the sudden claims of a group of children. Conan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. The police remained unwavering in their demeanor. One could hardly blame them. If a gaggle of children approached with such assertions, anyone would assume it was a prank. Then, an idea struck Conan. He instructed the others to remain still before rushing to a nearby phone booth. Utilizing a voice modulator, he transformed his voice back to its original state and briefed Officer Megier on the situation, urging him to come quickly with backup. However, upon his return, he discovered the police station had already emptied of the officers. The group of youthful mischief makers had once again proved to be a hindrance. He could hardly fathom why the production team favored them, so that it was once again up to little Conan to handle 3 troublesome situations alone. How infuriating that they had rushed ahead. After all, those individuals could very well be the ones who had poisoned him. As he pondered this, he raced anxiously upstairs. Honestly, if you were going back, you could have done so alone, came Jinta's voice from within the room. Wonderful, now I simply need to get them out of here. Just as Conan was about to open the door, a cold, dark gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, the weight of the weapon sending a shiver down his spine. Oh no, aside from perfect evasion, I can conceive no other way out of this predicament. To think I could still see the villagers from here. It seems that the back of the head is Conan's Achilles heel. Meanwhile, shifting the focus back to the detective boys, upon hearing that Conan had been killed, Ayumi's eyes brimmed with tears. Even Hybera AI, who had remained unresponsive until now, appeared stunned. Well then, farewell, little girl. Just as the black-clad woman aimed the gun at Ayumi's forehead. Ready to pull the trigger, an unexpected event transpired. A swiftly spinning gun flew directly toward the black-clad woman, striking her hand and causing the firearm to clatter to the ground. Who are you? The black-clad woman exclaimed in alarm as she turned around. A thunderous noise resonated through the air, heralding Conan's dramatic entrance. How dashing, truly worthy of being a master detective. Is this akin to a weeble wobble? This is utterly hilarious. As the assembled crowd looked on, Conan emerged from the shadows, commencing his deduction. After hearing Conan's reasoning, the black-clad woman appeared visibly shaken. Who are you? I am Adagawa Conan, a detective. With this assertive declaration, the detective boys felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. Impossible. Inuyama had already dealt with you. Well, that's a long story, Conan replied. Just then, another unfamiliar voice resonated, revealing Akashikawa Yu dragging the man named Inuyama into view. Ah, you are that older brother from the coffee shop, Ayumi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I happened to be shopping in the vicinity and saw Conan rush into the newspaper office in haste, fearing he might encounter danger. I followed him, and upon arriving, I found this man with a gun aimed at Conan's head and took him down. This was a fabrication. The truth was that Akashikawa Yu had been tailing Conan and his group all day. But they remained oblivious. Well then, it's time for the adults to step in. You see, I despise bullies who prey on children, he declared, cracking his neck in preparation for a confrontation. Don't get too cocky, shouted the two men standing beside the black-clad woman as they charged forward. Akashikawa. Be careful, Conan urged hastily. Akashikawa Yu did not respond. Instead, he extended his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the first man's punch, then swiftly arched his right arm to strike the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The second man advanced, but Akashikawa Yu remained unfazed. He deftly seized the man's elbow with his right hand, using his hips to press against the man's waist, and executed a flawless over-the-shoulder throw. How impressive! Conan and the detective boys exclaimed in unison. Realizing the tide had turned, the black-clad woman hastily attempted to retrieve the fallen gun. Just as she reached for it, small hands appeared before her, snatching the firearm. It was Hibara AI. Gripping the gun firmly, she raised it to her chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the woman's face with such speed it shattered the window behind her. Ah, Hibara! Conan exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Ultimately, with Officer Megura's arrival, the situation reached a satisfactory conclusion. It's no surprise you, Akashikawa, have once again assisted us in solving a major case. Officer Megur beamed, patting Akashikawa Yu on the back in gratitude. After all, this incident would add to Akashikawa's accolades. And who knew? He might even receive a promotion soon. In truth, the credit for this event belonged to the children. As they had uncovered the criminal's hideout, Akashikawa had merely helped subdue them. Indeed, thanks to our detective boys, Jinna chimed in, eager to share the spotlight. You only charged in without a plan. The rest was handled by my husband and Conan. Exactly. Annoying little brats. Conan couldn't help but voice his inner thoughts, mirroring the audience's sentiments. Later, as Conan resumed his usual banter while the black-clad woman was being taken away, he found himself entangled in a significant misunderstanding due to Officer Megur's explanations. In the end, the detective boys received commendations, while Hibara AI remained lost in her thoughts. Thus, only Conan, having sustained injuries, completed the ordeal. What? You inquire about what Akashikawa Yu was doing. Oh, he is watching the play over there. All right, stop crying now. You should be able to go home by yourself, shouldn't you? How unfortunate. I had thought they were accomplices of those men in black, which is why I chased them desperately. And now, here I am, with nothing to show for it, having to escort a sobbing little girl home. Well then, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. With that, Conan turned on his heel and walked away. APTX 4869. That is the name of the drug you ingested. Just as Conan was turning to leave, Hibara AI spoke up unusually. Here it comes, the moment we finally unveil her identity. That IT has been worth the wait for this update. This, indeed, is the name of the drug you took. Surprised, isn't it? Hibara brushed her hair back and turned to Conan, her tone icy. What are you talking about? I have never taken that drug, at this moment. A flicker of hope lingered in Conan's heart. Is that so? I am absolutely certain of the name of this drug, for it was ordered by the organization and personally concocted by me. I, like you, ingested that drug, which triggered an aberration in the cellular self-destruction program, causing all cells, bones, muscles, internal organs, even hair, to regress to their juvenile state. It is indeed a mysterious poison, Hibara continued. Hibara, are you? No, I am not Hibara. I am Sherry. That is my code name within the organization. Hibara interrupted Conan and revealed a shocking truth. In a way, there is actually someone else who has shrunk like Conan, but that doesn't make sense. Who would experiment on themselves? Ha! Look, Conan has been scared out of his wits after discovering that Hibara currently resides at Professor Agasa's house. Conan, filled with urgency, immediately dialed the professor's number. However, after several attempts with no answer, Worry for Professor Agasa's safety replaced his anger, prompting him to rush towards the professor's home, leaving Hybera alone. Just as Hybera was about to walk back slowly, a sudden sound of footsteps disrupted her plans. Thud, thud, thud. Who was it? Upon turning her head, she found a man clad in a black coat with a frigid expression, Xia Yu. Yet, unlike his usual demeanor, he wore no gentle smile, but instead exuded a chilling aura akin to Jin, making the air around him feel frigid. This sensation made her feel as though she were facing Jin himself. How could it be? How could someone from the organization be here? Ah, Sherry, I found you. Boom. In that instant, the last flicker of hope within Hybera vanished, leaving only a profound chill as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Initially, I was uncertain, but when I witnessed you firing a gun, I immediately confirmed you were the target I sought. Once I eliminate you and take you back, it would be a significant achievement. Xia Yu continued his charade, drawing a prepared gun and pointing it at Hybera's forehead. It seems this is finally the end. Perhaps it's for the best, though. Sister, I can finally accompany you. Ultimately, Hybera slowly closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. However, after a moment passed, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Driven by curiosity, Hybera cautiously opened her eyes. The ensuing turn of events, however, exceeded her expectations. Xia Yu, still holding the gun, pulled the trigger. Instantly, a spring-loaded bird emerged from the gun's barrel. Incessantly chattering, fool, fool, fool. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Hybera's expression shifted from initial surprise to growing anger, finally settling into indifference. She realized she had been played. The man before her had shed his menacing demeanor, revealing his usual gentle nature. Who on earth are you? And how do you know so much? After regaining her composure, Hybera inquired of the man before her. Well, that's a secret I want to disclose. After a brief pause, Xia Yu replied teasingly, as if addressing a child. Hard. The fist is hard. If this were an anime, one could imagine a character hovering above Hybera's head. Now she understood that this seemingly gentle gentleman harbored a rather vile nature, yet she found herself powerless against him. So, you know about that great detective as well? After a moment of contemplation, Hybera followed up with another question that I don't mind telling you. I am indeed aware. His actions are simply too conspicuous. Then you can inform me why you suddenly came here to frighten me today. That I recall we have not met before, aside from that rainy day when you carried me home, though Hybera clearly chose not to mention that. For now, she remained vigilant, as she was still unaware of this man's true intentions. Observing the little girl who remained wary of him, Xia Yu felt an inexplicable delight. Wait, when did I become this playful? No, I must maintain my image as the gentle neighborly big brother. Rest assured, though I cannot divulge too much at present, you should know I harbor no ill intentions towards you. After all, had I wished to do something to you, I would have acted long ago. Shaking off those inappropriate thoughts, Xia Yu continued speaking to Hybera. Phew, that's a relief, Hybera thought inwardly, although she could not fathom why, despite having met only a handful of times. She felt at ease simply from his words, perhaps subconsciously believing that this man was not deceiving her. By the way, please refrain from mentioning my situation to Conan. If he finds out, he will undoubtedly pester me with questions. Xia Yu cautioned Hybera. And you should be free tomorrow, right? I have a surprise prepared for you. Are you looking forward to it? As Hybera pondered Xia Yu's words, she suddenly heard him speak, and gradually, her expression began to shift, her eyes narrowing in suspicion, as if to say, you aren't a lullicon, are you? With that thought, Hybera could not help but take a few steps back. The tables had turned. Now it was Xia Yu's fist that had hardened, as he clearly understood the message the little girl was conveying. But alas, was he that kind of person? No, he preferred women of the mature sisterly type. Not little girls who hadn't even fully developed. Enough of these wild thoughts. Once you see it tomorrow, you will understand. Now, you should head back. Otherwise, that great detective might be driven to distraction. Ignoring Hybera's wary gaze, Xia Yu urged. Indeed, if she delayed any longer, that great detective would likely be in a state of utter confusion by now. The next day, on a bright and sunny morning, Xia Yu awoke early, enjoying breakfast while watching television, before preparing to pick up Hybera to meet her sister. After returning home last night, Xia Yu did not visit Professor Agasa again, knowing that the three of them would go to the home of Professor Hiroto Masayoshi to retrieve a disk containing drug data. Most importantly, it marked the beginning of Hybera opening her heart, as well as Conan's efforts to eliminate hostility towards her. after much contemplation, Akashikawa Yu ultimately decided against accompanying them. Well then. After breakfast, I'll head to the professor's house to pick up Hybera. Today is the weekend, so that child doesn't have to go to school. Though I have been in this world for a while, I still struggle to adapt to its peculiar timeline. Sometimes today is Saturday, and tomorrow could just as easily be Thursday. Who could handle that? After a short while, having finished breakfast, Akashikawa Yu tidied up briefly before driving his newly purchased Lexus to Professor Agasa's home. What? You want to know where the money for the car came from? Don't ask. Just know it's thanks to the all-powerful system. Ding dong. After pressing the doorbell, Professor Agasa soon opened the door. Oh, it's Mr. Akashikawa. What brings you here so early? Professor Agasa inquired, puzzled. Aside from the day he moved in, Akashikawa Yu had rarely visited, so it was understandable that the professor was surprised by his visit. Professor, I actually came to take AI out today. Because I promised her yesterday that I would take her out today. Oh, that's how it is. Huh, you might have to wait a bit. Xiao AI stayed up very late last night due to some issues and hasn't woken up yet. It's all right. I've already awakened. You can come in and wait for me. Just as the doctor was speaking, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Hyuan AI, who had just emerged from her room. At that moment, she was clad in a bear-themed pajama set that starkly contrasted her usual style, her face still bearing the unmistakable signs of having just risen from slumber. This unusual attire caught the attention of Akashikawa Yu and the doctor, as if they had stumbled upon a newfound realm. What are you looking at? It's one thing for this fellow, who is just a pure lowly enthusiast. But why are you, doctor, behaving like this as well? Under the scrutiny of the two, Hyuan could not help but become flustered with anger. After exchanging a few words with them, she hurriedly fled. Witnessing this scene, the two could not help but burst into laughter. And the doctor felt somewhat relieved. This indeed proved that after a night of tears, Xiao Ai's emotions had finally been released, and now she seemed to possess a subtly different aura compared to when she first arrived. Well then, can you tell me what this so-called surprise is? Sitting in the passenger seat, Hyuan AI began to inquire. Well, once we arrive, you'll note that I can assure you that you will be quite pleased with this surprise. Akashikawa Yu replied with an air of mystery, which only piqued Hyuan AI's curiosity further. After a while, they finally reached their destination. Upon seeing the private clinic before her, Hyuan AI squinted her eyes and glared sideways at Akashikawa Yu. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Surely, you must be joking. You need me to accompany you for a checkup. Hyuan AI's small mouth began to spout words like honey that don't rush. Ignoring the little lowly's teasing, Akashikawa Yu pushed open the clinic's door. What greeted them was a spacious hall, devoid of any patrons, with Masaru sitting at the counter, seemingly engrossed in some task. Welcome, Masaru said, his head resting on the table, devoid of energy. However, as soon as he cast a fleeting glance their way, he sat up straight, resembling an employee caught slacking when the boss arrived for inspection. Hey, boss, what brings you here? Is this lovely lady your sister? She is quite adorable. Masaru attempted to divert the conversation. All right, I won't say much this time. Let's take us to her first. After all, it's been quite a while. And her injury should have healed sufficiently. Understood, boss. Please follow me, Masaru replied, running ahead to lead the way. Who is this her you were talking about? Hyuan AI asked, her face full of confusion. From the moment she entered, she sensed something was amiss. Akashikawa Yu merely smiled in silence and continued walking, leaving a reluctant Hyuan AI to follow along. The trio arrived at the door of a room at the end of the corridor, and Masaru raised his hand to knock. After a moment, a hurried voice responded from within. Please wait a moment. I'll be right out. Hearing that voice, for some reason, Hyuan AI felt an inexplicable familiarity. And as the door gradually opened, that feeling intensified. I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Akashikawa. It's been a while since I last saw you. Is there something special today? Is this child really your sister? She looks just like my sister did when she was little. Before she could finish her sentence, upon seeing Hyuan AI's face, which closely resembled her sister's as a child, and recalling what Akashikawa Yu had previously mentioned about it, Conan, an unbelievable thought began to surge in her mind. Sister, is it really you? Hyuan's eyes began to glisten with tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Yes, your sister is indeed alive. So, what do you think of this gift? Upon witnessing Mayano Akemi recognize Hyuan AI as Mayano Shiho, Akashikawa Yu interjected. Shiho, this is wonderful. I'm so relieved to see you safe, confirming that she had not mistaken her sister for someone else. Mayano Akemi immediately enveloped Hyuan AI in her embrace, And the two sisters wept together, moving Yu and the others deeply. This is fantastic, though I'm a bit lost about the situation. I am still quite touched, Masaru exclaimed, tears beginning to stream down his face in a rather exaggerated manner. I apologize for losing my composure. After a moment of weeping, Mayano Akemi lifted her head to apologize to Yu. It's all right, I understand. After all, it's not every day that sisters reunite. Besides, I am merely fulfilling my promise. Now, we should start discussing serious matters. Serious matters? Having regained her composure, Hyun Ai wiped her tears, returning to her usual demeanor. Yet, her continued retreat into her sister's embrace revealed that she had yet to fully absorb the joy of their reunion. Indeed, do you think I would help you two sisters escape the organization for no reason? To be blunt, it is because of you that I chose to save your sister. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon these words, as the other three began to regard Yu with peculiar expressions. Well, I know my sister is quite beautiful, but she is merely a child now. Mayano Akemi stammered. I knew it. This guy is just a perverted lowly enthusiast. With that, Hyun Ai crossed her arms over her chest, as if seeking to establish a semblance of security. Masaru nodded in agreement. You guys. I meant that I recognized her research talent. Where on earth are your minds wandering? Even Yu, who usually maintained a gentle and composed demeanor, began to show signs of exasperation. Ah, just kidding. We were merely joking, right, Shiho? Hyun Ai did not respond, but the slight upward curve of her lips indicated that her spirits were currently high. Returning to the main topic, Yu continued. Although you two sisters have managed to escape the organization, we cannot let our guard down. After all, Jin and his associates must still be frantically searching for Mayano Shio, and while Mayano Akemi is technically deceased within the organization, if her identity were to be inadvertently revealed, the consequences would be dire. Thus, I need you to exercise caution and avoid drawing attention. Furthermore, I require you, Hyun, to research the antidote for APTX 4869. I will assist in acquiring the necessary equipment. After delivering his comprehensive address, Yu felt a parching thirst and casually took a sip from the water on the table. We understand. My disguise technique is nearly perfected, capable of achieving a flawless result. While we may not be able to make a significant impact, we will certainly strive to avoid being a hindrance. Mayano Akemi gazed into Yu's eyes, her unwavering determination stirring something within him as well. I would undertake this task regardless, but just for saving my sister, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. That Sunder a little lowly remained steadfast in her demeanor, though the notion of reverting to youth seems far-fetched. The reality is quite shocking when presented before us, Masaru remarked thoughtfully. Well, since we have concluded our discussion, it's time for us to grab a meal. After all, I only had a little to eat this morning. Actually, I'm still hungry. Hyun Ai, wishing to converse more with her sister, found herself disheartened by the harsh reality. Ha! All right. Actually, your sister can join us, but she must undergo a disguise first. Yu's words instantly rekindled hope in Hyun Ai. Really? Is that possible? Mayano Akemi asked in astonishment. Of course. It also allows me to see the results of your recent practice. In a few days, I will help you establish a new identity, enabling you to go out on your own. Given Yu's assurance, it was impossible for Mayano Akemi not to feel elated. Heaven knows how tedious it had been for her to remain cooped up in the clinic for so long. Then I shall prepare right away. Please wait a moment. Upon finishing her words, Mayano Akemi hurriedly dashed into the room, her fervor eliciting a ripple of laughter among the few present. After a brief interlude, a figure emerged from the room, someone who bore a striking resemblance to Mayano Akemi, yet was distinctly different. Her features had undergone a notable transformation. Her hair was styled in a straight, long cut parted to the right, and she donned a beige dress complemented by flesh-colored tights. The casual smile upon her face seemed capable of melting away any hostility, yet her gentle demeanor remained unchanged. Even her younger sister, if not forewarned, would find it nearly impossible to recognize the woman standing before her as her sister. It appears you have made commendable progress. Yu sincerely complimented. Of course. If I cannot manage such trivial matters, how can I possibly assist you? With everything now prepared, she declared, let us set forth. You all can go ahead. I shall remain behind as I have patients to attend to. Narumi waved her hand dismissively at the three. What a jest. How could I possibly integrate into the harmonious scene of your family outing? It would be far better to stay behind and spare myself the discomfort. Narumi thought inwardly. Very well, we shall take our leave then. This restaurant is rather delightful. We should frequent it more often. Yu remarked as the three had just finished their meal in a central dining establishment and were preparing to leave after a moment of digestion. Indeed, and the prices are quite reasonable. Akemi concurred. By the way, have you considered your next steps? I can assist with your identification matters. But regarding housing, now that your injuries have healed, it may not be convenient to continue residing with Narumi. Yu pondered aloud before addressing Akemi. Well, I plan to seek employment once I obtain my identification. However, I have not yet contemplated my housing situation. Akemi hesitated before revealing her true circumstances to the two. Couldn't we allow my sister to stay with Agasa? The words almost slipped from Hybera AI's lips, but caught in her throat. Even she felt this arrangement was unsuitable, although the doctor might not voice any objections. Inviting a stranger to live in his home would undoubtedly be disconcerting. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that Conan had yet to fully trust her, given that he possessed a strong sense of justice. Discovering that her sister was alive could potentially lead him to apprehend her sister, who was implicated as a criminal involved in a 10 billion yen heist. How about this? I have a solution. Yu suddenly broke the silence. You could choose to stay at my place. What do you think? The stillness of the night was shattered by the girl's exclamation. Why such a pronounced reaction? I merely thought this to be the most viable solution, she continued. Look, my home is quite spacious, and living alone is rather wasteful. It would be better to rent it out. As for the rent, you can repay me when your sister starts earning, she suggested. Moreover, my coffee shop is currently in need of staff. Your sister could work there to repay her debt, and thus, the issue would be resolved. Listening to Yu's seemingly flawless explanation, the sisters found it somewhat peculiar but ultimately could not identify any significant flaws in the proposal. No, you must understand. My sister is a woman. What would happen if a man and a woman cohabited without anyone else around? The implications are simply unfathomable. After regaining her composure, Hybera AI's rationality resurfaced. AI? How could you even think such a thing? Akemi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her sister's audacious statement. You truly are a rather perverse little brat. Do you assume that merely being alone in a room together would lead to something untoward? Not to mention, we should first see if your sister agrees that if you insist on me dating now, I would rather consume an entire bag of unground coffee beans at the shop. She retorted. I simply wish to alleviate some of your sister's burdens. If it truly does not work, she can always find another way. With that, Yu raised her hands in surrender and took a sip from her water glass. I will consider it carefully, Akemi replied, not giving an immediate response. Well, it is getting late, and we should be on our way. Just as Yu prepared to depart, Hybera's voice interrupted. Look, that must be the great detective. Following Hybera AI's pointed finger, the trio spotted Conan in a state of fluster, seemingly searching for something that moment. Conan noticed them and began to sprint in their direction. And Hybera-san, what are you doing here? And who is this big sister? Upon reaching the trio, Conan inquired curiously about the unusual assembly. Actually, I brought AI out for some fun today. And we coincidentally ran into my friend here. Her name is Tongzo Aimi, a friend of Akikawa-san, and we just happened to share a meal together. Please take good care of me. She deftly deflected the awkwardness of her introduction. But who is this woman? Why is she with my idol? Could it be that this is Yu's official pairing? No. Why can't my idol remain unattached? Conan, still preoccupied, turned to Yu. By the way, did you notice any suspicious individuals placing something under the trees nearby? Ignoring the bizarre situation, Conan urgently questioned Yu. Well, I don't recall seeing anyone suspicious. Has something occurred? After contemplating and realizing she had not encountered such a person, Yu shook her head and asked Conan for clarification. The situation is as follows. After explaining that a perpetrator had placed a bomb under a tree and that someone might come to retrieve it, both Akemi and Hybera AI found themselves taken aback. Wait, this plot seems familiar. Isn't this the storyline from the first Conan movie? So, we have entered the narrative of the film, recalling that the final culprit was a bomb enthusiast with obsessive tendencies. She surmised that her deductions were nearly accurate. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. Should the bomb detonate here, the casualties would be catastrophic. Suddenly, Yu glanced outside towards the large tree and spotted a pink box tucked beneath a nearby bench. With faint writing visible upon it, I may have discovered the location of the bomb, she declared before sprinting towards the entrance. Here we go again. Always in such a rush. Could it be that my dear brother is the legendary speedster? I knew he could unravel any mystery, but I am still curious about the relationship between that woman and him. As Akikawa Yu dashed out, the others hurriedly followed. Akikawa-kun, have you found something? However, after a moment, Akikawa Yu did not respond. Instead, he wore a serious expression while focusing on the basket in his hands, which held a small white object. It truly is a bomb, Conan exclaimed in shock upon seeing what Akikawa Yu held. Indeed, it is a timed bomb set to explode in just 5 minutes. First, let us call the police. As for the bomb, leave it to me. I will handle it, he stated, passing the basket to Mayano Akemi while he rushed towards his vehicle with the bomb in hand. Akikawa-kun. As Conan and the others watched him leave with the bomb, a sense of worry began to creep in. Damn it, that man is infuriatingly reliable. Do not worry, with me, the great Akikawa, on the case. A mere bomb is child's play. Let us call the police, Hidagawa, Hybera AI said to Conan in a flat tone, but her clenched fist revealed that she was not as calm as she appeared. Understood, Conan replied, while Mayano Akemi stood silently, her lips pressed together, her eyes reflecting deep concern and anxiety. I recall there is a river nearby. I hope we make it in time. Akikawa Yu drove away with the bomb. He thought to himself, all right. Suddenly, Akikawa Yu yanked the steering wheel sharply to the right and sped down the slope. Honk honk. Damn it, there's not enough time. How frustrating. I must catch up. The car soared into the air, ascending directly towards the heavens. At last, a vast expanse of lake emerged before Akikawa Yu. Perfect. Now's the time. Jump. Honk honk. Boom. A searing wave erupted from within the vehicle, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as thick smoke billowed forth like an all-consuming sandstorm. Rising skywards, intertwined with brilliant crimson flames that burst forth in a dazzling display, reminiscent of enchanting blossoms competing for beauty, the orange glow instantaneously obscured Akikawa Yu's vision. Clearly, he had underestimated the bomb's potency. Gradually, as the explosive sound subsided, onlookers cautiously approached to assess the situation. Akikawa brother, are you all right? Akikawa brother. In a daze, he seemed to hear Conan and the others calling out to him. However, before he could fully comprehend their words, he lost consciousness. Where am I? Struggling to open his eyes, the blinding sunlight overwhelmed Akikawa Yu, and he instinctively shut them again, before slowly attempting to reopen them. Wonderful. Akikawa brother has awakened. As he adjusted to his surroundings, a group of children burst into his view, alongside Dr. Agasa, Mayano Akemi, and an unexpected figure, Muri Kaguru. Upon witnessing Akikawa Yu's recovery, the tension in everyone's hearts finally eased. The doctor is here. Upon realizing he had awakened, Hybera AI immediately dashed out to notify the physician. Well, your body seems to be free of major issues now. You were merely caught in the explosion, resulting in a mild concussion. Just be sure to rest for a while. After the doctor's examination concluded with no concerns, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Thanks to you, Akikawa, or else that rascal Conan might have genuinely caused chaos. After all, he may be small, but he has quite the handful. Muri Kagatu expressed his gratitude while casting a sharp glare at Conan. Don't mention it, Mr. Muri. As an adult, it's only natural not to let children engage in reckless adventures. This seemed to be the first time Akikawa Yu had sustained an injury since his introduction as a character. Indeed, the perpetrator this time was terrifyingly formidable, capable of sending Akikawa the Great to the hospital. This must signify the end of the rookie protection period, right? Observing the barrage of teasing and mockery in the comments, Akikawa Yu felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, I could take on Jin in a fight. If it weren't for this villain's underhanded tactics of ambushing me with a bomb, how could I have fallen so low? Even Akikawa had been bested this time. It seemed this assailant was quite a formidable adversary. But you are mistaken. This time the culprit is merely an extreme obsessive who wished to destroy his unsatisfactory creation. How absurd. You are being far too reckless. If anything were to happen to you, it would certainly cause trouble for me and my sister. Do not take it to heart, Akikawa. Actually, AI is quite concerned for you. She maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the incident, only relaxing upon your awakening, Mayano Akemi remarked. AI sister. Upon hearing her sister's jest, Hybera AI blushed furiously, eliciting laughter from those present. By the way, may I ask who you are? Muri Kaguru inquired, voicing the question everyone was pondering. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tangza Ayami, and my relationship with Akikawa-san could be described as landlord and tenant. Mayano Akemi unveiled yet another bombshell. Tenant. So, Miss Tangza is cohabiting with Akikawa-san? Everyone gasped in astonishment. And Dr. Agasa inquired once more. Actually, I haven't moved in yet. I simply accompanied Akikawa-san for dinner after he mentioned there were rooms available for rent. And as you've seen, the bomb incident hindered us from finalizing arrangements. I see. Akikawa, you must be quite fortunate. Muri Kaguru clapped Akikawa on the shoulder. This must solidify the official pairing. No. You must not agree. Currently, it's just landlord and tenant. In the future, it could mean being the landlord's wife. Hey. What do you mean by that? Comment section. Wait, why are some of you even speculating about the names of our future children? Not to mention that Akikawa, you had no such intentions towards her. Even if he did, it would not deter her lingering affection for Akai Shuichi. It is worth noting that before her demise, Mayano Akemi had sent a message to Akai Shuichi. Indeed, considering that the anime has yet to reach that point and that the audience still believes Mayano Akemi is deceased, such assumptions are understandable. But, good heavens, he truly has no romantic inclinations towards Mayano Akemi at this moment. Sister, are you truly certain? Hibara AI quietly inquired beside Mayano Akemi. Rest assured, I have my wits about me. Mayano Akemi smiled as she affectionately ruffled Hibara AI's hair. Observing Hibara's demeanor, it appeared she held considerable trust in this elder sister. But wait, Hibara AI had only recently arrived. Could it be that they were acquainted prior? It seems an investigation into this seemingly gentle older sister is in order. Conan mused, observing Hibara while muttering to himself. Unbeknownst to them, Akikawa Yu, lying in bed, was keenly aware of all that transpired. Did you notice? Your observation skills are quite sharp, I must say. Although Conan lacks in certain aspects, his attention to detail is remarkably astute. He truly lives up to the title of detective. However, that is where it ends. If he indeed uncovers the truth, I will have to reconsider whether to include Conan in my plans. Excellent. Akikawa, you have finally awakened. While you may still require rest, we need to ask you a few questions, if that's all right. As Akikawa Yu pondered, Officer Megure entered, accompanied by the gentlemanly Officer Shiratori. Officer Megure, long time no see. However, if you're here to question me about the case, I believe you should direct your inquiries towards Conan. After all, I merely removed the bomb. The real source of clues is Conan. Akikawa Yu shifted the focus onto Conan. Subsequently, after recounting the events in detail, there was no doubt that Conan received a hearty reprimand from Muri Kaguru. You little rascal, how could you engage in such dangerous activities alone? And that Kudo Shinichi. When I next see him, he will hear from me. Muri Kaguru exclaimed in anger. I see. So according to you, the perpetrator is likely to continue making calls. Officer Megure continued questioning. Yes. Therefore, it is imperative to ascertain whether that individual has planted bombs elsewhere. However, aside from him contacting us, we have no means of confirmation. Then we shall take our leave. Akikawa brother, take care of your injuries, the members of the Junior Detective League stated as they prepared to depart. Yes, stay safe. By the way, AI, aren't you returning with them? Akikawa Yu inquired, looking at Hibara AI, who remained seated, engrossed in her book. Well, until a certain someone is discharged, I think I'll stay here to care for him. Lest he grows bored once everyone leaves, Hibara AI replied, lifting her gaze to Akikawa Yu. AI, your prickly demeanor paired with a soft heart is truly endearing, Mayano Akemi remarked, embracing the Tsundere Hibara AI tightly. Ugh, Sister Ayami, I can't breathe. Hibara AI, instinctively wanting to call her sister, quickly corrected herself. After all, this was her first meeting with Tongza Ayami, and she didn't want to appear overly familiar. Ring ring ring. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, the sound of a telephone ringing shattered the tranquility. Well, I didn't expect you to actually locate the bomb. Commendable indeed. However, the both of you little brat and that driving punk, can step down now. Bring Kudo Shinichi to me. A deep voice emanated from the phone as the call connected. Who are you? Where is Kudo Shinichi? Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, the assailant inquired. Kudo Shinichi is not here. I alone shall suffice to deal with you. Listen closely, for I am the renowned detective, Muri Kaguru. Heh, that works too. However, I shall only say this once, so pay attention that I have planted 5 bombs along the Tokyo Circular Line. Bang! This chilling proclamation sent shivers down the spines of all present. The bombs, set to detonate after 4 p.m. today, would explode if any train traveling on them exceeded a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, if they were not dismantled before sunset, they would similarly explode. This time, I shall provide you with but one clue. I have concealed the bombs at the position marked by X on the Tokyo Circular Line. with each representing a character. Now, the rest is up to you, Detective Muri, the assailant concluded, abruptly terminating the call. The case is solved. The answer lies in the island's specialty. The wolf of the electric train. That upstairs individual has certainly watched too many obscure films. So could you perhaps share a rendition of Sunrise? Do refrain from singing. If you continue, the child will be overwhelmed, someone interjected. Heh, I suspect he is merely trying to frighten us. Surely, there cannot be bombs on the circular line. Yet, recalling recent explosive incidents, even Muri began to doubt his own words. Well, I believe it's best if I contact the headquarters now, Inspector Magyar stated, picking up his phone to relay the situation to the main office. I understand. Inspector Magyar. This mentioned by the culprit refers to beneath the seats or perhaps above the overhead racks. Muri Kagura suddenly remarked to Inspector Magyar after he hung up. Then, if that is the case, it would also make sense if it were under the train. Inspector Magyar's comment left Muri Kagura momentarily speechless. By the way, I recall that if those children are returning to Mihua Town, they will certainly board the circular line train from Midori Station, correct? A statement from Hybrid AI caused a wave of concern to wash over those present. Damn it, muttered Conan under his breath as he produced his detective badge and contacted Ayumi and the others. Upon learning they had boarded the train, Conan began to reassure them, insisting that nothing was amiss. However, before he could end the call, Inspector Magyar's voice reached their ears. Hey, you all, don't act recklessly, hey. Once the line went dead with a beep, Conan let out a resigned sigh. Now, great detective, have any clues come to mind? Hybrid AI inquired, noticing Conan's furrowed brow. Heh, regrettably, there are still no clues, he replied, gazing at the girl who claimed to be from the Black organization, although Conan did not fully trust her. His hostility had gradually diminished since that fateful night. The circular line, and sunset. I recall. Asakawa Yu listened to the discussions, quietly reflecting on the plot lines he had encountered, although he could not claim complete recollection. With the system's enhancement, his detective skills, combined with external assistance, had soared to new heights. What are you mumbling about? You seem quite pleased. Have you thought of something? Asked Mayano Akemi, currently disguised as the lovely Tangzawa Ayami. Noticing Asakawa Yu deep in thought. Actually, I believe I have discerned the bomb's locations, he replied. What did you say? Inspector Magyar voiced what everyone was thinking. Indeed, Asakawa Yu is here too, isn't he? Even if reluctant to admit it. Conan held a deep respect for Asakawa's deductive prowess. To him, Asakawa resembled not just a true detective, but also a guiding light on his path to growth. Ha ha ha. It seems Conan has fully acknowledged that Asakawa Yu's reasoning skills surpass his own. Isn't that obvious? Remember that time when my brother was present, and Conan managed to solve the case first? Is that true, Asakawa? Pray tell, where exactly are the bombs situated? Inspector Magyar's hopes reignited. Heh, you possess reasoning capabilities even more formidable than that great detective. Do you not? I am starting to believe that you can indeed help us escape this dark predicament. Hybrid AI mused, watching Asakawa Yu prepare to deduce. I in her heart, she had already placed Asakawa Yu on her list of friends. If not for the fact that he seemed entirely indifferent to her sister, she might have attempted to play matchmaker. Yet, seeing her sister still preoccupied with her abandoned ex-boyfriend, she wondered if her sister still harbored any lingering feelings. If so, it would indeed be immensely unfair to Asakawa Yu, who had come to their rescue. If my reasoning is correct, the true location of the bombs is not beneath the seats or beneath the train, but rather between the tracks. What? Between the tracks? Precisely. I suspect the 5 bombs have been meticulously designed by the culprit. If they are not illuminated for a few seconds, they will detonate when the circular line train passes over the bombs. The entire train will obscure the light for several seconds. Assuming each carriage measures approximately 20 meters, 10 carriages would total 200 meters at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. That translates to roughly 16.7 meters per second, meaning the train would take approximately 12 seconds to cover a distance of 200 meters. To avoid triggering the bombs, the train must travel at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. This aligns perfectly with the statement that the bombs will detonate after sunset. Here, drink some water. After Asakawa Yu concluded, Tangzawa Ayami handed him the water she had prepared. Thank you. Asakawa accepted the water and drank gratefully. Having spoken so much that he felt parched. That makes sense. So, we simply need to redirect the circular line train to another track, allowing it to exit the circular line, correct? Inspector Magyar, finally grasping the situation, made the correct deduction. Wonderful, as expected of you, Asakawa. I feel you are far more reliable than Kudo Shinichi or Muri. Very well. I shall call the Circular Line Command Center immediately and instruct them to proceed accordingly. Honestly, if I hadn't shrunk, even without that, I doubt I could have unraveled this mystery in such a short time. Conan thought to himself, slowly becoming despondent. Fantastic. Now, all the Circular Line trains are safely stationed. The rest is up to the police. Upon learning of the safe stationing of the Circular Line trains, Inspector Megur's excitement was palpable. However, we must remain vigilant, given that these bombs only account for a quarter of the stolen explosives. It implies that the assailant still possesses 3/4 of the explosives. The thought of the assailant potentially continuing their nefarious activities caused even Conan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps we should reflect on whether there are any commonalities among these recent explosion incidents. Asakawa, you suggested, observing the group deep in thought. Commonalities? Are you suggesting that you have thought of a clue? Asakawa. Inspector Megur inquired eagerly. I am merely speculating. Feel free to ponder by the way. I have realized that all the destroyed buildings were the work of Moritani Teiji. Am I correct, Mr. Asakawa? Officer Shiratori, standing beside Inspector Megur, brightened as he addressed Asakawa. If that is the case, it is highly likely that the assailant has some vendetta against Moritani Teiji and has orchestrated this as an act of revenge. Muri Kagura concluded, arriving at what seemed like a highly plausible answer, leaving even Conan momentarily speechless. Excellent. Now we need only investigate who has had grievances with Moritani Teiji recently to identify our prime suspect. Inspector Megur stated, full of determination. Wait a moment, Inspector Megur. While it is indeed plausible that the culprit is as Muri suggested, let us consider another angle. What if Moritani Teiji himself is dissatisfied with his creations and seeks to destroy them? What? The words of Asakawa Hain fell upon the assembly like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present at a loss for how to respond. Even Hibara AI could not help but cast a sidelong glance. However, dear Asakawa, do you possess any evidence to support such a claim? To my knowledge, the true name of Moritani Teiji was originally Moritani Sadaharu, which he later altered to Teiji, a name that also exhibits bilateral symmetry. Furthermore, Moritani Teiji's obsession with symmetry borders on mania. Typically, it is quite normal for an artist to harbor peculiarities that elude the understanding of the average person. Thus, in pursuit of his own twisted aesthetic, it is not inconceivable that he would destroy his previous works. I surmise that the reason the perpetrator specifically challenged Kudo Shinichi may relate to the aforementioned case concerning the mayor of Nishitama City. I learned by chance that the urban planning initiative for the new town of Nishitama was also a creation of Moritani Teiji. However, due to Kudo Shinichi's involvement, the mayor's arrest halted the project. This would provide a plausible motive for the perpetrator's challenge to Kudo Shinichi. That a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback by this audacious deduction. Several individuals fixed their gaze intently on Asakawa Hain, as if wishing to peer into his mind to comprehend its workings. At that moment, Conan found himself utterly convinced, realizing that the chasm between himself and Asakawa Hain was no longer measurable. For the latter's deductive prowess had evidently reached the level of his father. Yet, at this juncture, Asakawa Hain seemed oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, lost in the euphoria of his spoiler-laden revelations. Ah, a bunch of amateurs. This is the joy of wielding a script. Can't you see my popularity is surging? This is the ecstasy of spoiling. Wait a moment, the progress bar hasn't even reached halfway. How is it that we are so close to unmasking the culprit? Goodness gracious, this drama ought to be retitled Detective Asakawa Hain. As for Conan, who is he? If you wish to validate my reasoning, Officer Mugier, simply dispatch personnel to investigate whether Moritani Teiji's past works contain any asymmetrical designs, and subsequently send a team to search for any hidden explosives. As for Moritani Teiji, once we visit his residence, the truth shall surely reveal itself. No, Officer Mugier, fortuitously, there exists a building designed by Moritani Teiji in the vicinity, namely the Mihan City Hall. Suddenly, Shiratori recalled something and hurriedly spoke up. Mihan City Hall. In an instant, Conan had a revelation. Uncle, it seems that tonight, Sister Ran plans to watch a movie there. Conan urgently informed Muri Kagura. What did you say? Time is of the essence. Shiratori, immediately gather a team to conduct a thorough search around and within Mihan Hall. However, exercise utmost caution to avoid alerting the perpetrator. As for you, dear Asakawa, could I trouble you to accompany us to Moritani Teiji's residence? Upon learning that Ran was also there, Officer Mugier issued his command without delay. Of course, I can oblige. I am practically free now. What do you two intend to do? After agreeing, Asakawa Hain turned to the Miyano sisters standing beside him and inquired, "We certainly wish to join. After all, someone brought us out and must take responsibility for bringing us back," remarked Hybrid AI, squeezing the hand of Karasawa Ayami, her eyes narrowing as she addressed Asakawa Hain. "In that case, allow me to drive you all there. Otherwise, the police vehicle may not accommodate everyone," Dr. Agasa interjected. "Then let us set forth, for if Asakawa's assertions hold true, we must hasten our pace." By the way, what prompted your sudden eagerness to assist in apprehending the culprit? Did you not always advocate for avoiding matters that do not concern you? Once seated, Hybrid AI turned to Asakawa Hain, seated between her and Miyano Akemi, and posed her question. It is noteworthy that this fellow had always claimed to be solely motivated by self-interest. So his newfound zeal for capturing the culprit was perplexing. The answer is quite simple. That individual caused my car to be destroyed. You see, I held great affection for that vehicle, and I had hardly driven it a few times since purchasing it. Yet, it was obliterated by that person. Asakawa Hain's tone remained remarkably calm, but perceptive individuals could sense the palpable chill emanating from him. Indeed, had the perpetrator been apprehended by the police first, it would have been their true fortune. Indeed, as you all suggest, the coincidences surrounding this case are strikingly absurd. The group arrived at Moritani Teiji's residence and found themselves gathered in the living room, engaging in casual conversation. Yet, perhaps due to their faith in Asakawa Hain's judgment, Muri Kaguru and the others regarded Moritani Teiji with a mix of suspicion and wariness during their discourse. "Professor Moritani, I have heard from Conan that you harbor a profound sense of responsibility towards your creations. Is that correct?" Asakawa Hain initiated the inquiry as the conversation seemed to reach a natural lull. "Indeed, I believe that the younger generation today exhibits a troubling lack of accountability for their work, which deeply disappoints me. But I have yet to inquire, who might you be?" "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Asakawa Hain, a mere proprietor of a modest CAF. I appreciate your kindness. Ha. If that is what you deem ordinary, then what are we to consider ourselves?" The assembled company simultaneously interjected with humor. "Since you assert this, I would like to inquire, do you still consider your previous works, which lack symmetry, to be your creations?" "Of course, though it pains me to admit, I cannot truly regard them as such." After a moment of contemplation, Moritani Teiji replied, "Then allow me to pose another question. Have you ever harbored a desire to destroy them? Perhaps by means of explosives?" Boom! The inquiry struck home, and his expression turned a shade of gray, astonished as if thunder had erupted above him. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Asakawa? Are you suggesting that I am the one responsible for detonating buildings?" Moritani Teiji's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging as he fixed his gaze upon Asakawa Hain. "What do you think, Professor Moritani? To my knowledge, the urban planning initiative for the new town of Nishitama, which was halted due to Kudo Shinichi's interference leading to the mayor's arrest, was also your design, correct? Consequently, you harbored resentment towards Kudo Shinichi, and thus this incident became the catalyst for the current events. Did it not?" Asakawa Hain's gaze bore into Moritani Teiji, his chilling stare nearly compelling the latter to confess, yet he ultimately held firm. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate such claims? Here it comes. The classic query of the perpetrator. This old fool still refuses to admit guilt, truly underestimating my brother Hain. If you seek evidence, I believe a police investigation into your residence for hidden explosives would suffice. Surely, with so many explosives, you would keep them close at hand, as it is safest beneath one's own nose. Very well, summon the authorities to conduct an immediate search. Do not move, should anyone dare to shift. The explosives I have concealed in this room will detonate instantly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Moritani Teiji brandished the detonation device, now cornered and desperate. Yet, the moment he revealed the remote control, Asakawa Hain sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Moritani Teiji and delivering a decisive strike to his wrist. With a sharp crack, the detonation device fell silently to the floor. Moritani Teiji winced in pain, immediately reacting to retrieve the fallen device. But Asakawa Hain would not permit him such a luxury. With a swift motion, Asakawa Hain raised his right leg, delivering a sweeping kick to Moritani Teiji's face. Bang! Moritani Teiji was sent sprawling to the side. Although the blow did not claim his life, he would likely find himself bedridden for at least half a month. This sequence unfolded in an instant. Before the onlookers could process the events, Moritani Teiji had already been dispatched. "Officer Shiratori, why are you still standing there? Hurry, apprehend the criminal." Asakawa Haynes' words jolted the stunned assembly back to reality. My apologies. Professor Moritani, you are now under arrest. Is this truly how it ends? I have yet to fully process everything. Kagura Muri scratched his head beside me. Once again, I owe it all to you, my dear Asakawa. You truly are more dependable than my brother Muri, Officer Megure remarked, patting Asakawa's shoulder with a smile. However, do try to refrain from using excessive force in the future, that it could complicate matters for us and the police. He quietly advised, glancing at the still-dazed Teiji Moritani, who lay on the ground next to Asakawa. That kick you delivered was somewhat fueled by personal grievances, wasn't it? AI Hybra commented, standing by Asakawa's feet with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, her sister had been stifling laughter from the moment it happened. After all, Asakawa's blend of feigned seriousness and personal vendetta was rather amusing. If you think this is the end, you are gravely mistaken. For I have planted a bomb within a building, and when the time arrives, it shall detonate. As Teiji Moritani gradually regained his senses, he doused the cheerful atmosphere with a chilling proclamation. Surprise, surprise. Indeed, I have set a bomb in the Mihua City Hall. And it will explode right at 10 o'clock. That if I remember correctly, your daughter is there at this very moment. Isn't she, Detective Muri? Curse you. Muri shouted. Enjoy the beautiful fireworks display. How could this be? Why hasn't it exploded? I distinctly installed the bomb. As he gazed at the serene and peaceful scene outside, the last shred of hope within Teiji Moritani crumbled. I see now. Just moments ago, following Asakawa's guidance, our police force discovered and disarmed the bomb at Mihua City Hall. Additionally, another bomb that couldn't be entirely disarmed was taken to the outskirts and detonated by the police. Officer Megure explained to the worried bystanders after finishing his phone call. That's wonderful. It's such a relief that Ran is safe. How could this be? My plan cannot possibly fail. Unable to accept such an outcome, Teiji Moritani promptly fainted. Bravo, my friend. You truly anticipated everything. Asakawa, my hero. Well then, this case has finally come to a close. Everyone is tired. So let us head home and rest. Tomorrow, I will need you all to come to the station for some statements. What about my sister, Ayami? AI Hybra asked, tugging at Asakawa's pants leg. Indeed, my car is gone. It's quite late, and it wouldn't be safe for Miss Karazawa to return home alone. How about she stays with me tonight? The thought of chatting with her sister for an entire evening filled the pseudo-loli with immense joy. After all, the two sisters hadn't had a proper catch-up since they met. Of course, if Miss Karazawa joins us, it will make the house livelier, Asakawa agreed. All right. Let us discuss your housing and work matters tomorrow. For now, let's all get some rest. The events of today have been far more thrilling than anything I've experienced in my prior decades. Wait, I remember that Ran is still waiting for me to watch a movie together. What should I do, Doctor? Please help me think of a solution. The thought of Ran waiting for him at Mihua City Hall troubled Conan greatly. I have no solutions for that. All you can do is call her to explain your predicament. Sighing, Conan ultimately gave up and reluctantly dialed Ran to explain the situation. It seems someone might have trouble sleeping tonight. Here, this is your identification that I had someone work through the night to prepare it for you. It will definitely pass any scrutiny, so rest assured. After spending the night at Professor Agasa's house, Akemi Mayano arrived at the Asakawa residence the following day after breakfast, once AI Hybra had gone to school, to discuss their shared rental and work requirements. The identification Asakawa provided to Akemi was, of course, procured through the system. He purchased an identity generation card from a system shop, which allowed him to create a person's identification that would never raise suspicion. I truly appreciate everything you've done for us, sisters. Receiving the identification, Akemi understood that fabricating someone's identity was no simple feat, and thus her gratitude toward Asakawa deepened. That moment, Asakawa remained unaware of Akemi's internal thoughts. Even if he had, he would not have said anything to him. It was merely a matter of spending a bit of popularity value. Yet, if it could strengthen their trust in him, then the expenditure was well worth it. Now that we've made our decisions, let us head to the store. We've filled the vacancy for a pastry chef, so I can begin promoting our CAF.AS for the rent. You can pay me back gradually once you start receiving your salary. By the way, you don't need to call me Mr. Asakawa anymore. It feels too distant. Just call me Asakawa or boss from now on. Asakawa and Akemi discussed how she should address him, as he still struggled to accept the societal norms of their country. All right, then please take care of me from now on, boss, Akemi teased. Let us go. We can pick up daily necessities after work, Asakawa suggested, realizing he lacked female hygiene products at home. Excellent. Let us hurry, and let me see the place where I'll be working. Nodding in agreement, Akemi eagerly grabbed Asakawa's hand and ran outside, clearly excited about her new job at the CAF. Here we are. This will be your workplace from now on. Let us go inside and take a look. After getting out of the taxi, Asakawa led Akemi into the CAF. Your work will be in the kitchen, which is equipped with a full set of pastry tools. Additionally, we have another server who should be arriving shortly. Oh, speak of the devil. Here she comes. Boss, where have you been the past few days? I thought you had run away. A girl about 1.6 meters tall, with short hair and a few freckles on her face, greeted them. Allow me to introduce you. This is our CAF server, Minami Fujiwara, and this is our new pastry chef, Ayami Karazawa. Please take the time to get to know each other. With that, Asakawa left them alone to converse. Can I call you Ayami-senpai? Minami asked, gazing at the beautiful Ayami, her heart brimming with an instinctive desire to befriend her. Of course. Can I call you Minami then? Really? That's wonderful. Ayami-senpai, you are so pretty. May I ask what kind of cosmetics you typically use? And how did you decide to work at our CAF? Indeed, the simplicity of female friendships is truly remarkable. All right, you two have chatted enough. It's almost time to open the CAF, Asakawa gently reminded them. Understood. Can't we wait a little longer? Minami retorted, engrossed in her conversation with Ayami. Well, the lost revenue from the delay will be deducted from your wages, all right? Absolutely not. Let us get ready to open. Boss, I can't wait to start working. Laughter erupted throughout the CAF. As the sun began to set, the sky gradually transformed into a vibrant orange hue, resembling a magnificent oil painting that captivated one's spirit. Finally off work. I'm exhausted. The end of the workday. Minami slumped against the counter, her body resembling a melting slime. So, how did you find today? Asakawa inquired, observing Ayami as she wrapped up her tasks. Well, I felt fulfilled. Earning money through my own efforts has made me realize that I truly live under the sun. Though this lifestyle may not be permanent, I have no regrets, Ayami replied thoughtfully after a brief pause. Is that so? If you can think that way, it would be splendid. Now, after tidying up, let us embark on a trip to the department store together, as I also have a few items to purchase. Regarding the belongings you left at Changsha, we can retrieve them at a later date. Hey, boss, are you two going on a date? I overheard something about shopping together, inquired Fujiwara Manai, who suddenly approached, having caught a glimpse of their conversation. No, we are merely going to buy some daily necessities, Akikawa Yu replied nonchalantly. However, little did Akikawa Yu know that this casual remark struck Fujiwara Manai like a bolt from the blue. Daily necessities? Wait, does that mean, boss, you are actually cohabitating with Ayami? Fujiwara Manai asked incredulously. Yes, that's correct. Is there a problem? At this moment, Akikawa Yu remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts brewing in Fujiwara Manai's mind. How could there be no problem? I thought the person who came today was just an ordinary, beautiful older sister like me. But unexpectedly, her true identity is the boss's wife. How am I supposed to accept that? Fujiwara Manai exclaimed, clutching her head, seemingly on the verge of losing her composure. What on earth are you talking about? We are merely landlord and tenant. Just then, Akikawa Yu and Takazawa Ayami shouted in unison. Landlord and tenant. Indeed, I was looking for a place to stay and happened to find that the boss had a room available for rent, so I decided to share the space with him. Coincidentally, he knew I was job hunting, and our shop was in need of a pastry chef. Hence, the boss thought of having me work in the store. Now do you understand? Takazawa Ayami explained slowly to Fujiwara Manai, although the process may differ slightly. The outcome remains the same. I see. I misjudged the situation. But wait, just because it's not the case now doesn't mean it can't happen in the future. Just think about it. You two, a lonely man and woman, cohabitating. You still haven't grasped the situation, Akikawa Yu and Takazawa Ayami said simultaneously, exasperated. Finally home. I feel as if I might fall apart completely upon entering the house. Akikawa Yu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been sapped. Thank you so much, boss. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to carry all these items back alone. I'll repay you for the money once I receive my salary this month, Mayano Akemi said, placing her various bags on the floor and observing the utterly exhausted Akikawa Yu with a smile. You still recognize me as your boss. Otherwise, one might think I'm your servant. Well then, Your room is at the end of the hallway upstairs. I've already tidied things up for you. You can organize them yourself later, Yu replied, still sprawled on the sofa, completely worn out from the exhausting day of shopping with a girl. Thank you once again. To show my gratitude, I shall prepare dinner today. Oh, and before I forget, from now on, I look forward to your guidance, my esteemed boss and landlord. That moment, Mayano Akemi's demeanor transformed. She shed her long-held facade, revealing her purest self, gazing into her eyes. One could perceive her gentle and resilient spirit, which was truly heartwarming. Doe, how serious you've become. Well, the same goes for me. I look forward to your guidance as well, my dear tenant. That night, under the witness of the moon, their hands slowly intertwined, akin to threads of fate, beginning to entwine tightly. The road ahead is long. Perhaps many years later, they might part ways, or perhaps they will continue to stay together. However, without a doubt, even in that very moment, neither of them could fathom that when the boy chose to save the girl, the wheels of destiny had quietly begun to turn. Tweet, tweet. The next morning, as Yu awoke lazily, rubbing his disheveled hair, he stretched and yawned before getting out of bed. Creak. He suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Turning around, he saw a sleepy Yu standing there in his pajamas. Good morning. You certainly rise early, he remarked, observing Mayano Akemi preparing breakfast in the kitchen with curiosity. I couldn't fall back asleep after waking up, so I decided to get up. Besides, today is New Year's Day. I doubt anyone else sleeps in like you do, boss. Now, wash up and come join me for breakfast. I found some ingredients in the fridge and prepared a bit, she replied. Wait, what did you just say? Today is New Year's Day. How did I not know? Hearing something amiss, Yu immediately questioned. Yes, today is indeed New Year's Day, boss. Did you truly not know? Mayano Akemi responded, puzzled by the astonished expression on his face. Isn't it strange that no one else finds this odd? Everything was perfectly fine yesterday, and today you suddenly tell me it's New Year's. Am I the one who's out of touch? Or is it you? Yu couldn't help but internally lament. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Yu, freshly washed and ready for breakfast, was interrupted by the sudden doorbell. Who could it be this early? With a piece of bread in his mouth, he ambled over and opened the door. Happy New Year, Ii. Upon opening the door, several members of the Young Detective League greeted him, including Hybra AI.O. It's you guys. Happy New Year. What brings you all to my house so early? Upon seeing the group of children, Yu realized his plan to relax at home for the entire day was likely dashed. Ah, it's you all. Hello, little ones. Mayano Akemi, who had been puzzled by Yu's prolonged presence at the door, approached as well. It's the Ayamine we saw in the hospital last time. Happy New Year. Ayamine. You too. Happy New Year. Little AI, the same to you. Mayano Akemi greeted the group of children warmly. Watching her sister finally make friends, Mayano Akemi felt a great sense of satisfaction. But it's quite strange. Isn't it? Why is Ayamine here with Yu and I so early? Could it be that you two are dating? Butsumi asked excitedly, pondering the possibility. Oh dear, not this again. I'm getting a bit tired of explaining at this point. Mayano Akemi replied, feeling exasperated, but she thoroughly clarified their relationship to the children. I see. By the way, AI, didn't you say you wanted Yu and I to take us to see the Emperor's Cup? The Emperor's Cup? What is that? Yu asked, having never heard the term before. Yu and I, don't you know? It's a soccer match. Today is the final between Osaka and Tokyo, since Dr. Agasa has something else to attend to. Conan said you could take us, and Ayamine can come along too. Butsumi explained. I was actually planning to stay at home all day, but sure, let us go watch the match, little AI. Upon hearing that she could spend time with her sister, Mayano Akemi was instantly overjoyed. However, someone seems a bit reluctant, Hybra AI remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yu, who appeared quite uninterested. Come on, boss, let us go together. I promise I'll work even harder when we return. Mayano Akemi clasped her hands together, pleading with Yu. Ugh, you've won this round. Fine, but remember what you promised. While saying this, Yu's heart was already in turmoil. Honestly, I don't understand why they're all so excited. Sleeping at home is far more comfortable, he lamented, resting his chin on the railing, his eyes dull as he voiced his complaints. But don't say that. Boss, look how happy those kids are. Even Conan is joining in. Mayano Akemi pointed to Conan, who was enthusiastically discussing the World Cup with the group of children. Who Who would have thought that someone like him would have such a side, if it weren't for work? I'd say he'd almost turn into a couch potato at home. She teased that I say, you're the least qualified to comment on that, considering you brought a magazine to a soccer match. Akikawa, you retorted, at that moment. Hybera AI, adorned with a pair of sunglasses and clutching a magazine, stood out as a breath of fresh air amidst the throngs in the crowded stadium. What can I do? You see, the members of the organization are well aware of what I looked like as a child. If a camera happens to capture my face and broadcast it, they would undoubtedly find me immediately. She replied without looking up. Honestly, is this the unique brand of melancholic literature typical of children? Suddenly, while seated and flipping through her magazine, Hybera AI felt her sunglasses being snatched away, replaced by a black hat placed upon her head. I have already stated that during your time working for me, I will personally ensure your safety. Therefore, you should simply enjoy yourself like the rest of those children. Leave everything else to the adults. With that, Asakawa, you gently nudged Hybera AI towards Conan and the others. Honestly, children should behave like children, not sulking around all day. Observing Hybera AI gradually acclimating to her surroundings, a faint smile flickered across Asakawa's typically stern face. Who would have thought you possessed such a talent for comforting children, boss? Mayano Akemi, who had been silently watching their exchange, remarked, feeling a surge of joy as she witnessed her sister beginning to open up. Ha! That's not right. I sense someone is watching us. Who could it be? Asakawa-Yu's gaze turned icy in an instant, his eyes scanning the audience like piercing stars, seeking the source of the chilling presence. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Asakawa-Yu's suddenly darkened expression, Mayano Akemi hastily inquired. Interesting. It seems that something rather unpleasant is about to unfold here. A fleeting coldness vanished from Asakawa-Yu's gaze, replaced by an enigmatic smirk. However, it's also possible that this could just be a prank by someone with an air gun at that moment. Officer Mugir, having received an emergency call, hurried over and began conversing with the venue's supervisor. I believe this gentleman is not lying, Officer Mugir. Upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, Officer Mugir immediately visualized the figure, hastily turning around to confirm his suspicion that, it's really you, Asakawa. I didn't expect to see you here. This is splendid news. Seeing the person he had anticipated brought Officer Mugir immense joy, for whenever Asakawa-Yu was involved in a case, it was often resolved swiftly. You have me in stitches. Look at Officer Mugir's expression. He seems happier than when his wife gave birth. How could he not be happy? With Brother Yu around, he can leave work earlier to be with his wife. Let us place our bets on how quickly Brother Yu will find the culprit. I wager 5 minutes. By the way, Asakawa, could you clarify what you just said? It's quite straightforward. The gentleman mentioned that someone fired a gun in the stadium. And it must be true. Look, this is the bullet Conan just found. Asakawa-Yu presented the bullet to Officer Mugir. This is a 7.62 millimeters bullet. Officer Mugir speculated while examining the projectile. Indeed, Asakawa confirmed. This is a highly lethal bullet. One with exceptional performance. Moreover, since I did not hear any gunfire, it must mean the assailant tampered with the weapon. Suddenly, as the surrounding area fell silent, Conan slowly lifted his head. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, their expressions betraying thoughts of how could you possibly know this? Aha! I actually heard all this from Uncle Mori. Conan hastily explained that it seems that Mr. Mori truly taught you quite a bit. Conan, Asakawa-Yu chuckled, ruffling Conan's hair. Don't ask. It's just a Hawaiian crash course. Is it really a Hawaiian training base, then? In any case, the competition must be halted immediately to ensure the safety of the audience and participants. With a sweeping gesture, Officer Mugir began directing everyone. No, that one do. The caller also mentioned that if he sees us stopping the competition to evacuate the audience, he will start shooting indiscriminately in the arena. The supervisor urgently interjected, revealing an even more horrifying piece of news. What? Did the assailant make any demands? Once he regained his composure, Officer Mugir began to inquire. Yes, he requested that we prepare 50 million yen in a bag, and he will contact us regarding the drop-off location. I see. So this is a case of extortion. The supervisor further noted that the assailant's voice was very muffled. After gathering all the information, Officer Mugir ordered all undercover officers to disperse into the audience and await the next call from the assailant. So, we can only wait for the next call from the assailant, correct, Officer Mugir? Asakawa-Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly questioned. Is there a problem, Asakawa? Not really, but I have some inklings about where the culprit might be hiding. Once the next call comes in, I will be able to confirm. What did you say? Is that true, Asakawa? I knew that wherever you are, no case is unsolvable. Officer Mugir, upon realizing that Asakawa Yu seemed to have an idea of the assailant's location, believed him without hesitation. The reason was simple. Asakawa Yu's track record was exceptional. Had it been Muri Kagoro making the claim, Officer Mugir would not have believed a single word that I knew it. My brothers are amazing. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and we already have a lead. Truly, you are the son of Aoyama. Your intellect is unparalleled. Just from a few words, you deduced the situation. The expressions of those present varied widely. The young detective league was primarily in awe, while Mayano Akemi smiled silently, and Hybra AI regarded Conan with a contemplative gaze. Yet Conan, understanding her unspoken words, sensed her implication. Didn't you claim to be the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era? How is it that you cannot even match an ordinary CF owner? However, Conan himself was nearing a breaking point. Why was it that Asakawa Yu could ascertain the culprit's whereabouts from just a few lines while he was devoid of any clues? Was the disparity truly so vast? Conan began to doubt his own capabilities, even contemplating asking Asakawa Yu to teach him how to solve cases. This is unacceptable. Kudos, Shinichi. Pull yourself together. You may have overlooked some clues. Think carefully. At that moment, no one paid attention to Conan's internal struggle, nor did they desire to know. All right, Officer Mugir, I now request your cooperation. Please inform all officers currently in the arena that until I give further instructions, they must not act impulsively. Otherwise, I fear the assailants may become desperate. Asakawa Yu addressed Officer Mugir that I'm baffled. So who exactly is the police here? Officer Mugir, you seem like I'm confronting my superior. Of course, no problem, but you just mentioned assailants, implying that you suspect there is more than one, correct? Seizing upon the ambiguity in Asakawa Yu's words, Officer Mugir quickly inquired. Indeed, I hold that belief for a simple reason. Think about it. The supervisor just said the assailant described a boy in a black hat. Yet, Hybara is clearly a girl. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Asakawa Yu began to guide their thoughts. The boy in the hat. I understand now. So, you mean that the assailant was observing us from directly in front, but the wall obscured Hybara's skirt, leading them to mistakenly identify her as a boy. Furthermore, since the gun needs to be fired at close range, the assailant must be watching us from a distance and notifying their accomplice by phone, correct? Precisely. Conan, you are quite astute. Understood. I'll notify all personnel immediately. Until I give any commands, they must not act on their own. As soon as the words fell, the broadcaster's phone suddenly rang, and unsurprisingly, it was a call from the perpetrator. Upon learning the location where 50 million yen was concealed, the police immediately dispatched personnel to monitor the site, including the officer known as the flower of the police, Officer Sato. By the way, what about Jinta and the others? Looking around at the emptiness surrounding him, Conan inquired of Hybara AI, who stood beside him. When they heard they could re-enter with half the ticket stub, they excitedly dashed off, though Ayumi has already gone to look for them. And what about Akikawa? Why is he also missing? Thinking of Akikawa Yu, who had vanished without a trace, Conan's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He mentioned having some theories and has now gone to verify them. You might just find yourself outshone, great detective, Hybara AI remarked, crossing her arms and casting a sidelong glance at Conan in mockery. Of course, I know that. I truly wonder how that guy's mind works. Conan replied, feeling helpless. After a while, at the location where the cash was stashed, a sinister-looking man approached. Just as the man was about to take the bag of money, Officer Sato charged forward, delivering a flying knee strike directly to the man's abdomen, subsequently bringing him down and pinning him with her legs, rendering him immobile. Why reward him? The beautiful officer is so cool. Let my partner go right now, or I will start shooting at the audience. Just as everyone was preparing to escort the criminal, another voice from the other end of the line spoke. Please don't do that. I will comply with any demands you have. Indeed, we, the police, are also willing to withdraw, as long as no one gets hurt. Officer Magyar urgently reassured the other side, fearing that a single misstep might lead to gunfire. Very well, that works. Next, I demand an additional sum. Specifically, 1 billion yen. Oh, 1 billion, huh? I wonder, do you people have a particular fondness for the number 1 billion? It seems like everyone's robbery and extortion demands are always around that figure. Just then, another voice came through on the line. the scene shifted to Xia Yu, who was facing off against the perpetrator before him. "Who are you?" The criminal felt an unsettling sensation at the sudden appearance of Xia Yu. "Who am I?" "I am your father." Without further ado, Xia Yu launched a kick, and before the man could even react to draw his gun, he was already sent flying. "Honestly, I just wanted to relax a bit. And now I have to deal with you bunch of miscreants. My entire day's good mood is ruined." Xia Yu scoffed. "I have already dealt with my side, Officer Magyar," after retrieving a handgun from the man. Xia Yu picked up the fallen radio earpiece and spoke to Officer Magyar across the line. "Excellent. As expected of you, Xia. Now, everyone, apprehend that man immediately." Upon learning that another criminal had been subdued by Xia Yu, Officer Magyar no longer held back and directly ordered the arrest of the criminal in front of them. The perpetrator holding the phone had yet to react when he was once again taken down by Officer Sato. Marking a second victory, Xia Yu truly lives up to his reputation. It seems every few episodes he appears to steal the spotlight. However, until now, Aoyama has not mentioned Akikawa's identity or background. All anyone knows is that he is exceptionally skilled and has an organization to contend with. Nothing more. Now, they could only wait for Aoyama to explain himself. Observing the discussions about him in the comments, Xia Yu chose to ignore them. "Go ahead and guess. The more you speculate, the more my popularity soars." At this point, his popularity had reached a level that could hardly be exhausted. He would check the system store for good items tonight. Meanwhile, Conan was drowning in self-doubt. Is this really the clue? Is this how the murderer was found? But how was it accomplished? Is the gap truly this vast? It seems our great detective has taken a hit. It's understandable, given that his proud deductive skills appeared dimmed in comparison to another's brilliance. Feeling disheartened is only natural. Hybera AI continued to pour salt into Conan's wounds. "Well, since the murderer has been caught, we can wrap things up and head back. Farewell, Conan." With that, Officer Magyar departed with the two criminals back to the station. "All right, since everything has concluded satisfactorily, let us return to watching the match." Ignoring the dejected Conan, Xia Yu made his way towards Ayumi and the others in the audience. "Wait a moment. Xia, could you tell me how you found the murderer so quickly?" "Come on, just tell me, okay?" Conan, having come to terms with his situation, decided to learn from him. After all, his true age is only 18, but Xia is already in his 20s, so it's only natural he would excel. Indeed, Conan attributed all this to the age difference between them. As for whether this is indeed the case, it remains a matter of perspective. "Do you wish to know?" Xia Yu teased, observing Conan's childlike demeanor. Conan nodded eagerly. "Well then, I'll tell you when I have the time. For now, we should get going. Ayumi and the others have already been waiting for quite a while." Xia Yu smiled, his expression growing more cheerful. "What else with that? Seriously, wait for me." Watching the two walk further away, Conan hurriedly chased after them, setting aside his concerns. "Now, it's time for the regular system store shopping spree. Let us see what good items are available this time." After watching the football match, Xia Yu made his way back under the pretense of wanting to sleep, while Mayano Akemi continued to take the children elsewhere to play. "Let me see. What's this skill? Spirit of the Dark Crow, such a Chinibu name. Spirit of the Dark Crow. This passive skill, upon purchase, grants the host the ability to command crows, which will unconditionally obey the host's commands and can communicate with them. Quite impressive. Having this skill is akin to possessing a legion of scouts. Let us see. Oh, it only costs 4,000 popularity points. Since my popularity has exceeded 10,000, purchasing one should be a breeze. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Spirit of the Dark Crow. Now let me see if there are any crows nearby to test this skill. Oh, there's one. I see a crow perched on the large tree across the window. Caw, come here. Upon hearing the command, the crow immediately flew straight towards Xia Yu, eventually landing on his shoulder. Not bad. The effect is surprisingly good. Now let us see what other good items are available. The new year has passed, and households have returned to their usual routines. Those who need to work return to work, and those who need to study return to school. Similarly, Xia Yu and his companions were working in a CAF. I say, why aren't you going to school? Why does it seem like you all are on holiday tomorrow? Looking at Hybera AI, who was sitting at the counter reading a magazine, Xia Yu commented, Don't you know today is the weekend? Or has someone been lying around at home so long that their brain has deteriorated to the point of forgetting the date? Sigh. I really can't fathom where you get that sharp tongue of yours. Your sister is so gentle, after all. Observing Hybera AI, who immediately launched into a retort, Akikawa Yu responded without holding back. Boss, how can you say that? If little AI enjoys coming, then let her. After all, little AI is so adorable. She might even boost our CAF's revenue a bit. Fujihara Mina, noticing Akikawa Yu mocking Hybera AI, quickly intervened to defend her and tried to reach out playfully. However, Hybera had long seen through her scheme, turning her head aside to evade Mina's restless hand. Ever since Hybera AI first set foot in the CAF, she had developed a deep fondness for this adorable little girl, especially after discovering that her boss and Ayami also knew the child. Her restless heart could no longer be restrained. After a vigorous tussle with Hybera AI, she had come to understand Fujiwara Mina's temperament thoroughly. Whenever Mina attempted to be hands-on, AI would instinctively evade her in an instant. As for Fujiwara Mina's little antics, Asakawa Yu felt utterly powerless. By the way, why hasn't that kid Conan shown up today? Usually, he can't resist coming here whenever he has the time, right? Indeed, ever since the last case, Conan had latched on to Asakawa Yu, visiting him during every holiday to learn how to enhance his observational skills. Over time, Yu had grown accustomed to his presence, so now that he suddenly wasn't coming, Yu felt a tad out of sorts. It seemed that he had received a mysterious letter from a phantom thief and was likely busy deciphering it somewhere. That great detective even instructed me not to disclose this matter to you, insisting that he must solve it before you do. A phantom thief? Could it be the infamous Kid the Phantom Thief that has been making waves recently? When it comes to phantom thieves, the first image that springs to Asakawa Yu's mind is that of the magician Kid, clad in a white tuxedo and cape, a top hat perched atop his head, always toying with the police under the moonlight. Indeed, this is the content of that letter. Would you like to take a look? Hybera AI retrieved her phone and opened the photo of the letter she had taken. Let me see. Taking the phone, Asakawa Yu began to peruse the letter's contents. When the moon separates us, I shall heed the name whispered in the night sky. With the wave's invitation, I shall go to claim it. Quite intriguing, albeit not overly so. After reading, Asakawa Yu returned the phone to Hybera AI, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean by that? Do you already comprehend its meaning? Observing Asakawa Yu's apparent lack of interest, Hybera AI inquired, perplexed. Well, more or less, it's merely a tiresome jest. Why? Are you curious? Asakawa Yu replied nonchalantly, arching an eyebrow. Never mind then. After all, knowing the answer too early would render it meaningless. Wouldn't you agree? I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. Asakawa Yu remarked in surprise. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Asakawa Yu's assessment, Hybera AI raised her head slightly, her gaze fixed intently on him. You see, if it were an ordinary person, their first reaction upon learning that I had solved the riddle would be to ask me for the answer, rather than contemplating it themselves. Am I wrong? All right, I suppose we can consider that a compliment. So, what do you plan to do? Are you going to capture that phantom thief, or? Hybera redirected the conversation. What? What are you two discussing? Boss, are you going to catch Kid the Phantom Thief? At that moment, Mayano Akemi, who had just finished working in the kitchen, approached and overheard their conversation. Catching Kid the Phantom Thief? To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in that. What intrigues me more is the individual himself. Of course, if you all wish to go, I wouldn't mind bringing you along. That's fantastic. I get to go out with AI again. During their banter, Mayano Akemi hugged AI tightly, inciting envy in the nearby Fujiwara Mina. Kid the Phantom Thief? I seem to recall that this was the plot of his initial appearance in Conan, but didn't Hybera AI and the others not appear back then? Oh well, this is Conan's world. It's only natural for there to be some temporal inconsistencies. However, Kid the Phantom Thief. No, he should be called Kaido Kuroba. I'm truly looking forward to meeting you. You mustn't let me down. On the afternoon of March 31st, Asakawa Yu, accompanied by Tangze Ayami and Hybera AI, arrived at their destination, the Baika Museum, alongside Maori Kagoro and others. After a short wait, Suzuki Sonoko appeared with her parents. Sonoko, over here. Ran waved to signal her. We're here. Ran. Who are these people? Suzuki Sonoko inquired, running over and noticing the group behind Ran. Sonoko, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Asakawa Yu, and the lady beside him is Miss Tangze Ayami. This is Conan's classmate. Named Hybera AI, Ran promptly introduced. Hello, Miss Sonoko. If you don't mind, you can call me Asakawa or Asakawa AI like Ran does. Hello? Hello. My name is Suzuki Sonoko. Please take good care of me. Asakawa and I am Ine. Ah. So handsome. When did Ran become acquainted with such a dashing young man? It's a pity that her dad is still here, and it seems that Mr. Asakawa and the lady beside him share quite a unique relationship. Why are all the good men already taken? Sonoko mused to herself, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her head, leaving Asakawa uncertain about how to face her. Welcome, Detective Maori. Thank you, Mr. Asakawa, for your willingness to assist. I've heard from Inspector Megier that your deductive skills are quite impressive. So I appreciate your help in advance. Not at all. President Suzuki, we will do our utmost to assist. Asakawa responded with a formal demeanor. He knew that the individual before him was no ordinary person. Despite appearing amiable, managing the vast Suzuki conglomerate indicated that he was far from simple. This is our family's heirloom. In the exhibition room, Suzuki Shiro was guiding everyone to view the so-called largest black pearl in the world. The dark star. I can't believe you're here. AI. By the way, have you been getting closer to that guy lately? At that moment, Conan and Hybra AI stood off to the side. What? Do I need your permission to be close to anyone? The little detective? AI crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Conan, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. That's not it. I was just curious why you both suddenly showed up. Conan quickly waved his hands in denial. It's no secret. It's simply because that guy expressed interest in the Phantom Thief, so I accompanied him. To be honest, he claims he has already deciphered the riddle, and the time from seeing the riddle to solving it was less than 5 minutes. What do you think, great detective? Hybra AI raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Conan momentarily stiffened before quickly regaining his composure. I was close to solving it too. I was just missing a tiny bit. He explained, forcing a smile. Conan, you truly are lacking, someone remarked. Indeed, I'm now a fan of Asakawa. This man is incredibly handsome. However, in this episode, Aoyama mentioned it would be a fateful confrontation, which implies that this Phantom Thief is quite the significant character. As Asakawa listened to the officers discussing Kid's appearance, he found it somewhat tedious. The reasons they provided were far too simplistic and absurd if it were truly that easy to deduce. Kid's allure would be entirely diminished. Subsequently, Mari Kagoro made an even more ludicrous statement, claiming that Kid the Phantom Thief would only appear after Kiya Yoshiko's concert ended, and shockingly, the officers present seemed to find this plausible. Alas, I can only say that your inability to capture Kid the Phantom Thief has its reasons. All right, you two? We must be going. So, Mr. Maori, we'll take our leave now. Asakawa waved to the two women engaged in conversation as he prepared to depart. Then we shall chat next time. After saying goodbye to Rand and the others, Mayano Akemi followed Asakawa's lead. So you better give it your all, great detective. Speaking of which, it might be quite late tonight. Are you sure this won't hinder your school tomorrow? Once outside, Asakawa asked Hybra AI. His tone as indifferent as ever. No problem. I often stay up late while conducting experiments, Hybra AI replied confidently. But, boss, do you really know where Kid the Phantom Thief will appear? Mayano Akemi casually inquired. Of course, so capturing him might be a bit tricky. However, taking you along for a look is certainly feasible. Indeed, given the current prowess of Asakawa, although the infamous Phantom Thief Kid may not surpass him in physical combat, he is undeniably equipped with an array of gadgets. For now, let us indulge in dinner. And once the time is right, we shall proceed to our destination to await his arrival. So, have you all come to a consensus on what you wish to eat? It is worth noting that they have been deliberating over this matter for a full half-hour, yet still have not reached a conclusion. Perhaps we should just eat something simple. Mayano Akemi rested her finger on her chin, tilting her head slightly. So, what does something simple entail? Asakawa inquired once more. Simple means, just simple. Mayano Akemi stammered for a moment before finally responding. Well, that was a fruitless inquiry. Ha! Listening to their exchange, Hybra AI, who had been nearby, could not contain her laughter any longer. Upon hearing Hybra AI's laughter, Asakawa and Mayano Akemi exchanged glances, recalling their previous conversation, and ultimately succumbed to laughter as well. At that moment, Mayano Akemi's visage was enchanting and alluring. Each smile resembled a blossoming flower, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe and exhilaration. Even Asakawa found himself momentarily entranced. Boss, is there something on my face? Noticing Asakawa's intense gaze upon her, Mayano Akemi began to wonder if there was indeed something amiss with her appearance. Ahem, it's nothing. I just spaced out. All right, let us hurry along. After clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Asakawa Yu promptly redirected the conversation while internally chastising himself for his earlier lapse. However, this entire scene had been observed by Hybera AI, who stood beside them, and in an instant, a subtle smirk graced her lips. Little AI, do you know what just happened with the boss? Mayano Akemi asked, glancing at the forward-moving Asakawa Yu with curiosity. Yet, Hybera simply shook her head, for she understood that everything was evident without words at midnight, under the inky darkness of the night, as if an endless expanse of ink had been smeared across the horizon. The moon ascended higher, weaving through wisps of clouds and the flickering starlight. This moment, on the rooftop of the Cupido City Hall, Asakawa Yu and his companions awaited the arrival of the Phantom Thief Kid. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Asakawa Yu leaned against the wall, eyes closed in contemplation. His raven, dispatched earlier, returned to his side, delivering news before resting on his shoulder. I had no idea you could communicate with crows. Hybera AI inquired with curiosity, and even Mayano Akemi found herself intrigued. What? Do you wish to learn? Though it might prove somewhat challenging. After all, this ability is bestowed by the system. If I were to teach it to others, it might be better left unattempted. No, we're merely curious. Can you truly understand what they're saying? Indeed, it is true that some individuals possess the ability to communicate with animals. However, witnessing someone like Asakawa Yu do so naturally was a first for her. Of course, just now, he informed me that Conan is currently en route here. If you don't believe me, you can verify it shortly. May I ask what you three are doing here? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind them. Bathed in moonlight, a figure descended gracefully from the sky, landing atop the rooftop, clad in a white ensemble, adorned with a white top hat and a single monocle. His confident gaze seemed to pierce through all. Indeed, he was none other than the renowned Phantom Thief Kid. Bang! Found you, Phantom Thief. Indeed, the individual who had just opened the door was our protagonist, Conan. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend. This scenario diverged greatly from his expectations. Normally, he should have been the first to decipher the Phantom Thief Kid's invitation and arrive here to engage in a fateful confrontation between detective and thief. What was this spectacle unfolding before him? At this moment, the Phantom Thief Kid was clad in white, a white dove perched upon his shoulder. Conversely, Asakawa Yu donned a black tailcoat, hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze deep and sharp, as if capable of discerning all. Yet, the most attention-grabbing aspect was the raven perched upon his shoulder, a stark contrast to the white dove, representing the antithesis found in Western tales. The two locked eyes, and under the moonlight, a sense of destiny enveloped the air. Even the audience watching this scene could hardly remain still. The elegant and noble magician versus the dark nobleman. This combination is simply astounding. Conan thought, oh no, I've become a side character. The title of this episode is Fateful Confrontation, and I had assumed it would revolve around the detective and the thief. I never anticipated it would still be about my brother Yu. One must admit, Aoyama-sensei truly knows how to play the game. It's settled. Next time at the comic convention, I'll cosplay this character. Although Asakawa Yu was oblivious to the chatter in the comments, he was aware that his popularity had been steadily rising without pause. He knew that this performance had achieved a level of perfection. Indeed, at first, Asakawa Yu had little interest in meeting the Phantom Thief Kid. After all, his familiarity with the thief likely surpassed even the thief's own knowledge of himself. However, upon acquiring the skill of Dark Raven Spirit, a plan began to crystallize in his mind, crafting an image of a formidable rival for Kid. Consequently, when the Phantom Thief Kid made his appearance, the audience would instinctively think of him, for who would shy away from increased popularity? Little brother, what brings you here at such a late hour? The Phantom Thief Kid expressed great intrigue upon seeing the suddenly appearing Conan. Of course, I'm here to catch you. Phantom Thief Kid? Is that so? And what about this gentleman beside you and these two ladies? Though he appeared to be watching Conan, the Phantom Thief Kid maintained his vigilance towards Asakawa Yu. Though this man seemed amiable, it was often the seemingly gentle ones that posed the greatest threat. It's nothing that I merely accompanied these two, who expressed a desire to see what the legendary Phantom Thief Kid is like. Now that they've seen, our task for tonight is complete. You two may carry on. I see. Then I am truly grateful. May I inquire your name? Asakawa Yu, a humble coffee shop owner. After a moment's reflection, Asakawa Yu divulged his name. So, Mr. Asakawa, I shall make it a point to visit your coffee shop when I have the time. For now, I must attend to some matters of my own. The Phantom Thief Kid began to retrieve a radio device before Conan's astonished gaze. After clearing his throat, he spoke into the device. This is Officer Chalky. That I have detected the presence of the Phantom Thief Kid on the rooftop of the Cupido City Hotel. Patrol vehicles and helicopters in the vicinity. Please converge on the aforementioned location immediately. Under Conan's bewildered stare, the Phantom Thief Kid proceeded to imitate Officer Chalky's voice. This absurd display left Conan in a state of shock. While Asakawa Yu observed the Phantom Thief Kid's performance with keen interest, hiss, who is that? Suddenly, an odd sensation surged through the Phantom Thief Kid's mind, and upon turning, he found Asakawa Yu staring intently at him. An unusual glint in his eyes. Hey, bro, you're not gay, are you? Why do you keep staring at me? Is your companion not alluring enough? However, this was rather amusing. Today, not only had he encountered a seemingly extraordinary elementary student, but he had also met someone as intriguing as Asakawa Yu, suggesting that the days to come would likely be anything but dull. Cursed Phantom Thief Kid, you shall not escape this time. In an instant, a familiar voice interrupted Kid's thoughts, and upon looking up, he found none other than his old friend, Officer Nakamori. The reason I have come to visit you all is merely for a preview. As I have no intention of stealing that pearl. What did you just say? Officer Nakamori seemed to have received alarming news. Did I not make it abundantly clear in the invitation? April 1st. April Fool's Day. Of course it's a ruse. The glider on Kid's back opened. It seems our conversation is drawing to a close. I look forward to our next encounter, little brother. Upon concluding his words, the infamous Phantom Thief Kid produced a dazzling flashbang. With a sharp crack, the device fell to the ground, and in an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the entire rooftop, prompting even the skilled Asakawa Yu to instinctively shield his eyes. Allow me to share a thought. If the Phantom Thief is an artist of unparalleled skill, adept at pilfering treasures with remarkable creativity, then the detective merely follows in his wake, nitpicking and, at best, serving as a mere critic. After uttering this, the figure of Phantom Thief Kid vanished from sight, leaving behind only a swirling cloud of thick smoke. Conan exclaimed, feeling quite affronted. Too cool. Too cool. I hereby declare that Phantom Thief Kid is my new husband. From above, another voice chimed in. What about my brother Yu? Be quiet. He's my husband. Just as Conan was racking his brain, unable to fathom how Phantom Thief Kid had disappeared in the blink of an eye. A letter gracefully descended from the air. What is this? I believe this must be Kid's latest announcement. Asakawa Yu suddenly remarked, having been quietly observing the scene. May I ask who you are? Officer Nakamori inquired. Puzzled by the unfamiliar face of Asakawa Yu. I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, Officer Nakamori. I am Asakawa Yu, the owner of a CAF. That I came here tonight because I deciphered Kid's announcement. He replied. A CAF owner. I see that if you manage to decode Kid's announcement again next time, please do not hesitate to contact us. Nakamori said, handing over his business card. It is well understood that those capable of unraveling Kid's announcements are no ordinary individuals. Providing a contact means that next time, they could be alerted immediately if the other party cracks the code in advance. I understand. Well, it's getting late, so we shall take our leave now. Asakawa Yu stated, leading Mayano Akemi and the others away to AS for Conan. He would simply return the way he came. On the 19th of April, Conan, along with Muri Kagoro and others, found themselves aboard the Sally Bess. Patiently awaiting the appearance of Phantom Thief Kid, Strange, ran, have you seen where Asakawa brother and the others are? Conan scanned the crowd, but could not locate the man. Oh, you're asking about Asakawa? He mentioned he had some matters to attend to, so he wouldn't be joining us, Ran replied. What? Does he not want to catch Phantom Thief Kid? Conan exclaimed, his frustration evident. I finally mustered the courage to compete with you in capturing that guy. And now you suddenly say you won't come? This is outrageous. It seemed Conan had developed a sort of PTSD regarding Asakawa Yu's absence, causing him to feel anxious and insecure. Enough already. It's quite delightful that the spotlight stealer is absent. What? You wish to know what Asakawa Yu is doing right now? He is, of course, busy preparing his luggage for departure. However, I can hardly believe it. Merely assisting someone casually could lead to inheriting a fortune of 100 million yen. As Mayano Akemi helped pack, she murmured to herself, "Indeed, I find it hard to believe as well. However, the truth will reveal itself when the time comes." Ikawa Yu responded nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the potential ruse of this gathering. As for what truly transpired, let us rewind time to around 5 o'clock a few days prior. As everyone began to tidy up and prepare to close for the day, a peculiar man suddenly pushed open the door and entered. "Is Mr. Ikawa Yu here?" he inquired upon entering. "Hello, I am the manager, Ikawa Yu. How may I assist you?" Upon seeing the man, Ikawa Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. The man wore a white human mask, with the corners of its mouth slightly raised, giving off a chilling vibe if one were to gaze too long. Both Mayano and her companion were startled upon witnessing this. "I apologize, my face was injured in an accident on the mountain, and this mask conceals the scar. Please do not mind it. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kiranuma Shigeki, and I am a lawyer. It's a pleasure to meet you." The man, introducing himself as Kiranuma Shigeki, said, "Hello, Mr. Kiranuma. May I ask what brings you here? If you're looking for coffee, we are about to close." "Actually, I am here to share some good news regarding your inheritance of 100 million yen." "What? 100 million yen? I had no idea the manager was a wealthy heir," Fujihara Mina exclaimed, her surprise evident. "What are you saying? I am an orphan, with no inheritance to claim," Ikawa Yu said, delivering a light punch to Fujihara Mina, finally silencing her. "Oh, I see that so. Does that mean this person is a fraud?" After realizing the misunderstanding, Fujihara Mina hesitated to continue her teasing. "No. No. Please listen to me, Oen. Do you recall a man you encountered a few months ago at the foot of Mount Bingwe in Nagano?" Kiranuma quickly explained as he saw the others beginning to mistake him for a con artist. "Bingwe. Ah, I remember. You must be referring to Mr. Bingwe," Ikawa Yu said, searching his memory with uncertainty. "What happened?" Mayano Akemi asked with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply assisted that gentleman during my mountain hike a few months back. Indeed, upon arriving in this region not long ago, Ikawa Yu often felt bored and decided to explore various places, serendipitously helping the elderly man while hiking. Precisely. As a gesture of gratitude, Mr. Bingwe has decided to bequeath his fortune to those who aided him. However, there is one condition. You, along with 7 other heirs, must coexist harmoniously with the other inheritors at the snowy mountain lodge on the slopes of the Northern Alps for 2 days and 2 nights. How does that sound? Is that so?" "Sounds intriguing. May I bring someone along?" Ikawa Yu inquired after a brief contemplation. "Of course, but it's best not to bring too many people. Otherwise, there may not be enough room." "That's no problem. Then I accept." Ikawa Yu confirmed without further ado, having received the other party's consent. "That's splendid. The date is set for the 20th of this month, and I kindly ask you not to be late." With that, Kiranuma Shigeki took his leave, carrying his briefcase without looking back. Thus, this was the reason Ikawa Yu and his companions did not join Conan in pursuing Phantom Thief K. In truth, even without this affair, Ikawa Yu had no intention of joining the commotion. After a long day, wouldn't it be better to rest comfortably at home? "I must say, it's quite surprising that you are allowing me to accompany you," Mayano Akemi remarked from the side. "It's nothing. I merely thought having someone familiar around would be more reassuring," Ikawa Yu replied, resting his hands on the balcony railing, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of fleeting lights. "By the way, boss, I haven't yet inquired about your family situation. It's rather surprising that someone like you has no girlfriend at all. Ha. Well, I am an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. I worked hard to get into university, and afterward, I opened a CAF in Tokyo. It's as simple as that. As for a girlfriend, trusting another person wholeheartedly is simply impossible for someone like me. In truth, Ikawa Yu was not lying. Whether in this life or the previous one, he was indeed an orphan. His premature entry into the world had exposed him to too much darkness. A friend with whom one shares delightful conversations may betray you for a trivial benefit the very next day. A colleague, who may seem amicable, might engage in discussions about you with others in your absence. Even the notion of a girlfriend could lead to abandonment the moment your financial status falters. Do not speak to me of love conquering all. Although he does not deny it, such examples are indeed far too few. Ultimately, this society is grounded in reality, where only interests reign supreme. His words cut through like a biting cold wind, leaving one feeling desolate and helpless, as if isolated from the world. encased in a shell of ice that forbids others from approaching. Indeed, after spending so long together, they had grown accustomed to the ever-smiling, benevolent, and seemingly omnipotent Asakawa Yu. Yet, only those who truly know him are aware that beneath that seemingly all-accepting facade lies a heart of ice. Yes, he has never genuinely trusted anyone, not even himself. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Mayano Akemi caught a glimpse of his yearning for beauty in his cold and elusive gaze. Perhaps, if such a day were to arrive, the one to change him would not be herself after all. After all, her own matters remain unresolved. Reflecting on a message once found on her phone, Mayano Akemi revealed a bittersweet smile, choosing not to say more as she headed straight to her room. Until Mayano Akemi returned to her room, Asakawa Yu remained silent, quietly standing on the balcony, illuminated by the moonlight, listening to the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, lost in thought. The morning air was exceptionally fresh. A gentle breeze caressed the leaves, bringing forth the fragrance of nature, invigorating the spirit. After packing their belongings, Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi embarked on their journey to the snowy domain lodge. Along the way, their relationship remained unchanged. Both tacitly avoided discussing the prior night's topic. Their demeanor was unremarkable as they approached their destination. This path is truly arduous. Without the proper equipment, most people wouldn't manage to traverse it. Asakawa Yu remarked as he walked. Indeed, but speaking of which, we should be nearing our destination, shouldn't we? In response to Asakawa Yu's comments, Mayano Akemi prepared to take a break before continuing. Hey, don't block the path. Hurry up. Just as they began to slow down, a disgruntled voice echoed from behind them that to traverse such a beginner's route at this pace is quite unacceptable. If you can't keep up, kindly step aside. It's basic courtesy. A girl, sporting a headband and carrying a backpack, stood behind them, her haughty expression nearly provoking Asakawa Yu to retort. Hey, Misa, you're being rather harsh. Just as Asakawa Yu was about to respond, a cheerful man came running up from behind. I sincerely apologize. She transforms into a different person upon entering the mountains. This is not her usual demeanor, he hurriedly explained. All right, let's not be rude. After all, it's clear that we share the same destination. It would be unwise to instigate conflict prematurely. By the way, my name is Tazumi Wataru, and this is Sekiyura Misa. You two are also heading to the Snowy Domain Lodge, right? If you don't mind. We could go together. After introducing himself, the man made his suggestion. I am Asakawa Yu, and this is Karasawa Ayami. Yes, we are indeed headed to that lodge, but as for accompanying you, it's best you go ahead without us. Given the previous encounter, I'd prefer to avoid any further interaction. After his introduction, Asakawa Yu decisively declined the offered, no way. Given that girl's attitude, traveling together is out of the question. I consider it a personal victory that I refrained from cursing her out. Well then, we shall meet again over there, Tazumi Wataru said, and amidst the awkward atmosphere, he hurriedly left with Sekiyura Misa. That girl seems quite difficult to get along with. Indeed, I initially thought this request was simple, but it appears to be more complicated than expected. With that, Asakawa Yu adjusted his backpack and continued on the path with Mayano Akemi. After walking a little further, they finally laid eyes on their destination, a building standing resolutely amidst the snow and storm, the Snowy Domain Lodge. They gazed silently at the lodge, unaware that this place would soon become the stage for a horrific tragedy. Creak. As the door swung open, they were greeted by the familiar face of Kurizuma Shigeki. After ushering them inside, he began introducing everyone present. Among the attendees were the bald lodge manager, Yamada Yukio, university student Tsukuha Mao, entrepreneur Dazaki Kajushi, high school student Ijima Guda, and mountaineer Hiram Kuroko. Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi also took turns introducing themselves. Though Mayano Akemi introduced herself under her alias, Karasawa Ayami, later, Kurizuma Shigeki mentioned that another person, Dazaki Kajushi's younger brother, Dazaki Jisei, was supposed to join them but had not yet arrived. Bored, the group naturally began to chat. Though Asakawa Yu remained a silent observer, while Mayano Akemi engaged enthusiastically in the conversation. By the way, you might not know this, but this ice wall mountain has a terrifying legend, Yamada Yukio suddenly recalled. Shifting the topic. A legend? Asakawa Yu's interest was piqued. Indeed, the snow spirit legend, a harrowing tale centered around this lodge. The manager's oppressive tone instantly lowered the atmosphere to one of chilling apprehension. However, I'll share the details another time. With a nervous chuckle, the topic was swiftly dismissed. Soon after, Korizuma Shigeki approached to inform everyone that their rooms had been assigned. Having walked a long distance, the group felt fatigued and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Back in their room, Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi. And yes, you heard right, they shared a room, but the beds were separate, so don't read too much into it. Prepared to lie down for a short respite. Suddenly, Mayano Akemi excused herself to use the restroom. Just as she left, Asakawa Yu caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the window, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without hesitation, he opened the window but saw nothing unusual. Growing increasingly uneasy, Asakawa Yu resolved to step outside to investigate, only to hear Mayano Akemi's piercing scream echoing from the hallway. Without a moment's thought, he rushed towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching Mayano Akemi, he found her terrified and seated on the floor. Upon seeing him, she rushed behind him as if he were her savior, instinctively placing himself in front of her. Asakawa Yu's expression turned serious as he focused on the colossal figure before them. The door swung wide, snow swirling around, and a sinister silhouette stood at the entrance, the eerie ambience reaching a crescendo amidst the tempestuous weather. Could that possibly be the legendary snow spirit? Mayano Akemi trembled behind him. Fear evident in her voice. Impossible. Such a thing cannot exist in this world. Despite his words, Asakawa Yu maintained his grave gaze on the mysterious figure, ready to strike at the first sign of movement. Oh dear, what a bother. I apologize for entering through the back door. The storm outside was so fierce, I feared I might meet a dire fate. Suddenly, the figure pulled down their mask, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Dazaki Kajushi's twin brother, Dazaki Jisei. Realizing the misunderstanding, both Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi sighed in relief. Twins? The Dazaki brothers are twins, a voice from behind, belonging to Sekiyura Misa, inquired, seemingly unsettled by the revelation. Indeed, is there a problem? No problem at all, she stammered before hastily excusing herself to return to her room. Twins? The one with us was indeed him, in a way, as such thoughts raced through her mind. Sekiyura Misa felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. However, she masked her emotions, though Asakawa Yu could sense something amiss in her fluctuating demeanor, as if something ominous were on the horizon. Don't be too much of a nuisance. Jisei, how could you be late again? What's the big deal? It's not like I missed out. Within the room, the Dazaki brothers were embroiled in a heated argument. I have a feeling this gathering is going to be quite a trial. Listening to the quarrel between the two individuals in the room, and recalling the temperament of the woman named Misato Sakura, Asakawa Hain began to reflect on whether her decision to come here was indeed a mistake. Don't say that. Isn't everyone else quite friendly? Akemi Mayano advised from the side. Well, I hope so. During dinner, everyone gathered together, yet two individuals were conspicuously absent, Zaki Jisei and Misato Sakura. What was particularly suspicious was the unusual demeanor of her boyfriend. Wataru Masue, regarding her absence from dinner. He not only showed no concern but also exhibited a notably indifferent attitude, causing Asakawa Hain to feel a sense of unease, ignoring the absence of the two. The group engaged in lively conversation, laughter filling the air, and the atmosphere grew vibrant. Suddenly, Hiratama Rock became melancholic and addressed the gathering. Mountains can unite people, but they can also disperse them. Climbing is fraught with danger. I myself have lost friends because of it. The initial part of the journey to the Snowy Mountain Lodge was relatively easy, but the latter half was as treacherous as a demon, which was the very cause behind the legend of the snow spirit, Takaha. Asakawa Hain began to inquire about Sakura's prolonged absence, but was abruptly interrupted by Shigeki Kurizuma, causing her to set aside her thoughts for the moment. After dinner, in order to maintain the warmth of the heater, everyone had to help carry the lamp oil. Asakawa Hain took it upon himself to deliver lamp oil to Misato Sakura's room, which he discovered empty upon opening the door. After placing the oil down, he returned to the downstairs lounge to chat with the others. However, even late into the night, Misato Sakura had yet to make an appearance, and a renewed sense of anxiety welled up within Asakawa Hain. Is something the matter? Akemi Mayano asked with concern, noticing the furrow in his brow. It's nothing, just a feeling that something is amiss. Ultimately, to validate his suspicions, Asakawa Hain brought Akemi Mayano to the door of Misato Sakura's room. Placing his hand against the door, a chill enveloped him instantly. Something's not right. The temperature of this door is far too low. Mr. Kurizuma, please fetch the key to Misato Sakura's room quickly. The unease within him intensified, and he sensed that something truly terrible had occurred. Suddenly, the door to Sakura's room began to violently shake before bursting open. The cold wind rushed in, but strangely, it appeared that someone was tucked under the blankets on the bed. Asakawa Hain approached cautiously and gently pulled back the covers in that instant. A chilling scene unfolded before them. The long-missing Misato Sakura lay there. A frozen axe lodged in her chest, her death excruciatingly brutal. The sight before Asakawa Hain caused him to gasp in shock, his eyes flickering uncertainly before quickly regaining composure. What has happened? Matsukitsuki entered the room to inquire. But upon seeing the lifeless body of Misato Sakura, she screamed in terror. What is going on? What was that scream? The arrival of Hiratama Rock and others brought them face to face with the horrific scene, prompting them to scream in fright as well. Something is terribly wrong. Asakawa Hain furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Boss, have you figured something out? Akemi Mayano, her gaze fixed on him, expressed her confusion but sensed that he had uncovered a clue. This is likely a premeditated murder plot. A murder plot? What on earth is going on? Hiratama Rock expressed his curiosity, while those behind him eagerly leaned in to listen. Doesn't anyone find it strange? Why would Misato Sakura meet her demise here? And why would the murderer leave the body unprocessed? After dinner, I delivered the lamp oil to Misato Sakura's room, and at that time, there was nothing on the bed. Then she could have been killed after you left the room. Couldn't she? Shigeki Kurizuma questioned. No. Look at this. The lamp oil in the heater has hardly diminished, regardless of who it was, in this frigid weather. The first instinct upon entering a room would be to turn on the heater. Furthermore, the oil barrel is nearly overflowing, indicating that when Misato Sakura returned to her room, she was already a cold corpse. Otherwise, she would have been murdered immediately upon her return, Asakawa Hain continued to explain. However, the second scenario is nearly impossible. Think about it. After we finished carrying the lamp oil, we were all milling about in the lounge. And Misato Sakura's room was in plain sight. If she had come back, someone would surely have noticed. Also, look, the window in this room is barred with iron grates. Even if Misato Sakura were petite, there is no way she could have entered through there. Are you implying? Hiratama Rock stammered. Indeed, this is a perfectly orchestrated locked room murder. Asakawa Hain's eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened, his tone imbued with authority. The snow spirit. It must be. She was taken by the snow spirit, Takaha. Hiratama Rock's voice quivered with fear. The snow spirit, you say? Regardless, everyone, please gather in the lounge, and for the sake of preserving the scene, I kindly ask Mr. Yamada to ensure no one approaches here. Asakawa Hain began issuing commands, his innate authority preventing any dissent from those present. Ultimately, with the exception of T. Zakijise, who was too frightened to attend, everyone else gathered in the lounge. Firstly, Asakawa Hain began to inquire about what everyone had been doing and where they had been moments ago. However, after thorough questioning, no discrepancies were discovered. Mr. Hiratama, you mentioned that Misato Sakura was taken by the snow spirit. Takaha, correct? Faced with a lack of useful information, Asakawa Hain decided to take a different approach. Yes. Could you tell me the story behind this snow spirit legend? Very well. Let me recount the tale of my friend who was taken by Takaha 12 years ago on Icewall Mountain. Hello, this is Siki from the radio equipment. A man's voice claimed over the radio. Oh, wonderful. Siki, you're safe. Do you know where you are right now? A youthful Hiratama Rock exclaimed with joy. No, I don't doubt if the route is correct. I should be nearing the snowy mountain lodge. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can hold on much longer. I'm so sleepy. You fool. Don't sleep. If you do, it's all over, Hiratama Rock shouted fervently into the microphone. During this time, Siki shared a story via the radio. In this tale, a climber named Takaha and his friend Yamada faced the most challenging section of Icewall Mountain, the north face. However, they fell into a dispute mid-climb, leading to their separation. Determined to find his missing friend, Takaha took on the burden of both their gear and set off. Unbeknownst to him, he too lost his way, ultimately becoming a vengeful spirit of the snow. In the end, Hiratama Rock's friend lost contact amid a series of horrific screams. When we finally located him, Siki's body was already frozen stiff. This is the origin of the snow spirit legend. After recounting the tale, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Hiratama Rock's eyes. Mr. Asakawa, while you deduce that this is a locked room murder, I find one aspect to be quite suspicious. Hiratama suddenly shifted the topic back to the case. You mean the degree of rigidity of the corpse, correct? Asakawa Hain seamlessly continued the conversation. Precisely. According to your reasoning, Misato Sakura was killed within the last hour. However, the body would need to be left outside for at least a night to achieve that level of rigidity. I currently have no leads regarding this, but one thing is certain. This was not the doing of the snow spirit. In the depths of Akashikawa Yu's eyes resided a profound confidence. He believed that there existed no specters in this world, only individuals masquerading as phantoms. Yet, even in the wake of a murder, and despite the blizzard's hindrance preventing the police from arriving promptly, none among them exhibited any inclination to depart. The avarice of human nature, it seemed, compelled them to linger in the presence of a corpse until the morrow. Akashikawa Yu pondered this with a contemplative sigh. Why, dear boss, do you take such an interest in this matter? Given your disposition, one would expect you to remain aloof, silently awaiting the police's arrival, he remarked. Observing Akashikawa Yu's earlier actions, Mayano Akemi felt a tinge of incredulity. Though their acquaintance was still nascent, she prided herself on her understanding of her employer. He would not normally intervene unless driven by some extraordinary motive. It's merely uncomfortable to be here alongside the deceased, he retorted defiantly. Mayano Akemi, sensing his stubbornness, found herself at a loss. Isn't it obvious? Did not Mr. Kurokuma mention that if we do not remain until the morning after tomorrow, we shall forfeit our right to the inheritance? Tizaki Jisei descended the stairs at a measured pace. Indeed, to ordinary individuals, 100 million yen constituted a staggering sum, particularly under the exceedingly simple condition of remaining until the morrow. Was this not a perfect trap? This gathering at the villa was a snare, wherein the participants, fully aware of the peril, chose to remain, only to be harvested one by the murderer. Furthermore, a foreboding sensation gripped him. Another incident seemed imminent. Tizaki Jisei, having overheard Akashikawa Yu's musings, narrowed his gaze, as if struck by an unsettling realization. Yet he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. After Tizaki Jisei departed, Akashikawa Yu regarded his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The following morning, an extraordinary occurrence transpired once more. The corpse that should have occupied Miss Sakura's room had mysteriously vanished. However, it was inconceivable that someone had stealthily removed it, for Akashikawa Yu had vigilantly remained in the living room throughout the night. Even if someone had intruded, there would have been at least a whisper of sound. Thus, the group hastily convened in the living room. Yet before all had gathered, an unprecedented event unfolded. With a resounding crash, an axe was hurled through the window, the glass shattered entirely, and the cacophony heightened the already palpable tension among the terrified assembly. It was thrown from outside. Wait, there is something smeared upon the axe, blood. To validate his suspicions, Akashikawa Yu peered out the window, and a ghastly sight greeted him. The lifeless form of Mr. Masue Wataru lay sprawled on the ground. Ah, I can't bear this. I renounce this money. I must escape this mountain at once, cried Suzuki Mao, a university student. Overwhelmed by the succession of murders, she dashed towards the entrance. The others hurried after her, but upon reaching the entrance, despair washed over them. Their shoes had inexplicably vanished, leaving them without the means to traverse the snowy mountain. Furthermore, the radio was rendered inoperative. Evidently, they were ensnared in a blizzard-bound villa. As anxiety escalated among the group, Tizaki Jisei suddenly emerged, announcing that his brother had fled after leaving a letter, in which he bequeathed 100 million yen to him. I was in the living room all night. No one could have exited from here. Akashikawa Yu interjected. Yet the shoes were left at the entrance. Pray tell, how did your brother depart without them? He inquired, perplexed. Well, my brother despises wet shoes. Thus, whenever we stay in a hut while hiking, he invariably brings his shoes into the room. Tizaki Jisei hastily explained that that makes a certain degree of sense. Akashikawa Yu remarked with a slight smirk, his tone laced with subtle mockery. The absence of everyone's shoes signifies that no one can leave. I posit that this must be Yukarin's ominous warning. Hirakubo Rock continued to propagate the legend of the snow specter, convinced that it would claim the lives of them all. Akashikawa Yu remained unperturbed, sensing that something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation, gazed intently at Akashikawa Yu, lost in her own thoughts that it is impossible. This is undoubtedly a premeditated murder, and the culprit is likely among us. Akashikawa Yu firmly believed. Have you nearly deduced who the murderer is, boss? Mayano Akemi whispered in his ear. No, not yet. But I'm close, he replied, only to suddenly realize a pressing matter. She was too close. At that moment, Mayano Akemi had leaned against him so intimately that a mere embrace would send her tumbling into his arms. When she noticed her employer's abrupt silence, she assumed he had come to another realization. However, as Akashikawa Yu's gaze grew increasingly awkward, she finally comprehended the situation and quickly distanced herself by 2 paces. An unusual tension enveloped them, and no one dared to meet another's gaze. "That I suddenly have a matter to confirm. I must take my leave," he stated. With that, Akashikawa Yu hurriedly departed, leaving Mayano Akemi to silently observe his retreating figure. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. "Mr. Kurokuma, are you inside?" Akashikawa Yu inquired as he rapped on the door. Shortly, Kurokuma Shigeki finally opened the door. "Mr. Akashikawa, what brings you here?" he asked, still adorned in his mask. "I wish to reconfirm the matter of the will," Akashikawa Yu stated without hesitation, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Well, the will be disclosed tomorrow morning. If you suspect any discrepancies, you may wait until then to have the police conduct a handwriting analysis," Kurokuma Shigeki replied, shaking a folder in his hand to indicate that the will was currently within. With that assurance, Akashikawa Yu found himself without further recourse and exited the premises. Nevertheless, in the recesses of his mind, he believed that Kurokuma Shigeki was not lying. Thus, a new question arose. Did a connection exist among those summoned here? Consequently, Akashikawa Yu sought out the manager, Yamada Yukio, and borrowed newspapers from recent years to commence his investigation. Remarkably, this scrutiny yielded some clues. The newspapers recounted the disappearance of 5 individuals on the North Alps ice wall several years prior, among which were the names of Sekura Misa and Masue Wataru, as well as a pair of twin brothers, presumably T. Zaki Jisei and T. Zaki Kajushi. However, perplexingly, the report stated 5 individuals had vanished, yet only 4 had returned, casting doubt in Akashikawa Yu's mind. Just then, the group approached to relay the news of T. Zaki Jisei's disappearance. Strangely, T. Zaki Kajushi, who had seemingly left after leaving a letter, suddenly reappeared. "Now that you mention it, I realize I have never seen both T. Zaki brothers together," Mayano Akemi remarked, her demeanor having shifted from the earlier atmosphere. Observing the growing suspicion among the others, T. Zaki Kajushi became agitated, asserting he would appear with his brother to prove his innocence. With that, he dashed outside, prompting Hirakubo Rock to block his path. Fearing he intended to flee, in the ensuing struggle, T. Zaki Kajushi inadvertently stumbled into a snowbank. With a resounding crash, the snow cascaded down, revealing a familiar visage, none other than the missing T. Zaki Jisei. He lay lifeless, a mere shell of his former self. Fear seeped into the hearts of all present, as the assembled individuals began to feel an unsettling chill. For they could not fathom if they would be the next to fall victim. At that moment, Uncle Baraki once again seized the opportunity to advocate for the theory of the existence of the snow spirit. He posited that apart from the snow spirit, how could a person possibly appear out of thin air in a room and then vanish just as mysteriously? The crowd exchanged glances, clearly unable to respond. But only Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi understood that none of this could possibly be attributed to the snow spirit. The former had begun to sense something amiss, while the latter had faith in Asakawa Yu. If he said it was so, then it was undoubtedly not so. Subsequently, Asakawa Yu resumed his investigation. He discovered the mobile phone of the deceased, Dozakizi Shio, which had miraculously remained undamaged. Upon opening the phone, he found a recording belonging to Dozakizi Shio. However, when he clicked play, all that emerged was a blood-curdling scream. A ghost. After that, no further useful information was forthcoming. Faced with a lack of progress, Asakawa Yu had no choice but to inquire once more with Dozakizi Kajushi. "Mr. Asakawa, do you have a question?" Kajushi, standing before Asakawa Yu, felt an inexplicable pressure. "Indeed, I would like to ask you, Mr. Dozakizi, during the 4 days of survival on the ice wall 2 years ago, the rescued pair of twin brothers refers to you and your brother. Does it not?" "Yes, but what of it?" Kajushi began to sweat profusely. "Oh, nothing much. I believe I have already discerned the answer I sought. Thank you for your assistance." Asakawa Yu smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. With that, he turned on his heel and left without hesitation. Left behind, Kajushi was engulfed by an indescribable feeling, as if he had been seen through. Impossible. Yet, at that moment, no one cared what he was thinking. After a while Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi were idly chatting in the living room, they were suddenly startled by a piercing scream emanating from the bathroom. Reluctantly, they both rose once more to investigate. What has happened? Upon reaching the bathroom door, they found Ijima Gata sitting on the floor, trembling and pointing towards the inside. Peering in, they saw Dozakizi Kazushi lying motionless on the ground, his head having suffered a significant blow. Evidently devoid of life, scattered across the floor were shards of a ceramic mug, and visible bloodstains marred the walls that it could be surmised that Kazushi had engaged in a struggle with his assailant before ultimately succumbing to a brutal death. Observing the broken pieces of the mug, Asakawa Yu had finally grasped the identity of the perpetrator behind this heinous act. Yet, one final question lingered unresolved: the mystery of the locked room where Sakura Misa had met her demise. Thus, in pursuit of the truth, Asakawa Yu, accompanied by Mayano Akemi, once again ventured into Misa's room to conduct an investigation. But if all went as expected, the truth would soon be unveiled. Upon entering Misa's room, Asakawa Yu and Akemi swiftly commenced their inquiry. During this investigation, they uncovered several discrepancies that had previously gone unnoticed. Firstly, they found bloodstains that had not been identified before, and the bedsheets had mysteriously vanished. With even the oil from the lamp can leaking profusely, Asakawa Yu attempted to lift the lamp can, and in that moment, he finally recognized the aspect he had overlooked from the very beginning. Consequently, Asakawa Yu began to verify the remaining oil levels in each room's lamp can. After completing his rounds, he realized he had unraveled the so-called locked room mystery. It seems the owner has already deduced the method behind this locked room, he remarked, though it was more of a statement than a question. Mayano Akemi, aware of her boss's demeanor, understood that he had indeed arrived at the truth. Indeed, and if my reasoning is correct, the actions of the perpetrator are nothing short of shocking. It may even frighten you, he added. Frighten me? That is inconceivable. Upon hearing Asakawa Yu's taunts, Mayano Akemi immediately bristled. Let's not forget who was nearly terrified to the point of wetting their pants upon first encountering Dozakizi Kazushi. Hiding behind me no less. I won't name names, but you know who you are. Asakawa Yu continued to tease. But that was different. Who could tell if the person was alive or dead? Akemi retorted. Ha! All right, it's time for us to depart. Once we resolve this last minor issue, this farce will finally come to an end, Asakawa Yu said, gazing meaningfully out at the swirling snow outside the window. Following this, Asakawa Yu sought out Baraki Rakuro once more to inquire about a detail from the previous tale he had recounted. You wish to know why my friend Siki was certain that the voice heard was that of Takaha Wet, correct? Indeed. What was the basis for this? Asakawa Yu asked, puzzled. The answer is simple. Takaha Wet and Siki are upperclassmen and underclassmen, respectively. Anyone would be startled to hear the voice of a deceased person, wouldn't they? A deceased person startling a recording. Yes, everything aligns now, he realized, coming to understand the identity of the remorseless snow spirit that had claimed multiple lives in this snowbound villa. Mr. Asakawa, is there some matter for which you have gathered us all here? Ijima Gata inquired timidly. The reason for summoning everyone is that I have unraveled the entire truth, including the identity of the perpetrator behind these crimes. The impact of Asakawa Yu's proclamation struck the group like a thunderclap, leaving them in disbelief. Is this truly the case? Tsukazuki Mao hurriedly asked. Certainly, but to be frank, I believe that those who were killed had it coming, and I can fully comprehend the actions of the perpetrator. Asakawa Yu's words once again ignited a firestorm of outrage among the crowd. How can you say such a thing? What about those innocent victims? Mao protested passionately. How do you know those who were killed were innocent? What do you truly know? Asakawa Yu cast her a piercing glance, his meaning heavy. Even so, murder is never justified. Though her conviction wavered, Mao mustered the courage to speak. Ha 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 ha, indeed. It's only natural for a university student like you, who has never been battered by society, to think that way. How pitiable, Asakawa Yu derided. But I say, if one day your dearest loved one were to be slain by another, you might just become even more unhinged than the perpetrator. Bang! Imagine the sound of a door closing and then reopening, as in a detective story. Indeed, this murder was not the work of a snow spirit, but rather a premeditated act of revenge. The motive lies in the tragic incident that occurred 2 years ago. At that time, we all believed that the Dozakizi brothers were two sides of the same coin. However, this misconception concealed the very essence of this case. Before revealing the identity of the murderer, allow me to first unveil the method employed in this locked room killing. Firstly, the issue of the corpse being frozen is not the crux of the matter. A bottle of extremely low-temperature liquid nitrogen suffices for this. As for why the perpetrator went to such lengths to freeze Miss Sakura Misa's body, it is quite simple. They intended to transport the corpse out through the window. No, no, no. A window of this size cannot possibly accommodate a living person, Ijima Gata interjected skeptically. You are correct. A living person cannot pass through. But what of a corpse? Asakawa Yu replied calmly that a corpse. It seemed a realization dawned upon them. And the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they collectively grasped a notion they had scarcely dared to entertain. Indeed, the perpetrator dismembered Miss Sakura's body, severing her head, limbs, and other parts, allowing them to be transported through those windows. The reason the body was rendered so rigid was to prevent blood from splattering during the dismemberment process. The perpetrator first placed Misa's body in sub-zero outdoor temperatures to lower her body heat, then used liquid nitrogen to freeze the corpse, and finally employed a chainsaw to cut her apart, arranging the dismembered parts on the bed, ultimately using liquid nitrogen as an adhesive, akin to piecing together a doll. They reassembled the body, which then lay frozen on the bed. As for the body parts, they were concealed within the lamp can. At that time, Miss Misa's lamp can was, in fact, filled with her remains. What did you just say? The crowd was taken aback in sheer horror. Seizing the moment when everyone was still in shock, Asakawa Yu slowly approached the oil canister and brought it crashing down to the ground. Bang! The canister shattered with a resounding crack. The reason this oil canister broke so easily was that it had not been welded. It was merely held together by a powerful adhesive. Asakawa Yu continued to elucidate. This oil canister had been concealed by the perpetrator, who switched it with the original after stuffing Miss Misha's body inside, subsequently moving it into Miss Misha's room while everyone was distracted, thus executing this series of heinous acts. However, what led me to uncover this scheme was also the peculiar weight of the oil canister, in order to prevent it from being too heavy. Mr. Yamada Yukio did not fill the canister to the brim with oil. Yet, to match the weight of the corpse, the murderer had no choice but to fill it completely. That is why I found it so perplexing. The crowd began to murmur in confusion. If the murderer had managed to bring it in unnoticed, how could they have taken it out stealthily? The answer is simple. Once the plan was executed, the corpse no longer served a purpose. All that was needed was to slice the frozen body into pieces and dispose of them one by one, allowing nature to take its course as the snow melted, transforming the remnants into prey for wild beasts. So, who could this merciless murderer be? It was, in fact, the late Tizaki Kazushi who provided me with the clue during the struggle with the assailant. He chose not to wield a more lethal weapon. Instead, he opted for a mere mug, effectively signaling us towards the identity of the killer. The shattered mug bore a pattern resembling sunflowers, thus, among us, who possessed something related to sunflowers. Indeed, the murderer is you, Mr. Lawyer Kurizuma Shigeki. Wait, could it be that you are mistaken, Mr. Asakawa? I am merely a lawyer. Kurizuma hastily protested. I was in the living room reading when Miss Sakura was killed. In other words, I have a solid alibi, do I not? That is indeed true. I was with Mr. Kurizuma the entire time. He had no opportunity to commit the crime. Uncle Baraki also began to defend him. I see. So may I inquire what book you were reading at that time, Mr. Kurizuma? Asakawa Yu countered directly. It was a legal book I brought with me. Here it is. Kurizuma replied, producing the book and placing it before Asakawa. Very well, let me ask you, Mr. Kurizuma, has this book truly never been seen by anyone else? Asakawa Yu gazed intently at him, his words laden with significance. What do you mean? I have stated that I did not lend it to anyone. Kurizuma's voice began to tremble with anxiety. That I asked that so? Asakawa Yu pressed on. Have you had enough of this? I told you. I am not lying. Ultimately, the pent-up frustration within Kurizuma Shigeki erupted, and he became visibly enraged. Observing Kurizuma's flustered demeanor, Asakawa Yu remained unfazed, even bored. That I in that case, before I address this question, there is something I must clarify for everyone. Initially, you all believed that the Tizaki brothers were merely one person playing two roles. This is, in fact, correct. More precisely, before Tizaki Kazushi returned here, both Tizaki brothers were impersonated solely by Tizaki Shizuya. Upon hearing this, Kurizuma Shigeki swallowed hard, clenching his fists tightly. What do you mean by that? As the crowd remained bewildered, Asakawa Yu felt a flicker of exasperation. However, at that moment, Mayano Akemi's actions filled him with immense relief. That I understand, boss. You mean to say that initially, the Tizaki brothers were both portrayed by Tizaki Shizuya in order to amass greater wealth. Correct. Mayano Akemi began to articulate her reasoning slowly. Perhaps at the outset, the elder brother sought to eliminate the younger in order to claim his inheritance, intending to double the fortune through this ruse. But due to unforeseen circumstances, the younger brother did not perish, and thus the murderer exploited this opportunity to manipulate Tizaki Kazushi to their advantage. Asakawa Yu silently observed from the sidelines, choosing not to interject, for he wished to see how far this young woman could progress on her own. Assuming there were 12 individuals present at the manor, that makes for 12 actors, one of whom occupied 2 roles, which naturally leaves 1 vacant. This implies that Korazuma Shigeki's identity was, in fact, a shared role between Yu and Tizaki Kazushi. Am I not correct, boss? Feeling a surge of pride in her deduction, Mayano Akemi basked in her own brilliance. Not too shabby, but there's still some distance to cover. Keep striving. Asakawa Yu acknowledged her effort without excessive praise, aware that too much flattery would inflate her ego. What do you mean, not too shabby? Really now? Mayano Akemi murmured to herself. The truth remains, when you claimed to be reading in the living room, it was likely not you, but Tizaki Kazushi, due to their differing voices. Tizaki Kazushi had to feign sleep to avoid interaction. Meanwhile, you seized this opportunity to murder Matsui Wataru in this way. You crafted a flawless alibi. Wait, are you implying that I lack evidence? Kurizuma interjected sharply. Of course, there is evidence. We need only take that book of yours for fingerprint analysis to determine whether Tizaki Kazushi's prints appear upon it. Before Kurizuma could respond, Asakawa Yu's words cut him off mercilessly. In that instant, the living room fell into a profound silence, as no one had anticipated that the lawyer standing before them was the very embodiment of the terrifying evil spirit responsible for multiple murders. The room was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Indeed, everything is my doing, for I shall never forgive them. The despicable murderers. Kurizuma Shigeki collapsed to the floor, his mask falling away to reveal the visage of a handsome man. Through Kurizuma's narration, they uncovered the origins of it all. 2 years prior. The woman who perished in the ice wall incident, with no survivors, was named Kamishiro Yuka. She had once saved Kurizuma's life during a dire situation, and they subsequently became lovers, reaching the point of discussing marriage. They had planned to meet at the snowy manor of Ice Wall, yet the weather suddenly turned treacherous. Kurizuma intended to join the rescue team to save Kamishiro, but was delayed due to the ferocious blizzard. While the others were rescued, only Kamishiro Yuka succumbed to the storm, discovered clad in light gear. Kurizuma believed she had insufficient supplies because she anticipated that he would accompany her into the mountains. However, he later found numerous pieces of his own equipment on the 4 survivors. After investigation, he realized that Kamishiro had been gravely equipped. It was only when he discovered Kamishiro's phone that the truth dawned upon him. The 4 individuals had conspired to incapacitate Kamishiro and steal her provisions, leading to her untimely death. Yet, should he seek justice through the law, they would likely evade severe punishment due to emergency self-defense regulations. Thus, after confiding in Mr. Binyaku, they agreed that he would use his funds to exact revenge. Thus, a vengeful spirit descended from the depths of hell was born. Initially, he sought out Tizaki Shizuai, demanding that he relay a message to his brother Tizaki Kazushi. However, after the incident, the brothers had been at odds. As fate would have it, Kurizuma Shigeki witnessed Tizaki Shizuai, in his greed, push his own brother off a cliff, surviving by a stroke of luck after my rescue. Tizaki Kazushi and I forged an agreement, enabling me to execute this meticulously crafted plan of murder. After completing this series of killings, even I felt a chill of dread. However, I eventually came to terms with it. The true Kurizuma Shigeki had perished, and what remained was merely a ghost of vengeance. Indeed, with a heart of ice, I wandered through the storm of resentment as the vengeful spirit of snow. Asakawa Yu mused internally. The case finally reached a conclusion. Yet, after Kurizuma revealed the location of the concealed shoes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Without a moment's hesitation, Kurizuma Shigeki dashed into the blizzard. Seemingly with intent, the others quickly realized that Kurizuma intended to end his own life amidst the storm. Without a second thought, Yamada Yukio and the others geared up, preparing to rescue Kurizuma Shigeki from his perilous fate. Yet, only Asakawa Yu remained seated on the sofa, motionless for quite some time. Dressed in her gear, Mayano Akemi was preparing to join the search party. However, upon seeing Asakawa Yu still lounging on the sofa, she could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. "Boss, aren't you going to help?" she inquired. Why must I assist?" Asakawa Yu retorted. The vengeance of Kurizuma Shigeki has already concluded. His continued existence holds no significance. Why should I expend my efforts to save someone so intent on ending their own life? This question rendered Mayano Akemi momentarily speechless. Indeed, while one may require a motive to take another's life, the rationale for aiding someone in dire straits is often disregarded, is it not? Mayano Akemi smiled, offering her interpretation. Silence ensued. Following her response, the atmosphere around them grew heavy with quietude. Ha ha ha. I see now. Go ahead. I shall simply wait for your return here, Asakawa Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, urging Mayano Akemi to hasten forward while assuring her of his presence in their absence, with Asakawa Yu's consent. Mayano Akemi wasted no time and quickly joined the others. That moment, the entire lodge was left in solitude, occupied solely by Asakawa Yu. Indeed, how could I have forgotten? She embodies such traits: kindness, gentleness, courage. These are the most luminous characteristics of Mayano Akemi. He reflected, realizing how profoundly she had influenced him without his awareness. In the desolate living room, Asakawa Yu's gaze grew vacant as he reclined against the sofa, shielding his eyes with his hand and murmuring to himself. Time passed slowly, and after an indeterminate duration, the group began to return to the lodge. Thank goodness, they have finally returned. However, this fellow is rather heavy, Mr. Baraki complained. Upon discovering Kurizuma Shigeki, they found him unconscious, sprawled in the snow. With no other option, they carried him back. As Asakawa Yu surveyed the group, a sense of unease washed over him. Where is Karasawa Ayami? Did she not return with you? He queried. Indeed, amidst the returning entourage, Asakawa Yu noted the absence of Mayano Akemi. This is troubling. I distinctly recall Miss Karasawa accompanying us initially. However, as the snowstorm intensified, we advised her to return ahead. Could it be that she has lost her way? Mr. Baraki recalled the events. In such treacherous weather, visibility was severely compromised, not to mention that she had previously confessed to being directionally challenged. How frustrating. Why must she complicate matters for others? Asakawa Yu grumbled. Yet his actions displayed no hesitation. Clad in his backpack and equipped for the elements, he dashed into the blizzard before the others could fully comprehend his departure. Mr. Baraki, what should we do now? Tsukihama inquired anxiously. There's nothing we can do but wait for the storm to subside before calling for reinforcements. For now, we can only silently pray for them, he responded. Damn it. Where could she be? After searching the vicinity, Asakawa Yu found no trace of Mayano Akemi and had no choice but to venture deeper. Yet, in such harsh conditions, even he could not endure for long, generally. The optimal rescue window for an individual trapped in such perilous circumstances is approximately 15 minutes. Exceeding this time frame poses grave danger. Based on Mr. Baraki's prior comments, the duration from their discovery of Kurizuma Shigeki to their return to the lodge seemed to be around 10 minutes. Assuming Mayano Akemi departed within the first 5 minutes, it could be inferred that only about 5 minutes remained for her optimal rescue time. But how could he proceed in the vast expanse of white snow? Merely discerning the path was a challenge, let alone locating a person. Suddenly, a strong intuition compelled him to glance toward the right. His instinct urged him that Mayano Akemi might be in that direction. All right, I shall wager everything on this. Do not succumb so easily before I find you. Asakawa Yu's gaze fluctuated between uncertainty and determination as he murmured fervently. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi found herself in dire straits. Dragging her weary body, she trudged forward, aware that she may have veered off course, yet resolute in her refusal to halt. For if she were to collapse now, everything would be lost, yet she felt utterly exhausted. Still, she persevered, fueled not only by her extraordinary endurance but also by the desire to live happily alongside her sister. Moreover, she had promised the boss to repay him well. Her voice grew weaker. Ultimately, Mayano Akemi could no longer bear it and began to topple forward. After a moment, the anticipated sensation of falling into a snowdrift did not come. Instead, she felt a warmer embrace. Since you vowed to repay me, you must live well. If you were to die here so carelessly, it would truly trouble me. A familiar voice reached her ears, surreal in its familiarity. To think that in the fleeting moments of my life, the one I would see would be you, boss. How wondrous. Enough with the nonsense. Stay alert. You cannot afford to perish before I fully exploit your remaining value. Asakawa Yu hoisted Mayano Akemi onto his back, attempting to engage her in conversation to ensure she would not slip into unconsciousness. Strangely enough, his words, which sounded almost like a threat, brought her an unexpected sense of comfort, dispelling much of the chill she felt. The snow swirled and danced in the air, while the biting wind lashed against their faces as the storm intensified. Even the act of walking became exceedingly difficult. In that critical moment, Asakawa Yu suddenly spotted a cave. Without a second thought, he ushered Mayano Akemi inside. Though the entrance was small, it offered ample shelter from the storm that it seems we must patiently wait here until the storm subsides before we can seek an escape. I am so sorry. My recklessness has led to this predicament. Mayano Akemi began to apologize to Asakawa Yu, fully aware that had it not been for her, he would not be facing such misfortune. No, I consented to your course of action. You need not shoulder all the blame. However, I must mention, you ought to rectify your sense of direction. It was fortunate I was here this time, but you may not be so lucky next time. Haha. All right, I understand, she replied. But it seems that if we do not stay here for the night, we may not be able to leave at all. It was easier said than done. They had hardly eaten before venturing out. And Asakawa had rushed out in a panic, leaving their provisions back at the lodge. All that remained was a flashlight and a blanket. Huh, what is this? Mayano Akemi pondered, gazing at the blanket that had fallen into her hands. You can use it. It should suffice to keep you through until morning, Asakawa Yu stated nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. Observing Mayano Akemi huddled in the corner, shivering yet reluctant to let him know. He resolved to give her the blanket. What about you? She protested, realizing that unlike her full gear, Asakawa Yu clearly needed the blanket more. You should prioritize your own well-being. If you perish, all my efforts would be in vain. Hearing this, Mayano Akemi found no grounds to argue further. Just as Asakawa Yu prepared to endure the night alone, a sudden warmth enveloped him. Mayano Akemi had nestled herself within his embrace, the blanket wrapping around them both snugly. Don't overthink it. I merely felt guilty seeing you suffer alone in the cold. There are no ulterior motives. At that moment, Mayano Akemi's face flushed crimson, and her words began to lose coherence. Haha. All right, I understand. I assure you there are no other intentions. Rest easy. Observing the flustered expression of Mayano Akemi as she hurriedly attempted to explain, Akagawa Hain could no longer suppress her laughter. At that moment, it felt as if a flame ignited between the two, illuminating their surroundings and banishing the chill that had enveloped them. So, you two went out for a brief excursion, and not only did you fail to acquire that so-called 1 billion yen inheritance, but you also stumbled upon a serial murder case. Furthermore, you ended up trapped in a snowstorm together for an entire night. Listening to her sister recount the experiences of the past couple of days, Hibara AI felt as though her own life paled in comparison. Indeed, after spending a night in the blizzard, the following day saw the storm gradually subside. After walking for some distance, they were eventually discovered by a rescue team. And at last, they returned home safely. Now, the sisters found themselves at home, discussing the events of the past few days. Isn't it fascinating? Mayano Akemi asked, unfazed, yet still smiling. Fascinating indeed, if he hadn't been by your side. Just imagine what might have happened. Hibara AI cast a sidelong glance at Mayano Akemi. So, how did it feel? Hibara AI suddenly seemed to recall something and asked excitedly, what are you talking about? Mayano Akemi replied, bewildered. Didn't you just say it? You were in his embrace, sharing a blanket. So, how was it? Wasn't his embrace warm? As she spoke, Hibara AI wore a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Mayano Akemi realized she was being teased. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly turned to look around. Once she confirmed that Akagawa Hain was not nearby, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. You little AI, have you learned to tease your sister now? Thankfully, the boss isn't around. Otherwise, what would he think of me? Mayano Akemi's face was slightly flushed, clearly taken aback by her sister's audacity. Relax, relax. Even if that guy found out, he wouldn't say anything. He'd just treat it as a joke. Hibara AI scoffed. But, just as Mayano Akemi was about to continue her argument with her sister, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. I'm back. It was Akagawa Hain, returning from shopping. AI is here too. Would you like to stay for dinner? Akagawa Hain considered himself quite gentle when it came to children, even though the person standing before him hardly resembled a typical elementary school student. I'll pass. I still have to return home and cook for the doctor. However, what did you go out for? Hibara AI politely declined Akagawa Hain's invitation, her curiosity piqued by the numerous bags he was carrying. Oh, about that. Since we haven't been home for the past couple of days, most of the ingredients in the fridge weren't fresh, so I went to buy some new ones. After saying this, Akagawa Hain lifted the bags in his hands. However, I also found this in the mailbox at the front door. With that, he produced a letter from his pocket. A letter? Indeed, but I have no idea who sent it to me. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the sisters, Akagawa Hain opened the letter. An invitation, a memorial service. As he read the name Masuyama Kinzo inscribed in the letter, Akagawa Hain began to ponder the identity of the sender. Is he inviting you to this memorial service? Speaking of which, that name sounds quite familiar. I've just remembered, Masuyama Kinzo is a prominent figure in the financial sector. I often see him in the newspapers, Hybra AI exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Akagawa Hain. Her eyes clearly expressing surprise at his acquaintance with such a notable individual. Realizing what Hybra AI was thinking, Akagawa Hain couldn't help but ruffle her hair, saying, "There's much you don't know." Swatting away Akagawa Hain's teasing hand, Hybra AI resumed her examination of the letter's contents, while Akagawa Hain began to recall his memories associated with Masuyama Kinzo. It was shortly after he arrived. Having exchanged a bit of popularity for some wealth and embarked on travels, during which he met Masuyama Kinzo. At first, Akagawa Hain thought the man looked familiar but couldn't place him, so he chose to dismiss it. It was during that time that they seemingly hit it off, leading Akagawa Hain to invest in Masuyama Kinzo's automobile company, acquiring a stake and subsequently becoming friends. Now, he finally recalled that this individual was the same one who appeared during Conan's initial confrontation with the Black Organization. Specifically that he remembered that this mission involved assassinating someone at the memorial service. But why would he suddenly think to invite me? Has he noticed something special about me? No, that can't be. Akagawa Hain believed he had concealed his identity quite well. Aside from a few specific individuals, he presented himself merely as a handsome, ordinary CAF owner. It seems this time I must take the initiative to investigate the situation. Speaking of which, I haven't been in the public eye much lately. Although my popularity is still sufficient, this isn't a sustainable path. The last case I encountered was scheduled by the system to become a special storyline, set to be released alongside the narrative of when I saved Mayano Akemi. Akagawa Hain felt reassured by the system's operations. This time marks Conan's first formal confrontation with the organization, with Hybra AI participating as well. However, since Mayano Akemi was rescued by him, and Hybra AI didn't harbor the same suicidal thoughts as in the original story, he wondered if the plot would unfold as it originally did. While Akagawa Hain was deep in thought, the sisters simply perceived him as lost in contemplation. "Boss, are you all right? What are you thinking about?" Mayano Akemi waved her hand in front of Akagawa Hain, attempting to rouse him. "That I'm fine. I was merely considering what outfit would be appropriate for the upcoming memorial service." Akagawa Hain offered as an excuse that by the way, "Boss, can I accompany you?" The letter mentioned that another person could be brought along. "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Akagawa Hain firmly rejected her, winky face. Mayano Akemi was taken aback by the abruptness of his refusal. Indeed, Akagawa Hain generally wouldn't refuse invitations to casual gatherings. However, the issue at hand was that this memorial service posed significant danger. Not to mention Pasuko, there were also individuals like Vermouth and Jin present at this gathering. If Mayano Akemi were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Naturally, after being turned down, Mayano Akemi said nothing further. After all, whether she could attend didn't particularly matter to her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a hint of irritation flared up within her after receiving Akagawa Hain's blunt refusal, though it quickly dissipated. "Sir, here is your handkerchief. Please take it." The receptionist smiled as she handed the handkerchief to Akagawa Hain. Indeed, Akagawa Hain had arrived at the memorial service venue, the very location where Pasuko would attempt to assassinate Member of Parliament Tokumoto, marking the commencement of the first confrontation between the red and black factions. Prior to arriving here, Akagawa Hain had already made preparations. This time, he intended to ensure that Jin would face some hardship. "Goodbye, we're leaving now, Conan." Ayumi waved farewell to Conan and Hybra AI. "See you." The remaining duo, Conan and Hybra AI, walked home together. By the way, I remember that Akagawa is back, right? Conan suddenly inquired. "Yes, he returned yesterday afternoon." "Why, have you missed him after just a few days?" Hybra AI seized the opportunity to tease Conan. "No, that's not it. I just feel like it's been a while since I last saw that guy. And it makes me a bit nostalgic. By the way, how about we take this chance to visit his CAF together?" Unable to resist, Conan shifted the topic. "That's quite unfortunate. It seems he has gone to attend a memorial service today. So he should have already left. In order to avoid making a fruitless trip, Hybrid AI directly informed Conan about Asakawa Yu's attendance at the memorial service today. Is that so? How unfortunate, Conan sighed, realizing he had no choice but to accept it. However, just as they were halfway through their journey, a sleek black Porsche appeared before them. At that moment, Hybera's body involuntarily began to tremble, and she even found it difficult to breathe. What's wrong? Hybera, Conan inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. When she did not respond, he wandered over to the Porsche, beginning to admire it. Jin. What did you say? This car belongs to Jin. Hybera managed to suppress her fear and utter this with all her strength. Bang! Upon hearing her words, Conan's mind exploded with realization, and he became serious. I see. Good. He immediately picked up his wireless phone to contact Professor Agasa. Hello, is this the professor? You need to get what I asked for right away and bring it to the intersection at 4th Street. There's no time to explain. Hurry. Less than a moment later, Professor Agasa arrived swiftly on the scene. After receiving the hanger and wrench from Agasa, Conan began to pry open the lock of the Porsche. This bold act left Hybera utterly astonished. Really? I told you this was Jin's car, yet you're still so fearless. Ultimately, with Hybera's reminder, Conan successfully installed the transmitter and listening device just before Jin and Vodka returned. He then discovered that a member of an organization codenamed Pisco was preparing to kill someone at the memorial service today. Idagawa. If we leave now, we might be a bit safer. You have no idea how powerful the organization is. Inside the car, Hybera earnestly cautioned Conan, but he seemed disinclined to heed her words. Because her sister was still alive, Hybera was not as despondent as in the original story and naturally did not entertain thoughts of risking herself. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi was lost in the delightful fantasy of finally capturing clues about Jin and his associates, completely disregarding Hybera's advice. By the way, I recall you mentioning that Asakawa and II is also attending a memorial service. Right? Yes, that's correct. Are you implying that the memorial service Jin and the others are attending could be the same one Asakawa Yu is going to? Hybera quickly deduced Conan's thoughts. I can't rule out that possibility. If that's the case, perhaps we could rely on Asakawa NII's strength to save the target. The mere thought of Asakawa Yu being there put Conan's heart at ease. Absolutely not. To his surprise, Hybera abruptly interrupted his thoughts. If this led to Asakawa Yu being targeted by the organization, he would be in grave danger. Though she thought this, Hybera subconsciously began to assess Asakawa Yu's capabilities. He managed to rescue my sister from Jin all by himself. If he fears the organization, well, perhaps he doesn't fear it as much as one would think. Indeed, it was naive of her to assume otherwise. After contemplating the potential consequences of involving an ordinary person like Asakawa Yu, Conan had no choice but to abandon this line of thought. Meanwhile, Asakawa Yu, who was chatting with Masuyama Kinzo at the memorial service, suddenly sneezed. Are you all right, Mr. Asakawa? The person before him, noticing his sudden sneeze, wondered if he was unwell. I'm fine. I'm fine. Perhaps someone is speaking of me. Now, shall we continue our previous discussion, Mr. Masuyama? The individual conversing with Asakawa Yu was none other than the focal point of tonight's memorial service. Masuyama Kinzo, a member of the organization codenamed Pisco. Ha ha ha, could it be a young lady is missing you? Well, you are at that age now, Masuyama Kinzo remarked, steering the conversation in that direction. You're joking. I have no thoughts of romance at this moment. Asakawa, do you know why I invited you to this memorial service? When Masuyama suddenly called his name, a chill ran down Asakawa Yu's spine, yet he maintained a composed facade, replying, well, perhaps it's because we have a certain affinity? Ha ha ha, indeed, but more importantly, I can tell you are not just an ordinary person. Although I lack concrete evidence, I trust my instincts. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you would accomplish great things in the future. This statement left Asakawa Yu utterly speechless. He had never regarded this organization member, who had made a brief appearance in the story, as significant, but now he realized how mistaken he had been. Clearly, anyone who could rise to a leadership position within the organization was far from ordinary. Not to mention, Masuyama was a veteran within Pisco. His credentials were formidable. It seemed he needed to reconsider his original plan. Come on, didn't you say you weren't interested? At the Kabuto restaurant, Conan looked disdainfully at Hybera AI, who was hiding behind him. Do you think I enjoy this? I'm the one who created that drug. I just don't want you constantly labeling me as a murderer. This scene is so adorable. Oh, how I long to see the main plot unfold. I've been so tired of the episodic stories lately. Does no one care where my husband has gone in these recent episodes? You, please hurry out. I can't go on without you. All right, but you need to be cautious. I suspect they might have already received word of our presence. Reluctantly, Conan reminded her once more. Shortly after, The two entered the venue. Yet, upon entering, Conan quickly realized the daunting nature of this task. In this venue, nearly everyone was dressed in black. Looking around, it was evident that all attendees were prominent figures from around the globe. Not a single ordinary person was in sight. After scanning the crowd, they indeed spotted Asakawa Yu engaging in conversation with others. Hey, Hibara, look, that must be Asakawa Yu. Following Conan's finger, Hibara quickly spotted the striking Asakawa Yu amidst the throng. Compared to the surrounding middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen, Asakawa's handsome and youthful face was incredibly distinctive. Finally, my husband is back on screen. So where has he been in these past few episodes? He couldn't possibly be out on a date, could he? Hey, don't say that. It might actually be true. We better not draw his attention. Otherwise, explaining ourselves will be too troublesome. With that, Conan led Hibara a bit further away from Asakawa Yu. This move wasn't unfounded. After all, Conan knew that Asakawa Yu was unaware of his true identity as Kudo Shinichi. If discovered here, he would inevitably face a reprimand. Nevertheless, Asakawa Yu's connections were indeed vast. He not only knew financial moguls but also internationally renowned actresses. Conan found himself increasingly curious about his background. Surely, he was not just a CAF owner, watching Asakawa Yu, who was amiably conversing with everyone. Conan's curiosity grew. Why are you so concerned about him? We should focus on our own situation. Hibara AI quickly shifted the topic, knowing that Asakawa Yu was not yet ready to reveal his identity to Conan. On the other side, Asakawa Yu had already been aware of Conan and Hibara's interest. It was impossible not to notice the barrage of comments flashing before his eyes. Mr. Asakawa, are you lost in thought? A beautiful blonde woman inquired. My apologies, Ms. Chris. I was momentarily distracted. Indeed, the woman conversing with Asakawa Yu was none other than Vermouth, known in the organization as the Queen of Masks, currently disguised as the international superstar Chris Winard. Oh, Mr. Asakawa, it's quite impolite to zone out while chatting with a lady, she remarked playfully, though her expression bore no hint of displeasure. I sincerely apologize. By the way, the memorial service is about to begin. Let's continue our conversation another time. Having spoken, Asakawa Yu hastily departed from the scene. Gazing at the now distant figure of Asakawa Yu, the corners of Belmod's mouth curled upward, revealing a smile imbued with a peculiar significance. Asakawa Yu, such an intriguing fellow, Belmod murmured to himself. Before long, the lights of the venue were extinguished, and the host commenced a presentation of images and videos on stage, just as the audience became engrossed in the host's narration. A strange noise suddenly erupted. Bang! A glass lamp crashed down, the sound of shattering echoing repeatedly. Realizing the situation was amiss, Officer Mugier and his colleagues swiftly called for the lights to be turned back on. In the very next moment, a scream reverberated throughout the entire venue. There, under the lamp, lay the congressman, unmistakably devoid of life. Quick, seal off the entire venue, and permit no one to enter or exit. Officer Mugier swiftly issued his command, plunging the venue into chaos. To act so boldly before the police, what audacity. Takamori, what's the situation now? Observing the inability of so many officers to apprehend the culprit, Officer Mugier could already envision the media's scathing portrayal of the police in the morning. At this moment, he yearned to uncover the identity of the perpetrator instantly, to quell his inner fury. I'm sorry, officer, but we have not yet discovered any leads on the suspect, Takamori replied, feeling helpless in the face of his superior's visible anger. Hello, it's been a while, Officer Mugier. Upon hearing a voice calling from behind, Officer Mugier felt as if he had heard the sweetest melody. Turning around, his excitement reached its zenith. How wonderful, Asakawa, it truly is you. Where have you been these past few days? His barrage of questions left Asakawa Yu momentarily dazed. Aren't you my senior? It feels as though we have only been apart for a few days. Yet you speak as if it has been years. Unbeknownst to Asakawa, his reputation in Officer Mugier's eyes had surpassed that of Kagoro Mori and Shinichi Kudo. Not to mention, Asakawa's humble demeanor and swift problem-solving abilities had earned him the top spot in Mugier's list of esteemed juniors. The mere presence of Asakawa Yu instantly infused Officer Mugier with renewed confidence, leaving even Asakawa momentarily speechless. Asakawa, my good fellow, what brings you here? Are you also attending the memorial service? Yes. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha, of course not. By the way, Asakawa, have you noticed anything, perhaps regarding the identity of the murderer, or their methods? Silence ensued. Officer Mugier, what sort of image do you hold of me? Bear in mind, it has only been 10 minutes since the crime was committed. Do you genuinely believe I could identify the culprit within that time frame? While he indeed had some knowledge, he could not divulge it, for fear of how they would perceive him afterward. Officer Mugier. I currently possess no leads. Asakawa, you reluctantly lied. I see. However, worry not. The culprit should not have escaped yet. Soon enough, the police will undoubtedly apprehend them, although Muger himself harbored doubts about this statement, given that without his esteemed juniors, the police had already let countless criminals slip through their fingers. I will do my utmost to assist. While ostensibly conversing with Officer Muger, Asakawa Yu's gaze remained fixated on Masayama Kenzo, that he knew that it would not be long before Pisca would target Hybra AI. Thud. Thud. Hey, where are you dragging me off to? In the venue, Hybra AI was urgently pulling Conan towards the exit. We must leave this place. Staying here not only wastes time, but also poses a danger. She continued, moreover, once Officer Muger and Asakawa discover our presence, what excuse do you plan to offer them? As Hybra AI explained while pulling Conan along, he immediately protested, but what if I have other leads? Upon stopping, Conan completely forgot Hybra's previous advice, his mind solely occupied with the thought, remaining here is futile. Meanwhile, Asakawa Yu silently observed the current guests, particularly focusing on Pisca and Belmod. Click. Click. Suddenly, the entrance doors swung open, and a throng of reporters rushed in, snapping photos frantically, prompting the staff to intervene. At that moment, Asakawa Yu noticed a fleeting glimmer in Masayama Kenzo's eyes. Upon catching sight of Hybra, he became visibly agitated. Asakawa surmised that Kenzo was preparing to strike. Once he confirmed that Hybra AI was indeed Mayano Shiho, he would seize the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to abduct her. Wonderful. We can leave. With excited shouts, the crowd began to spill out of the venue, creating a momentary uproar. When Asakawa Yu stepped outside, Conan and Hybra AI had vanished from sight. It appeared Kenzo had succeeded. Then it is almost time for my entrance. While I cannot eliminate Jin all at once, I can certainly annoy him a little. Jin. Hey, Hybra. Where are you now? Kudo. Where are you? Gradually regaining consciousness, Hybra AI began to inquire, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. She instinctively sensed something was amiss. I'm in the car parked in front of the doctor's hotel. Where are you? Conan asked anxiously. I remember after we split up, someone suddenly approached from behind and drugged me unconscious. I think I must have been recognized by someone from the organization. After all, I grew up within the organization. It is not unusual for someone to know what I looked like as a child. At that moment, Hybra AI's heart began to feel numb, even after leaving the organization. She still faced threats from it. What are you saying? It's fine. We still have a chance. Their confinement of you indicates they cannot do anything to you right now. While her words seemed lighthearted. How could she escape? This place appeared to be an old wine cellar, and all other doors were locked. Wait, Hybra, you just mentioned it was a wine cellar, correct? The moment Conan heard that term, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. Yes, is there a problem? Hybra AI felt puzzled. Oh, indeed there is. Now you must listen to me. Bang. Bro, it seems like no one is here. Vodka was the first to enter the room, conducting a search. However, they found neither their target, Sherry, nor anything of interest, only a computer on the table and a nearly empty bottle of white liquor. This is likely a retreat that Pisca prepared just in case. Regardless, we should make our exit quickly. Brother. Suddenly, Jin glanced back, as if he had noticed something, a slight smirk gracing his lips. That is true. With that, he and Vodka turned and exited without another word. Instantly, the air fell silent, leaving only a faint sound of breathing. It seems they have departed, Conan whispered into the phone. Indeed, I never expected that the liquor called white liquor had such remarkable properties. Mayano Shiho, now restored to her original form, mused. Wow. So this is what Hybra looked like originally. I love this voice. If I could marry her, I would even be willing to drive a luxury car. Alright, enough of that. We must find a way to escape. We cannot confirm whether Jin and the others have truly left. That is true. This situation indeed resembles climbing out of a well like a high dahlia. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. While joking, Mayano Shiho exerted herself to climb upward. After relentless effort, she finally reached the rooftop of the hotel. Outside, heavy snow fell, blanketing the world in a misty white shroud, the biting cold wind striking her face, prompting involuntary shivers. Upon learning that Conan had identified who Pisca was, Hybra AI, now Mayano Shiho, began to lower her guard and followed Conan's instruction to wait in place. Although moving was currently not an option. Bang! A gunshot shattered the tranquility, the bullet piercing through Mayano Shiho's arm, an instantaneous wave of pain crashing over her. I miss you dearly, Sherry. Mayano Shiho turned her head in disbelief, only to find Jin aiming a gun directly at her, with the loyal Vodka standing behind him. The snow danced in the wind amidst the darkness, stained with the blood that dripped upon it. Indeed, This was a fitting place to send a traitor to the underworld, was it not, Sherry? Heh, you truly possess remarkable skills to have predicted that I would emerge from this chimney, clutching my injured shoulder. Mayano Shio gasped, breathless. Heh, it's all thanks to this strand of hair. You have only yourself to blame, as one of your chestnut-colored hairs happened to fall beside the heater, slowly lifting the strand of hair that belonged to Mayano Shiho. Jin spoke with a mocking tone. The false detective Kudo Shinichi, the true detective Jin. Little AI seems to be experiencing significant hair loss, doesn't she? At that moment, I distinctly heard the trembling breaths emanating from the fireplace. Yet, Mayano Shiho was already drenched in sweat. Not only was her body's transformation uncomfortable, but she had also just been shot in the arm by Jin, leaving her in a situation that was utterly hopeless. Is that so? Then I truly thank you. Mayano Shiho persisted in her defiance. Humph, since your mouth can still move, let me ask you, how did you manage to disappear from the organization's gas chamber? Indeed, Jin remained perplexed about how Mayano Shiho had escaped from the completely sealed gas chamber at that time. However, he harbored some suspicions, fearing they were related to that incident involving Mayano Akemi. Though lacking evidence, Jin felt it was highly probable. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired in rapid succession, striking Mayano Shiho's hands and feet, yet miraculously avoiding vital areas. Fine, since you refuse to speak, I shall send you on your way directly. Farewell, Sherry. Just as Jin was about to pull the trigger, several inexplicable small spherical objects rolled to his feet. This is bad. It's a flashbang. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the entire rooftop was enveloped in blinding light, rendering everyone's vision a stark white. This is bad. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing that Mayano Shiho might take this opportunity to flee down the chimney, Jin immediately fired several shots in that direction. Yet, it seemed none of the bullets found their mark. I must say, Jin, treating our organization's valuable senior researcher this way, I cannot simply stand by and watch. As the blinding light gradually diminished, Jin finally recognized the familiar figure before him, still adorned with that notorious locust mask. And the voice that elicited gritted teeth, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Kuga, let us rewind time to the moment Jin and Sherry faced off. Doctor, what did you say? Hybra has been shot. In the corridor, Conan was sprinting at full speed. Indeed, they are up there on the rooftop dealing with her. Hurry over there. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, doctor, damn it, glancing at the dead communication device in his hand. Conan couldn't help but curse. Hybra, wait for me. What is that? Running? Conan paused for a moment upon seeing the figure in front of him. Dada. It's Conan. What are you doing here? It's getting late. You should hurry home. Observing the flustered Conan, Asakawa Yu kindly advised. By the way, Asakawa brother, listen to me. Hybra is in danger, and I need to get there quickly. Gazing at Asakawa Yu, Conan, despite his reluctance to involve an ordinary person, found that the current situation left him no room for hesitation. Little AI came with you too. Oh, I see. You must have gotten separated, right? Don't worry. There are plenty of police in the venue now. No danger will occur. Watching Asakawa Yu still smiling and conversing with him, Conan felt a fire ignite within. I'm telling the truth. Aren't you usually closest to Hybra? Why are you so calm now that she is in danger? Perhaps due to the increasingly dire situation, Conan's emotions became unstable. What do you mean by that? Asakawa Yu, breaking from his usual warmth, coldly inquired. In an instant, Conan was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. Since you know it's dangerous here, why did you bring her here? Asakawa Yu's gaze grew ever colder, his deep voice echoing in the air. Acting recklessly without considering the consequences, relying solely on passion. Do you truly think you're invincible? Asakawa Yu's words spared no compassion. Conan stood frozen in place, his eyes gradually losing their luster, standing there in a daze. Remember, this is the first and the last time. Kudo Shinichi. With that, disregarding Conan's reaction, Asakawa Yu turned toward Hybra AI. How could this be possible? How did he know? Upon hearing Asakawa Yu call out his real name, Conan's mind spiraled out of control. He could not comprehend how Asakawa Yu knew his true identity. Damn, it's really been exposed. What about the prophet ahead? Bring out the knife. This is a definitive proof. It seems that before long, the background of this character will be fully fleshed out. I knew my husband was not that simple. Speaking of which, is Asakawa Yu planning to take on Jin and the others alone? Without hesitation, Conan quickly regained his composure, knowing that Hybra was still in danger. When he reached the wine cellar, he found Hybra AI had returned to her original state, lying on the ground, bearing multiple gunshot wounds. Hybra, are you all right? I'll take you back right away. In an instant, a chilling sensation pressed against Conan's nape. ringing alarm bells in his mind. Unexpectedly, there was still an unforeseen development. Wouldn't you say? Little brother, you say this is amusing. Bang. A bullet soared through the air, striking Vodka's left hand, the sudden pain causing him to drop his gun to the ground. Vodka, Jin shouted. Boss, I'm fine. Hearing Vodka's reply, Jin's heart began to settle somewhat. Oh, Jin, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Standing before them, Asakawa Yu politely spoke. However, to Jin, this was undoubtedly a taunt. Heh, I should have anticipated it. That woman's disappearance is indeed related to you. Jin suppressed the urge to shoot Asakawa Yu and spoke slowly. So what? You don't want your own people in the organization. What does it matter if we take them away, right? Humph, a rat in the gutter. This is bad, boss. Just now, Vermouth contacted us, saying the cops are already on their way here. Upon receiving Vermouth's message, Vodka immediately reported to Jin. Damn it. Humph, this time you're lucky, Vodka. Let us go, boss. What about that woman? There will be another opportunity, and when we meet again, I will ensure you experience what true pain feels like. With that, Jin intended to leave with Vodka, but Asakawa Yu was not going to let them go so easily. He raised his hand and fired 3 shots, though Jin quickly reacted. One of the bullets still struck his right arm. Suppressing the pain, Jin continued to flee with Vodka. However, as they descended, Asakawa Yu caught Jin's gaze, which seemed ready to tear him to shreds. Fine, pursuing further might provoke Jin into a cornered animal. Asakawa Yu understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Well then, only that old man remains. A cold smile crept onto Asakawa Yu's lips, his eyes sharpening. No way, another twist? Just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair. So, little AI is definitely going to die today? This is truly splendid. You were still in swaddling clothes back then, so you probably don't remember me. However, your scientist parents were quite close to me. Aiming his handgun at Conan, Piska gazed at the childlike Mayano Shiho with a hint of surprise. And you, little brother, you must be similar to Shiho, right? Perfect. I'll send you both down together. After all, it's the organization's order. My apologies, children. Just as Piska was about to pull the trigger, a voice, both familiar and strange, echoed from behind. How interesting. A prominent figure in the financial world casually killing 2 miners in a hidden wine cellar. If this report were to surface tomorrow, I wonder what the consequences would be? Would you agree with my statement, Mr. Masuyama Kenzo? No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to address you as Pasuko. In disbelief, I turned my head to see Asakawa Yu standing there with a radiant smile, holding something resembling a camera in his hand. The savior has arrived. How wonderful. I always knew you would come through. Now that you are safely here, does this mean that Jin and the others have managed to escape? Holy smokes, you upstairs have discovered the blind spot. It is now evident that this fellow is indeed a genuine hidden mastermind. It seems I have not misjudged you. I never expected you to possess knowledge about the organization. So, what do you say, young man? Would you consider joining us? My standing in the organization is quite respectable. With my support, it would not be impossible for you to ascend to the rank of a codename member. Not a chance, my friend. Is it appropriate for you to attempt to undermine me so blatantly? Just a moment ago, you were engaged in a confrontation with our superior. I sincerely apologize, but I have no interest in the organization. My sole concern lies with my friends and family. Join the organization? Not a chance. Life in the organization is filled with relentless work, and one must constantly be wary of potential infiltrators. Have you not noticed how Jin's hair is turned white from the stress? Moreover, were it not for the narrative, you would have been eliminated by Jin in this very spot. You should focus on surviving before making such offers to help me. Asakawa Yu mentally scoffed. I see. Then it seems our negotiations have reached an impasse. Therefore, I kindly ask you to join your comrades in hell. With that, Pasuko aimed the gun in his hand directly at Asakawa Yu. In an instant, the tension escalated. Asakawa, I will extend another opportunity for you to join us. I assure you that you can attain a position far beyond what ordinary individuals could ever dream of. Pasuko's gaze burned with fervor as he fixated on Asakawa Yu. Knowing that there was more to him than met the eye, if I could pull him in, my standing within the organization would undoubtedly rise once more. Am I not clear enough in my words? Or do you villains simply revel in exchanging empty banter before a fight? The world has awakened to your absurdity. Does this fellow not comprehend that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter? As anticipated, upon hearing Asakawa Yu's unabashed mockery, Pasuko could no longer contain himself. Fine. If you wish for death so eagerly, I shall grant your wish. With that, Pasuko tightened his grip on the handgun, aiming it squarely at Asakawa Yu's head. Here it comes. To suggest that Asakawa Yu was not feeling nervous would be a blatant lie. Yet, he musters the composure to maintain an air of calmness, for he knows that the audience including Conan and Hybrid AI, is watching intently. Before crossing over, Asakawa Yu had seen a scene in a Conan film where Rand dodged bullets. He too could achieve such a feat, according to common knowledge. The speed of a rifle bullet is approximately 1,000 meters per second. In contrast, a handgun's bullet travels at roughly one-third of that speed, around 350 meters per second. Lost in thought, the corners of Asakawa Yu's mouth curled into a deeper smile. A moment that did not escape Pasuko's notice. At that instant, Pasuko's anger ignited. What are you laughing at? Do you really believe you can dodge a bullet? Pasuko's voice was sharp, the ire he tried to conceal now glaringly evident. Why not give it a try and see for yourself? Asakawa Yu glanced at him with a knowing look, his words laden with meaning. Humph, you will pay dearly for your arrogance, in a heartbeat. The atmosphere turned icy, the viewers at home holding their breath, fearing they might miss this thrilling moment. Meanwhile, Conan and Hybrid AI, standing behind Asakawa Yu, dared not even breathe, anxious that any distraction might jeopardize his safety. Even now, Conan struggled to believe Asakawa Yu's words. The notion that a person could dodge bullets seemed utterly ludicrous. The stifling tension was suffocating, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping everyone's throat. Finally, Pasuko made his move. He decisively pulled the trigger, the bullet racing forth with blinding speed. Here it comes. The moment Asakawa Yu detected Pasuko's trigger pull, he reacted instantaneously. He swiftly turned his head to the side, the bullet grazing past his face, leaving only a faint trace of blood. Incredible. He truly dodged it. Newton, this is beyond my jurisdiction. Remarkably, this defies logic. Yet it epitomizes the essence of Conan. Such reflexes must surely qualify him as the pinnacle of this anime. Unless magic exists in this world, for I cannot fathom anyone who could rival him. Ignoring the discussions about him in the comments, Asakawa Yu seized the opportunity while Pasuko was momentarily questioning his life choices. He charged forward, delivering an elbow strike that disarmed Pasuko, and followed up with a flying kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. Pasuko, seeing his handgun fall to the ground, suppressed the pain and hurriedly reached for it. Yet, just as he was about to retrieve it, a pair of hands swiftly snatched the weapon first. Apologies, but I must claim this. Grasping the handgun, Asakawa Yu aimed it at Pasuko's head, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. However, to Pasuko, this felt akin to a devil's whisper. No, you cannot kill me. I am a veteran within the organization. If you eliminate me, the organization will not spare you. Pasuko shrieked in desperation. Oh, I see. That means I truly cannot kill you. Huh. Hearing Pasuko's words, Asakawa Yu hesitated for a moment. Indeed, if you take my life, the organization will surely bang. Before he could finish, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the wine cellar, crimson blood spraying forth, seemingly narrating the unyielding spirit of the deceased. Just kidding. After effortlessly dispatching Pasuko, Asakawa Yu lazily remarked, his tone casual. Come on, I thought you were a serious person, but it turns out you were quite the entertainer behind the scenes, aren't you? Ah, how cruel. Yet I find it all the more appealing. Approaching Conan and the others, as Asakawa Yu prepared to lift the nearly unconscious Hybrid AI, Conan's somber voice reached his ears, questioning why he had killed Pasuko. Surely, handing him over to the police would have sufficed, right? Upon hearing this, Asakawa Yu chuckled, not out of amusement but rather exasperation. How intriguing. Why can I not simply eliminate him? After all, he almost took my life. While cradling Hybrid AI, Asakawa Yu retorted with a pointed question. Then, have you had enough of this charade? Do you truly believe that mere laws can restrain them, or that your superior deductions will lead them to confess? Wake up, great detective. The world is not as simplistic as you presume. If you remain unable to comprehend this, perhaps you should focus on your detective games instead. Oh, and regarding this incident, I will be sure to settle the score with you once we return. Asakawa Yu's gaze was devoid of compassion, growing colder by the moment, his deep voice reverberating in the air. Conan fell silent, lowering his head as he walked behind Asakawa Yu, lost in contemplation. On the journey home, gazing at Hybrid AI, who had suffered multiple gunshot wounds, Asakawa Yu felt a ripple of unease within his otherwise tranquil heart. He knew all too well that this had been orchestrated to lure out Jin and his associates. Why, now that the plan had succeeded, did he not feel the elation he had envisioned? Seated in Dr. Agassi's vehicle, Asakawa Yu stared at the unconscious Hybrid AI, who had lost consciousness, and found himself questioning his own heart. His eyes were like a calm lake, serene yet mysterious, concealing endless thoughts and stories, profound and complex. Bang. AI. Boss, is AI all right? In the room, Mayano Akemi rushed in, her anxiety palpable. Heaven knows how frantic she was when Asakawa Yu informed her that AI had encountered Jin. Upon hearing that AI had been shot by Jin, she could no longer remain composed and hurriedly took a cab to Dr. Agasa's clinic. Calm down. AI is out of danger and currently recuperating. Seeing Mayano Akemi in such a state, Asakawa Yu hastened to reassure her. Oh, that's a relief. Thank goodness. In a whisper, Mayano Akemi grasped Hybrid AI's small hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa and Conan found themselves at a loss for words. Dr. Agasa fared better than Conan, who was engulfed in guilt, contemplating whether Hybrid would have sustained such severe injuries had he not insisted on investigating the organization. All right, the patient needs rest. Please, everyone, step outside and wait. At long last, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Ma Shinshi's voice pierced through the silence. Well then, Xiao AI, you should take a good rest. I will come back to see you shortly. Mayano Akemi remarked as she followed Asakawa Yu and several others into a room within the clinic. Under Asakawa Yu's instruction, Ma Shinshi stepped outside to stand guard. Now, it seems we ought to have a serious discussion about the events of today, shall we? Asakawa Yu proceeded directly to the point, affording Conan and the others no time for a response. Here it comes, the most thrilling moment of inquiry. But why is Tangze Aimi allowed to listen in? Isn't she just an ordinary person? What could possibly be the secret between this couple? However, as the conversation unfolded, Conan subtly cast a glance in the direction of Mayano Akemi, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. It's fine. She is an informed party. No need to spare her, Asakawa Yu assured them. Upon hearing this, Mayano Akemi graciously smiled towards Conan. I understand now. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today, Mr. Asakawa. Hold on. I never claimed I was there specifically for you. I merely wish to have a casual encounter with the organization. Rescuing you is just a side note. Is there really a Sundra trait present? How delightful. So, you profess disdain yet act with sincerity? Let's put that aside for now and focus on your issues, young Kudo Shinichi.my issues. Conan replied, puzzled. Indeed, do you truly grasp what you have been doing all this time? Have you genuinely comprehended the organization's true strength? After your body shrank, not only did you fail to properly conceal your identity, but you also exploited Muri Kagoro to continue satisfying your so-called desire for deduction. Did you truly believe no one would notice? After Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, Muri Kagoro gained considerable notoriety, and during that period, someone residing in their home, did you genuinely think no one would suspect anything? One statement after another. It quickly became evident that Conan, who initially managed to retort a few times, was now rendered silent and accepting of the criticism, demonstrating he was indeed listening. I understand. I will be more cautious in the future. However, I still believe that killing indiscriminately is wrong. Conan stated firmly. I recall you have quite the fondness for Sherlock Holmes, don't you? Asakawa Yu shifted the conversation to an entirely unrelated topic. And what of it? Conan inquired, perplexed, unsure of how this related to their current discussion. You should remember what I once told you on Tsukikage Island. This society is not merely black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Where laws exist, there will also be those who exploit legal loopholes. To deal with them, one must abandon the rules of a lawful society. Otherwise, one day, your own foolishness may lead to your demise. After saying this, Asakawa Yu quietly settled to the side, sipping the coffee that Ma Shinshi had just brought. I will contemplate this carefully. Now, shall we discuss how you discovered my identity? And what about Miss Aimi? After a moment of reflection, Conan still found himself without an answer. However, he was not anxious. He was far more interested in understanding how Asakawa Yu uncovered his identity. A sentiment echoed by Professor Agasa. Was it really so difficult to guess? Your behavior at crime scenes is far too uncharacteristic of a child. After verifying some matters, the answer naturally became apparent. As for her identity, Asakawa Yu cast a glance at Mayano Akemi, suggesting that it was up to her to decide whether to speak or remain silent. After a brief moment's contemplation, Mayano Akemi finally smiled and spoke. Actually, I am Shiho's older sister. My name is Mayano Akemi. It's been a while, Conan. In that instant, not only were Conan and Professor Agasa taken aback, but even the audience watching this scene could hardly contain their astonishment. Amazing. Truly, Mayu is remarkable. He even managed to rescue someone from Jin's grasp. How splendid. Aimi's sister is not dead. Xiao AI can finally breathe easy. Sob. Can someone please tell me who this Mayano Akemi actually is? The upstairs audience, hooked on the drama, gasped in disbelief. You mean to say you are actually Xiao AI's older sister? You didn't die? Professor Agasa was engulfed in shock. Indeed, actually. Afterward, Mayano Akemi explained to Conan and the others what had transpired in the warehouse, further solidifying their trust in Asakawa Yu. Not to mention, Saving Shiho's sister alone was enough to illustrate that he was not an unfeeling person. Yet, if Conan were to learn of Asakawa Yu's true motives for rescuing Mayano Akemi, it was likely he would display a sudden change of heart. However, after all this, you still haven't revealed your true identity or your purpose for approaching us. Conan keenly pointed out the gap in Asakawa Yu's words. Well, at your current level, you are not yet entitled to know that. Once you reach my expectations, I will consider whether to disclose that information to you, Asakawa Yu replied with a teasing tone. Raising an eyebrow. Hey, why is that? Conan felt somewhat exasperated. The morning sun filtered through the veil of night, casting dappled shadows upon the treetops, resembling a vibrant tapestry of nature. Nearly a week had elapsed since the last confrontation with Conan and the others. During this time, due to her incomplete recovery, Shiho had to continue her treatment. Subsequently, as she began to recover, Masha Shur relented and agreed to let Xiao AI return home to recuperate. Shiho, we've come to see you. Oh, it's you guys. Xiao AI is inside. Please come in. Upon opening the door, Professor Agasa promptly welcomed the members of the Young Detective League. It must be said that Professor Agasa was quite indulgent towards them. Shiho, I heard you caught a cold. The three of us came specially to visit you. Upon seeing Shiho, who had been absent from school for several days, Ayumi excitedly grasped her hand and inquired. Yes, Shiho's reasons for taking sick leave were solely due to a cold and fever. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you all. Shiho felt genuinely touched by their visit, unlike a certain great detective. Ah, it's you. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us for a bite? Mayano Akemi emerged from the kitchen, carrying breakfast. Concerned for her sister's health, she had been personally preparing meals for her daily. Good morning, Ami-san. The trio chimed in unison. No need. Ami-san, we've already eaten a bit when we arrived. Ayumi politely declined. I see. She acknowledged. By the way, where is Asakawa-kun? Noticing Asakawa Yu was not by Mayano Akemi's side, Ayumi felt a bit curious. Oh, you mean the boss? If all goes well, he should still be sleeping in his room. Mayano Akemi responded with a hint of exasperation at her boss's habit of sleeping until noon. All right. No need to mind him. Don't you all have plans to enjoy the day? You should hurry after Xiao AI finishes eating, or time will slip away, Mayano Akemi thought. Since it was a holiday, she might as well let her boss sleep well. Although they didn't quite understand why every day seemed like a holiday for them. Oh right, where should we go to play later? As soon as the topic of fun arose, the trio instantly set aside all other thoughts. How about this? The weather looks splendid today. Why don't I take you all out for a camping trip? Suddenly, Professor Agasa proposed, observing the trio deep in thought. Hey, that sounds like a great idea. In that case, let us go get Conan too. Ayumi immediately suggested. Yes, Ami-san should come along with us, Jinna exclaimed, glancing at Mayano Akemi. Huh, me? Never mind. It's better if I don't intrude on your fun. Upon realizing the conversation had turned towards her, Mayano Akemi quickly waved her hands. Don't say that, Ami-san. I believe if you join us, Xiao AI would be very happy, wouldn't she? Upon understanding Hybrid AI's desire to spend time with her sister, Dr. Agasa hastily offered his counsel. Initially intending to decline, Mayano Akemi ultimately acquiesced upon realizing the opportunity to create beautiful memories with her beloved sister. And let us also invite that fellow. While receiving her sister's response, Hybrid AI did not forget to include Asakawa Yu. You mean the boss? Mayano Akemi inquired, feeling both puzzled and somewhat relieved. What else? With him around, he can help us with our luggage, Hybrid AI replied, crossing her arms with an air of nonchalance, if not for the faint blush creeping up her ears. Ha. All right, I understand. I will call him shortly. Mayano Akemi chuckled at her sister's obstinate demeanor. Still laughing? Seeing Mayano Akemi tease her further, Hybrid AI felt her defenses crumble. Ha. Okay, I'll stop laughing. Wait, AI, don't touch that. It tickles. Why am I spending this perfectly good holiday accompanying a group of children on a camping trip? Conan, seated in the backseat of Asakawa Yu's car, complained. Don't say that. I was sleeping peacefully at home too, until I was dragged out here. Asakawa Yu echoed his sentiments while driving. Come on, don't be like that. Staying cooped up at home isn't good for your health. Getting some fresh air is nice, Mayano Akemi continued to persuade. Little did they know the effort she exerted to pry Asakawa Yu from his cozy bed. Well, never mind. Let's just hope nothing goes awry on this trip. With that said, Asakawa Yu shot a glance at Conan in the backseat. Sensing the underlying tone in Asakawa Yu's words, Conan immediately bristled. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I bring chaos wherever I go? Oh, I didn't realize you had such self-awareness. Hybrid AI seized the opportunity to tease Conan, seated beside him. Think about it. Isn't it true that every time you show up, trouble follows? Asakawa Yu chimed in, joining Hybrid AI's lighthearted jest. This is merely the universe calling upon me, the great detective. Conan pondered for a moment, acknowledging that there might be some truth to it. Yet he refused to concede. After the recent Pisco incident, it seemed Conan had gradually started to accept the bizarre circumstances surrounding him, loosening his guard against Asakawa Yu and the others. However, whenever he inquired about matters concerning the organization, Asakawa Yu would always deflect with, "You're not yet qualified to engage with such topics." If that is the case, then isn't it the same for you, Asakawa? Every time you're around, incidents occur. Even last time, when you went out with Ayami, you stumbled upon a serial murder case. Refusing to be the butt of the joke, Conan began his counterattack. If that is the case, it's your influence, Asakawa Yu retorted nonchalantly. But soon after, he found himself questioning internally. Could it be that he, too, had been affected by Conan, thus attracting the specter of death? No, that is impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Asakawa Yu continuously reassured himself, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination. Hey, we forgot the tent. Within the scenic area, the young detectives exclaimed incredulously upon witnessing Dr. Agasa, drenched in sweat. Indeed, upon reaching their destination, they prepared to set up their tent. However, after Dr. Agasa rummaged around in the car for quite some time, the group began to sense something was amiss. Sure enough, after a series of inquiries from Conan, Dr. Agasa finally admitted the unfortunate truth. Ultimately, due to the oversight of not bringing a tent, they had no choice but to drive back. Well, there goes our precious holiday, Asakawa Yu began to complain again while driving. All right. The doctor is just getting older and forgetful. How about this? Once we return, I'll make dessert for everyone. Mayano Akemi, glancing at Asakawa Yu's sulking countenance, tried to console him, resembling a mother soothing a child upset over a failed outing. Forget it. I'm not so petty. I just find it a bit exhausting to drive all day during a rare holiday. Look, it seems Dr. Agasa has changed direction and is heading that way, Mayano Akemi pointed out, observing Dr. Agasa veering off course. Perhaps they know a shortcut. After all, they shouldn't be lost, right? Asakawa Yu replied, though he himself seemed lacking in confidence about his own words. In the end, as expected, Dr. Agasa never failed to surprise them. So, Dr. Agasa, you have no idea where we are, do you? Asakawa Yu said to Dr. Agasa, who remained seated in the car. I don't want to spend the night here. Indeed, if not for Dr. Agasa's oversight in bringing a tent, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament. Exactly. The three youngsters in the vehicle began to voice their discontent. Isn't it your incessant chatter that caused this? Dr. Agasa finally couldn't hold back any longer and responded. Asakawa, do you happen to know if there are any inns nearby? Dr. Agasa began to seek Asakawa Yu's assistance. I'm not sure about that either. Asakawa Yu admitted, feeling equally at a loss. I'm certain there must be some sort of inn around here. Seeing the situation escalate, Hikaru quickly interjected, Yes, perhaps there's even a castle with a view of the lake. Immediately, Ayumi joined in, adding to the conversation, That's impossible, as Conan couldn't help but interject as the topic veered into absurdity. Really, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, responded Hybrid AI. Interrupting Conan. Conan expressed his confusion. Noticing this, Hybrid AI gestured ahead, prompting Asakawa Yu and the others to turn their heads in unison. To their astonishment, they indeed spotted a Western-style castle ahead. You're amazing. AI, let us head over there right away. Mayano Akemi exclaimed excitedly. It's not that impressive. Hybrid AI felt a surge of happiness upon being praised by her sister, though she maintained an indifferent faade. Could it be that Hybrid has a sister complex? Conan mused internally. Soon enough, the group arrived at the castle gates. At first glance, it was evident that something was amiss. Who would build a castle in such a remote location? I sense a case brewing. It had been a while since Asakawa Yu and Conan teamed up to solve a mystery, and Aoyama Gasho finally remembered his beloved characters. Hey, what are you doing? Jinta? Just as Dr. Agasa was about to speak, Jinta climbed up the castle gate's railing. Just as Jinta made it over, a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed him from behind. Who are you little brats? How dare you trespass? Realizing the precarious situation, Dr. Agasa quickly intervened. Sir, we're not bad people. Who are you? The man at the gate inquired upon noticing the others. We happened to pass by and were intrigued by such a magnificent castle. If possible, could we take a look inside? Get back. This place is not for meddlesome onlookers like you. Just as the gardener prepared to shoo them away, a deep voice resonated from behind. Who are these guests? I wasn't expecting any visitors today. Oh, sir, it was that foolish old man who insisted I let them in. The gardener pointed at Dr. Agasa and the others. Hey, what do you mean by foolish old man? I am a scientist. Dr. Agasa protested, and Asakawa, why are you laughing too? Dr. Agasa felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him as he looked at Asakawa Yu, who was struggling to contain his laughter. Ahahaha. Sorry, doctor. I didn't mean to. Dr. Agasa, indeed, a true scientist. So, your intellect surpasses that of ordinary folks, does it? The man, referred to as the Lord by the gardener, remarked unexpectedly. Very well then. Please come in. By the way. Would you like to stay here for the night? Upon hearing the offer of lodging, Dr. Agasa instantly perked up, momentarily forgetting the earlier insults. Oh, I am profoundly grateful, however, my dear sir. Is it truly wise to proceed without consulting the esteemed lady of the house? The gardener seemed to have realized something and hurriedly inquired. Fear not, simply tell them they are my friends, and that shall suffice. With that, the man ceased further discussion and ambled away. Subsequently, Asakura Yu and Dr. Agasa were led by the gardener to commence their tour of the estate. While it was termed a tour, Asakura Yu's thoughts had already drifted far beyond the present moment. Upon arriving, Asakura Yu recalled the nature of this case. Indeed, it was the infamous Blue Castle, often deemed a childhood shadow. This particular episode had left an indelible mark on Asakura Yu during his youth, aside from the legendary treasures that were whispered about. The most terrifying aspect remained the visage of the lady of the house. Now that he found himself here, it was only natural to seek out the so-called treasure, although Asakura Yu remained skeptical. As the master of a castle, one would hardly expect treasures to be mere scenic views. Thus he resolved to investigate further. What troubles you, sir? Have you stumbled upon something amiss? Observing her employer lost in thought, Mayano Akemi assumed he had uncovered yet another clue. You are not entirely mistaken. Let us say, this castle may conceal a secret capable of astounding everyone. Is that so? Then I implore you to enlighten us about the secret you speak of. Mayano Akemi, undeterred by any doubts, believed wholeheartedly in her employer's words. Oh dear, your unwavering faith only adds to my burden. Asakura Yu chuckled, bemused by her trust. Unbeknownst to them, both had strayed from the group. While Dr. Agasa and others were similarly occupied, only Hybrid AI observed them from a distance, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon entering the castle, the gardener regaled Dr. Agasa and the others with tales of the estate's history and its connection to the lady of the house. As the group listened intently, a low, aged voice resonated from behind them. She often claims that her father was merely a purveyor of nonsensical theories, does she not? The lady of the house. The figure that approached was indeed the lady in question. Her face a tapestry of wrinkles, hair a mottled white, and her eyes obscured by a pair of reading glasses, resembling a kindly elder with limited mobility. In truth, the children's father often heard such tales as well. Yet, he was never angered by them. Rather, he found them amusing. The lady continued. My sincerest apologies. I should not have stirred such painful memories, the gardener lamented, feeling remorseful for prompting the lady's recollections of sorrowful times. Do not fret. I have grown accustomed to the absence of his presence. It is akin to the changing designs on banknotes or the resizing of passports, initially unsettling, but eventually, one becomes desensitized. Time is the most formidable force. Joy, sorrow, and everything in between fade with it. It was surprising to discover that this elderly woman possessed a philosophical outlook. Typically, those with peculiar appearances have a higher propensity for villainy, thus declaring you, dear lady of the house, as the culprit. Nonsense. Have you not observed that this old woman is disabled? If she were the perpetrator, I would willingly live stream my demise. By the way, who are these individuals? The lady inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar faces of Asakura Yu and his companions. Oh, they are friends of the master. I hear this one is a scientist. The gardener promptly elucidated. A scientist, you say? In that case, I must implore your assistance in unraveling the mysteries of this castle, the lady exclaimed, her interest piqued upon learning of Dr. Agasa's profession. Mysteries? Asakura Yu feigned ignorance, inquiring further. Through the gardener's explanations, the group soon grasped that the master of the castle had once proclaimed that anyone who could solve the castle's enigma would be rewarded with his most treasured possession. The mention of treasure ignited a spark of excitement among the young detective league. Even Conan appeared intrigued. After subtly suggesting the need for their assistance in deciphering the mystery, the lady swiftly excused herself, citing the lingering effects of the fire as her reason for departure. However, unbeknownst to her, Asakura Yu had already discerned the whereabouts of her coveted treasure. Your smile suggests you have uncovered something. Have you not? At Asakura Yu's feet, Hybrid AI, arms crossed, squinted up at him, curious. What if I told you I already knew where the treasure lies? Would you believe me? I would believe you, if only you were not jesting. Is that so? Then might I request you to escort me to this so-called treasure? Hybrid AI continued to tease Asakura, though she had faith in his deductive abilities. The fact that they had only been in the castle for less than half an hour made it difficult for her to accept his claim of solving the puzzle so swiftly. At this moment, perhaps not. To truly appreciate it, one must wait until tomorrow morning. Asakura-yu's response was entirely reasonable. If the treasure truly amounted to nothing more than a picturesque view, it would indeed be best experienced at dawn. Yet, to Hybrid AI, this sentiment bore a different implication. I see. Well, I shall eagerly anticipate it. I rely on you. With that, Hybrid AI made her way towards Conan and the other children. In this day and age. It seems no one believes the truth, Asakura mused aloud. Boss, I believe in you. Upon hearing her employer's lament, Mayano Akemi could not help but interject. You place such faith in me. Are you not aware that I could merely be toying with you? Asakura, taken aback by her unwavering trust, expressed his surprise. Of course. You may have your flaws, laziness, a rather poor attitude towards life, and a penchant for being a homebody, but since the moment I met you, you have consistently fulfilled your promises and never deceived me. Therefore, even if you were merely jesting, I would still choose to believe. As she spoke, Akemi's eyes sparkled with an unspoken conviction. Why the sudden emotional display? You're making me feel bashful. Strangely enough, upon hearing Mayano Akemi's heartfelt words, the typically composed Asakura felt an unexpected warmth coursing through him. Unable to pinpoint the cause, he attributed it to the stifling atmosphere of their surroundings. In that case, I shall reluctantly accompany you to witness this so-called treasure tomorrow. Asakura turned away, not wishing for Akemi to see his current demeanor. That so? Well, I shall look forward to it. As they bantered, the duo finally arrived at the study where Conan and the others were gathered. They found Dr. Agasa and Kamiyama Takato engaged in a fervent discussion at the door. What has transpired? Upon Asakura-yu's arrival, the three children rushed to his side, seeking his guidance. Not good. Asakura and Conan has vanished. Vanished? What transpired? It appeared that Conan had inadvertently stumbled into a secret passage and was likely in a precarious situation at that very moment. Alas, it seems Jin has found a worthy successor. As he mused internally, Asakura maintained an outward appearance of concern. Eventually, after a fruitless search, the group decided to wait for Conan to return while they enjoyed their dinner. Rest assured, that child is quite clever. I doubt he is in any real danger. Seeing the faces of the crowd etch with worry, Akemi Mayano bent down to comfort them. After receiving her soothing words, the three little ones finally relented and prepared to have dinner first. Yet, only Asakura was aware that Conan was likely lying somewhere, having been struck and playing dead. During dinner, everyone chatted while eating. However, when the topic of treasure inadvertently arose, Mrs. Oda used it as an excuse to vent her frustrations and left. I am truly sorry. She always believes my mother is still alive in this world, remarked Kanami Takato, who sat across from them. It is no wonder her memory has faltered. For the past decade, she has been trapped in this castle ever since her foot pain began. By the way, has the riddle been solved? Dr. Agasa, the conversation shifted to the castle's puzzles. Dr. Agasa appeared momentarily stunned. What? Did you not hear my father-in-law's dying words? He declared that whoever could unravel the mystery of this castle would inherit my most treasured possession. Kanami Takato began to explain to Dr. Agasa, assuming he was unaware. I have already heard about this from Mr. Tetino, who trims the plants. However, I am uncertain where to begin. Dr. Agasa scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I believe we could start with the chess pieces arranged in the courtyard. Suddenly, Asakura, who had been quietly eating, spoke up. Mr. Asakura, have you perhaps discovered something? The Kanami father and son seemed somewhat excited, hopeful that someone might provide useful clues. Well, it's merely my personal conjecture. It's quite simple. If the one who designed those chess pieces in the courtyard is indeed the person who buried the treasure, then there must be a way to unlock this riddle hidden there. Asakura took a sip of his red tea and explained in a calm tone. So, does this mean you have deciphered the meaning of those chess pieces? Mr. Asakura, Kanami Takato inquired eagerly. However, Asakura did not directly respond. Instead, he replied mysteriously, well, who knows? After saying this, he fell silent. Mr. Asakura, we can certainly negotiate. If you truly find the treasure, we can agree to share half of it with you, provided you can solve this perplexing riddle that has troubled us for so long. All right, let me think it over. After all, matters like this cannot be rushed, Asakura stated, leading the Kanami father and son to abandon their attempts to persuade him further. They were fortunate to have someone with the potential to solve the riddle, and offending him might cost them dearly, perhaps causing them to wake up crying from nightmares of lost opportunities. Just then, a maid approached with a bag and stood beside Ayumi. Ah, thank you. Ayumi expressed her gratitude to the maid. Hey, what's this bag for? Jinta and Mitsuhiko asked, puzzled. It's for Conan. I wanted to bring him some of my bread. As I thought he must be quite hungry by now. Oh, Ayumi is such a little angel. She truly loves Conan. How thoughtful. But where on earth did Conan run off to? Conan, don't shout. I'm already asleep. Ayumi is indeed kind-hearted. Asakura Yu approached the three of them, gently patting Ayumi's head and complimenting her. Then let's put our bread in there too. Me too, Jinta and Mitsuhiko chimed in, placing their bread into the bag. You three are wonderful. I hope you can maintain this friendship in the future. I believe Conan would be very pleased to know. After receiving Asakura Yu's praise, the three little ones felt a rare sense of shyness. All right, then, let us all go find Conan together. Observing the lingering worry on the faces of the others, Asakura Yu suggested. For now, I just hope that child doesn't wander into that tower. Just as they were preparing to set off, Kanami Man suddenly interrupted them. What tower? Dr. Agasa inquired. It's that tower on the left side of the castle. I'm referring to the charred tower where my wife was burned to death 4 years ago. Now overgrown with weeds. By the way, I recall that 2 years ago, a new maid we hired suddenly disappeared one night. Upon inquiry, we learned she had mentioned to a fellow servant that something strange must be hidden in that tower. After hearing this, I immediately went inside to search for her, but I found no trace of her. Subsequently, we contacted the police, who conducted a search in the nearby forest. Ultimately, 9 days later, we found her. She had starved to death. A heavy silence enveloped the group, the tale casting a shadow over their hearts. So, if we do not hurry to find Conan, Yumi's words trailed off, but everyone understood her implied meaning. Then without delay, we should set off at once. At that moment, Asakura Yu's calm demeanor seemed to inspire the others, alleviating some of their anxiety, though it remained unresolved. Hey, Conan, where are you? Conan, stop hiding and come out. Ultimately, after a thorough search, they could not find Conan. As doubts began to arise about whether he had truly entered that tower, Kanami Man's statement about the tower's door being locked dispelled their suspicions. Yet, only Asakura Yu knew that Conan was indeed inside that tower, possibly having been struck unconscious. Just as Kanami Man urged the group to return and rest, planning to call the police the next day, Ayumi disregarded his suggestion, insisting on continuing the search for Conan. While they pondered how to persuade her, Hybra AI stepped forward. Rest assured, Idagawa Conan is certainly not the kind of boy who would require your worry. If anything were to happen, he would find a way out himself. If you have time to cry here, you should just hold onto that bag tightly. Hybra AI placed her hands behind her back and spoke to Ayumi in a calm tone. Finally, Ayumi's trust in Conan overcame her worries, and she decided to return and wait. Hey, just when they thought the matter was settled, Ayumi suddenly stopped Hybra AI and asked a question reminiscent of an iconic moment in the Conan anime. How do you know so much about Conan? Ayumi's slightly anxious inquiry echoed behind Hybra AI. Taken aback, Hybra AI paused, slowly turning her head and raising an eyebrow. Why the sudden question? Could it be that you like Conan? Ayumi ignored Hybra's question and continued with a shocking inquiry that left Hybra AI stunned. I asked that what love looks like in a world-renowned painting. AI's shock was palpable, another iconic moment in the making. Upon hearing this, Hybra AI's mind momentarily went blank. Yet, after a brief moment, she regained her composure and replied with a hint of amusement. And if I did, well, that simply won't do. Ayumi's face turned slightly red, her tone lacking confidence. The rain intensified, drowning out the sounds of birds and insects, as if everything had fallen into silence. Finally, AI slowly turned back, her tone devoid of nostalgia as she replied, rest assured. Honestly, I have never felt that way about that guy. After all, if I had to say, there are certainly better men in the world than Idagawa, right? After uttering this, Hybra AI unconsciously glanced towards the individual standing beside her sister over there. Although that guy had his flaws, being somewhat selfish, fond of coffee, and possessing a myriad of quirks, his background and origins remained shrouded in mystery. However, as long as he is present, it seems that everything becomes remarkably simple. This brings a profound sense of satisfaction to Hybra AI, who has longed for a gentle brother to care for her, akin to her sister. Wait a moment, when did I ever acknowledge him as my brother? No, Mayano Shiho, you must not succumb so easily. Shaking her head to dispel those errant thoughts, Hybra AI reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. Meanwhile, after hearing Hybra AI's response, Ayumi immediately returned to her innocent self and joyfully dashed towards Jinta and the others. Heh, that kid Conan truly is fortunate in love. Standing beneath the eaves, Asakawa Yu observed the recently returned Hybrid AI with a hint of amusement, seemingly quite pleased with their little performance. All right. Since little AI and the others have returned, let us all hurry inside, Mayano Akemi urged the children, aware that the rain was intensifying. Once they entered the house, they dispersed. Akemi led several children to their room to rest, while Hybrid AI accompanied Dr. Agasa to locate a telephone within the castle, intending to call the police, though Asakawa Yu wished to caution them that the situation was clearly amiss, and that separating was tantamount to inviting danger. He ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns, knowing that the children would likely remain safe until dawn, especially with Akemi watching over them. If Mayano Akemi were unable to handle a mere ordinary person, Asakawa Yu would have to reassess her capabilities. Instead, his worries lay with Dr. Agasa, who, as recalled from the original storyline, had indeed suffered a blow. Adhering to the principle of caring for the elderly, Asakawa Yu chose to follow behind the doctor discreetly, aiming to see if he could apprehend that shadowy figure. After a while, Dr. Agasa finally found the telephone and turned to approach it, just as he was about to pick up the receiver to seek police assistance. An item discarded nearby caught his attention. Driven by curiosity, embodying the adage that experience leads to knowledge, Dr. Agasa slowly approached and picked up the object. To his shock, he realized it was none other than the hat Conan had worn earlier. Now bereft of its owner, stained with blood, as Dr. Agasa stood in stunned silence, a door in the wall swung open without warning. Eager to investigate, he stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, a dark figure was stealthily approaching from behind the door. The assailant brandished a weapon, bringing it down upon the doctor. It was over. Doctor, danger. What a trustworthy adult this is. This moment could very well open the gateway to a new world, just as everyone believed the doctor was doomed. A swift kick shattered their assumptions. Asakawa Yu burst forth with lightning speed, delivering a precise sidekick to the weapon-wielding assailant, striking him squarely in the abdomen. With a grunt, as Asakawa Yu prepared to follow up with another attack, the shadowy figure astonishingly sprang to his feet and fled at an incredible speed, leaving even Asakawa Yu taken aback. Well then, doctor, are you all right? With the assailant vanished, Asakawa Yu reluctantly abandoned the chase and turned his attention back to the doctor. I'm fine, but what was that, Ayu? And weren't you supposed to accompany Miss Ayumi to return the children? WDF, that was so cool, brother Yu. With you around, I feel utterly secure. Indeed, just look at that kick. I imagine the culprit is now somewhere lamenting his fate. Dr. Agasa chimed in. I have Asakawa to fend off 1,000 foes. Oh, I actually couldn't shake off my worry about the two of you, so I decided to check in. Little did I know I would arrive just in time to see someone attempting to ambush you, and I immediately intervened. I never anticipated that he would flee so swiftly. Asakawa Yu pondered whether this could be attributed to some world-altering force at play. After all, how else could one explain that man's extraordinary speed, rivaling that of Bolt? Doctor, since we need to contact the police, I think we should first understand what transpired here. Just as Hybrid AI approached to remind Dr. Agasa, she noticed Asakawa Yu assisting the doctor, and her keen intuition immediately signaled that something significant had occurred. It's nothing, just someone attempted to ambush the doctor, but I caught him off guard, and he fled. We should head back now. I checked earlier, and the telephone over there has been tampered with. There's no way to fix it until tomorrow. All right then, let's proceed. Hybrid AI refrained from questioning why Asakawa Yu was present, knowing he must have his own plans. How infuriating. Despite appearing fragile, he possesses such immense strength in his kick. It seems I must revise my original plan. In a darkened room, hushed murmurs echoed ominously, growing ever more terrifying with the pounding of thunder and lightning. Night had fallen, enveloping the sky in an inky darkness that obscured even the faintest twinkle of stars. A steady breath could be heard as moonlight poured through the window, revealing a little girl quietly exiting the room, unnoticed by anyone. Grandma, why are you still here so late? My daughter has yet to return. I must go and fetch her. Silently opening the door, Hybrid AI happened upon this scene. Although the lady was soon escorted away, Hybrid AI remained vigilant. Asakawa Yu's room was adjacent, yet not wishing to trouble him over trivial matters, she decided to investigate alone. If something were to happen, at least with Asakawa Yu around, the safety of the children would be assured. With this thought in mind, Hybrid AI crept out of her room. Suddenly, a noise behind her caught her attention. Someone is following me. Despite realizing she was being tracked, Hybrid AI remained composed. Instead, she continued to walk forward as though nothing were amiss. Just as she believed her follower had relaxed their guard, she suddenly pivoted, sprinting around the corner. Upon closer inspection, she found her suspicion confirmed. I knew it. What are you all plotting by hiding here? As the darkness receded, 3 young members of the Junior Detective League came into view. We wanted to watch you perform. You scared me. I thought even my little AI was in trouble. The Junior Detective League maintained their steady demeanor. Upon hearing they wished to assist in the investigation, Hybrid AI decided not to dismiss them and allowed them to follow. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked closely behind. But boss, is it really all right to leave them like this? In the dimly lit room, Mayano Akemi sat on the bed, her expression laced with concern as she gazed at Asakawa Yu, who was peering out the window. Do you not view this as an opportunity? Asakawa Yu replied with a smile. An opportunity. Indeed, these children are far too reckless. In truth, aside from AI, the others have never contemplated the consequences of their actions. This incident serves as a lesson that charging ahead without caution will inevitably lead to significant trouble. Asakawa Yu understood that no matter how much he spoke, they would remain unchanged, particularly Conan, who, in the early stages, displayed a complete disregard for potential dangers. Without the protagonist's halo, Conan would have met his demise countless times. I see. Regardless, even if you don't say it, I know you care about them. Boss, if something were to happen, you would surely find a way to rescue them, wouldn't you? Perhaps due to the image he had cultivated over time, Mayano Akemi had formed the impression that he was fond of children. However, at that moment, Asakawa Yu truly wished to declare, no. Who said that? If I didn't need their assistance to foster goodwill in front of the audience, Asakawa Yu would truly wish to disregard those bothersome little rascals. Perhaps, but the condition is that they must survive until I locate them. In the eyes of Mayano Akemi, Asakawa Yu's words had unmistakably transformed into genuine Sundara remarks. However, he no longer wished to exert energy in defending himself. He was now prepared to seek out that old hag. Let us depart, for we too must attend to our own matters. With that, Asakawa Yu strode out of the room, leaving Mayano Akemi with a desire to say something. Yet, upon witnessing Asakawa Yu's departure, she could only follow him helplessly. Upon arriving in the chamber where the young detective league convened during the day, they found it deserted, save for a chair beneath the clock and a stack of books above it. It seems they have all entered. So let us proceed as well. Observing the arrangement of the room, Asakawa Yu discerned that the children had indeed gone inside. If I recall correctly, turning the clock's hands should do the trick. Let's open it. As he spoke, he began to turn the clock's hands. Before long, the door to the hidden chamber creaked open. Who would have thought there was a secret passage here? But when did you discover it, boss? Mayano Akemi, who had been trailing Asakawa Yu all day, was utterly perplexed as to when he had unearthed this hidden route. Stop overthinking and hurry up, Asakawa Yu urged, noticing Mayano Akemi lagging increasingly behind. Oh. I am so sorry, I'm on my way. They continued forward, and soon a corpse came into view. It appears this must be the former lady of the castle. I doubt it could be anyone else. And I suspect the culprit behind all this is that grand dame. Am I right, boss? Mayano Akemi's sudden interjection interrupted Asakawa Yu's contemplation, leaving him bemused. Could Mayano Akemi truly possess such insight? He decided to listen to her reasoning. Do you remember what the grand dame said when we first arrived? Mayano Akemi began her deduction. Isn't it quite suspicious? An elderly woman who hasn't left this castle in nearly a decade. How could she possibly know that the Immigration Bureau changed passport sizes 6 years ago? Asakawa Yu nodded in agreement, prompting her to elaborate. Moreover, there was that inscription we just saw, which read, "That person has now usurped my identity, wishing to seize the treasures of the castle." When we mentioned the treasure, the Grand Dame's expression clearly shifted. Though subtle, I could still perceive it. Based on this, we can deduce that this Grand Dame has replaced the original mistress of the castle, aiming to claim its treasures. After delivering her reasoning in one breath, Mayano Akemi turned her gaze towards Asakawa Yu, her eyes inquiring whether her deduction was correct. It seems I must reassess your overall capabilities. This truly surpasses my expectations. Asakawa Yu found no fault in Mayano Akemi's reasoning. Really? That's wonderful. I thought your silence implied there was something wrong with my deduction. Since you have identified the culprit, you should also know where the treasures of this castle lie, correct? Well, to be honest, I've always loathed these kinds of mystery games since childhood, Mayano Akemi replied hesitantly. All right then, since you were able to deduce the identity of the culprit, I shall take you to see what this so-called treasure truly is. Exiting the secret passage, Asakawa Yu led Mayano Akemi to the portrait of the castle's master. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, in the arrangement of the chess pieces in the courtyard, he deduced the answer to the riddle. Egghead, a term for a pedantic intellectual. which corresponded to the master of the castle himself. Gently shifting the portrait to the right, a hidden passage suddenly revealed itself behind the painting. Who would have guessed that such a secret tunnel existed in this castle? Mayano Akemi marveled at the sight. Moreover, when the true treasure is unveiled before you, you shall be utterly astonished. With that, Asakawa Yu ascended the passage first, and Mayano Akemi promptly followed suit. At last, after a considerable climb, they arrived at a room at the top, where a small window loomed at the end. Anyone would assume that the treasure was concealed within. Come, allow me to show you what this so-called treasure truly is, which has left so many yearning. Asakawa Yu approached the small window and slowly opened it, revealing the treasure that had harbored the castle's desires for years. With a gentle push, the secrets of the castle were finally unveiled. To their astonishment, there was no treasure to be found, no wondrous artifacts that would leave one speechless. Instead, a breathtaking view unfolded before them. From the highest vantage point, they beheld the entire castle and its surroundings. The sun had just risen, casting a golden hue across the sky as if a bottle of golden ink had been gently overturned. The soft light danced on the lake's surface, infusing the natural world with vitality. So this is what they deem the most precious treasure? It is truly beautiful, Mayano Akemi exclaimed, her heart swelling with admiration. You don't feel disappointed, do you? The treasure is merely a picturesque view. Not at all. Don't you think it's wonderful, boss? We are like the newborn sun, unaware of the people we will encounter or the challenges we will face each day. Yet, it is precisely this uncertainty that makes each day invaluable, wouldn't you agree? I believe the master of this castle hoped that those within its walls would stand resilient, gazing upon this splendid vista. Just like the castle itself. Ahaha. I see. It seems only someone as pure-hearted as you would think that way. Asakawa Yu's laughter echoed through the room, causing Mayano Akemi to blush slightly. I am merely expressing my own sentiments. There's no need to laugh so heartily. She turned her face away, pouting. However, soon enough, Mayano Akemi found herself caught up in Asakawa Yu's mirth, and she too began to laugh uncontrollably, just as they were reveling in this joyful moment. A hurried commotion interrupted them. My treasure. After searching for so many years, I will not let it slip away from me. Turning back, they discovered Conan and the others had uncovered the entire truth and informed the Grand Dame about the treasure's location. As she climbed up, the Grand Dame spotted Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi standing at the entrance to her coveted treasure. Mistaking their presence for an attempt to seize her treasure, she exclaimed in a fluster, "No one shall take my treasure." As she attempted to push them away, Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi simply stepped aside, allowing her passage. We have no interest in that so-called treasure, so please, feel free. He gestured invitingly. Seeing that they genuinely seemed uninterested in the treasure, the Grand Dame could no longer contain herself and dashed forward, opening the so-called treasure. Following closely behind, Conan caught sight of Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi, his mind momentarily going blank. Asakawa and I, did you already find this so-called treasure? Conan struggled to contain his emotions. He had hoped for a chance to outpace Asakawa Yu in uncovering the culprit and the treasure's location, only to realize that his rival had seemingly discovered it long before him and was waiting in ambush. Asakawa Yu was unaware of Conan's thoughts, but he knew the boy was likely overthinking the situation. Well, who knows? He mused. After uttering a perplexing remark that left Conan bewildered, Asakawa Yu led Mayano Akemi downstairs, leaving Conan in a state of confusion, along with the lady who was lamenting alone. How splendid. I had thought that this time the MVP would be Mitsuhiko, but it turns out it's still my brother Yu. What a joke. Does anyone think they can fathom the intellect of the great Emperor Asakawa? Nevertheless, this treasure isn't too shabby. Doesn't it say that this castle is to be gifted to her? Isn't that enough? This time, I did quite well. Upon descending the stairs, Asakawa Yu approached Hybra AI and praised her. Hybra AI deftly evaded his impending mischief and replied with a calm demeanor, attributing their success to the group of children. Although she maintained her usual expressionless facade, Asakawa Yu discerned a hint of seeking praise in her demeanor, leading him to marvel at the softer side of the cold queen. Everyone did splendidly this time. How about I make some desserts for everyone as a reward when we return? In contrast to Asakawa Yu's coolness, Mayano Akemi approached them with a smile, commending their efforts, which instantly brightened the expressions of the three, who struck their classic poses in response. Of course, we are the Young Detective League. Hee, if this continues, I might need more than a few lives. Conan silently scoffed at their banter. Fantastic. The situation has finally concluded satisfactorily. Let us tidy up and prepare to head home. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Dr. Agasa also suggested. All right. The Young Detective League chorused in unison. The remaining Asakawa Yu and others merely smiled, saying nothing further, and began to gather their belongings. Subsequently, the police arrived swiftly after receiving the report, apprehending the lady for charges including intentional homicide, thus bringing the matter to a close. Since the conclusion of their last camping trip, everyone returned to their respective lives, attending school or work as required. The summer sky was a brilliant blue. The sun hung high, radiating endless warmth. Ah, it's so hot. Why must I work in such sweltering weather? Fujihara Mina lamented, sprawled over the front desk, relishing this rare moment of respite. Stop complaining. If you don't work, be wary of me deducting your salary, Asakawa Yu jested. Hey, don't, boss. I was merely expressing my discontent. I am absolutely not secretly grumbling about you. I am definitely not insinuating that you would deduct my pay. Not at all. I'm exhausted. Let this world devoid of holidays meet its end. With that, Fujihara Mina surrendered to despair, cradling her head in a thoroughly defeated manner. Is it really that bad? Haven T, I already adjusted the work hours. A boss like me is hard to come by, so you should count your blessings. After saying this, Asakawa Yu ignored Fujihara Mina and continued polishing the cup in his hand. No, boss, think about it. In this scorching summer, one should be vacationing in places like Izu, instead of remaining in one spot, day in and day out, doing monotonous work. Fujihara Mina asserted with an air of certainty. Is that so? All right, then go ahead. But during your time away, your salary will be proportionately deducted. Hey, that one T do. Forget it. I'll just work diligently instead. Otherwise, I might not even be able to support myself, constrained by the pressures of life. Fujihara Mina ultimately abandoned her idea. Although she yearned for travel, she knew which priorities to uphold. What are you two discussing? I think I just heard something about Izu to AT that moment. Mayano Akemi happened to emerge from the kitchen and, noticing the two in conversation, joined in. Oh, it's Fujihara, who has been going on about wanting to travel. Upon seeing Mayano Akemi approach, Asakawa Yu directly relayed their previous conversation. To his surprise, Mayano Akemi expressed interest, saying, Izu. That sounds appealing. I've never been there since childhood. If given the chance, I would love to take AI along for a visit. However, I suppose it's best to prioritize work, right, boss? Although she outwardly stated this, Asakawa Yu could still perceive her longing for a trip to Izu, or perhaps it was more about creating cherished memories with her sister. Reflecting on Mayano Akemi's recent work performance, Asakawa Yu felt the urge to take them out for a little adventure. After all, a few days' rest for the CAF wouldn't be detrimental. If it could invigorate the staff's work enthusiasm, he would be more than willing. With this thought, Asakawa Yu finally reached a decision. Izu. Asakawa Yu mused aloud. Boss, what are you mumbling about to yourself? Seeing her boss deep in thought, Fujihara Mina couldn't help but ask. I said, if you want to travel, it's not impossible. Asakawa Yu raised his voice slightly. Perhaps due to her boss's sudden change of heart, Fujihara Mina was taken aback and involuntarily exclaimed. What? Surprised. Asakawa Yu found it odd. Had he really been perceived as stingy in their eyes all along? How could it not be surprising? You just turned me down after I begged for so long, and now after Aki says a couple of words, you relent. What a double-standard man. However, Fujihara Mina certainly wouldn't dare voice these thoughts in front of Asakawa Yu. She could only grumble silently to herself. Really? That's wonderful. But boss, what will happen to our shop? Are we just going to close for a few days? Although Mayano Akemi was elated, she was also concerned about how their outing might affect the shop's revenue. Before she could finish, Asakawa Yu interrupted her. It's fine. We'll only be gone for a few days. The shop's revenue during that time isn't a major concern for me. However, as a condition, I expect you to work even harder when you return. Can you manage that? No problem, boss. Can I bring AI along too? Upon hearing that they could genuinely go on a trip to Izu, Mayano Akemi immediately agreed to Asakawa Yu's conditions without hesitation, or rather, she would have worked hard regardless. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Now, let us discuss some important details regarding our trip. With that, Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi began to deliberate on what items to bring along. May I interject? Just as the two began their discussion, Fujihara Mina, who had been overlooked, slowly raised her hand and inquired. Oh right, Fujihara, feel free to voice any request you may have. Actually, I wanted to say that I want to be going, just as both assumed Fujihara Mina was about to discuss aspects of the trip to Izu. She unexpectedly made a statement that left them somewhat astonished. Why? Weren't you excited about it initially? Why are you saying you're not going now? Asakawa Yu found it puzzling. She had been the one to express the desire to go. And now she was saying she wouldn't tea. Was this some sort of joke? You two look like a couple preparing to take a child on vacation. If I go, I'd just be a third wheel. I am not going. Absolutely not. In fact, boss, you were right earlier. I believe that even if one longs for travel, life must take precedence. How about this? Boss, why don't you give me a little raise this month as compensation for not going to Izu? Fujiwara Mina cleverly fabricated a reason, ensuring she wouldn't be a third wheel while also seeking a pay raise, a perfect win-win situation. Well, in that case, I agree, but you must also work diligently and not slack off. Is that acceptable, Mum? Then it's settled. Fujiwara Mina felt quite pleased with her cleverness. However, Mayano Akemi sensed something was amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. All right, Aki, you and the boss, along with AI, should enjoy this rare company-sponsored trip. As Mayano Akemi appeared to hesitate, Fujiwara Minai continued her persuasive efforts that I see. Well then, rest assured Minai, I shall bring you a gift upon my return. Finally, it was settled. I can only assist you to this point. The rest is up to you. After successfully convincing Mayano Akemi, Fujiwara Minai couldn't help but reflect inwardly, although she was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Akemi's mind. Asakawa Yu chose not to probe further, believing it would likely yield unsavory revelations. With the decision made, they began discussing the timing and items to bring along, and let's not forget to inform Shiho beforehand. Thus, the group's journey to Izu was on the verge of commencing. On a summer morning, just as the sky began to blush with dawn, a soft mist lingered in the air. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Asakawa Yu was about to turn over and drift back to sleep, a series of knocks shattered his reverie, pulling him from the warmth of his bed. Who could it be at this early hour? A hint of annoyance colored his thoughts as he yawned and reluctantly dragged his sleepy form to the door. Upon opening it, he found Mayano Akemi and Hybra AI waiting at the threshold, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Boss, it's time to rise. After you tidy up, we should be ready to set off, Mayano Akemi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh dear, I never expected someone to possess such latent slothful potential, still in bed at this hour. The familiar tone and sharp tongue belonged solely to the feisty lowly. Hybra AI. I say, have you two sisters perhaps grown a tad too impatient? The sun has barely risen. Though Asakawa Yu understood the sisters' excitement for the trip, comprehension did not equate to a willingness to be roused at such an ungodly hour. Well, you see, we were concerned that if we wait too long, there might be too many people and traffic jams. Besides, the earlier we depart, the more time we have to enjoy ourselves. Wouldn't you agree, boss? Mayano Akemi explained, a touch of embarrassment in her tone. Tiste, fine, I suppose I shall rise. You two go wait downstairs. Once I've freshened up, we shall depart. Ultimately, Asakawa Yu relinquished his desire to argue with Mayano Akemi. After all, he was already awake, and attempting to return to slumber seemed impractical. It was far better to simply get up. You actually got up quite easily. This isn't like you, Hybra AI remarked, somewhat puzzled by Asakawa Yu's unusual promptness this time. Ordinarily, he would have engaged in a lengthy debate before conceding to rise. What sort of image do you hold of me? Asakawa Yu couldn't help but retorted AI's observation. All right, since the boss is up, let's head downstairs and wait. Come on, AI. Upon hearing the two bickering again, Mayano Akemi hurriedly intervened to defuse the situation, knowing otherwise they could squabble indefinitely. All right, you two go ahead. I still need to change and freshen up. Asakawa Yu waved them off, indicating he wished for them to leave him in peace. Understood, we shall wait for you downstairs. With that, Mayano Akemi led Hybra AI out of the room. It seemed he had been too lenient with them, to the point that they no longer regarded him as their true boss. However, perhaps being family was not such a bad thing after all. Asakawa Yu mused quietly to himself on the summer beach. With feet sinking into the fine, soft sand, the gentle sound of waves caressed his ears. And before him stretched an endless expanse of azure, invigorating the spirit. After a considerable drive, the trio finally reached Izu. The shouts of vendors, a myriad of elegantly clad beachgoers, and the boundless blue shoreline together painted an unparalleled vista. At this moment, Asakawa Yu, one of the figures in this breathtaking scene, reclined leisurely on the beach beneath a sun umbrella, after sending away yet another individual attempting to strike up a conversation. He sighed deeply and sprawled back onto the sand. Someone is indeed quite popular, let me calculate. That must be close to the 10th one by now. At that moment, Hybra AI, clad in a children's swimsuit, looked down at Asakawa Yu, her tone somewhat teasing. Indeed, once he donned his swimwear, his well-defined musculature was on full display, complemented by a handsome visage that was universally appealing. making it hardly surprising that he attracted attention. There's nothing I can do. I can only attribute it to my overwhelming charm, Asakawa Yu shrugged, responding with an air of mock grandeur. Here come the drinks. While the two conversed, Mayano Akemi approached, bearing refreshing beverages. Boss, here's the iced cola you requested. She handed the drink to Asakawa Yu, prompting him to scrutinize her anew. At that moment, she wore a light purple swimsuit, delicate straps crisscrossing her back and tying around her neck. The suit was adorned with a large blue bow at the waist, her long legs exposed to the air, her captivating beauty turning heads wherever she went. Asakawa Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in satisfaction after observing her for a few moments. Hey, what are you staring at? Mayano Akemi, her face flushed, shielded her chest with her hands, as though seeking a measure of security from his gaze. Oh, nothing much. I merely find that swimsuit quite befitting of you. Asakawa Yu replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Well, thank you for the compliment, she said, feeling a mixture of relief and slight disappointment, sensing that perhaps he was merely being objective. All the while, Hybera AI observed this exchange with an air of bemusement, shaking her head in resignation at their dynamic. Hey, look over there? Isn't that Conan? Mayano Akemi exclaimed, having adjusted her gaze and spotting a child who bore a striking resemblance to Conan. Pointing him out to the others. Indeed, it appears to be them. Those two beside him must be Ran and Sonoko. Asakawa Yu quickly discerned, leveraging his keen eyesight. Then let us go greet them. It would be splendid to join them in some fun. Wouldn't you agree? With that, Mayano Akemi strode purposefully toward Conan and the others, while Asakawa Yu merely stood up slowly, his expression tinged with an air of exasperation. What's wrong? Does meeting Idagawa and the rest unsettle you? Hybera AI questioned, observing the disgruntled look on his face. Well, I fear our trip to Isa may not unfold as smoothly as we hope, Asakawa Yu replied, eliciting a puzzled glance from Hybera AI. What do you mean by that? Don't you realize that whenever we encounter Conan, we invariably end up embroiled in some case, be it kidnapping or murder? It's always something, he stated emphatically. His assured demeanor prompted Hybera AI to glance sideways. Reflecting on the myriad of incidents that had accompanied her encounters with Conan, why your reasoning, it does seem to hold some truth, she conceded, recalling the various cases she had faced since leaving the organization. Unable to refute Asakawa Yu's assertion. Can one truly be this unlucky, though? I never realized the crime rate in this country was so high during my time in the organization. Or could it truly be that Conan brings this upon us? The more she pondered, the more absurd it seemed, prompting Hybera AI to resolve to observe the situation and see if it indeed aligned with Asakawa Yu's claims. Asakawa and I, long time no see. I never expected to run into you here. Just as Asakawa Yu and Hybera AI engaged in their conversation, Mayano Akemi had already made her way to Ran and the others, bringing them over. Long time no see. Asakawa AI. And this must be AI. Right. Hello. I'm Suzuki Sonoko. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suzuki Yoko greeted Ran with a cheerful salutation before shifting her gaze toward the aloof figure of Hybera AI, who stood beside Asakura Yu. Hybera AI. It's a pleasure to meet you, the coolly composed AI acknowledged, promptly introducing herself. It's been a while. Ran and Yoko. Asakura Yu politely chimed in. I never expected to encounter you both here. Are you on vacation as well, Asakura-san? Indeed, he replied. With such splendid weather, I thought it would be delightful to bring them along for some fun. While Asakura Yu did not deny this sentiment, the truth of his intentions remained uncertain. What a coincidence to run into each other while traveling. Yoko exclaimed. At this rate, Asakura Yu is becoming a regular member of the protagonist ensemble. Isn't it a bit excessive? I simply relish seeing my husband every day. Is that so wrong? This family outing is simply heartwarming. As the conversation unfolded, the nature of the relationship between the two newcomers sparked curiosity among the audience, observing the discussion about himself in the comments. Asakura Yu began to ponder whether his frequent appearances had become too common, contemplating a temporary retreat from Conan's circle. When Yoko encountered Asakura Yu this time, she refrained from displaying her usual infatuation. Having previously heard from Ran that this Ayami elder sister seemed to have a rather complex relationship with Asakura Yu, witnessing their shared vacation, Yoko abandoned any lingering thoughts of romantic involvement. While she could accept being single, she would not tolerate being a third wheel in someone else's relationship. I can't believe you'd come to a place like this. As Conan approached Hybera AI, he inquired, what's the matter? If you, the great detective, can be here, why can't I? Hybera AI retorted coolly. That's not what I meant, Conan quickly clarified, mentally berating AI's sharp tongue. but your relationship with that guy appears quite close. Considering he brought you along. Close, perhaps, Hybrid AI replied ambiguously, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Really, Conan was taken aback. Initially, he had been puzzled by the closeness between Hybrid AI and Asakura Yu. It was only after Asakura Yu had confided in him that he learned it stemmed from the fact that Asakura Yu had saved Hybrid AI's sister. While Conan initially thought Hybrid AI's willingness to associate with Asakura Yu was merely gratitude, he gradually realized their bond seemed to transcend mere friendship, hinting at a deeper connection akin to sibling camaraderie. Could it be that they engage in playful banter like siblings? Conan mused, uncertain if he should even broach the subject with Hybrid AI. Fearing she might turn the tables and mock him instead. "Excuse me, ladies, do you have a moment?" A stranger's voice interrupted their conversation. Turning around, they found a man clad in a bright orange beach outfit standing behind them. "If it's convenient, would you care to join me for lunch? Of course, I'll be treating, and this gentleman and lady are welcome to come along as well." This man, named Dua Yoshihiko, had been observing Yoko and the others for some time, intending to seize an opportunity to strike up a conversation, but was interrupted by the timely arrival of Mayano Akemi. Upon further observation, he noted that Asakura Yu and Mayano Akemi seemed to share an uncommon connection, alleviating some of his initial concerns, prompting him to approach them now. "Of course, I'd be delighted," Yoko eagerly affirmed. However, recalling something, she slightly turned her head back, casting a teasing glance at Ram before adding, "Perhaps it's best to take her along. The moment is ripe." With that, Yoko playfully nudged Ram forward. "But I'd advise against any inappropriate intentions, as she has already signed a contract of devotion." "Actually, I was hoping to invite you." The declaration startled everyone, even Hybrid AI, who couldn't help but glance up at Dua Yoshihiko. "In no way," Conan exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Impressive, Yoko. You truly are remarkable." Upon realizing that Dua Yoshihiko intended to invite her friend, Ran felt a wave of joy wash over her, knowing that Yoko's wish had finally come to fruition. "No, it's impossible. No one could possibly be interested in Yoko. There must be some ulterior motive," Conan thought, lowering his head with a grave expression. Unbeknownst to him, his every thought was being observed by another party elsewhere. "This is hilarious. What a world-class deduction. Yoko, are you being polite? Do you hear what people are saying?" Meanwhile, Asakura Yu and Mayano Akemi stood quietly to the side, enjoying the unfolding drama. "So, Dua-san, you're a student at Mihua University. That means you're a junior to Ran's father." After Dua Yoshihiko extended his invitation to Yoko and the others, Ran and Conan decided to accompany them, concerned for Yoko's safety. Initially, Asakura Yu had no desire to involve himself in such affairs, but after being prodded by a certain suit-clad rascal, he reluctantly joined the group. They found themselves seated outside a seaside CAF, engaged in conversation. "Oh, by the way, I recall that Asakura-san mentioned he graduated from Mihua University, correct?" Just as Ran responded to Yoko's query with a laugh. She suddenly recalled this detail. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Asakura Yu set down his drink, pondering when he had ever made such a remark. "I remember now. It must have been when we visited Tsukikage Island. During our initial encounter with Masaru Seiji, no one knew what Asakura Yu was contemplating, as the group's attention had shifted entirely to him. I had no idea you were a Mihua University alumnus." "You certainly don't seem like one." Mayano Akemi expressed her surprise, as in her perception, her boss's formidable skills and extraordinary connections, which she believed were facilitated by Asakura Yu, were far removed from the typical image of a university student. Hybrid AI's thoughts were far simpler. She merely yearned to learn more about Asakura Yu's past. Despite having spent considerable time with him, she realized they knew virtually nothing about his background, while he seemed to possess an intimate familiarity with them, which was quite perplexing. "Indeed, but I largely kept to myself during my university years, so there's not much to share," Asakura Yu replied dismissively, eager to steer the conversation away from himself. "But I remember Asakura-san was quite popular back in university." Ran was clearly unwilling to let him off the hook. "So, you're the famous Asakura-senpai. I've heard of you. You're far too modest. Even after your graduation, tales of your exploits still circulate within the university." Dua Yoshihiko interjected. "What? Please share more." Ran and Yoko's enthusiasm for gossip was palpable. "I too wish to know about my boss's university days." Asakura Yu was caught off guard, realizing that even his staunch supporter, Mayano Akemi, had turned against him. "I'm curious too. Hurry and tell us. I wonder what someone like Asakura Yu was like in university." Asakura Yu felt a sense of unease as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Well, Dua Yoshihiko was slightly miffed. This was supposed to be his moment, yet it was being overshadowed by the man beside him. All right, let us set aside my stories for now. How about we discuss Duasan instead? What brings you to this seaside locale? Asakura Yu adeptly redirected the conversation, bringing the focus back to Dua Yoshihiko. As anticipated, the moment Dua Yoshihiko was asked about himself, his demeanor shifted noticeably. I'm merely here to travel after a breakup. My girlfriend cruelly ended our relationship. While I was wallowing in despair, gazing out at the sea, I encountered a most enchanting angel. As Daoki Jingyan uttered those words, he cast a sardonic smile. His gaze filled with affection directed towards Suzuki Sonoko. Having never encountered such a spectacle before, Sonoko was instantly captivated, left utterly disoriented. Who cares about your trivial matters? What people want to hear are the tales of my husband's school days. Exactly. Can that pathetic sycophant just leave? Observing the barrage of online assaults in the comments, Asakawa Yu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Bang! Your draft beer has arrived. Just as Daoki Jingyan continued to charm Suzuki Sonoko, a man with bronze skin and clad in black-framed glasses, who exuded an aura of robust strength, approached their table and emphatically slammed the beer down. Ah, thank you. After placing it down, the man turned and slowly walked away, just when everyone assumed the matter had concluded. The man suddenly pivoted mid-stride. And you, sir, please refrain from dropping cigarette ash on the floor. It would be quite troublesome for the staff to clean up later. Upon hearing the man's admonition, Daoki Jingyan responded with a slight acknowledgement, promptly extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. The staff's attitude is truly appalling, he remarked after taking a sip of beer. Hey, don't you guys feel like you've seen that staff member somewhere before? Glancing at the now-departed man, Xiaolan suddenly posed a question to the group. Of course we have. He's the proprietor of the inn where we're staying. I heard he returned to assist during the summer break, replied Suzuki Sonoko, addressing Xiaolan's inquiry. Wait, Sonoko, how do you know such things? Xiaolan expressed her surprise at her friend's knowledge. That's because he was persistently watching us at the entrance yesterday, which prompted me to inquire with the inn staff. Sonoko answered nonchalantly, kicking the noble's son. Huh? What did you just say, boss? As Xiaolan and the others were discussing, Asakawa Yu suddenly interjected with a perplexing statement. I know that person. His name is Kayagaku Makoto, the champion of the last national karate tournament in Japan, boasting an extraordinary record of 400 victories with no defeats, renowned as the kicking nobleman. Noticing the confusion on everyone's faces, Asakawa Yu gradually elaborated. So, it's him. No wonder I felt like I had seen him somewhere. Xiaolan exclaimed after grasping Asakawa Yu's explanation. Is he really that formidable? Sonoko inquired, her curiosity piqued by her friend's comments. Indeed, he is exceptionally impressive. One could argue that he is currently the foremost figure in the realm of karate. I have long admired him. What? Even you, Xiaolan, cannot surpass him. Sonoko expressed her astonishment, yet with Xiaolan's admission, she felt compelled to believe it. Is he really that incredible? Does my Yuji also stand a chance against him? Stop speculating. Asakawa Yu is yet to fully reveal his prowess. Who knows if he's still concealing his abilities? Exactly, no matter how strong he is. I firmly believe my husband would undoubtedly prevail. As the comments began to compare their strengths against Kayagaku Makoto's, Asakawa Yu couldn't help but scoff. Dude, are you seriously overestimating me? Don't even mention me being superior to him. If it weren't for my endurance boost skill, I wouldn't be certain I could last to the end. Nevertheless, the thought of sparring with Kayagaku Makoto intrigued him immensely. What are you daydreaming about? So lost in thought. Just as Asakawa Yu pondered the possibility of a match with Kayagaku Makoto, Hybra AI had approached his side. What are you thinking about? She queried once more. Oh, nothing much. I was contemplating whether I could have a spar with that man earlier, just to test my skills. Since this matter wasn't a secret, Asakawa Yu candidly shared his thoughts with Hybra AI. Really? Is he that formidable? Hearing Asakawa Yu's desire to challenge the other man, Hybra AI expressed her surprise. In her perception, Jin was the pinnacle of strength, while Asakawa Yu could hold his own against Jin. Hence, Asakawa Yu was viewed as one of the strongest. However, the fact that he hesitated against the man earlier indicated just how formidable he truly was. A murder case. Suddenly, Xiaolan and Sonoko shouted out of the blue, drawing the attention of those around them. Feeling the collective gaze upon them, both girls felt a rush of embarrassment and lowered their voices. Mr. Daoki, did you just mention a murder case? Xiaolan sought confirmation. Indeed, that young lady reportedly encountered an unfortunate incident on her way to that restaurant. Due to a lack of eyewitnesses, the investigation is ongoing. It has been nearly a year since the occurrence, and most tourists have almost forgotten about it, while the restaurant has resumed its bustling business. Daoki Jingyan continued, What troubles us is that the young lady apparently held a fondness for that restaurant. And I hear she still frequents it. She still goes there. Sonoko gasped in surprise. Yes, it is said that in photographs taken at that restaurant, the victim's spirit has been spotted manifesting as a peculiar ghost. Daoki Jingyan's eerie tone, coupled with his vivid expression, left both the easily frightened Xiaolan and Sonoko utterly terrified. Humph, such fanciful tales. In contrast, Conan displayed a distinct disdain, asserting his belief in science. Exactly. I'd like to see if such photographs can indeed be captured. Observing Daoki Jingyan's apparent fascination, Sonoko and Xiaolan exhibited visible resistance, particularly Xiaolan, who was trembling in fear. Xiaolan, what do you think? I believe we still have about 10 rolls of film left. Sonoko turned to seek Xiaolan's opinion. But her expression revealed that she too was somewhat frightened. No, absolutely not. We cannot take them. Just as Xiaolan and Sonoko were in disagreement, Kayagaku Makoto approached them once more, a large plate of fried noodles in hand. Bang! Whether it was due to Sonoko and Daoki Jingyan's proximity or some other reason, Kayagaku Makoto slammed the fried noodles forcefully onto the table. There are other customers waiting for the table. Could you please eat your food promptly? After delivering this remark, Kayagaku Makoto departed without a backward glance. Seriously, what kind of attitude does this staff member have? Does that guy harbor some grudge? Daoki Jingyan felt quite displeased with Kayagaku Makoto's demeanor. However, with Sonoko and the others present, he refrained from expressing his irritation outright. Which staff member behaves like this? If it were me, I would confront him directly. Exactly. What kind of sour face is he putting on? This is not how business is conducted. I can't shake the feeling that he must be someone significant. After all, Asakawa, you mentioned that he has an impeccable record of 400 victories. A man of such caliber shouldn't be so petty. That I concur with the previous statement. He must have some unspoken troubles. Regarding Kayagaku Makoto's attitude, many in the comments section began to share their opinions. However, Asakawa was keen to discover how the audience would react upon realizing that Kayagaku Makoto's behavior stemmed from jealousy. I think we should avoid that restaurant. It really gives me the creeps. Once Kayagaku Makoto had walked far enough away, Xiaolan steered the conversation back. Rest assured, ghost photographs are merely folklore, and it's been over a year. Even if that young lady were to appear as a ghost, she should have grown weary of that restaurant by now. Daoki Jingyan hastily reassured Xiaolan, who appeared quite frightened. But, hey, have you all heard? They found another corpse near the woods by the tracks today. Just as Xiaolan was about to say something further, the loud conversation of a passerby interrupted her. I heard that a brown-haired girl has met with misfortune again. What? There was an accident. The crowd gasped in shock, their expression shifting alarmingly. I need to step out for a moment. Hey, Conan, you can't. Having spoken, disregarding Xiaolan's admonitions, Conan dashed towards the direction indicated by the man moments ago. Conan. By the time Xiaolan descended, Conan had already vanished from sight. His curiosity is indeed insatiable. Ultimately, out of concern for Conan's safety, Xiaolan felt compelled to pursue him as well. Consequently, Yuanzi and Daoxia Masahiko followed suit, leaving only Asakawa and the three of them behind. That reckless detective truly is impulsive. Speaking of which, shall we not go together? After giving Conan a light-hearted jab, Hibara AI turned to inquire of Asakawa. Why should we go? Asakawa expressed her confusion. Since we are here to enjoy a vacation, let us not concern ourselves with such trivial matters and simply relish our time. As for the case, we can leave it to that boy Conan. Or are you also intrigued by this incident? Hibara AI shook her head. Not at all. I was merely asking out of curiosity. That moment, Mayano Akemi interjected, her gaze shifting to Hibara AI, a hint of unease in her eyes. Upon hearing her sister's words, Hibara AI instantly understood her concern but quickly reassured her. There's nothing to worry about. Sister, if that murderer truly intends to strike at me, isn't this person here? She then indicated Asakawa. Her meaning cleared. If Asakawa cannot thwart the assailant, then perhaps no one can. After overhearing the sisters' conversation, Asakawa felt a mix of exasperation and a barely noticeable delight, the sweet taste of trust. Suddenly, ominous clouds rolled in from the horizon, and thunder rumbled, followed by a torrential downpour. It's starting to rain. I truly hope Mr. Daoxia arrives soon, Yuanzi remarked, glancing anxiously at her watch as the weather grew increasingly dim. Don't be in such a hurry. The protagonist always makes a late entrance. Xiaolan cheerfully comforted her, noticing Yuanzi's impatience. Really, please don't tease me. It's quite embarrassing. As the two engaged in light banter, the door behind Yuanzi unexpectedly swung open. Fourth came Kagakashin, who placed an umbrella at the entrance before silently retreating. What is this umbrella for? Xiaolon wondered aloud, perplexed. Could it be intended for US? Yuanzi speculated. Perhaps that big brother has a soft spot for you. Yuanzi, Conan teased, directing his comment at Yuanzi da. Wait. Upon hearing Conan's words, Yuanzi's face flushed crimson, her speech becoming somewhat disjointed. He's so considerate and sweet. I wager this is what Yuanzi's love looks like. As for that Dao Xia Masahiko, he pales in comparison. I share your sentiment. Actions speak louder than words, and such expressions of affection are what captivate a girl. Another voice chimed in. How utterly mortifying, as Xiaolon and Conan jested. Yuanzi felt increasingly embarrassed. Quickly, Xiao Ai, we're almost there. Understood, sister, do take care. As they continued to tease Yuanzi while awaiting Dao Xia Masahiko's arrival, hurried footsteps caught their attention. Turning around, they discovered Asakawa Yu and her companions. Asakawa, brother, why did you come rushing back like this? It's pouring rain outside. Xiaolon exclaimed, hastily beckoning them inside. Phew, we finally made it. Though we're all drenched, Mayano Akemi remarked as they entered, grateful for a moment's respite. By the way, Aimi's sister, why were you three in such a hurry to return without an umbrella? Conan asked, intrigued. Actually, we were strolling in the forest when the weather suddenly turned. We had no umbrella and nowhere to take cover. So we had no choice but to return, Mayano Akemi explained, and the trio nodded in understanding after hearing her account. All right, you two should hurry back to your rooms and take a shower. We don't want you catching a cold, Asakawa Yu reminded Hibara Ai and Mayano Akemi, noticing them still chatting with Conan. Indeed, Xiao Ai, let's return to our room to freshen up. And Asakawa, brother, you can join us. We're about to head out for dinner, and there won't be many people around, Xiaolon suggested, feeling reluctant to let Asakawa Yu wait idly. After a moment's consideration, Asakawa Yu accepted the invitation, realizing how uncomfortable it was to be damp. Once Asakawa Yu agreed, Xiaolon promptly relayed their room number, and they ascended the stairs together. Meanwhile, Xiaolon and the others remained downstairs, awaiting Dao Xiamasiko's arrival. By the way, Yuanzi, what do you think of Asakawa, brother? Upon Xiaolan's unexpected inquiry, Yuanzi felt a twinge of curiosity, but answered honestly. Asakawa, brother, is truly remarkable. He's handsome and kind. Such a man is hard to find these days. Oh, really? Then why do you seem indifferent towards him? Xiaolon began to tease Yuanzi again. What are you talking about, Xiaolon? It's clear that Asakawa, brother, treats Ayami differently than others. Would I do something to sabotage their feelings? Besides, I don't know why. But despite his many admirable qualities, I feel nothing beyond appreciation for him. Is that so? How surprising that you hold such an opinion, Yuanzi, Conan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yuanzi, his tone teasing. Honestly, you little rascal. What do you know? At your age, you probably don't even understand what liking someone feels like. Yuanzi, feeling exasperated by being teased by a mere first grader, was quick to retort. If I hadn't shrunk in size, I would have bounced that remark right back at you, you brat. Conan thought, inwardly scoffing. Oh no, I think I left my wallet in the room. Suddenly, Yuanzi patted her pocket and realized she had indeed left her wallet behind. Deciding to retrieve it alone, she said, wait here for me. I'll be right back. And with that, she dashed up the stairs to their room. Clack, clack. She quickly ascended to the second floor and reached their room's door. Noticing a light was on inside, assuming Asakawa Yu was bathing, she opened the door without a second thought. However, the scene that unfolded next left her wide-eyed with terror. In the dimly lit room, a shadowy figure was crouched in the center, rummaging through their belongings. Paralyzed with fear, Yuanzi trembled, unable to move. Just as she was about to scream for help, the shadow lunged forward, covering her mouth and attempting to drag her into the room. Ultimately overpowered by the figure's strength, Yuanzi was pulled inside. The assailant slowly raised a knife, poised to strike her neck. In that moment of imminent peril, the bathroom door swung open, and a man, clad only in a towel, emerged, rushing towards the shadow, pressing down on Yuanzi. Asakawa Yu had been enjoying a hot shower, but sensing something was amiss, he had heard voices outside. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as he considered it plausible that Xiaolan and the others had merely forgotten to bring something and had returned to retrieve it. Yet, an unusual sound stirred a flicker of wariness within Asakawa Yu, prompting him to divert some of his attention to the outside. Indeed, with his extraordinary sense of hearing, Asakawa Yu discerned something amiss. the sound was not quite right. Typically, if someone were to return to fetch an item, one would expect the rustling and clattering of belongings, yet the noise that reached Asakawa Yu's ears was predominantly a dull thud. Upon realizing this, Asakawa Yu immediately ceased his current activity, draping a towel around his lower body, and prepared to investigate the situation. As anticipated, just as he pulled open the door, he was met with a chilling sight. There lay Sonoko, pinned to the ground by an individual wielding a dagger, creating a scene that unmistakably suggested intent to kill. The moment this person spotted Asakawa Yu, Sonoko's heart reignited with hope. Asakawa Yu, not wishing to disappoint her, sprang into action upon witnessing the scene. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, his body instinctively following suit. With a thunderous crash, the assailant, caught off guard, was sent flying by Asakawa Yu's kick, colliding violently with the wall beside the window. Yet, even then, Asakawa Yu had not caught a glimpse of the assailant's appearance. Despite his enhanced vision, all he could discern was a figure cloaked in darkness. Just as he contemplated pursuing the retreating figure, the room's door was flung open. It was Xiaolan and Conan. They had merely come to check on the situation after waiting for an extended period, but upon nearing the door, they had heard the sounds of a struggle, concerned for Sonoko's safety. They had hurried over. Upon realizing it was Xiaolan and Conan, Asakawa Yu quickly regained his composure, ready to apprehend the criminal. However, in the blink of an eye, the assailant leaped from the balcony, executing the maneuver with such swiftness that Asakawa Yu found himself questioning everything. Seriously? Again, he thought, exasperated yet determined. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch this little shadow the next time. He could only internally lament while maintaining a facade of seriousness. What happened? Sonoko, are you all right? Upon entering, Xiaolan gasped at the sight of Sonoko collapsed on the floor, her anxiety palpable. Asakawa and I. What was that just now? Conan inquired, peering out the window as Asakawa Yu had done. Yet, by this time, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Indeed, just as you suspect, when Sonoko returned, that person somehow infiltrated the room. It seems she stumbled upon him, prompting him to silence her. Asakawa Yu elucidated the chain of events to Conan. I see. So Asakawa and I happened to emerge just in time to save Sonoko. Am I right? Precisely. Asakawa Yu affirmed Conan's deduction. What on earth transpired here? Just then, Mayano Akemi and Hybra Ai entered the scene. They had been in the neighboring room, and after finishing their baths, Mayano Akemi intended to invite Asakawa Yu to dinner. However, upon reaching the door, they were met with this alarming scene. Sonoko, what happened? Seeing Sonoko weeping on the floor, with Xiaolan attempting to console her, Mayano Akemi sensed that something was amiss. Sister Ayumi, I was so scared. I almost died. With the arrival of another familiar face, Sonoko's previously restrained tears flowed freely once more. Shh, don't cry. First, please tell us what happened, all right? Mayano Akemi assumed the role of the understanding older sister, and her approach proved effective as Sonoko gradually calmed down enough to recount the ordeal. So, when you returned to fetch something, you happened upon a man rifling through our belongings. He intended to silence you. But luckily, Asakawa and I happened to emerge from the bathroom just in time to save you, correct? Xiaolan sought confirmation. Yes, that's exactly it. But how did you know he was a man, Sonoko? The room was quite dark. Conan astutely pointed out a flaw in Sonoko's statement. I can be certain, because while I was struggling, I bit his arm, and it was covered in hair. Sonoko replied. Oh dear, you're quite something. Xiaolan exclaimed, momentarily speechless. I can corroborate Sonoko's account. Based on the sensation and sound when I kicked him, it was reasonable to deduce he was male. Asakawa Yu chimed in, having changed into appropriate attire and joined Conan and the others. Since Asakawa and I has said so, it must be true. What do you mean by that, you little brat? Haha, this Conan really cracks me up. What are you all doing, talking in the dark? It was the voice of DKY Masahiko, who had just entered, drenched and muddied. DKY. San, what happened? Xiaolan and Sonoko exclaimed in surprise. It's just that my car stalled on the way. To reach here quickly, I ran through the rain. My apologies for the delay. How did you know where we were staying? Xiaolan asked, puzzled, as they had not disclosed their room number to DKY Masahiko. I simply inquired with the staff downstairs. I didn't see any of you at the entrance, so I asked them. He replied nonchalantly. I find that hard to believe, DKY-san. Asakawa Yu interjected. What do you mean by that? Am I being accused of something? DKY Masahiko retorted, maintaining a fade of contemplation. You really don't know what you've done? Asakawa Yu's tone remained light, yet the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense that you're asking me what I did wrong. Shouldn't you be the one more aware of that? Asakawa U.S. words shifted the mood dramatically. Asaka, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that DKY-san is the intruder? The air grew frigid at this assertion. Xiaolan and Conan regarded DKY Masahiko with skepticism, their trust leaning towards the more familiar Asakawa Yu. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi and Hybra AI adopted defensive postures, with Hybra AI placing her faith in Asakawa U.S. deductive prowess, aware that he would not make baseless accusations. What are you all talking about? I am not following. Besides, I just arrived. Even if something did happen, I should have a solid alibi, DKY Masahiko insisted, gesturing dismissively. Yet, his arguments bore little weight against Asakawa U.S. scrutiny. DKY-san. Could you please remove your shirt, so we can take a look? Just as the tension escalated, Conan directed his request at DKY Masahiko. Exactly. Sonoko mentioned she bit the assailant in the dark. If DKY-san were indeed the culprit, there should be bite marks on his arm. Xiaolan felt a surge of excitement, for this indicated that they had discovered a method to ascertain the truth. Of course, there was no objection if this course of action could vindicate my innocence. With that, Doxy Masayuki swiftly removed his shirt, revealing his bare physique to the astonished onlookers. Their utter surprise. Doxy Masayuki's arms bore no scars whatsoever. They were utterly pristine, a sight that left everyone in shock. How could this be possible? This fellow's reasoning had evidently faltered. Huiyuan AI expressed her astonishment. As every deduction made by Akashira Yu had been flawless since their acquaintance. Yet, this time, he had indeed erred, leaving her utterly bewildered. As for Mayano Akemi, she remained unconvinced by Doxy's unblemished hands and did not regard him as the perpetrator. Her boss's demeanor had remained unchanged throughout, exhibiting an air of calm indifference, as if the possibility of his reasoning being flawed mattered little to him. Thus, Mayano Akemi firmly believed that her boss had his reasons for this behavior. Before her boss could speak, she stood unwaveringly by his side. So, this should suffice to prove that I am not the culprit, correct? Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Doxy Masayuki appeared unfazed, continuing to contemplate taking Yuanko and the others out for a meal. Mr. Doxy, would you kindly roll up your pant leg for us to take a look? Just as everyone presumed that Doxy Masayuki was not the murderer, Akashira Yu posed the question once more. But I have already proven my innocence, have I not? Is Mr. Akashira still harboring doubts about me? Although his words were articulated clearly, the subtle shift in Doxy Masayuki's tone did not escape the attention of the spectators. Yes, exactly. Doxy brother, just roll up your pant leg for us to see. It's merely a quick glance, and after that, we can head straight to dinner, right? Sister Xiaolan, Conan wore an innocent expression. Were it not for the knowledge that he was indeed Kudo Shinichi, one might have been deceived by his demeanor. I think that would be unnecessary. And besides, my pant leg is soiled with mud. Doxy Masayuki continued to feign that it's quite all right, Mr. Doxy, should this ultimately prove your innocence. I shall personally apologize to you. What do you think? Akashira Yu maintained a relaxed demeanor, as though the words just spoken were not his own. Then it settled. With that, Conan feigned innocence, appearing ready to roll up Doxy Masayuki's trousers. Just as Conan approached, the seemingly harmless Doxy Masayuki suddenly erupted. Get away from me, you filthy little brat. This transformation was so striking that it was hard to believe this fierce individual was the same man from moments ago. Why don't you simply die, you wretched woman? Shouting this, Doxy Masayuki suddenly produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and lunged toward Yuanko. The rapid turn of events left Xiaolan and Conan momentarily stunned. Standing nearby, Mayano Akemi had already prepared to rush in the instant she saw Doxy Masayuki draw the knife, but was halted by Akashira Yu. Boss, Mayano Akemi began to question, but was interrupted by Akashira Yu. Just observe closely. Her prince will soon make his entrance. Indeed, from the outset, Akashira Yu had sensed the presence of someone standing outside, clearly identifying him as Kyaga Mikoto, who refrained from entering, likely to avoid disturbing his reasoning. Why? Why must all the men interested in me be of this ilk? Oh heavens, I despise you. In the moment Doxy Masayuki charged forward, a flurry of thoughts raced through Yuanko's mind, just as the knife was about to strike her. An extraordinary event occurred. The door to the room swung open with a whoosh, and Kyaga Mikoto, who had been hiding behind the door for quite some time, burst in swiftly, raising his arm to block the knife aimed at Yuanko. With a hiss, the blade plunged directly into Kyaga Mikoto's arm, rendering the onlookers utterly astonished. He then swung his arm, sending Doxy Masayuki hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Yet, the chaos did not cease there. Doxy Masayuki quickly regained his footing, seizing a nearby table and hurling it at Kayagaka Makoto while shouting relentlessly. However, Kayagaka Makoto remained unperturbed, deftly evading Doxy Masayuki's attacks, and swiftly grasped his head, delivering a flying knee strike to his chin. As Doxy Masayuki became disoriented, he followed up with a powerful kick. After this relentless barrage, Doxy Masayuki was rendered unconscious. Incredible! Conan could not help but exclaim at how effortlessly Kayagaka Makoto subdued the rampaging Doxy Masayuki. What's this, my friend? I never knew you were this strong. So cool. I absolutely adore this type. What's with you up there? From Akashira Yu to Kid the Phantom Thief, and now to Kayagaka Makoto. Is it? What's wrong with that? They are all my allies. This fellow is indeed dangerous. If I hadn't fortuitously been present, things could have turned disastrous, casually extracting the knife from his arm. Kayagaka Makoto remarked to Yuanko. You mean to say you have been by my side all along? Yuanko inquired in surprise. Yes, I have been observing you all. With a shift in focus, Kayagaka Makoto turned to the unconscious Doxy Masayuki. That fellow had also attempted to flirt with a couple of girls before encountering you, which made me somewhat concerned. But why protect me? We are not even acquainted. Yuanko expressed her confusion. You might not know who I am. But I once saw you at a karate tournament, passionately cheering for your friend Dada. Yuanko gasped in astonishment at Kayagaka Makoto's words. But I never anticipated that you would coincidentally end up lodging at my family's inn. With that, Kayagaka Makoto turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to recall something, swiveling back to say, Oh, and about those intentionally provocative outfits, akin to lingerie, I advise you to refrain from wearing them in the future. If possible, of course, if you choose to interpret my words as merely one of the many compliments from men, that's fine too. Upon hearing this, Yuanko's heart raced uncontrollably, her face flushing as a smile began to spread across her features. That's wonderful, Yuanko. I told you, you truly are charming. Xiaolon, witnessing the interaction between Kayagaka Makoto and Yuanko, approached her with a knowing smile, playfully nudging her. After this exchange, Yuanko's face reddened further. Please, stop it. Xiaolon, shortly thereafter. The police arrived and took Doxy Masayuki away, finally bringing the matter to a close. What did you say? After watching the police depart, Akashira Yu was lost in thought, causing him to miss Huiyuan AI's previous statement. I was asking why you suddenly decided to meddle again this time. Given your character, even if you suspected Doxy Masayuki was up to no good, you would typically proceed with caution. So why did you act so hastily this time? Huiyuan AI expressed her confusion and directly inquired of Akashira Yu. Well, perhaps I simply found him somewhat displeasing. Is there a problem with that? With that, Akashira Yu flashed a friendly smile at Huiyuan AI. However, Huiyuan AI was unconvinced and rolled her eyes at him. She recognized that Akashira Yu was not being entirely truthful, but chose not to press the issue further. She was aware that this man would not harm them. And considering that even if she continued to inquire, Akikawa Yu would not necessarily divulge any information, it was perhaps best to cease her questioning at that moment. Upon noticing that Hybera AI showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, Akikawa Yu felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. In truth, he himself did not comprehend why he had chosen to meddle this time. Had he followed the original course of action, Conan would have deduced the identity of the murderer, and Kayagaka Masaru would have saved Sonoko as planned. Yet, why did he feel compelled to act? Despite his uncertainty, he had some conjectures when he realized that Diasahiko harbored malicious intentions towards Sonoko. He initially had no desire to intervene, believing that it would suffice to let things unfold naturally, a principle we often refer to as respecting others' destinies and relinquishing the urge to assist. However, when he discovered that Diasahiko had also cast his gaze upon Hybera AI, an inexplicable displeasure welled up within him. This emotion was difficult to articulate. He could not pinpoint its origin, but he simply wished to teach Diasahiko a lesson. Naturally, such sentiments were not something he could share with Hybera AI and the others. How delightful it is to see my husband displaying a tsundere demeanor. Indeed, that adoring gaze is utterly irresistible. Do you not perceive this scene as akin to an elder brother fiercely chastising someone who has bullied his younger sister? I too share this sentiment. It undeniably portrays an elder brother protecting his younger sister. Just as the barrage of comments reached absurd levels, Akikawa Yu chose to disregard them and approached Kayagaku Masaru instead. At that moment, Sonoko and Kayagaku were enveloped in a rather ambiguous atmosphere. It was evident to anyone with keen eyes that Kayagaku harbored affections for Sonoko, a fact that Sonoko herself was aware of. Leaving both uncertain about how to interact with one another, I apologize for interrupting you too, but may I have a word with Mr. Kayagaku? Akikawa Yu interjected, breaking the increasingly charged ambience. Although this action irked Sonoko, who was deeply engrossed in the situation, she recalled that Akikawa Yu had just helped her unmask Diasahiko's true nature, and she sensed that he might indeed have something important to convey, ultimately refraining from voicing her annoyance. Thank you for revealing the identity of that murderer. May I inquire what you wish to discuss? Considering Akikawa Yu was a friend of Sonoko's and had recently aided her, Kayagaku Masaru maintained a cordial demeanor toward him. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Kayagaku Masaru. What is it? If it is within my capacity to assist, I shall do my utmost, Kayagaku Masaru replied without hesitation. This response caught the attention of those nearby, who were curious about what matter could possibly require Kayagaku's assistance, as they could scarcely envision a situation where Akikawa Yu would need help. I would like to seek your guidance. The location is right here. What do you think? I would like to seek your guidance. The location is right here. What do you think? Of course, if you believe your arm is still injured. I shall not. I accept. Before Akikawa Yu could finish his sentence, Kayagaku Masaru promptly agreed. Interesting. Do you trust me so readily? Observing Kayagaku's demeanor, Akikawa Yu felt a sense of pleasure. There is no particular reason. Perhaps it is partly due to your assistance in freeing Sonoko from that man. However, if I must attribute it to something, it may be my instincts at play. To be honest, I had initially planned to study abroad. Why? At Kayagaku's statement, Sonoko appeared somewhat anxious. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she realized her earlier demeanor had been somewhat ambiguous. How delightful. Sonoko, who considers herself a master of romance, exhibits such a side. I too believe this pairing is quite delightful. No, shouldn't your focus be on Akikawa Yu and Kayagaku Masaru? Witnessing Sonoko's bashful demeanor left everyone astonished, particularly Ran and Conan, for it was the first time they had witnessed such an expression from her. It is because I can hardly find a worthy opponent domestically. Thus, I contemplated studying abroad to seek methods that would allow me to surpass my limits. But how does this relate to your acceptance of Akikawa's sparring invitation? Lon, who had been quietly observing, inquired. Because I can sense your strength. As he spoke, Kayagaku's gaze turned serious. Though I have not seen it firsthand, I believe you were already aware of my presence outside the door. I trust that had I not rushed in to save Sonoko, you would have had the confidence to rescue her yourself. Am I mistaken? A fascinating deduction. Yet as you stated, all of this remains mere intuition. If I were simply proficient in ordinary combat techniques, would you not be disappointed? In response to Kayagaku's reasoning, Akikawa Yu did not deny it but countered with a question. Then it simply means I misjudged you. That is all. After stating this, Kayagaku Masaru fell silent, gazing at Akikawa Yu, awaiting his response. Very well. I shall take that as your implicit acceptance of my invitation. Let us schedule it for tomorrow morning at this very inn. I trust someone of your caliber must have a designated training area at home. Indeed, it is settled then. Tomorrow morning, I shall await your arrival. Hey, are you truly going to spar with that Kayagaku Masaru? That night, in the hotel room, Conan and Akikawa Yu lay side by side. You may wonder why Akikawa Yu is sharing a room with Conan. There is, of course, a reason for this. After Kayagaku arranged new accommodations for them, Conan was unceremoniously ousted by the two girls, eager to discuss numerous topics with Rand. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi also expressed an unusual interest in such discussions. Thus, after some deliberation, she, along with Hybra AI and Rand, ended up sharing a room, leaving Akikawa Yu with no choice but to room with Conan. What do you mean by hey? You should address me as older brother. Do you understand? Yes, Akikawa older brother. Now, can you explain why you wish to spar with that Kayagaku Masaru? Although the tone irritated Akikawa Yu somewhat, he ultimately obliged Conan. After all, there was nothing to conceal regarding this matter. I simply wish to gauge how strong I have become. Is that reason sufficient? Akikawa Yu raised an eyebrow in response. I see. Upon hearing this, Conan fell into contemplation. In his experience, Akikawa Yu was among the most formidable individuals he had encountered, second only to Ran. Yet, for him to express a desire to seek guidance from Kayagaku Masaru raised questions about just how strong this Kayagaku truly was. The more Conan pondered, the The more alarming it seemed, I dare say my husband will win tomorrow. Not a chance. I wager 50 cents that Kayagaka Masaru will triumph. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my husband? Ignoring Conan's musings, Akikawa Yu began to mentally prepare for the following day. It is important to note that while he relied on a system, Kayagaka Masaru had attained his current prowess solely through innate talent and diligent effort. Despite possessing a system, Akikawa Yu had never considered himself invincible. Rather, he was acutely aware of his many shortcomings. Thus, he sought this opportunity to evaluate just how far he stood from the pinnacle of strength in this world. All right, enough of this. It is time for bed. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Noticing Conan's continued contemplation, Akikawa Yu interrupted him and, under his irritated gaze, promptly turned off the light. The night passed without further conversation. Now, shall we commence our discussion? Is that agreeable? In the dojo of the Kayagaku family, Asakawa Yu and Kayagaku Makoto stood facing each other. Kayagaku was clad in his karate gi, the very attire he wore for competitions, while Asakawa donned a casual training outfit, for he held no particular regard for clothing as long as it did not impede his performance during combat. Regardless of the outcome, I shall give my all. Kayagaku Makoto declared gravely, clearly perceiving Asakawa Yu as a worthy opponent on the same level that I maintain my stance. Let our sparring be limited to a friendly exchange. Wouldn't you agree? In stark contrast to Kayagaku's seriousness, Asakawa wore an air of indifference, as if he regarded the situation with nonchalance. The atmosphere outside the ring, however, was markedly different. Sister, do you think that fellow can win? Inquired Hibara AI, as they sat nearby. Witnessing the unfolding contest, I have faith in my boss, replied Mayano Akemi without hesitation, smiling as she shifted her gaze back to the match, though she felt somewhat exasperated by her sister's unwavering confidence in Asakawa. Deep down, Hibara AI, too, hoped for Asakawa's victory. Yet, judging by their conversation from the previous day, it seemed that even Asakawa harbored doubts about his own chances of winning. All right, let us dispense with the idle chatter. Shall we commence as soon as the clock strikes 10? Of course, Kayagaku replied succinctly. Tick-tock, the seconds slipped away, and the sparring was on the brink of beginning. Finally, the countdown reached its last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, ding. As the bell tolled, the exhilarating match commenced. With the sound of the bell, the sparring officially began. Kayagaku's stance mirrored the traditional karate starting position, with his feet shoulder-width apart, his body erect, and his hands positioned before his chest, leaving no room for Asakawa to discern any weaknesses. In contrast, Asakawa assumed a fighter's stance that did not conform to any particular school of martial arts. Indeed, the combat style bestowed upon Asakawa by the system lacked a definitive classification. It seamlessly integrated techniques from martial arts around the globe, crafting a style uniquely suited for him. Thus, while his movements appeared unconventional, Kayagaku found it impossible to identify any flaws, which only served to enhance Asakawa's formidable impression in his eyes. With that in mind, I shall take the initiative. After silently affirming this, Kayagaku launched the first attack. He shifted his weight to his front foot, then swiftly advanced, unleashing a basic thrusting punch toward Asakawa. Unfamiliar with Asakawa's capabilities, Kayagaku opted for a conservative approach, intending to gauge Asakawa's strength. As Kayagaku's fist approached, moving with the swiftness of an arrow, Asakawa, unwilling to underestimate the situation, immediately adopted a defensive posture, crossing his arms before him. Bang! Despite Asakawa's earnest effort to defend, the powerful impact forced him to stagger back a few steps, compelling him to readjust and regain his footing. Yet, before he could fully react, another attack from Kayagaku swiftly followed. A tempest of blows rained down upon Asakawa. Though he managed to parry them with his keen observation and skill, prolonged resistance would inevitably lead to his defeat. Even if he sought an opportunity to counterattack, Kayagaku was relentless. Each punch aimed decisively at concluding the match. Asakawa found himself relegated to a defensive role. The surrounding dynamics began to shift unexpectedly. He realized that, at some point, Kayagaku's movements no longer demanded the utmost concentration to perceive. Unlike the initial phase where he could only defend, Asakawa had now adapted sufficiently to keep pace with Kayagaku's actions and was even able to launch preliminary counterattacks. Asakawa understood that his endurance enhancement had begun to manifest its effects. Have I been seen through? He pondered inwardly, yet his hands continued to move without hesitation. Kayagaku, believing that Asakawa had ceased to hold back and was now genuinely engaging him, murmured, Now this is more like it, and began to employ 1/8 of his strength in his view. Only by exerting himself fully could he truly honor Asakawa. Asakawa mirrored this sentiment. After a brief period of acclimatization, he too began to take the match seriously. With a fierce shout, Kayagaku clenched his fists and charged at Asakawa, the force of his punches slicing through the air as though it were being torn apart. The distance between them rapidly closed, and they were on the verge of colliding. With a piercing gaze, Asakawa dodged to the side, evading Kayagaku's onslaught. Kayagaku's fist grazed Asakawa's clothing, and in that fleeting moment, Asakawa seized the opportunity, delivering a kick aimed at Kayagaku's waist. Kayagaku swiftly pivoted, blocking Asakawa's strike with his arm. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, resulting in a fierce stalemate. The intensity of their battle escalated, the palpable energy even impacting the spectators, including Ran and others. Incredible. Both of them are so strong, Ran exclaimed, captivated by the exhilarating clash, her eyes fixated on the combatants, eager not to miss a single detail. In contrast, Sonoko, lacking understanding of the intricate techniques, was simply aware of the evenly matched duel, her heart beginning to worry about Kayagaku's chances of victory, though she was more familiar with Asakawa in this moment. She found herself hoping fervently for Kayagaku's triumph. Conversely, Conan and his companions perceived the situation differently. How astonishing! Is this truly his strength? Not only in reasoning is he superior to me, but in physical prowess he is also at the pinnacle. Can I ever surpass someone like him? Conan mused, grappling with self-doubt. What's the matter, our great detective? Are you taken aback by his strength? Hybera AI teased, noticing Conan's flustered expression. It's not like that. I'm merely surprised. Not discouraged. Oh dear, what an insincere little boy you are, she remarked playfully. I'm absolutely fired up watching this. I might just give my dog a kick in excitement. Conan replied, his stubborn pride shining through, eliciting laughter from those nearby. Both are tremendously strong, yet I still feel Kayagaku has the edge. After all, he has been dominating Asakawa from the start. What nonsense are you spouting up there? That was merely my husband testing the waters. As the debate raged on in the comments, the battle on the field approached its climax. Asakawa's gaze sharpened. He nimbly evaded Kayagaku's strikes, and then launched a powerful kick toward Kayagaku's chest. Kayagaku leaped back, attempting to evade, but Asakawa's speed was too swift, landing a solid blow on him. Kayagaku grunted but did not falter, immediately retaliating with a flurry of punches aimed at Asakawa. The two were locked in a fierce exchange, every move infused with strength and technique, dazzling the onlookers. In the heat of battle, neither side gained the upper hand, and they continued to trade blows in a relentless back and forth. Ultimately, they collided, both propelled backward, yet managing to steady themselves through sheer physical prowess. Let us conclude this. If we persist, it shall transcend mere sparring. Wouldn't you agree? Asakawa was the first to propose a ceasefire. Indeed, you are correct. Continuing would lead to more than just injuries. Let us declare this a draw. Shall we? Kayagaku readily agreed, knowing that prolonging the match would yield no clear victor, making it prudent to end on this note. Then, it is settled. Asakawa Yu stood before Kayagaku Makoto, his hands clasped in front of him. Bowing respectfully, I concede. Kayagaku Makoto mirrored his actions, and thus, their sparring session concluded in a stalemate. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the CAF, Asakawa Yu was seated at the front desk, fiddling with his phone, seemingly engaged in sending a message to someone. Kayagaku had already gone abroad, hadn't he? Indeed, it was Kayagaku Makoto, who had just finished sparring with Asakawa Yu, that he was texting. After their match had concluded, Asakawa Yu and Ran had taken the same train back to Tokyo, while Kayagaku followed through with his plan to study abroad. Boss, when you mentioned going abroad, you meant Kayagaku, right? Mayano Akemi, who had just come from the kitchen to take a break at the front desk, inquired upon overhearing Asakawa Yu's mumbling. Yes, his actions are indeed swift. However, it is only natural. For him, there is likely no one in the entire archipelago who could rival him. Asakawa Yu replied, that is true. But I do feel a bit sorry for Sonoko. After all, they had only just established their relationship, Akemi remarked. Indeed, when they returned from Izu, Suzuki Sonoko chose to remain there to deepen her bond with Kayagaku Makoto. And naturally, they began dating. Well, that is not really our concern, Asakawa Yu said, stretching lazily. Honestly, I must say, boss, you are something else. By the way, do you have any plans for the weekend? after seeing Asakawayu's nonchalant demeanor. Akemi felt a bit exasperated and was about to say something, but ended up sighing instead, only to follow up with a question. Well, I don't have any particular plans, if I must say. I intend to go for a morning run tomorrow. Asakawa-yu replied after a moment of contemplation. A morning run. I never thought someone like you would consider rising early for exercise, Akemi expressed. Somewhat astonished, for she, living under the same roof as Asakawa-yu, was well aware of his character. When there was nothing to do, Asakawa-yu was the type who would sit if he could, and lie down if he could sit. The thought of him wanting to go for a long run on a weekend certainly surprised her, but don't think so poorly of me. I do have moments when I wish to exercise, he retorted. Then I'll join you for the run tomorrow, Akemi said with a smile. What has prompted your sudden desire to run? Asakawa-yu asked, curious. Hee. I also want to stay fit, and running alone can be rather dull. Isn't it better to have someone to accompany you? Akemi explained. All right then, let us go together. But be prepared, if you can't keep up, I want to wait for you, Asakawa-yu kindly warned. Rest assured, Akemi replied confidently. Well, if you believe you can manage, I have no objections, he said. The following day, beneath a cerulean sky adorned with a radiant sun and clouds resembling solitary sails adrift in a clear expanse, Asakawa-yu and Mayano Akemi jogged along the paths of Komihana Park, maintaining a steady rhythm of breath as they approached the final stretch of their run. Boss, look ahead, isn't that Officer Magyar? Akemi pointed to a portly man in athletic attire, sporting a red cap. Indeed, it seems to be him. Since we've encountered him, let us go say hello, Asakawa-yu suggested. Sure, with that. He and Akemi quickened their pace and soon caught up with Officer Magyar. Good morning, Officer Magyar. You're out for a morning run as well? Asakawa-yu greeted him first though. It's you, Asako-kun. Good morning. And you too, Miss Kenzaki, Magyar replied cheerfully. I never imagined you'd be out jogging. Officer Magyar, truly, one should not judge by appearances, Asakawa-yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Ha ha ha, please don't say that, Asakawa-kun. The truth is, I've gained a bit of weight recently, so my wife insisted I come out for a run. Magyar explained. I see. It seems your wife truly cares for you. You must be very much in love, Akemi teased, hearing it was the command of Magyar's wife. Ha, not at all. But speaking of you two, your relationship seems to be quite good. I've heard you've started living together. Is that right? Youth is indeed a blessing, Magyar remarked. Actually, we're not in that kind of relationship. Never mind, let us leave it at that. Knowing that no matter how they explained, Magyar would likely not listen, Asakawa-yu chose to abandon the struggle. However, to Magyar, this seemed like an outright admission of their relationship. As the trio continued jogging and chatting, Asakawa-yu suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone was watching them. Wait. No. Over by the bushes. Officer Magyar, stop. Asakawa-yu shouted urgently, but it was too late. The moment Officer Magyar registered Asakawa-yu's warning, an arrow shot forth like a rocket towards him. Oh no. It's too late. A chilling scream reached Asakawa-yu and Akemi's ears. Without a second thought, Akemi dropped down to check Officer Magyar's injuries, while Asakawa-yu sprinted after the assailant. Hold on, Officer Magyar. I've called for an ambulance, Akemi said anxiously beside him. Before long, Asakawa-yu returned. Did you catch the perpetrator, boss? Akemi inquired hastily upon his arrival. No, he escaped. How is Officer Magyar? Asakawa-yu replied, frustrated, for that assailant had slipped away like an eel, leaving no trace to pursue, and not even a glimpse of his face. I've summoned an ambulance. It should be arriving shortly. Hang in there, Officer Magyar. Help is on the way, Asakawa-yu reassured him. Thank you, Asako-kun. I truly appreciate your assistance, Magyar said, his voice strained. Let us not dwell on that, Officer Magyar, for now. Just focus on resting. We don't want your wounds to reopen, Asakawa-yu advised, casting a long glance in the direction of the fleeing assailant. At that moment, outside the entrance of Midori Police Hospital, a taxi pulled up. Mori Kagoro, clad in a white shirt, hurriedly descended from the vehicle and rushed into the hospital, followed closely by Conan and several members of the Junior Detective League. After a quick dash, Mori Kagoro arrived at the door of a patient room. Knock, 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 come in. Upon hearing the invitation from within, Mori opened the door and stepped inside. Oh, Mori-kun, you've come specifically to see me. And you all are here too. We were just about to go on an outing when we received the news. And here you are, Asakawa and Ayamine. Sonoko chimed in as she closed the door behind her. Hello, Mori-san, Sonoko, and everyone else. Akemi greeted, standing up from her chair as she acknowledged the newcomers, while Asakawa-yu merely nodded in recognition. That I didn't expect you two to be here as well, Asakawa-kun, Mori Kagoro said, surprised to see them. Actually, we ran into Officer Megure while jogging this morning. If it weren't for Asakawa-kun being by my side, who knows how things might have turned out. Ha ha ha. Megure laughed nonchalantly, as if the attack hadn't even happened to him. By the way, Officer Megure, how's your injury? Mori Kagoro inquired with concern. Fortunately, it's not serious. Nothing vital was harmed, so I should recover without much issue. However, I'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Megure replied. Officer Shiratori responded to Kagoro Muri's inquiry in place of Officer Megure. It was unexpected to see AI Hybrid join them as well. Akemi Mayano glanced at her younger sister standing beside her and couldn't help but gently pat her head. Perhaps because it was a gesture from her sister, AI Hybrid did not swat it away as she usually did when someone else touched her head, but allowed Akemi to continue to, I merely happened to be preparing for an outing with them and heard this news along the way. Hence my presence, AI Hybrid stated. Her arms crossed over her chest. As usual, as her words fell, her gaze shifted to Asakura Yu, surprised to find that someone would rise early to exercise. That I thought you were the type who would prefer to laze around at home like a rice bug. AI Hybrid's sharp tongue was as relentless as ever, yet Asakura Yu had long grown accustomed to her manner of speaking. That I don't think I'm as pathetic as you suggest, he retorted. Well, who knows? Akemi Mayano chuckled at their playful banter, covering her mouth with her hand. You two truly engage in a war of words every time you meet, but this also indicates how well you get along. Doesn't it? Who has a good relationship with this guy? Upon hearing Akemi's teasing, AI Hybrid's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly raised her voice to mask her awkwardness. Humph, ha ha ha, AI, you're so adorable. Akemi found herself amused by her sister's unguarded demeanor. Meanwhile, the trio of Yumi, Jinta, and Mitsuhiko called out to Officer Megure as the other three engaged in their playful scuffle. Why are you still wearing your hat here? After Yumi posed this question. Jinta and Mitsuhiko nodded in agreement, showing their interest in the matter. Oh, what's wrong with that? Officer Megure replied, a bit flustered. It must be because he has thinning hair. Exactly. Perhaps there's even a big growth on his head. Noticing that Officer Megure was reluctant to answer, the three from the Junior Detective League began their own quiet discussion, completely disregarding his presence. Officer Megure will never take off his hat. Doge. Maybe he has some untold past. All right, you lot. You shouldn't discuss others behind their back. It's quite disrespectful, you know. Akemi intervened, unable to restrain herself as the conversation grew increasingly absurd, imparting a lesson to the children. Yes, we won't do it again. Perhaps due to Akemi's strong influence over the children, they all bore faint blushes and echoed her response in unison. Those kids are something else, Conan muttered to himself. The assailant should have used a handheld crossbow. Officer Shiratori began, holding a manual as he shared the current information with those present. I believe this was a premeditated attack, specifically targeting Officer Megure. Asakura Yu interjected with his reasoning. How do you deduce that? Asakura, have you discovered something? Officer Megure's excitement grew, as he trusted that Asakura would not speak without basis. That seems plausible, for at that moment, I distinctly felt that we were being watched. And that sensation intensified as we moved forward. Just as I was about to alert Officer Megure, the assailant struck. I suspect the assailant had been lying in wait, ready to shoot you with the crossbow the moment you passed by. However, one thing I don't understand is why the assailant targeted you and not me or Tosaka. Though Asakura's deductions lacked concrete evidence, everyone was inclined to believe his reasoning. That may only be clarified after further investigation. Although Asakura did not pinpoint the assailant, Officer Megure felt satisfied with the information gathered. What an intuition! Can such an ethereal concept be considered evidence? One can only trust in the science of Conan. I ask you, Officer Megure, you must have brought your handgun. So how did the assailant manage to escape? Jinta voiced the unspoken question among the three. That I was jogging at the time. How could I carry a handgun? Muri replied with a hint of impatience. Moreover, even if I had one, I'm not as accurate as Muri did. Officer Megure, are you implying that my father's marksmanship is exceptional? Ran exclaimed, surprised to learn of her father's hidden talent. Indeed, he was among the top marksmen at our police station. Oh, I didn't know he had such a skill, Conan thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at Muri. Really, I find that hard to believe. Please show some respect for your father-in-law, Conan. It's not entirely impossible. I mean, can an ordinary person truly pursue someone like Eri Kisaki? Oh, That makes sense. Additionally, we found something very peculiar at the crime scene. With that, Officer Shiratori produced a transparent plastic bag containing a paper sword. How strange. What is this? Kagoro Muri inquired. It appears to be a Western sword, Ran replied uncertainly. While walking home, Akemi Mayano only needed to contemplate what to have for lunch. But Asakura Yu had much more on his mind. He was still pondering the peculiarities of the recent case. Since the clues were currently too scant, he found it impossible to deduce the identity of the perpetrator. Even struggling to search for hints within the known narrative. Wait, why am I stressing over this? It's better to leave the case to Conan. I should simply enjoy my life. What are you thinking about so deeply? Just as Asakura Yu muttered to himself, Akemi leaned closer. Nothing much. Instead of worrying about these things, you should consider what to eat for lunch. Asakura Yu deftly shifted the topic. Well, I already decided. Let's have curry for lunch. But boss, there's something I need to tell you first. What is it? It's about the money. I'm running low on what you gave me. So soon. Yes, the household expenses were directly managed by Asakura Yu, who provided the funds while Akemi took care of cooking and cleaning. For Asakura, this arrangement posed no issues, as it was akin to hiring someone to cook for him, only he had to cover the costs. Initially, Akemi was somewhat reluctant, feeling it was akin to freeloading at Asakura's expense. However, after some persuasion from him, she ultimately agreed, insisting she would handle all household chores. Left with no choice, Asakura acquiesced to her terms. I see. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Just keep an eye on it. By the way, boss, let's join Dr. Agasa and AI for lunch. After all, making curry for just the two of us feels a bit wasteful. Akemi suggested. Of course, you can decide on that. Asakura Yu replied without hesitation, upholding the virtue of respecting elders and cherishing the young in regard to Dr. Agasa. Moreover, Asakawa Yu harbored a certain fondness for the somewhat amusing old man. Dr. Agasa. So, what brings you all here? At Dr. Agasa's residence, Conan was dutifully seated at the table, his gaze fixated on Asakawa Yu, who was comfortably perched on the sofa. Must your sister and the others seek your permission to come over? On the other side, Hybra AI expressed her discontent with Conan's words. I never said such a thing. But why have you all suddenly decided to come here for a meal? Hybra AI inquired of Asakawa Yu, who was engaged in conversation with the doctor. Well, actually, it was your sister's idea. She mentioned that curry tastes better when enjoyed with more people. I knew it was your sister's suggestion. Otherwise, it would be quite uncharacteristic of you to go out of your way for something like this. Yes, your sister is the best. Fine. Witnessing Hybra AI scolding, Asakawa Yu had little choice but to reluctantly agree. That's a given, Hybra AI said, crossing her arms and lifting her chin slightly in satisfaction. Hybra is truly adorable. Exactly, I wish I could take her home. Just then, the sound of glass shattering reached their ears as Dr. Agasa prepared to hand Conan the skateboard. What was that sound? As the doctor and Conan approached the front door to investigate, Asakawa Yu followed suit, eager to see what had transpired due to the delay in their meal. Who's there? Who's playing pranks? Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the sight of shattered glass strewn across the ground, igniting Dr. Agasa's fury. Just as he was about to open the door to assess the situation, both Asakawa Yu and Conan sensed something amiss. No, Dr. Agasa, you mustn't open the door. Even though Conan had warned him. It was too late. The door creaked open. A man shrouded in a thick cloak appeared before them, followed by the terrifying sight of a crossbow. Whoosh! The arrow sped towards Dr. Agasa like a raging storm. Get down! Without hesitation, Asakawa Yu dashed forward the moment he spotted the crossbow, pushing Dr. Agasa aside, but suffering a gash on his right arm in the process. Asakawa, are you all right? Damn it! Seeing Asakawa Yu injured, Conan's temper flared, and he grabbed the skateboard that the doctor had just repaired, chasing after the assailant. Ouch! That really hurts. Are you okay, Asakawa? I've already called for an ambulance. Just hang in there a bit longer. Once Dr. Agasa regained his composure amidst the chaos, he rushed to check on Asakawa Yu's injury. I'm fine. Ring. Beep. Hello? It's Muri. What's wrong? What? Eri collapsed from food poisoning. All right, I'm on my way to the hospital now. Goodbye. Although Asakawa Yu couldn't quite make out the details of Dr. Agasa's conversation, he had already pieced together the situation based on their expressions. It seems this matter is rather grave. At the Mihua hospital, the hurried group finally arrived. Mom, Eri, are you all right? The first to speak were Ran and Muri. As the family of Eri Kisaki, they were undoubtedly the most concerned for her well-being. You've come too. I see. Are you all right, Auntie? Conan leaned over to inquire beside the hospital idiots. Oh, Conan has come as well. Meanwhile, in another ward, Asakawa Yu sat with Mayano Akemi and the others. All right, everything looks good now. Just be sure to avoid excessive movement to prevent reopening the wound. Thank you very much. Thud. After the nurse finished bandaging Asakawa Yu's injury, she exited, leaving the three of them behind. That was quite a close call. It nearly grazed my face. Mayano Akemi seemed somewhat dissatisfied, appearing uncomfortable with Asakawa Yu's carelessness. However, it was remarkable that someone would risk their life to save another at such a crucial moment. This incident has certainly changed my perception of you. Hybera AI, quietly observing the two, remarked, should I express my gratitude then? Asakawa Yu replied, somewhat helplessly, since I'm fine now, let's go visit Miss Eri Kisaki. I've heard she is out of danger. Asakawa Yu suggested, although he had only met Eri once, being Rant's mother, a visit was certainly warranted. All right, let's go. Upon reaching the door of the ward, Asakawa Yu and the others spotted Muri Kagoro standing there, along with Officer Shiratori and others. Mr. Muri, how's the situation? Asakawa Yu stepped forward to inquire. Oh, it's Asakawa. The doctor said she is no longer in danger, but she will need to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Ran is currently inside taking care of her. Muri promptly informed Asakawa Yu of the current circumstances. By the way, I heard you were also injured by the assailant. How are you? Muri did not forget to ask about Asakawa Yu's condition. Oh, I'm fine. No need to worry. As Asakawa Yu touched the bandage on his arm, he responded with a smile. That's good to hear, but things may not be as optimistic as we think, Muri Kagoro said solemnly, clearly agitated by the incident involving Eri Kisaki. Indeed, first Officer Megure, then Miss Eri, and now Dr. Agasa. It hardly seems coincidental. Asakawa Yu did not deny this, but instead began contemplating the identity and motives of the perpetrator, feeling that this case was eerily familiar, but he still couldn't recall which case it was. May I ask if she collapsed while eating chocolate? Officer Shiratori inquired of a nearby officer. Yes, it seems that item was placed in her office mailbox. Afterward, the officer produced a transparent bag. This is Glico chocolate. It even has a paper flower on it. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, Muri Kagoro was taken aback, for it was indeed Eri's favorite chocolate. So, could it be that the same assailant is involved? Officer Shiratori appeared equally astonished. I've remembered. I finally recalled which case this is. There's no doubt. The round sword the assailant discarded at Dr. Agasa's doorstep is just like the plot from the 14th Conan movie. Well, I believe I now understand the message conveyed by the items left by the assailant. What? You mean you already know? What's going on? Asakawa. Muri Kagoro seemed increasingly anxious, as this case directly involved his family, leaving him no choice but to hurry his thoughts. Here it comes, Asakawa's signature deduction show. It's been quite a while since we've seen Asakawa deduce. The last time was months ago during the incident with Sonoko. Indeed, my husband is so handsome, yet he only appears once every few months. That rogue Aoyama is truly infuriating. Observing the barrage of comments, Asakawa Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Wait, has it really been several months since I last appeared? Why do I feel like it was just a few days ago? After blocking the barrage, Asakawa Yu proceeded with his deductions, capturing even Conan's full attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. These are the items left behind by the assailant after attacking Dr. Agasa. With that, Asakawa Yu presented the plastic sword before the crowd. This is... Muri Kagoro frowned as he scrutinized it, but eventually gave up after a moment, as he couldn't discern any connection between these items. Don't you all find these items familiar? Asakawa Yu prompted once more. All right, Asakawa, no need to keep us in suspense. Muri Kagoro, clearly impatient, urged him on. I got it. Asakawa brother, it's playing cards, isn't it? Upon the reminder from Asakawa Yu, Conan finally recollected where he had seen these items. Playing cards? Both ran, who had just entered the room, and Professor Agasa, along with others, appeared somewhat perplexed. Even Mayano Akemi was no exception. Indeed, these were the very patterns found on the playing cards. One might recall that in the first case, Officer Mugure was the one attacked, and his name was Mugure Jusen. The number 13 corresponds to the King of Spades, and in this playing card, the king holds a sword that precisely matches the one found at the scene. Next is Rant's mother, Eri Kisaki, whose name in English corresponds to the queen, hence, the Queen of Spades, and the flower she holds perfectly mirrors the one on the chocolate box. Oh yes, it is indeed identical, Rand contemplated, coming to the same conclusion. However, What connection does Professor Agasa have with 11? After pondering for a moment, Officer Shiratori inquired with a hint of confusion, because Professor Agasa's name is indeed Professor Agasa. If we break down the character, we find 10 and 1, which is 11, corresponding to the ace of spades. This is indeed accurate, without a doubt. After listening to Asakawa Yu's reasoning, Muri Kaguru also began to concur. Yet, why would the criminal choose to employ playing cards to commit murder? Ran asked, bewildered that I suspect it is because spades symbolize death. Officer Shiratori suddenly interjected. Indeed, I share the same belief. Conan, who had been quietly absorbing Asakawa Yu's deductions, also expressed his agreement. Conan, thus the criminal is subtly utilizing playing cards as a means of indication, clandestinely plotting to eliminate individuals whose names contain the numbers from 13 down to 1. Here, I must inform you that these victims may, to some extent, be connected to Mr. Muri. Asakawa Yu leaned on one hand while resting his chin on the other, adopting a contemplative pose. This yet who could it possibly be? Muri Kagata remained perplexed. Currently, the only lead is the license plate of that SUV, but it is a stolen vehicle. Officer Shiratori began flipping through the police manual he held against his chest. Knock, knock, creak. Officer? Entering was none other than Officer Mugir, who was supposed to still be resting. What brings you here? Muri Kagura echoed. Do. I heard that Eri and Professor Agasa were also attacked. Officer Mugir clarified. However, Muri Kaguru still felt uneasy about his injuries. About that, worry not. The wound has been stitched up, and I'm perfectly fine. Officer Mugir reassured him with an optimistic demeanor. I have already heard your reasoning, Asakawa-kun, and I believe I know who the culprit is. What? Officer Mugir. Who could it possibly be? Muri Kagura hurriedly inquired. I suspect it is Murakami-ju, came the response. Upon hearing this name, Muri's expression shifted significantly, transforming from confusion to keen seriousness. Who is he? Officer Shiratori posed the question that was on everyone's mind. He is a bachelor, a professional card gambler. 10 years ago, he committed murder and was only released from prison a week ago. What does it mean to be a professional card gambler? Ran queried. Puzzled. I know. It refers to someone who deals cards to customers at gambling tables, right? Mayano Akemi chimed in, answering Ran's confusion before anyone else could. Exactly. Look here. This is Murakami-ju from 10 years ago. Officer Mugir then produced a photograph depicting Murakami-ju dealing cards a decade prior. Oh, a sexy dealer in action. The kid upstairs must have seen quite a bit of that. The comments in the chat reflected the viewers' reactions. So it's him. Indeed, he has reason to harbor animosity towards me. After viewing the photograph, Muri Kagura turned his head slightly aside with a sigh. Why is that? Conan queried, voicing his confusion. However, this childlike demeanor did not escape the notice of Hybrid AI, who couldn't help but smirk, leaving Conan feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was I who arrested him back then, Muri Kagura replied. But it's only natural for the police to apprehend criminals, Rand said, somewhat baffled. True enough. Muri Kaguru seemed to recall something, and he averted his gaze, unable to face Rand's inquiry. Speaking of this case, I have heard some details that I remember when this man was brought into the police station. Officer Shiratori. Let's not dwell on the past. Just as Officer Shiratori was about to continue, Officer Mugir sharply interrupted him. It seems this case has some hidden depths. This could very well be a crucial lead. He mused. By the way, Officer Shiratori seems to have been making frequent appearances lately. We hardly ever see Officer Takagi. But why wouldn't Murakami-ju come directly to confront me if he harbors a grudge against me? He should approach me directly. Muri expressed his confusion. This is precisely because he wishes to torment you as much as possible before cornering you into a dead end. Officer Mugir shared his conjecture, which the others also accepted. Uncle Muri, you should carefully consider if there is anyone you know with the number 10 in their name. Asakawa Yu interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Asakawa-kun is correct. Muri-kun, you must reflect thoroughly, for Murakami-ju could strike again at any moment. Officer Mugir concurred with Asakawa Yu's statement. 10. Yes, 10, and Miss Toko. After escorting Muri and Officer Mugir to the nightclub where Miss Toko was located, Officer Shiratori drove Asakawa Yu and the others back. By the way, Officer Shiratori, were you trying to say something at the hospital? Rand suddenly asked from the back seat. Yes, regarding that fellow, Murakami-ju. Conan now showed interest. Even Mayano Akemi, seated beside him, held the same curiosity, cradling Hybrid AI in her arms. However, Asakawa Yu, sitting next to Officer Shiratori, seemed disinterested, as he already knew what Officer Shiratori was about to say. I think you'll uncover it through your investigation. but I'll share it anyway. Given no other choice, Officer Shiratori began recounting the story. Actually, I heard this from a senior of mine at IT has said that 10 years ago, when Mr. Murray and Officer Mugier were still on the force, they collaborated on a case, at which time Officer Mugier held a lower rank. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they apprehended the murderer, Murakami-ju. Later, while they were taking him to the station for questioning, Murakami-ju suddenly claimed he needed to use the restroom. And that's when the unexpected happened. He attacked the officer escorting him, seizing his firearm. Coincidentally, at that moment, your mother brought a young you to the police station. I remember now. Just as Officer Shiratori was speaking, Rene's interjection interrupted him. I recall that at that time in her memories, Murakami-ju had taken Eri Kisaki hostage, and ultimately, in front of Ran, Mori fired a shot that did not hit Murakami-ju but rather grazed Eri's leg. Bang! Eri collapsed to the ground, and without hesitation, Mori fired again, hitting Murakami-ju. How cruel! How could he shoot so decisively? Exactly. Even if one is confident in their marksmanship, such an act is unthinkable. The comments in the chat reflected a growing disdain for Muri Kaguru. Observing the barrage of criticism directed at Muri, Asakawa Yu remained unmoved, because he was acutely aware of how right Kaguro Muri's actions were at that moment. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to my charming, handsome, and delightful readers. The author is here to celebrate this occasion with you. This piece is a special Mid-Autumn edition, crafted solely for the celebration and does not contribute to the main storyline, so you can enjoy it without concern. Furthermore, once the author's military training concludes, this book will resume its regular updates of 2 chapters a day. That I apologize for this period of inconvenience, and hope you will bear with me. One morning, Asakawa Yu was, as usual, polishing the cups on the counter in the CAF. This had become a daily ritual for him. A day without polishing left him feeling uneasy. Hello, Mom. Yes, it's me. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Right, I have a flight at 1 this afternoon, and we can reunite tonight. Good. Good. Remember to pick me up at the airport. All right, I'll hang up now, bye. In front of the counter, a modestly dressed woman was speaking on the phone in that familiar language. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. After finishing her call, the woman stood up from her seat, ready to pay and leave. Thank you for your patronage, Madam. By the way, may I inquire about what you mentioned regarding the Mid-Autumn Festival? The latter part was spoken in Chinese by Asakawa Yu. Huh. Chinese. Boss, are you hearing familiar phrases in a foreign land? The woman could not help but express her surprise. Indeed, I am just like you. By the way, you mentioned the Mid-Autumn Festival. Does that mean it's today? Asakawa Yu did not refute her, for he believed that even after crossing over, he remained a child of China, and that would never change. Yes, today is indeed the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm preparing to fly back this afternoon for the reunion. What about you, boss? Aren't you going back? As for me, I suppose I cannot return, not to mention reunion. I can barely see my family, Asakawa Yu replied with a bitter smile. I'm truly sorry. I didn't know. No worries. I've long since grown indifferent to it, seeing the woman before him beginning to feel guilty. Asakawa Yu waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the woman took her leave under the pretext of needing to pack her luggage. Once the woman departed, the CAF fell into a quiet solitude. Alone in a foreign land, Asakawa Yu once again felt the pangs of loneliness. Reunion, he thought. How utterly dreary. Sitting alone at the counter, he gazed vacantly ahead, lost in thought. After work, Asakawa Yu walked home alone. Akemi Mayano did not come to work that day. She had mentioned earlier that she had something to attend to. Without a second thought, Asakawa Yu had readily granted her a day off. How strange. Why have I suddenly become so sentimental? Even I always managed until now. Reflecting on the woman's words from earlier that day, Asakawa Yu found himself somewhat dazed. What is home? What is familial affection? Hadn't he long ceased to yearn for such things? I'm home. Walking forward absent-mindedly, Asakawa Yu realized he had unconsciously arrived at his own doorstep. Pushing open the door and uttering the phrase he had unwittingly grown accustomed to, he stepped inside. Huh? No lights. Is she not back yet? Suppressing his emotions, Asakawa Yu entered, only to find the house engulfed in darkness, clearly indicating that Akemi had not yet returned. Well, if she is not back, then so be it. I'll just find something to eat to tide me over. Asakawa Yu intended to walk into the living room in the dark to turn on the lights. Someone breathing. Could it be a burglar? Sensing the presence of someone in the house, Asakawa Yu's demeanor shifted to seriousness, prepared to confront the hidden intruder, after standing at the living room door for a moment. He felt the timing was right. Bang! Without hesitation, Asakawa Yu yanked open the living room door, but the sight that met him left him somewhat stunned. the living room was just as dark as before, with everything arranged as it had been when he left that morning, showing no signs of intrusion whatsoever. Really, what on earth am I being so paranoid about? Slumping onto the sofa, Asakawa Yu felt a sense of helplessness. For some reason, after this morning, he had felt somewhat off, even distracted at work. Forget it. Let us see what's in the kitchen. Rising, Asakawa Yu headed straight for the kitchen. Creak. Huh? What is going on? Is the kitchen light broken? After trying to switch it on a few times, he concluded it might indeed be broken, so he decided to wait a bit before changing it. However, he remained oblivious to the strange happenings occurring in the kitchen at that moment. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. The sudden burst of light caught Asakawa Yu off guard, but he quickly became captivated by the chorus of well wishes. What is this? The brightly lit kitchen was filled with a crowd of people, including the Mayano sisters, Dr. Agasa, Ran, and Sonoko, among others. Boss, did you forget? Today is your birthday. How do you like the surprise I prepared? Only then did Asakawa Yu take note of the kitchen's festive decorations. Ribbons and balloons adorned the walls, and a cake sat on the table, emblazoned with the words Happy Birthday. Asakawa Yu'd, so this was the reason for your day off. What a fool I am. Though he said this, the faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Well, you should know that I've been preparing for this birthday celebration since this morning. Although he appeared to complain, Asakawa Yu understood she was genuinely upset. By the way, how did you know it was my birthday? I don't recall ever mentioning it. Quite simple. Just ask the doctor, and you'll find out. Upon hearing this, Asakawa Yu could easily deduce that it was Natsuki who had spilled the beans. Speaking of which, today also happens to be the Mid-Autumn Festival in the neighboring country. Conan suddenly chimed in, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I know about that. I heard that on this day, people gather to admire the moon and eat mooncakes, symbolizing family reunion, Akemi explained from the side. Is that so? What a coincidence. Aren't we doing the same thing? Eating together and celebrating, right? Just then, Hibara AI, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Exactly. In this way, aren't we also sharing a reunion? Don't you think so? Boss? Huh. Well, I suppose that's true. Observing Asakawa Yu's somewhat bewildered expression, Akemi realized he was still caught up in the surprise. All right, my dear boss. Stop dawdling and come blow out the candles. Wait, we need to make a wish first. Ram reminded from the side. All right, make a wish. I say, you all. Enough talk, boss. Just do as we say. All right. With that, Akemi promptly seated Asakawa Yu on a chair, placing a birthday hat atop his head. All right, I'll do it. With a resigned smile, Asakawa Yu dutifully clasped his hands together, shut his eyes, and made a wish. He then opened his eyes and blew out the candles with all his might. Yay! Happy birthday, Asakawa, big brother, boss. And happy Mid-Autumn Festival. As Asakawa Yu extinguished the candles, everyone erupted with excitement. Come on, let us cut the cake together. Great. I want the biggest piece. Don't rush. Amidst the ongoing cheer, Asakawa Yu found himself smiling genuinely for the first time. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you all as well. In a corner where no one could see, Asakawa Yu murmured to himself, Boss, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and join me for some cake. Today, you are the star of the show. All right, I'm coming. The special Mid-Autumn episode concluded. Huh, why is the balcony light still on? Did the boss forget to turn it off? Just then, Mayano Akemi freshly emerged from her shower, entered the living room, ready to retrieve her belongings before heading back to her room, only to notice the balcony light still aglow. Boss, so you're still here? I thought you had forgotten to switch off the light. Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come out to the balcony for some fresh air. Turning her gaze towards Mayano Akemi, he noticed that she had removed her disguise, reverting to her original appearance. Is there something on your mind? No, not really. I'm just having trouble sleeping, Asakawa Yu replied with a yawn, his tone nonchalant. I see. What brings you over here? Just as Asakawa Yu assumed that Mayano Akemi would obediently return to her room after hearing his words, her actions took him by surprise. She mimicked his posture, stretching her slender waist, then walked over to him, leaning against the balcony railing with both hands. I can't sleep either. Is that a problem? Her response caught Asakawa Yu off guard. It's up to you. Just don't blame me if you catch a chill. Upon hearing this, Mayano Akemi realized that Asakawa Yu had relented. Boss, since there's nothing else to do, how about we have a chat? After a brief moment of enjoying the breeze, perhaps sensing that the time was right, Mayano Akemi seized the opportunity to inquire. Sure. Well, would you like to discuss? Let us talk about what we just heard in Officer Shiratori's car. Are you referring to the incident where Mr. Muri fired a gun at Miss Haiwari? Although phrased as a question, Asakawa Yu understood that she was indeed referring to that matter. Exactly. I really can't comprehend why Mr. Muri chose to fire at that moment. And no matter how confident he is in his marksmanship, he must have had some reservations, right? Mayano Akemi shared the same confusion as Ran. And from their perspective, it was only natural for them to think that way. Boss, do you know the reason? Seeing Asakawa Yu smile, Mayano Akemi assumed he had some insight. Well, of course, I know. Really? Then, however, I don't want to just tell you. Just as Mayano Akemi was about to press him for answers, Asakawa Yu preemptively interrupted her. Why not? Mayano Akemi was puzzled as to why Asakawa Yu wouldn't simply divulge the answer. Is that something you really need to ask? Isn't it more rewarding to figure it out yourself rather than having someone tell you? I see, but I understand that Mr. Muri had his reasons for acting that way. Right. Though she hadn't received a direct answer, Mayano Akemi remained undeterred. In fact, she asked a question that took Asakawa Yu by surprise. I wouldn't mind sharing that with you. Indeed, Mr. Muri had his reasons for his actions. Is that sufficient? Asakawa Yu replied. That's fine. But actually, I have another question for you, boss. What question? A look of curiosity flickered in Asakawa Yu's eyes. I want to ask. If one day you and I found ourselves in a situation similar to Mr. Muri's, would you choose to fire like he did? Silence. Once this question was posed, an immediate hush fell between them. Yet, Mayano Akemi felt no discomfort, her smile unwavering as she gazed at Asakawa Yu, seemingly intent on extracting an answer from him. I can tell you with certainty that I wouldn't. After a moment of silence, Asakawa Yu answered Mayano Akemi with resolute conviction. Can you tell me why? Mayano Akemi appeared somewhat astonished by Asakawa Yu's response. No, I can't. All right. It's getting late. Time to head back to bed. Seemingly reluctant to address Mayano Akemi's question, Asakawa Yu awkwardly shifted the topic, insisting that it was late and they should return. Why are you doing this? Although reluctant, Mayano Akemi complied and returned. Knowing that Asakawa Yu had his own considerations, the moon shone particularly bright that night, and the gentle breeze rustled the trees in front of the balcony, creating a delightful sound. Watching Mayano Akemi's departing figure, Asakawa Yu stood on the balcony, lost in thought. Fool, I would never allow you to find yourself in such a predicament. Thus, that question posed earlier was, from the very beginning, unanswerable. Wouldn't you agree? Asakawa Yu's tone remained calm, yet it betrayed an indomitable resolve. The next morning, Asakawa Yu was stirred from his slumber by the ringing of a phone. Conan? What could that kid want so early? Noticing the caller ID displayed Conan's name, Asakawa Yu felt puzzled but chose to answer nonetheless. Hello, is there a reason you're calling me this early? So, you mean to say the next target of the criminal is that Hiroki, right? Exactly. So you want me to help you out, right? Before Conan could finish, Asakawa Yu interrupted. It seemed that Conan felt slightly embarrassed as his intentions had been exposed. Ugh, fine, I'll concede. Just send me the address, and I'll swing by to pick you up. Ultimately, Asakawa Yu relented. Great. Thank you so much, Asako and I. Upon hearing Asakawa Yu's agreement, Conan's earlier anxiety vanished. However, I'm not doing this for free. Once this matter is resolved, you'll have to come to my shop to lend a hand. All right? Though he agreed to help Conan, Asakawa Yu wasn't about to do so without compensation. While employing a minor, even if it felt a bit off, Conan's true identity as a high school student alleviated any such concerns. No problem. It settled then. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan agreed to Asakawa Yu's terms. What a joke. He.S. a high school detective. What is there to fear in doing a little part-time work, especially at a familiar place? Surely, Asakawa Yu wouldn't make things difficult for him. Yet, he was unaware that the subsequent experience of part-time work would completely overturn his current perceptions. Screeching brakes pierced the air, followed by the descent of 4 figures from the vehicle. It was none other than Asakawa Yu and Ran. Dad. The moment she stepped out of the car, Ran dashed straight towards Muri Kaguru. Huh? Hey, what are you two doing here? Muri, taken aback by Ran's sudden appearance, immediately began to scold her. Hello, Mr. Muri and Officer Magyar. It's nice to see you. After parking the vehicle, Asakawa Yu and Mayano Akemi approached the group. Asakawa, what mischief are you getting into with them? Upon seeing Asakawa Yu, Muri realized he was the one who had brought them along, prompting him to question him further. Dad, don't say that. We asked Asakawa and I to bring us here. And why shouldn't we come? We are part of this matter too. I'm your daughter, after all. Ran insisted, her gaze unwavering as she confronted Muri Kaguru, leaving him at a loss for words. Don't be like that, Mr. Mori, it's actually because Ran was worried about you that she rushed over here. Was it? Sensing the escalating tension between the father and daughter, Asakawa Yu stepped in as a mediator. It's precisely because she asked your daughter that you wouldn't want her involved in such matters. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the character 3 in Ran's name that Mori was particularly concerned about this issue. Indeed, the person upstairs is a genius. Fool. Mori Ran in Japanese, doesn't he look like that in Chinese? If we're going to say that, I could argue that Asakawa Yu reversed is also 3. What the heck? Observing the lively banter, Asakawa Yu couldn't help but exclaim at the delightful exchange. However, he had contemplated whether the murderer might indeed have included him in their calculations. After all, he had initially thought along those lines. Yet, he subsequently dismissed this notion, for he understood that the individual the murderer truly intended to kill was someone else entirely. Does this imply that those surrounding Mr. Mori would face successive attacks? A man dressed in a floral shirt beneath a green jacket, standing beside Officer Magyar, remarked, and if he was not mistaken, this was indeed the person whom Ran had mentioned. No doubt about it, and starting from Jusen in descending order, it stands to reason that anyone with 10 in their name is in grave danger. How about this? You should refrain from flying today. Officer Magyar continued to persuade him, hoping to dissuade him from this course of action. Rest assured, if you remain uneasy, then Officer and Mr. Mori, you both should board as well. No, I'd rather not. Upon hearing the suggestion for them to join the flight, Mori hastily waved his hands in refusal, clearly terrified of heights. May I inquire where you will be flying to today? Officer Hato began to question Tokyo International Airport. We shall also pass through many places along the way. And when did you submit your flight application? Officer Hato asked again. Well, I believe I submitted it the day before yesterday. I see. Reporting to the officer. It is highly probable that Mr. Murakami has already set an ambush at Tokyo International Airport. After the routine inquiry, Officer Hato presented the most plausible theory at that moment. All right, then you should immediately take a vehicle to Tokyo International Airport and wait there. Officer Magyar commanded without hesitation. Understood. Mori, my dear brother, just to be on the safe side, let us board the helicopter together. Officer Magyar pointed towards Kagoro Maurite. By the way, Asakawa, you should come along as well, though I am reluctant to say this. We require your assistance now. No problem, you can stick with Rand and the others, is that all right? Asakawa Yu instructed Akemi Mayano, who was beside him. Of course, no problem at all, boss, Akemi Mayano replied confidently. Rand, here is the situation. While I empathize with your feelings, I must insist that you all remain behind. Officer Magyar turned to Rand and stated, however, I understand. I shall stay behind. Ultimately, Rand conceded. Officer Magyar, I believe I will accompany Officer Hato in the vehicle. What, do you intend to sneak away alone? Enough chatter, let us set off quickly. With that, disregarding Muri's objections, Officer Magyar directly pulled him onto the helicopter. Fear not, Mr. Muri, it is merely a short journey. Nothing will happen. Asakawa Yu began to comfort Kagoro Muri, though he knew this was merely a facade, for the true drama was yet to unfold. For safety's sake, he had already exchanged for a proficiency in piloting skills from the system. After all, no one could ascertain whether they would indeed survive safely as in the original narrative. The group boarded the helicopter, settling into the rear seats, while Mr. Hiroki in the front was dispensing a vial of an unknown elixir. Once prepared, he pulled the lever, and gradually the helicopter began to ascend. Danger, danger, a minor detail, Conan was no longer present. Without a doubt, should nothing go awry, I will perform a handstand and relieve myself. A voice from above chimed in. The helicopter gradually vanished from sight, and both Rand and Akemi Mayano exchanged glances, revealing a hint of concern. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Officer Hato departed. All right, let us be on our way. I am Ine, and where is Conan? Left and right. Rand could not find any trace of Conan in a way. Could it be? Both Rand and Akemi Mayano simultaneously glanced at the helicopter that had already flown far away. An idea rising from the depths of their hearts. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Inside the helicopter, Kagoro Muri, frightened, tightly shut his eyes, continuously muttering to himself. If I chant this, I want fall, will I? A familiar voice came from the front. You are Conan. Indeed, at that moment, Conan was nestled in Asakawa Yu's embrace. When did you sneak aboard? Upon seeing Conan also present, Kagoro Muri immediately panicked. In fact, Conan had joined Asakawa Yu when they first boarded. However, just as Asakawa was about to share this with Muri, Conan hurriedly stopped him, knowing that if Muri learned the truth, he would undoubtedly be unceremoniously thrown off. Welcome aboard my helicopter. Shortly, we will pass over your hometown. The city of Mihua. Wow, that's amazing, Conan feigned excitement. Yet, all of this seemed quite amusing to Asakawa Yu. However, soon, Asakawa's expression began to grow serious, for he sensed that something significant was about to occur. All right, my dear Muri, we currently have no way to return. Listen carefully, if you dare to make a ruckus, I will toss you out. Officer Magyar attempted to calm Muri, but being at such heights escalated Muri's fear to its peak, prompting him to begin frightening Conan instead. Witnessing Muri's demeanor, Hiroki felt a playful urge arise within him. He slightly lifted his lips and abruptly yanked the helicopter's joystick to the far right. In an instant, the entire aircraft began to tilt sideways. Ah! Kagero Muri's scream echoed through the boundless sky. After all this, Hiroki gave Conan a thumbs up, and Conan smiled back at him. You too, Asakawa Yu, observing their mischief, could only feel exasperated at their childlike antics. After flying for a while, the group remained oblivious to any irregularities, gradually beginning to relax. Yet, only Conan and Asakawa Yu felt differently. Conan, incessantly scanning the surroundings on both sides of Asakawa Yu, sought to uncover any anomalies but to no avail. What are you looking at? You finally have the chance to ride in a helicopter. You should be enjoying the view outside. Noticing Conan's constant glancing around, Hiroki reminded him. I believe Mr. Asakawa thinks the same, right? With the topic now on him, Asakawa Yu could only respond helplessly. Indeed, Conan. After their conversation, Hiroki redirected his focus back to piloting the helicopter. However, this was where things began to take a turn for the strange. Suddenly, beads of sweat began to pour from Hiroki's forehead, and he repeatedly rubbed his eyes with his hand. Witnessing this, Asakawa Yu sensed that an incident was imminent. Therefore, he began to inquire about Hiroki's condition. Mr. Hiroki, are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Despite being drenched in sweat, he insisted. Hey, you seemed to have some eye drops earlier, right? Do you use them every time? At this moment, Conan, who was sitting on his lap, also began to inquire. Yes, I always use them when driving or piloting. By the way, pay attention. We are about to reach Mihua City. Upon hearing this, Conan's attention was instantly captured. Really, glancing down, they had indeed arrived above Mihua. And Asakawa Yu could even see his own home. Muri, my dear brother, you can see your home now. I have no desire to look, Officer Magyar said excitedly to Muri, but unfortunately, Muri was too preoccupied to care. All he wished for was to descend swiftly. Just as they were joking, an unusual event unfolded. Ah, my eyes, what happened? Hearing the sudden scream from the front, Officer Magyar rushed forward to inquire. The sunlight is too glaring. I can't open my eyes. Mr. Hiroki was desperately shielding his eyes from the blinding light. What do you mean? Upon hearing this news, Officer Magyar was instantly unsettled. With poor eyesight, one dares to pilot a plane. Here it comes. I knew something would go wrong. Did you really need to say that? This lineup is such that even if a few of our number were to perish right here and now, I would hardly be surprised. Although the sentiment may be bluntly expressed, it is undeniable that you, the Sox, have taken things a bit too far. Just as I was about to continue speaking, the helicopter suddenly veered sharply to the right, causing both Officer Magyar and Kagero Muri to topple sideways. This is intolerable. If this continues, our lives will be in jeopardy. Therefore, Mr. Hiroki, I implore you to immediately transfer control of the helicopter to me. Just as Conan was preparing to leap in front of Hiroki to take the controls, Asakawa Yu swiftly intervened. What did you say? Let us not dwell on that. If things go on like this, we will all perish here. Asakawa Yu once again urged Hiroki, perhaps due to the realization that he could no longer pilot the helicopter, or perhaps out of trust in Asakawa Yu, Hiroki ultimately relinquished the pilot's seat. Is it true, Asakawa? Can you really fly a helicopter? Upon hearing that Asakawa would take the controls, Kagero Muri was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Actually, I've never truly piloted a helicopter before, Asakawa Yu replied candidly. Then what are you saying? Muri's reaction was one of extreme alarm upon hearing this. However, I did undergo some training in Hawaii, so fear not. Wait a moment, isn't that my line? Conan felt as though something precious had been snatched away from him upon hearing Asakawa's words. Nevertheless, he quickly redirected his attention to the unfolding crisis. The renowned Hawaii training. Is it? I wish to partake in that too. My husband is extraordinarily talented. He can even fly a helicopter. It was indeed Asakawa's first time piloting a helicopter. Yet due to his faith in the system, he accepted the control without a second thought. Conan, please assist me in locating a suitable place to land, Asakawa requested. Understood. Although Asakawa claimed it was his first time flying, Conan believed in him wholeheartedly. for he knew this man would never let anyone down. This is truly disastrous. Kagoro Mori slumped in his seat, muttering incessantly. I've spotted a location. The playground at Tien Elementary School is perfect for our landing. After surveying the area, Conan finally identified a suitable landing site. Tien Elementary? Good. Hold on tight. After reminding the others, Asakawa Yu assumed a serious demeanor. Now, let the performance commence. A faint smile graced Asakawa's lips as he uttered those chilling words. With his right hand gripping the joystick and his feet on the pedals, he began a rapid descent. Our current altitude is 200 feet, speed 30 knots, Asakawa muttered to himself. He then tilted the pedals 10 degrees to the right. Preparing to fly directly into the campus. Conan, contact your friends immediately and instruct them to clear the playground. Hurry. Noticing people still on the playground, Asakawa urged Conan to notify the others, without needing to be told twice. Conan swiftly began to make the necessary calls. At Tien Elementary, Jinta and Ayumi were playing soccer on the playground. Beep. Beep. Hello. Is this Conan? What is going on? Jinta answered the ringing detective badge that we need to make an emergency landing with the helicopter. You all must evacuate quickly. What helicopter? Ayumi looked bewildered upon hearing this. Uncertain, the three turned around, only to see a helicopter approaching rapidly from the sky. Run, run, the helicopter is going to crash. As they fled, the trio shouted to those around them. In an instant, the children who had been playing on the playground were sent fleeing in all directions, terrified. Man, a salute to the legendary captain are you. I am simply a genius at evacuation, haha. This efficiency is astounding. A crash, that is utterly impossible. Upon hearing the shouts emanating from the detective badge, a glint of brilliance flashed in Asakawa Yu's eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile and expression of unwavering confidence. Oh no, Asakawa, it seems we have entered a downdraft. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Conan immediately informed Asakawa Yu. You needn't say more. Just watch closely. Allow me to conclude this performance with a perfect finale. With that, Asakawa Yu forcefully twisted the joystick to the right. In an instant, the helicopter began to veer sharply, executing a dramatic 360-degree spin in midair. I'm going to die. Kagoro Mori began to scream in terror from the back, and shortly thereafter, he fainted. Ultimately, the helicopter drifted at an exceedingly precarious angle before skimming the ground with a fierce scrape. At last, the helicopter came to a halt. As the smoke cleared, Jinta and the others finally beheld the scene before them. With the smoke dissipating, the helicopter's condition became fully visible. Its exterior was utterly mangled, marred by scratches, and the front windshield was completely shattered. It really did crash. Could Conan truly be on board? With a loud crash, the helicopter's door swung open, revealing a figure emerging from the smoke. It was Kagoro Mori. We've finally been saved. Upon exiting, Kagoro rushed outside, taking deep breaths, having nearly suffocated inside the helicopter. Are you all unharmed, Mr. Hiroki? Gradually, the passengers began to emerge from the helicopter. Conan and Asakawa, you two should hurry out as well. Just as Asakawa Yu disembarked, he caught a whiff of something amiss. Following the scent, he stumbled upon a startling sight. Fuel was pouring out of the helicopter. This is bad. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Hurry. Without hesitation, Asakawa Yu began to shout. Hearing Asakawa's warning, the others were bewildered, unsure of the danger he was alluding to. However, Conan did not doubt Asakawa's words. Following his gaze, he soon understood the urgency of the situation. Oh no. The helicopter is leaking fuel. Everyone, move quickly. Upon realizing it was a fuel leak, the others finally grasped the severity of the situation. Thus, they began to flee in haste, fearing an explosion. Yet, it was too late. Mere moments after they started running, the helicopter's underside erupted in a fierce red glow. Boom, the helicopter exploded, sending shockwaves that shattered the glass of the buildings at Tien Elementary. A fiery orange blaze illuminated the sky, and the force of the explosion propelled Conan and the trailing Asakawa Yu backward. Principal, let me express my gratitude. Is this a case of the alma mater taking revenge? This year's model student has surely lost their chance. The helicopter has exploded. Aren't helicopters quite expensive? I've heard just the rotor blades cost at least 10 million. The Young Detective League began discussing the charred remnants of the helicopter at the Mihua Central Hospital. Relief washed over everyone at least nobody was harmed. Dr. Agasa remarked. Look, Conan is quite the trickster. He alone managed to fly the helicopter. In the hospital room, Asakawa Yu was receiving treatment from Akemi Mayano, while the others quietly kept vigil. That's not the point. I nearly lost my life. Kagoro Mori shouted at the children. Indeed, fortunately, our boss was with us. Otherwise, who knows how dire things might have become. As Akemi bandaged Asakawa, her grip revealed her genuine fright. You're right. Thankfully, Asakawa was there. Otherwise, Muri and I might not have returned. Officer Magyar chuckled as he spoke. Come on, I can fly a helicopter too, Conan muttered to himself from the side, but undoubtedly, no one cared about his comments. There is no need to say that, Officer Magyar. I do this for my own sake as well. Asakawa Yu said with a smile, deftly steering the conversation away to by the way. Regarding this incident, our police investigation has revealed that the eye drops Mr. Hiroki ordered were supposed to be vitamins, but they were switched for a mydriatic agent. Officer Magyar explained. Mydriatic agent? This I know. It's a medication specifically used to treat pseudomyopia, and it can also dilate the pupils, right? Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment before responding. I see. That's why he found the sunlight to be blinding. Muri articulated the most accurate deduction thus far. However, the eye drops Mr. Hiroki received were intended for treating conjunctivitis. Is there a difference? Rand inquired, perplexed. To elucidate the matter. Officer Magyar retrieved a manual from his chest and began flipping through its pages. The medication for pseudomyopia takes effect within 5 minutes of application and has a swift recovery rate that, on the other hand, the drops for conjunctivitis takes several minutes to show results, and the recovery period is significantly longer. How long does it take, then? Muri Kagoro questioned. It's likely to take about 10 days to 2 weeks, correct? Officer Magyar. Asakawa Yu, seated beside Mayano Akemi, interjected. If that's the case, indeed. That means Mr. Hiroki will have to forfeit the national golf tournament held this Thursday. Seemingly anticipating Muri's next statement, Officer Magyar preemptively shared the fact. I see. Officer Magyar. I believe the culprit must be J. Murakami. Suddenly, Officer Shiratori rushed in from outside amid their conversation. Look. This is what we discovered during our investigation. As he spoke, Officer Shiratori produced a piece of evidence, revealing a playing card, the 10 of spades. Muri. This means the next victim will be someone whose name contains the character 9. Do you know anyone with that in their name? Jin remarked, somewhat amused. Jin. I look forward to it. Are you all trying to make me die laughing and then inherit my credit? Hey, how can the comments be so sharp? However, it must be said that when he watched it at the time, he certainly did not think of Jin. One could only conclude that this generation of netizens is exceptionally witty. While Asakawa Yu pondered various thoughts on his own, the Kun Detective Agency continued their inquiries. Well, I really can't recall anyone, but there is the character 8. 8. Indeed, it refers to Mr. Sawamuki, the bartender, as his name is Sawamuki Keihei, and the character for contains the character 8 at the top. Muri Kagoro articulated his thoughts, swiftly capturing the attention of those present. Very well, let us go meet this Mr. Sawamuki Keihei. Without hesitation, Officer Magyar waved his hand, leading everyone away from the hospital towards Sawamuki's residence. Are you coming with us? Shiho. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi was whispering to Shiho Mino. Is that all right, sister? That guy probably wouldn't agree. Hybrid AI believed that Asakawa Yu would not take someone who might be a liability along while handling matters. Even though she thought she wouldn't be such a burden in a way. Although the boss seems at odds with you, I can still tell he cares about you. If you talk to him, he might agree quickly. Hybrid AI did not respond, instead giving Akemi a peculiar look that seemed to say, Sister, are you joking with me? Haha. If you don't believe me, let us go try it together. Shiho, do you want to join us? Absolutely, just in time. My car's license plate is ready, and I've already arranged for someone to drive it over. To Hybrid AI's surprise, Asakawa Yu genuinely acquiesced. A car? Boss, have you bought another one? Unlike Hybrid AI, Mayano Akemi was focused on the fact that Asakawa Yu had purchased yet another vehicle. Yes, otherwise it's too troublesome to keep hailing taxis. Is there a problem with that? What did you say, Asakawa? You mean you bought another car? Muri Kagoro exclaimed, astonished, which was understandable. After all, for someone like Muri Kagoro, who was accustomed to renting cars, owning one was a highly coveted desire. Yes, oh, he said it has just arrived. Let us all head down together. This is a Lexus, right? Upon reaching downstairs, the group beheld a gleaming white sports car. Wow, so cool. The members of the Junior Detective League were instantly captivated by the car's exquisite appearance. Rushing over one after another. Indeed, this car must be quite expensive, right? Asakawa, Ran inquired, gazing at the vehicle. Not too bad, but what matters most is that it's comfortable to sit in. The price is secondary. Is coffee this lucrative now, or should I? Muri Kagoro shouted, but was overheard by Conan. Come on, what are you thinking, old man? Conan internally scoffed. All right, since that is settled, let us not delay any further. let us set off. I want to ride in Asakawa's car. Come back here, you little rascal. After Conan shouted and attempted to jump into Asakawa's car, he was unexpectedly pulled back by the quick-witted Muri Kaguro. Stay close to us and don't run off, got it? Dad, don't be so fierce. Conan is just being playful. Rand promptly stepped in to rescue Conan. All right, I'll take you for a drive next time. Okay, Asakawa reassured the three children, who, thankfully, were still obedient. After some persuasion, he successfully dissuaded them from wanting to tag along. Then we'll head out first, Conan, and you too, Shiho Dunham. Be careful on the way. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Conan and Shiho, the trio departed. All right, we've wasted enough time. It's time for us to leave. Muri, you lead the way. Of course, officer. Then, this J. Murakami must be attacking the friends of Mr. Muri in retaliation. At Sawamuki Keihei's home. Muri Kaguro and the others were seated on the sofa discussing the situation. Yes, Muri Kaguro affirmed. By the way, Mr. Muri, you seem quite composed, Officer Megure observed. Well, you see, I'm the fifth one. It'll take quite a while before it's my turn. Conan did not continue to listen to their discussion, but instead wandered over to the liquor cabinet in the room to investigate. Just then, Asakawa also approached. Are you interested in the liquor as well? Asakawa, Conan inquired, standing beside him. Not really. I don't particularly like drinking because it dulls my senses and prevents me from staying alert. However, a little occasionally isn't a problem. This was indeed true. Whether in this life or the past, Asakawa had never had much interest in alcohol. That over there is called a wine cooler. It's a device specifically designed to maintain wine at the proper temperature. Are you interested in alcohol as well, Mr. Sawamuki? Turning around, they found that Sawamuki Keihei had noticed them. No, I was just curious about the abundance of liquor. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen that guy drink before. Hibara AI quietly remarked to Mayano Akemi from across the sofa. Actually, I haven't either. I've lived with him for quite some time and have never seen the boss drink, Akemi replied. Reflecting on Hibara's words and realizing that it seemed to be true. I see. So he doesn't like to drink. It seems he won't be the type to get drunk outside in the future. Sister, you'd better take good care of that. In the midst of laughter and banter, Hibara AI seemed to have inadvertently revealed something quite significant. Little AI? In truth, Mr. Zawaki hails from Yamanashi, where he manages an orchard. To my knowledge, there are several hundred bottles of fine wine in their cellar. Just as Mayano Akemi and Hibara AI were playfully teasing one another, the conversation on the side of Kaguro Muri continued to unfold. Indeed, I was hoping to utilize it when I open my own store in the future. Zawaki Kohei confidently responded to Kaguro Muri's inquiry, clearly harboring strong expectations. Frankly speaking, I am utterly fascinated by wine. May I have the pleasure of visiting your cellar? Officer Shirogane expressed considerable interest in Zawaki Kohei's collection. But just last time, you claimed your passion was architecture. It would be a pity if this brother didn't explore the winery. Shirogane remarked. Is there anything you aren't enamored with? Well, of course, Zawaki replied. Upon hearing the host's consent, Officer Shirogane could no longer contain his unbridled curiosity. Mr. Zawaki, I believe we can discuss the matter of wine at a later date. I have a few questions I would like to pose to you now. Observing the conversation veering off course, Officer Megure hastily redirected the topic. By the way, do you know the entrepreneur Asahi Katsuyoshi? The one who owns a dozen restaurants in the city. Zawaki Kohei appeared to have recalled something, turning to address the group. Oh, you mean Mr. Asahi Katsuyoshi? I once met him regarding a matter. I heard he is set to inaugurate the ocean entertainment facility. The Aqua Crystal restaurant, in Tokyo Bay, correct? Noticing the paper in Zawaki Kohei's hand inscribed with Asahi Katsuyoshi's name, Kaguro Muri seemed to have made a connection. Yes, he has promised to entrust one of those restaurants to me. So we have arranged to meet at 3 o'clock. Wait a moment. Doesn't the character for Asahi contain the kanji for 9? Mayano Akemi suddenly interjected. Indeed. Officer Megure, Officer Shirogane exclaimed. If that is the case, our next target is him. However, Muri felt something was amiss. After all, the last time he merely asked me for assistance in locating someone. We hardly qualify as friends. Perhaps Murakami Takashi had not given it much thought. In any case, we should simultaneously protect Mr. Zawaki and pay a visit to this Asahi Katsuyoshi. If that is agreeable to you, Mr. Zawaki. I find that acceptable. Zawaki Kohei did not object to the proposal. Then, Sonoko and Conan. Are you joining us? Officer Megure began, only to be interrupted by Sonoko. I am going along with Conan, Sonoko declared resolutely, "Do not act recklessly. Sonoko, our purpose there is not for amusement." Kagoro Muri immediately voiced his concern. "Indeed, many have already been harmed due to my father's involvement. I simply cannot remain at home waiting." Sonoko retorted with righteous indignation. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving everyone speechless at the conflict between father and daughter. "In that case, let us all go together. I will ensure their safety." Mr. Muri. Is that acceptable? In this moment of urgency, Asakawa Yu stepped forward, recognizing Sonoko's determination and deciding to lend her support. "Asakawa, why are you getting involved? Then it is settled. With you around, I feel more at ease. That wouldn't you agree, Muri?" Officer Magyar, seeing Asakawa Yu willing to vouch for them, ultimately resolved to take Sonoko and the others along. "Officer Magyar, let it be as you say." Kagoro Muri reluctantly acquiesced. "I never expected you to step forward. What prompted this?" Hybra AI quietly inquired beside Asakawa Yu. "Well, I saw the determination in Sonoko, and I thought that unless she personally resolved certain matters, she would not easily relent. Thus, I decided to see it through. I see. I never would have guessed you could be so considerate, lazy worm." Hey, where did that nickname come from? I have no recollection of acquiring such an epithet." "It's quite the spectacle, this aqua crystal," they remarked. After concluding their discussions at Zawaki Kohei's residence, the group drove to their destination, the aqua crystal. Suddenly, while everyone was still admiring the surroundings, the sound of an accelerating vehicle echoed from behind. A car sped directly towards the group, showing no signs of braking. Startled, everyone hastily moved aside. The vehicle continued unabated, swiftly reaching the spot where Asakawa Yu and the others had been standing, before executing a stylish 360-degree turn and backing into the parking space. Once it came to a halt, a fashionable woman emerged from the car. "Young hero, what impressive driving skills. Ha, that was quite the performance," the woman exclaimed. "I must say, miss, that was quite dangerous," upon seeing her exit the vehicle. Kagoro Muri pointed and reprimanded her. "Oh, you have a problem?" Unfazed, the woman disregarded Muri's admonition. "It seems we have encountered a few troublesome characters." Hybra AI remarked from the sidelines. "Don't say that, little AI." Observing that Hybra AI was about to utter something awkward, Mayano Akemi quickly intervened. "I share the same sentiment." Asakawa Yu chimed in, as it was a rare occasion for them to find common ground. "How could you, the boss, feel that way too?" It appeared that Mayano Akemi could no longer manage the tude. "No, you've come too." Shortly thereafter, 3 more cars arrived, and 3 seemingly important individuals emerged. "So Mr. Asahi Katsuyoshi invited you, Mr. Nagayoshi, as well. My apologies, miss. But may I ask who you are?" Officer Magyar inquired directly. "Old man, you don't know who I am." The woman expressed her astonishment. "Oh, why should we have to know who you are?" In unison, the thoughts of those present echoed the same sentiment. Even Asakawa Yu was taken aback by her confidence. "She is Koyama Nanao. Officer, she is a famous model," someone explained. As for those 3, from left to right, they're the essayist Nikaido, the photographer Nagayoshi, and I am Peter Fort. You 2 must be the police officers, correct? The middle-aged man identifying himself as Peter interrupted Officer Shirogane. "I presume this must be the renowned detective Kagoro Muri." "Ah, you are that illustrious detective." Sure enough, upon hearing Kagoro Muri's name, the previously haughty Koyama Nanao's demeanor shifted instantly. "This is the first time I've met you in person. Could you ask Mr. Nagayoshi to take a photograph of us?" After saying this, Koyama Nanao immediately clung to Kagoro Muri's arm. Isn't it amusing how her mood changes so quickly? Conan and Sonoko exchanged glances, bemused by how easily Kagoro Muri was swayed by her beauty. Next, Officer Shirogane introduced the individuals accompanying them. "This gentleman is the barista Asakawa Yu. Next to him is Miss Karasawa Ayami, and then Hybra I, Mr. Asakawa. It has been a while. Do you still remember me?" The photographer Nagayoshi exclaimed upon seeing Asakawa Yu, as though he had encountered a long-lost friend. The onlookers were curious about Asakawa Yu's acquaintance with him. "You may not recall, but I visited your establishment for research when you opened your shop." "Indeed, I wrote an article about Mr. Asakawa CAF, and it received quite favorable reviews," the essayist Nikaido added. Now I remember, my apologies. My memory can be rather poor," Asakawa Yu jested, attempting to steer the conversation away from this topic. "After all, I never truly regarded these insignificant individuals. Could it be that you are the proprietor of the recently popular Senyu CAF? I have heard that this CF has been quite the sensation lately." I never expected to encounter its owner here, Mr. Yongming. Would you be so kind as to take another photograph for us?" Upon realizing that Asakawa Yu was the owner of the much-acclaimed CAF, Shinenai Nana's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, prompting her to request a photo with him. Click. Before Asakawa Yu could react, Shinenai Nana had already linked her arm with his, and the picture was taken. "Might I inquire whether you all were invited here by Mr. Asaka Masayoshi?" Sensing something amiss, Officer Meguro began to address the matter at hand. He requested my presence at 3 o'clock. So did I. Me too. As expected, the individuals present were indeed here at the behest of Asaka Masayoshi. "Officer, is there something amiss?" Mr. Yoming inquired while taking photos. "Indeed," Officer Meguro began, but was abruptly interrupted by Shinana Nana. "It's nearly 3. Let's hurry inside." "You're right. Let us proceed indoors," everyone agreed, deciding to continue their conversation within. The scenery from above appears rather splendid. That moment, the group had arrived at the cable car. It seems, Mr. Nishikawa, that you have a slight fear of heights, remarked Muri Kaguru as he sat across from Nishikawa. "No, it's actually water that frightens me. I'm quite the poor swimmer," Nishikawa replied, his complexion paled. "Oh really? It seems there are all sorts of people in this world." Meanwhile, Asakawa Yu and Hybera AI were seated together. "Hey, Hybera, do you know what's going on with your sister?" Asakawa Yu leaned closer to whisper in Hybera's ear. "What do you mean?" Hybera AI responded with a puzzled expression. "I'm not quite sure. I just sensed something was off with your sister earlier. She seems rather tense, as if burdened by some secret," Asakawa Yu stated plainly. Since earlier, Asakawa Yu had noticed something unusual about Mayano Akemi, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was, so she decided to inquire with her sister. "Oh, you're talking about my sister? I'm not really sure either. Why not just ask her directly?" Hybera AI replied, a slight smile curving her lips. "If I could, I would have done that already. Do you think it's appropriate for me to ask such things given our relationship?" Asakawa Yu retorted, momentarily taken aback by Hybera AI's comment. "How would you know unless you ask? Wouldn't you agree?" Hybera AI pressed further. "All right then, if there's truly something troubling her, she will surely come to discuss it with me. I should refrain from unnecessary worry," Asakawa Yu thought to herself as she rose from her seat to admire the ocean view. Leaving Hybera AI alone. "Well, I must say, I give up. I never thought a man like you would one day have an epiphany." Once Asakawa Yu had departed, Hybera AI began to voice her thoughts, then turned her concern towards her sister. Even without Asakawa Yu's observations, Hybera AI had already sensed something was amiss with her sister. After all, they were sisters, and one could easily perceive when the other was troubled. Just like now, her sister was evidently preoccupied with something. "Sister, is something wrong?" Hybera AI approached Mayano Akemi. "It's just you." I'm fine. How could I possibly have any issues?" Mayano Akemi replied with a smile upon seeing her sister. "Really?" Hybera AI remained skeptical. If everything were indeed fine, her sister wouldn't be in such a state. "Honestly, everything's all right. Now, let's enjoy the beautiful ocean view together," Mayano Akemi insisted. "All right, I understand." Since her sister was unwilling to share, Hybera AI chose not to press further, confident that her sister would divulge the truth in due time. For now, she would heed her sister's words and appreciate the scenery outside. "Wow, this place feels like an aquarium. It's truly an underwater restaurant." The group descended in the cable car and finally arrived at the underwater dining establishment. Upon entering, they were captivated by the decor and ambience. "Wow, is that a Ferrari F40? How on earth did they bring it in here?" Shinenai Nana exclaimed excitedly. "By the way, I haven't seen Mr. Asaka Masayoshi around," observed Sawamura Kohei as he scanned the area. "How odd, to host guests while the owner is absent." Muri Kagata remarked, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Officer Shiratori began to ask, but was interrupted by Mr. Yoming. "Oh, I almost forgot. I need to mention something to you all." Officer Meguro exclaimed. "No need to speculate. I can wager that Mr. Asaka Masayoshi is likely deceased." "You need not say that. In such cases, the absence of the host often indicates a grim situation," Muri Kaguru noted. "This is a classic trope in anime." "Haha. All right, everyone. For safety's sake, please sit against the wall. I see now. That explains everything." With Officer Meguro's explanation, the group began to understand the current predicament. Just then, Muri Kaguru, Officer Shiratori, and Conan returned from their investigation. "Officer, we found nothing unusual," Officer Shiratori reported quietly as he approached Officer Meguro. "So, it seems that the six-fingered individual might be me," Mr. Yoming remarked. "Why do you say that?" Shinanai Nana inquired, perplexed by his sudden assertion. In my surname, there is indeed a character that represents 6. That is indeed true. Officer Meguro and the others were taken aback by this revelation. However, upon further reflection, they realized it was quite plausible. Even the names of the other 3 contain numbers. Asakawa, you interjected, having been quietly listening. What did you say, Asakawa? Don't frighten me. This is based on evidence. Look, the nano in Shinanai Nana's name, in Japanese phonetics, represents 7. Nishikawa has an eye for 2, and Fukudo resembles 4 in English pronunciation. What do you all think? As expected of you. Asakawa, I wondered why you had been so quiet. Turns out you were sitting on a big revelation. Indeed, with 1 and 3 included, we have them all accounted for. Muri Kaguru pondered aloud. Point 3 is already present. Right before you. Could it be? Indeed, my name is Shiratori Ninsaburo. Huh, who was just mentioning Abe Shinzo. What if Officer Meguro suddenly exclaims, surprise, little brother, it was actually me all along. The internet truly has a wealth of humor. However, it appears none of us have a one. Officer Shiratori continued. Shinichi. Ren suddenly interjected. Huh, could it be that one refers to the one in Shinichi's name? Kudo Shinichi. Could he possibly be here? Upon hearing the name of his long-lost younger brother. Officer Meguro's excitement was palpable. No, but I suddenly feel that way. Rand denied the notion. That's right. Although I have yet to meet Kudo, based on your descriptions, he seems quite remarkable if he has no other matters to attend to. He should indeed accompany you all to this underwater restaurant. Therefore, Xiaolon, your speculation appears to be correct. Akinagawa, you stood up to gaze at the ocean view beyond the glass, turning his back towards Xiaolon as he spoke. Brother Akinagawa, do you share the same sentiment? She inquired. If so, it seems that it must be true. However, where on earth has that fellow Shinichi vanished to? The next time we meet, I shall ensure he faces some tribulations. Xiaolon jestingly uttered these chilling words, while Conan, who stood beside Muri Kaguro, began to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, Akinagawa and Xiaolan's assertions were likely accurate. Had I not shrunk, I would indeed have followed out of curiosity regarding this case. Thus, it stands to reason that the one being referred to is, without a doubt, me. Conan silently pondered. Cautiously, Officer Megure initiated a routine inquiry. I would like to pose a question to everyone. What is your relationship with Murakami-ju? How could I possibly have any connection to such a person? Without hesitation, Kobayakawa Nana flatly denied it. That I do not know him either, Mr. Ford added, shaking his head in negation. However, I do have some association with him. Prior to becoming a freelance writer, I worked as a field reporter and covered the case involving Murakami-ju, Mr. Nishikawa admitted. So do I. When I previously captured the portrait of a murderer, I took photographs of Murakami-ju. Mr. Nagayoshi chimed in. Did you have any disputes during that time? Officer Megure continued his questioning. Not at all, came the response. Just then, Kobayakawa Nana's expression shifted, raising suspicions about her possibly having experienced something herself. Miss Nana, are you recalling something? Officer Megure surmised, recognizing her potential discomfort. That I seem to remember that this individual was released from prison about 8 days ago. Kobayakawa Nana queried. In that case, it has nothing to do with me. Right? Oh dear, why is everyone suddenly so serious? Let us not discuss such matters. Suddenly, Kobayakawa Nana sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Mr. Nishikawa. It's you, isn't it? You wrote that dreadful book about the Paris restaurant. Didn't you? The restaurants you recommended were absolutely atrocious. Is she trying to divert the topic? Clearly, this woman is concealing something. Otherwise, why would she hesitate to speak? Why are they bickering at a time like this? Sigh, Akinagawa, you observed the unfolding discord with a sense of helplessness. Having teammates like these was truly exasperating. Have you even been to that restaurant? Kobayakawa Nana's voice pierced sharply, effectively redirecting the conversation back to Nishikawa. How rude. Of course, I have sampled those dishes, Nishikawa retorted, rising to defend himself. Then provide your evidence. Kobayakawa Nana replied with a mocking tone. Evidence? Indeed, I brought a special gift for Mr. Asahi today. Now, why don't you take a guess as to what kind of wine it is? Kobayakawa Nana produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from her bag. So you want me to taste wine? Very well. Nishikawa accepted the challenge, unwilling to back down. Thus, in the presence of the gathered crowd, Kobayakawa Nana uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for Nishikawa. Upon receiving the wine, Nishikawa scrutinized it closely. After shaking the glass gently, he took a small sip to savor the flavor. This elegant violet aroma and velvety texture. This must be Napoleon's favored chamber. Ha ha. Just as Nishikawa believed victory was assured, a mocking laugh pierced through the air. You've been duped. How could I possibly have the excess funds to purchase a bottle of wine worth millions as a gift? With that, Kobayakawa Nana approached Sawamura Kohei and placed the wine in front of him. You are the bartender, correct? Please enlighten this imposter writer. Without hesitation, Sawamura Kohei picked up the glass, swirled it, and inhaled its aroma. Everyone watched intently, eager to see if Mr. Sawamura could indeed identify the wine, with Nishikawa feeling the most anxious. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of all, he took a sip and savored it thoroughly. This is indeed ponnet. Isn't it? Absolutely correct, Sawamura Kohei affirmed, earning Kobayakawa Nana's approval. What? This is ponnet? Nishikawa exclaimed in disbelief. Ponnet, when crafted from long-aged grapes, can yield a grand wine aroma akin to that of Burgundy, Sawamura Kohei explained to Nishikawa. This is what professionalism looks like. Elegant, truly exquisite. This incident exemplified the adage that true masters abound among the common folk, while clowns reside in the halls of grandeur. After witnessing this splendid performance, the comments began to rain down upon Nishikawa. Now you understand, don't you? I think it's time for you to relinquish your title as a freelance writer. Kobayakawa Nana seized the opportunity to further undermine him. Nishikawa wore a face of despair, grinding his teeth in silence, turning away to cease further dialogue. That woman is undeniably formidable, remarked Hibara AI, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Kobayakawa Nana's assertive demeanor, especially in contrast to the kind-hearted souls around her, like her sister and Muri Ran. What are you saying, AI? Mayano Akemi inquired, noticing Hibara muttering to herself, It's nothing, sister. By the way, are you feeling any better now? Upon arrival, she had noticed her sister's mood seemed to have improved somewhat. What do you mean? I was never in a bad mood, to begin with. All right, since you say so, I'll take it as such. Hibara AI acquiesced, choosing to indulge her sister's stubbornness. Dear, seeing you all like this makes me suddenly want a drink, said Peter Ford. Then let us all drink together. I'll go fetch some. Kobayakawa Nana declared as she made her way toward the drinks she had brought. I'd like a beer. Where's the kitchen? Mr. Nagayoshi remarked, rising to head toward the kitchen. I'll go with you. I am feeling a bit parched as well. Akanagawa, you suddenly stood up. Then let us go together. Mr. Akanagawa, please lead the way. I want to go too. Conan exclaimed, jumping up at Akanagawa's suggestion. All right, little brat. Let us go together. Keep up? Who are you calling a little brat? Although he outwardly agreed, Conan silently grumbled to himself. What would you like to drink? Akanagawa, you inquired of Mayano Akemi and Hibara. I'll have juice. Please. Thank you, dear boss. Mayano Akemi hesitated before responding. Me too. Hibara AI echoed, demonstrating her sisterly devotion. What is that expression on your face? Noticing Akanagawa Yu's gaze, Hibara AI couldn't help but wonder if he was harboring any inappropriate thoughts. It's nothing. I'll head out first, Akanagawa Yu assured her, determined not to reveal his previous thoughts, fearing another argument with that little girl. Upon entering the kitchen, Mr. Nagayoshi and Sawamura Kohei searched for wine, while Akanagawa Yu and Conan approached the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? Akanagawa Yu asked Conan. I'll just have juice like you all, Conan replied weakly. All right, then let us all have the same thing. Akanagawa brother, don't you find this case a bit peculiar? As Akagawa Yu was preparing juice, Conan suddenly remarked, which aspect are you referring to? Akagawa Yu continued with his tasks. Unperturbed, I can't quite articulate it. But there's something peculiar, as if something has been overlooked. You must feel it too, don't you? Ha. You're being rather indirect in seeking information from Akagawa Yu, aren't you? I would hazard a guess that the culprit isn't that Murakami Jew, but rather someone else entirely. 10 blind guesses yield 9 seen before, and one that is memorized. Well, I can't say I have that feeling, but I believe the truth will soon come to light. What do you think? Akagawa Yu turned back, smiling at Conan, yet it was evident that Conan was unable to comprehend his meaning. Nevertheless, Akagawa Yu paid it no mind and departed after obtaining his juice. Wait, Akagawa brother, what did you mean by that just now? Tell me. Hey. Seeing Akagawa Yu leave so abruptly, Conan hurriedly followed, incessantly inquiring about the meaning of his previous words, but it was clear that Akagawa Yu had no intention of divulging any information. Speaking of which, Mr. Asaka Katsuyoshi is remarkably slow. What could he possibly be doing? In the restaurant, everyone sat at the table, visibly growing impatient. Just as Koyama Nanao was expressing her frustration, Mr. Peter Ford suddenly let out a shriek. Clutching his neck tightly with both hands, Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? What's wrong? Indeed, everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events, their gazes shifting toward him. Ah, I was just joking, haha, no need to be so tense. As everyone was about to check on the situation, the man suddenly burst into laughter and raised his head, indicating it was merely a prank. Don't scare people like that. You overweight fool. That's dangerous. Are you trying to kill yourself? If you don't die, who will? Honestly, Conan muttered under his breath, this guy is truly despicable. Even Mayano Akemi, who rarely spoke ill of others, was taken aback by this malicious jest. Exclaiming, Mr. Fort, please refrain from joking at a time like this. Officer Shiratori sternly admonished Do. By the way, everyone, may I inquire why you are all here today? To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Officer Magyar began to steer the conversation in another direction. It was his secretary who called me, saying Mr. Asaka Katsuyoshi greatly admires my work and wishes to meet for a discussion. I suspect he wants me to promote this place, Mr. Nagayoshi replied while sipping his drink. I too received a call from the secretary, and the invitation was quite similar. Mr. Ford informed them of his reason. As for me, I received a gift, this bottle of nail polish, imported from France, and quite pricey. Koyama Nanao exclaimed, waving the nail polish bottle as if to boast. Mr. Nishika, is that the same for you? Officer Shiratori inquired of the solitary Nishika, who appeared to still be fuming from earlier. Yes, indeed. While I am quite upset. I wouldn't disregard the police, he replied. This is for you. Mr. Zekit fell on the ground earlier. While everyone continued their discussions, Fort glanced down and noticed a piece of paper that had fallen. After reading its contents, he presented it to Zeki Kohei. Let me see. Mr. Zeki. My letter may be late, but there's your favorite drink on shelf M18 in the wine cellar. Please fetch it and share it with everyone. All right, the key is on the counter. Thank you, Mr. Asaka. Upon finishing the note, everyone understood it was a message left by Mr. Asaka Katsuyoshi for Zeki Kohei. Akagawa brother, when we picked up the juice that fell, we didn't seem to notice this paper, did we? Conan asked Akagawa Yu, feeling somewhat puzzled. Perhaps we just overlooked it. Akagawa Yu nonchalantly brushed it off, fully aware that the paper had not been on the ground. It was evidently a setup by Zeki Kohei. However, he was not yet ready to intervene, for reasons unknown, until the case reached its climax. Akagawa Yu found himself unable to apprehend the perpetrator, regardless of how hard he tried. He now realized that the optimal moment to act would be when Conan was close to solving the case. Otherwise, who knew what further complications might arise? Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Akagawa Yu's response, Conan began to doubt whether he had indeed missed something. After all, he did not believe Akagawa Yu would deceive him regarding such matters. Hey, I want to see the wine racks here, Koyama Nanao exclaimed. Suddenly exhilarated at the prospect. I want to see too. I want to check what fine wines are available. The group's enthusiasm exceeded expectations, so they decided to go together. With a click, they opened the door. And after fumbling in the darkness for a moment, they finally found the light switch. Once illuminated, the surroundings transformed, revealing an array of neatly organized wine bottles, each appearing remarkably valuable. Wow, this is incredible, Officer Magyar exclaimed. But it's quite cold in here. After a while, Kudo-ren suddenly wrapped her arms around herself, stating, it is indeed chilly. I agree, Mayano Akemi concurred. You are mistaken, it is rather warm. The ideal temperature for storing wine should be between 10 to 14 degrees. This is slightly higher at 17 degrees, Zeki Kohei explained responsibly. Are we going to have a whole pot's worth? This place seems just right for storing corpses. High energy warning ahead. How about we step outside and wait? Noticing Mayano Akemi and the others rubbing their arms to keep warm, Akagawa Yu felt compelled to inquire. To be honest, he had little interest in wine. I'm fine, boss, really. Just a little cold for sherry. I am all right. This temperature is nothing to worry about, Mayano Akemi said, her words interrupted by Hybrid AI, who insisted she was fine with a hint of defiance. Heh, is that so? Well then, if you find it unbearable later, feel free to step outside. Does that sound acceptable? Sure, no problem. To be honest, Akagawa Yu's willingness to let them act independently was well considered. After all, Mayano Akemi was a former member of the organization. Though she lacked a code name, her ability to join and work for them indicated she possessed sufficient skill to protect herself and her sister. If Zeki Kohei intended to target them, the outcome could be unpredictable. After briefing them, Akagawa Yu made his way toward Officer Magyar and the others. Officer, come quickly. These wines are rare, Officer Shiratori exclaimed, beckoning Magyar and the others to join him. Roman Condit, spotted, rubari, and so many wines. I have a feeling all these wines will end up here. He mused. I have a bold hypothesis. Could this be the external base of the organization? Now, let us search for the bottle of wine Mr. Asaka mentioned. Then Mr. Zeki, I will accompany you in the search. After seeing so many rare wines, Muri Kaguru was eager to discover what Mr. Asaka referred to as fine wine. I'll go too, Conan shouted from the side. Then let us proceed together. Zeki Kohei said nothing but readily agreed. Let me see, the M18 wine rack is. The group split up to search, with Zeki Kohei leading Conan along. Turning a corner into the wine rack section, Conan spotted the designated rack from afar. It's right there. After being reminded by Conan, Sawamura Kohei also noticed the location of the stored wine and immediately moved forward. However, in an instant, Conan sensed something amiss. Before them, a slender white wire glimmered ominously on the ground. Danger! Realizing the peril, Conan shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Upon hearing Conan's cry, Sawamura Kohei turned to look back, but his foot had already brushed against the fine wired in that split second. A menacing arrow swiftly shot towards them from behind. Startled, Sawamura Kohei instinctively withdrew, yet fate was unkind. The arrow's speed was too swift, and it struck his right arm with brutal force. Sawamura Kohei cried out in agony. Mr. Sawamura, seeing the dire situation, Conan rushed to assess the circumstances. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Officer Megure and Kagoro Muri hurried over. This is Mr. Sawamura, Kagoro Muri exclaimed, noticing Sawamura Kohei clutching his right arm, instantly grasping the severity of the situation. A trap has been set here, and Mr. Sawamura has been hit. Conan succinctly described the scene. How are you feeling now, Mr. Sawamura? This is identical to the arrow that struck me previously. Officer Megure expressed his surprise upon seeing the arrow embedded in Sawamura Kohei's arm. There's also a crossbow here. Turning his gaze, Conan was found peering beneath a wine cabinet, where a crossbow was concealed. This is the 8 of spades. Forget about that for now. Our immediate concern is Mr. Sawamura, Kagoro Muri shouted, snapping everyone back to reality. That it suddenly dawned on them that Sawamura Kohei still had the arrow lodged in his arm. If they did not act quickly, it could prove fatal. I'll handle it. The only option now is to remove the arrow and stop the bleeding. The rest we can address later. Asakawa Yu volunteered to treat Sawamura Kohei's wound. Yet internally, his mind was a tumult of confusion. Why? I distinctly remember that in the original plot, Sawamura Kohei should have pretended to narrowly escape. Why is it different now? Even if the intention was to enhance realism, to have it strike him precisely seems excessive. In this moment, Asakawa Yu's thoughts spiraled. For if that were the case, it would suggest that this world was not unfolding as he had envisioned according to the original storyline. If so, his once unassailable advantage of foresight would be rendered null. Perhaps the process is merely altered. However, if the end result remains unchanged, that is still acceptable. Thus, Asakawa Yu sought to reassure himself internally, maintaining an outward appearance of calm amidst chaos. All right, the arrow has been removed. For safety's sake, let us exit now, shall we? Asakawa Yu proposed. Asakawa's right. We should leave this place and devise a plan elsewhere, Kagoro Muri concurred. Indeed, I have no desire to linger in this perilous location. Nakanishi Nana expressed, her arms crossed and a fearful demeanor evident. Asakawa Yu's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement among those present. Thus, without further hesitation, they hastened their departure. Strange, is this not the entrance? Officer Megure inquired, surveying the surroundings once outside. No, this is indeed the right place. Officer Shiratori contradicted him decisively. Wait for me. I need to grab a jacket. Nakanishi Nana suddenly interjected before breaking away from the group. Halfway through, she cast a glance to the side. And in that fleeting moment, she beheld a sight she would never forget. Ah! Nakanishi Nana screamed. The others turned in shock, their expressions mirroring her horror, with some joining in her shriek. Outside, in the fish tank, a corpse was slowly drifting. The face was grotesque, eyes rolled back, clearly devoid of life. Mr. Asahi, Kagoro Muri gasped. It's the 9 of spades. Murakami Takashi has indeed struck. Yes, on the lifeless body of Mr. Asahi, a 9 of spades was protruding from his chest. This scene was indeed chilling. I told you. His prolonged absence indicated he was no longer among the living. Fish, are you being polite? Officer, it's bad. This door has been locked with an electronic lock and cannot be opened. Officer Shiratori's urgent voice broke through from behind, revealing that upon witnessing Asahi's corpse, he had begun searching for an exit. Clearly, The assailant had no intention of allowing them to escape. What did you say? Fine, I'll call for backup. No signal. Officer Magyar had initially intended to seek external assistance, but upon opening his phone, he discovered that the signal had been severed unbeknownst to him. Damn it. Officer Magyar, I'll check the emergency exit. With that, Kagoro Muri dashed away. Arriving at the emergency exit, he pushed with all his might, but it would not budge. Cursed cement blockage. Ultimately, Kagoro Muri returned empty-handed. Thus began a relentless pursuit akin to a snowstorm scenario. It's all your fault. Because of you, we have all suffered. Yes. What are we to do now? Seated around the table, the group deliberated their predicament. Naturally, some had grown restless, beginning to lay blame on Kagoro Muri. Listening to the collective condemnation, the usually carefree Kagoro Muri felt his head droop in shame. Enough of this. This situation is not Mr. Muri's doing. Instead of bickering, we should focus on how to escape. To everyone's surprise, Asakawa Yu stepped forward to defend Kagoro, much to Rant's astonishment. While it was indeed her father's actions that had led them into this predicament, hearing him criticized in her presence was undeniably discomforting. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Perhaps still shaken from the earlier scene, Nishikawa snapped, having already been provoked by Nakanishi Nana's earlier humiliation. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? Asakawa Yu's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowing like dark pools, emanating an icy glare that felt bone-chilling. In that moment, the very air around them seemed to freeze. Asakawa Yu's words, laced with frost, sent shivers down the spines of Nishikawa and others, rendering them speechless, mouths agape but producing no sound. All right, Asakawa, let us not escalate things further. We should refocus on how to exit this place. Officer Magyar interjected. Officer Magyar is correct, Asakawa. Kagoro Muri added. In this precarious moment, both Magyar and Kagoro swiftly intervened to ease the tension. They were witnessing Asakawa Yu in a light they had never seen before. Even Officer Magyar felt unnerved by his frosty gaze. Yet, they quickly regrouped to diffuse the atmosphere. Kagoro felt grateful to Asakawa Yu. After all, he was standing up for him, and it was hard not to feel touched. So handsome. My husband is just too dashing. That look he gave was simply magnificent. I wish to be gazed upon like that. A voice from above chimed in that if Murakami Takashi hasn't altered his killing sequence, then it stands to reason that you, Miss Nana, are his next target. Mr. Akira spoke, directing his gaze towards Nakanishi Nana. No, I don't know him. I have no grievances with him. Why would he want to kill me? Nakanishi Nana panicked at the accusation. But weren't you just worried a moment ago? Conan pointed out, redirecting Nakanishi Nana's focus. You mentioned, I remember he was released from prison 8 days ago. Did you not? I've already said it. I have no connection to him. Koyama Yutina continued to stubbornly assert herself, yet it was evident that she had lost the earlier fervor. Whether you two are connected, we shall determine for ourselves. But I implore you to disclose the truth to us, Miss Yutina, Akasawa Yu gently urged. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the true circumstances behind the matter. His current words merely served to further press the individual. Gazing at Akasawa, Koyama Yutina ultimately conceded, beginning to recount the entire ordeal that turned out that 3 months prior. She had been driving aimlessly one evening when, engrossed in a phone call, she failed to notice that the traffic light ahead had turned red. In a moment of panic, she slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid that instant. A motorcyclist clad in a helmet approached from the opposite direction, due to the suddenness of the situation. By the time the man reacted, the vehicle was already upon him. Left with no choice, he attempted to evade by swerving aside. However, the instability caused his motorcycle to skid and ultimately crash, sending him tumbling to the ground. Thus concluded her recollection. I didn't hit him, but I was so frightened that I fled, she confessed. After fully understanding the sequence of events, everyone finally grasped why Koyama Yutina had posed such a question earlier. What about the motorcycle? Was it an off-road bike? Conan inquired. No, it was merely an ordinary motorcycle, Koyama Yutina replied, her expression one of despair. Officer Magyar, if what Miss Yutina says is accurate, she should be unrelated to this case. We need to focus on how to escape first, Mori Kagoro suggested after hearing her account. That's true. We should search the entire building. Perhaps we can find an exit. Officer Magyar concurred, rising to his feet. Then let us hasten to search for any possible exits. Peter Ford agreed with this plan. Consequently, everyone stood up, preparing to investigate for any alternate escape routes. Xiaolan and Conan, you two should stay here with Ayami. And Miss Yutina, you should also remain here and not move. Akasawa, could you please watch over them? After instructing Xiaolan and Conan, Muri turned to Xia Yu, requesting him to keep an eye on Xiaolan and the others. To this, Xia readily agreed. Of course, Mr. Muri. With Xia's prompt affirmation, Muri Kagoro felt reassured in trusting Xiaolan and her companions to him, and promptly joined the others in their quest for an exit. In that case, we shall patiently await the return of the others here, shall we? Xia Yu remarked, deliberately casting a glance toward Conan. No problem. We absolutely won't run off. Right, Sister Xiaolan? Upon noticing Xia's sidelong glance, Conan immediately understood the implication. Do not wander off. He swiftly assured that he would not cause any trouble. Satisfied with this, Xia nodded, eliciting laughter from the group, including Koyama Yutina. Particularly, Hybera AI appeared as though she might have rushed to Conan's side. Had she not been concerned about maintaining her persona. Is it truly wise to split up at this juncture? I fear that we may indeed end up splitting up in a more literal sense. Given the current circumstances, any action taken apart could lead to dire consequences. After parting ways, Muri Kagoro and the others began searching for any emergency exits. Meanwhile, Xia Yu and the others remained in place. Yet as time passed, anxiety began to creep in. Why are they taking so long? Could it be that they cannot find an exit? Koyama Yutina raised her hand to check the time, realizing that a significant duration had elapsed. You needn't worry. I believe they will return as soon as they locate it. Indeed, we shall patiently await their return. Perhaps they have already found their way back. Xiaolan and Mayano Akemi stepped forward to console Yutina, ensuring she would not grow overly anxious. However, while the girls engaged in conversation, Conan had already dashed off, disappearing from sight. All right, I shall also go and check. Setting his juice down, Conan sprinted toward an unseen direction. Yet, just as he accelerated, a figure blocked his path, startling him into a sudden halt. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Hybera AI. With her arms crossed and eyes narrowed, she scrutinized Conan. Where do you think you're going? Hybera, I just wanted to. I believe I just reminded you not to run off, didn't I? Just as Conan contemplated a defense, a calm voice emerged from behind him, although the tone was devoid of emotion. Conan sensed that this time, he was in serious trouble. Turning stiffly, he found Xia Yu standing behind him, wearing a smile. I am sorry, Xia. I was wrong. In a neighboring country, there exists an adage. A wise man knows the opportune moment. And at this moment, Conan embodied this wisdom perfectly. One word from the heart. What a splendid embodiment of a wise man knows the opportune moment. Ha! Conan's expression just now was simply adorable. Conan, I'm not being cowardly. This is simply being prudent. Just as Xia Yu was preparing to teach the boy a lesson, an unexpected event unfolded. With a crack, the restaurant's power supply was abruptly severed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What on earth is happening? Why did the power suddenly go out? The sudden blackout sent Koyama Yutina into a panic, prompting her to scream uncontrollably. That is fluorescent paint. Upon realizing this, Conan instantly understood the assailant's intended target. Before he could react further, a cup soared from behind, narrowly grazing Koyama Yutina's ear. With a crash, the cup shattered on the floor, the sound startling Yutina into a louder cry of, "Help! Wait, Miss Yutina." Mayano Akemi hurriedly called out as Koyama began to frantically run about. Yet, it was clear that Yutina was beyond heeding any advice. Fear had completely overtaken her mind, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. Suddenly, Koyama Yutina felt hands constricting around her neck. No matter how she struggled, she could not extricate herself. Just as the assailant was about to plunge a knife into her, a powerful kick thwarted him. With a muffled grunt, the assailant was sent sprawling, the knife clattering to the ground. It was Xia Yu who intervened. This time, unlike before, he utilized his extraordinary vision and hearing to witness the moment Zenyu Kohei prepared to strike, rather than merely seeing it as a mere shadow. Allowing him to form some conjectures to validate his hypothesis, he intervened, simply delivering a kick to incapacitate Zenyu Kohei. What happened? What is going on? Hearing the commotion, the previously departed group realized something was amiss and hurried back. While Muri Kagoro sought the main power switch, after a brief search, he successfully located the power source. Pulling it down, the restaurant lights flickered back to life. What transpired here? The arriving group was momentarily dumbfounded. And it was hardly surprising given the bizarre scene. Koyama Yutina sat on the floor, covering her face in tears, while Xiaolan and Mayano Akemi comforted her. Xia Yu and Conan stood near the unconscious Zenyu Kohei, ensuring he would not awaken and act rashly. Could someone please explain what just happened here? It was him. This man just tried to kill me, Koyama Yutina accused. pointing at the prostrate Xia Yu Kohei, vehemently denouncing his earlier actions. You claim that Mr. Xia Yu attempted to murder you. What exactly is going on? Upon hearing Kayama Yutina's words, the gathered crowd was left astounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Expressions of disbelief were etched upon their faces. How was I to know? Suddenly, the power went out here. And then, out of nowhere, a pair of hands tightened around my neck from behind. In that moment, I truly believed I was destined to die. But fortunately, Mr. Asakawa intervened and saved me. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of that man. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Mr. Asakawa himself. Nanako Kuyanagi spoke with great agitation, yet it was evident to all that she was concealing a profound fear. As her voice still trembled slightly. Is this true, young Asakawa? Officer Megure hurriedly approached Asakawa Yu, questioning him. Indeed, Officer Megure, look here, this knife just fell from him. Additionally, Conan and I discovered these items on Kawakami Kohei. With that, Asakawa Yu presented the objects he had found on Kawakami Kohei to the assembly. Upon seeing them, the crowd gasped in astonishment, for the items were none other than a set of playing cards ranging from the 7 of spades to the ace of spades. This is a deck of cards. A ludicrous conclusion began to take shape in the minds of the assembly. Indeed, I suspect that the perpetrator behind these numerous cases is not the so-called Murakami Jew, but rather Kawakami Kohei. But why would he do such a thing? Kagoro Muri hastily inquired, perplexed as to why Kawakami Kohei would target them. That, we can only ascertain once he regains consciousness. Time passed. And gradually, Kawakami Kohei began to awaken from his stupor. You are finally awake, Mr. Kawakami. Now we can have a proper discussion regarding your motive for attempting to murder Miss Nanako. Officer Megure's words struck Kawakami Kohei like thunder, instantly rousing him. I see. I've made a blunder. Ha ha ha. Upon realizing that his plan had unraveled, Kawakami Kohei erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Please answer my question seriously, Mr. Kawakami. Noticing that Kawakami Kohei's demeanor was amiss, Officer Megure raised his voice in warning. It's because they deserve it. Kawakami Kohei shouted like a madman. This sudden outburst left everyone present dumbfounded. You mean to say they, indeed, both this woman and Asuka Katsuyoshi, they all deserve to die? In other words, all of this. Kagoro Muri was taken aback, having believed all along that the culprit was Murakami Chu. Yet, they realized that their initial direction had been entirely mistaken. But why? They clearly had no connection to you. Officer Megure sensed something was amiss. After all, Kawakami Kohei had no ties to the others. Why would he go to such lengths to eliminate them? And why should I divulge that to you? Surprisingly, Kawakami Kohei's attitude was remarkably defiant. I suspect it is due to a taste disorder, said Asakawa Yu. You? How is that even possible? Kawakami Kohei's complexion turned pale, disbelief shining in his eyes. A taste disorder? What on earth does that mean, young Asakawa? Mr. Nagayoshi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Correct. I assert this because Conan and I just witnessed something in the kitchen. The kitchen? Right. That thing. As Asakawa Yu mentioned the kitchen, Conan finally understood. When Conan and I went to fetch drinks, we saw you, Mr. Kawakami, sampling the seasoning, and at that moment, you were tasting chili powder. It is widely known that for someone in your profession, a sommelier, your tongue is your lifeblood, is it not, Mr. Kawakami? Ha ha ha. Impressive, impressive. I admit, I have indeed developed a taste disorder, and it is all thanks to those people. With his secret now exposed, Kawakami Kohei completely dropped his facade. Everything is just as you described. 3 months ago, while returning home from work, I had a collision with Miss Nanaka's vehicle, and I collapsed. From that moment on, my sense of taste temporarily vanished. It was during that time. Nanaku exclaimed in shock. The doctor believes it may have stemmed from excessive stress. However, in my despair, I resolutely quit my job as a bartender and vowed to take revenge on the one who caused the accident. Miss Nanaku, as well as those who pressured me, Asuka Katsuyoshi, Hiroki, and Nishikata. But what did Mr. Asuka do to you? The other 3 were less of a concern, but Asuka was an enigma. Asuka was only focused on the wines. He merely used his vast wealth to import rare wines from overseas for profit, neglecting his responsibilities. At this point, Kawakami Kohei suddenly turned to face Nishikata. That guy, under the guise of a gourmet, wrote some nonsensical wine guide, misleading readers with erroneous wine knowledge. And Hiroki, he insulted my dignity as a sommelier. Then, Kawakami Kohei began recounting his past with Hiroki. 4 months ago, I attended a wine tasting he hosted at his home. In his recollection, as Kawakami Kohei pushed the door open, Hiroki immediately stood up and approached him. Look at this badge for bartenders. Isn't it splendid? He exclaimed, presenting a badge adorned with a pig motif, fastening it to Kawakami Kohei's chest. Next, the tasting spoon. What do you think of this? He then hung a spoon around Kawakami Kohei's neck. Isn't that a bit excessive? No wonder the bartender wanted to kill him. He deserved it. So you would kill Mr. Hiroki over something so trivial? Officer Meguiar was astonished, while Officer Shiratori furrowed his brow. You think this is trivial? Can any of you understand the turmoil I felt at that moment? I have always regarded bartending as my vocation, my identity, and my honor, and all of that was sullied by that uncultured fool. So, you would target Eri and the others for this. After all, we have been friends for years. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Muri grew furious. Humph. In pursuit of my revenge, I would sacrifice anything. Kawakami Kohei bore an expression of reckless abandon. Suddenly, the lights in the entire restaurant flickered out once more, plunging the surroundings into darkness. This is... Ha ha ha. You all shall remain here with me as I bury you alive. Kawakami Kohei shrieked maniacally, holding a remote control in his right hand, which had appeared from who knows where. Stop him, Conan shouted urgently, but it was too late. Kawakami Kohei pressed the button on the remote. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted throughout the underwater restaurant. The walls shattered, and water began to rush in from outside. Everyone was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, but soon they were swept downward by the force of the incoming water. However, the others quickly adapted to the situation and began swimming towards the surface. Except for one person. Help! I can't swim. Gulp. Nishikata was submerged, flailing desperately in the water. Fortunately, with Kagoro Muri's assistance, he was brought to the surface. Phew. Gradually, everyone began to surface. AI. Mayano Akemi called out for her younger sister upon surfacing. I am here. In an effort to ease her sister's worries, Hibara AI quickly responded. Who would have thought you little ones were so resilient? Mr. Nagayoshi remarked playfully as he surfaced. Tsh.